Chapter 151 I'm sorry, mother-in-law. The venue is very large, with seats, salon art lounge, and dance floor. In the spacious venue, wine glasses are interlaced, and the nobles are either around the spacious dance floor, or standing between seats covered with bright red silk. They gather in twos and threes, with smiles on their ruddy faces, and whispering to each other. The 3,300 gold and silver hollows hanging from the dome, the lamps of various shapes, and the paintings on the dome, are integrated into one, by the design of skilled craftsmen. It looked like the bright stars between the clouds under the gods, shining the lights here. The dance floor was covered with a red carpet with flowers, which looked like a cluster of flowers under the shining dome. Young nobles, men and women, intertwined together. They stepped on the dance floor with flowers in full bloom, and spun their dance steps in joy. The long skirts that fluttered up were like peonies that suddenly bloomed among the flowers, blooming in a blink of an eye and budding in the next. Upstairs and downstairs, in front of the exquisite mahogany handrails, in the spiral staircase, between the columns and the silk screens, there were people everywhere, watching, chatting and resting. The maids interspersed among the crowd. Each of them was like a flower blooming in summer. And those noble women and princesses from various countries were like jewels with different characteristics, surrounded by flowers. But the most dazzling one today was undoubtedly the Pearl of Sorrento. This princess, who was loved by all things in the world, was the most honorable princess of wizards, and the most honorable princess of the Sorrento Empire. Even among the dragons, there were many admirers. Looking at the bright pearl, she slowly walked into the hall. The children of many noble families could not help but focus their eyes on her. They were polite and gentlemanly, but their eyes were full of fiery enthusiasm. They walked up to her and wanted to talk to her, and also wanted to invite her to dance. But when the tall and handsome knight followed her into the hall, the people who walked by, including the ladies, all focused their eyes on the mysterious prince. Their eyes were full of excitement and curiosity. Some people talked about magic, some talked about martial arts, some talked about the Son of Lant, and some talked about the Kingdom of Clouds. They all wanted to meet this heroic pilot. The eyes of those noble ladies were burning with passion. Annabelle, the princess of Nifa, slowly drank the wine in her glass. Her narrowed eyes were full of flames. When she saw Louis and Osicris hand in hand, her face suddenly turned pale. Murderous intent appeared in her eyes. After some socializing, Louis's eyes swept across the huge venue. The whole banquet had been going on for a while. The king and queen seemed to have finished their talk long ago. They were standing in a rest area with a large floor-to-ceiling balcony, appreciating various antiques and toys, while talking with the surrounding nobles, ministers and visitors from various countries. Louis and Osicris looked at each other and walked over slowly. Wait until the king and everyone finished talking before going over. Kate and Yingling came over with a group of noble ladies, and pulled Osicris to chat. Everyone's face was a little flushed today. Those strange ladies all looked at Louis secretly from time to time. A small figure suddenly jumped onto a table next to Louis, and a smell of cigar came over. Louis, I have had preliminary communication with both sides today, Archie said with a smile, and it seems that the results are not bad. Louis nodded, and now it is estimated that both the Muggles and Wizards want to sit down and talk, but there is a person who wants to make peace. Archie can now have the best of both worlds. This time, Archie's status has risen a lot because of him. Louis and Archie came to a corner and learned about the situation. The bet between Wizards and Muggles today was actually a test. And today, they all saw some of the cards that both sides had put on the table. The Wizards' cards were the ability to deploy small monsters anytime and anywhere, which was like releasing Godzilla into the city. And they can't defend against Muggles. It's the Son of Lant and the magic battleships. Therefore, both sides were intimidated today. Muggles realized the consequences of going to war with Wizards. Although today Dragon Slayer Gundam is blessed by various spells, but ordinary small monsters are not able to withstand it. The Wizards also think that releasing small monsters is a bit boring. Although today's Son of Lant is also blessed, the Wizards don't understand technology. They have been completely stunned by the Son of Lant today. This made the Wizards and Muggle generals, who had originally called for war, decide to temporarily stop. Those fools don't know what the Son of Lant is. Only you can use this thing to produce such an effect. Archie shook his head speechlessly and said, so the Wizards' little monsters are really powerful. But the Son of Lant is just a showpiece. It can't beat the little monsters at all. And it can't produce any deterrent effect. Archie said, and the Son of Lant is very afraid of magic. Any flower wizard can kill the driver with a few spells, or dismantle the Son of Lant into parts. Son of Lant is something that wizards and muggles have worked on together. Archie sighed as he smoked a cigar. Its appearance has allowed some wizards and muggles to see a new future. The future of magical civilization. This is the original intention of His Majesty to establish this project. He hopes to use this as a breakthrough point to establish a new academy in the future. A new academy of magic and steam. A new academy that opens its doors to both muggles and low-level wizards. Lewis's eyes moved slightly. The significance of this academy is really too great. Francesco and I have been thinking about the possibility of changing the world without destroying the world or the current civilization. Changing education and changing the next generation is undoubtedly a very critical node. This academy is the beginning of changing the next generation and the future. But if everyone finds out that the Son of Lant is just a meaningless product, the so-called School of Magic and Steam will become a joke, Archie said. Lewis rubbed his forehead. If he went into the laboratory and worked hard with everyone, then the world would definitely have many breakthroughs in this field. But in this case, the efficiency is too low. And he is also a bit helpless. If the Forbidden Sanctuary had not disappeared, he could copy books back and forth like Anthony did back then, which would be fine. He could just give the information to the scientists and let them study it. Archie, you didn't come here to fart on purpose to annoy me, did you? If you have any, do it now. Lewis knew that Archie might have received some instructions from Francesco today, and he also wanted to talk business with him. The Son of Lant project has been underway for more than 10 years. We have actually found a breakthrough in materials and technology, Archie said with shining eyes. The Stog mercenaries once followed the archaeological team and found some valuable things during the archaeological excavation. There are some deep-sea antiques, as well as magic books and documents secretly preserved by some wizards in the ancient book-burning era. We salvaged them from the sea. But during the transportation, the fleet, along with a large number of weapons and equipment of the Hammer of the God of War, disappeared in the Port of Silence. Archie said with a burning gaze, as long as this matter is resolved, everything will be solved. He touched his chin, thought for a while, and frowned and said, did you mess up the task that His Majesty entrusted to you before? Archie suddenly smiled. Originally, this guy was very worried. But with Lewis here, he was confident about this matter. So he actually showed a gloating expression. To be honest, Lewis, I have to be frank with you about this. The fleet was lost, which was caused by my cousin Michelin. The original route was not like that, but you know, the Hammer of the God of War has always had a lot of business in many small countries. So he not only added a lot of smuggled weapons to the escort team, but also bribed the captain to change the route. After learning that the things were lost, Your Majesty has been angry several times, and he wanted to kill him. Michelin can be said to have no appetite for tea and food, and is almost worried to death. As long as you help him solve this problem, he will definitely be willing to spend a lot of money. I will give you all those weapons, to arm our 7th fleet. When your fleet is up, we can go archaeological research together, and we can also visit those wizard principalities together. Archie's words were very frank. He said everything. Lines of narration suddenly appeared in front of Lewis. 4 of Hearts, 3 out of 3 the Crowley family achievements. Archie recommendation. And Stuart reasonable recommendation letter have earned you 3 votes. In a few days, when the young people from the mysterious nursing home come to the Magicians Association, your new secretary Mr. Edward will help you with the relevant documents and procedures. 5 of Hearts, 0/3 after you solve the incident in Silent Harbor. Michelin, the fat boss of the Hammer of the God of War. Delphinia, she might write it, and the Rainbow Country Magicians Association may all help you write a letter of recommendation. You have discovered a special mysterious incident. Silent Harbor, the once beautiful Rainbow Country, has now become a terrifyingly silent place. Whenever a fleet passes by that sea area, you can hear a man sad and desolate singing, echoing in the mist. Inviter, 1. The great magician Heber, mother, believe me, you will definitely survive. I will definitely save you. I will save this kingdom, save my hometown. 2. Desperate rainbow people, 3. Rainbow King. Ministers and priests, who have given up treatment, and are eating lice every day. 4. Regretful Francesco. 5. Red Queen Elizabeth, my cousin has taken people there for 3 years. Why hasn't he come back yet? Wouldn't it be solved by killing everyone? Such a simple thing. Can't that idiot do it? He won't get lost there too. Will he? Details. You need to get more information. Maybe you need to wait until the king negotiation is over. You can go and spank Her Majesty Delphina, optional. And Her Majesty Francesco will take the initiative to talk to you. Looking at the narration, Louis fell into deep thought. This matter doesn't seem simple. It seems that even Francesco and the Red Queen don't know how to solve it. It also involves a small kingdom in the Middle Ages and the other world. And it looks like he will have to beat his mother-in-law, which is not good. Francesco might kill himself. Louis was in a dilemma. Hint, not necessary. Hey, so many people are waiting for me to save them. Louis ignored the narration and sighed. I am in such a dilemma. Hint, not necessary. In order to save everyone, this is the only way. I have to take the risk. Hey, I have no choice. Chapter 152. Thank you for the compliment. I am just a god. After pondering for a moment, Louis felt that he still had to go. It was of great significance and worth the risk. There were not only some precious magic books there. After that, the matter of the great engineer Rant and the matter of the fleet could also be solved. I will help you. Archie. Don't forget to apply. This will be the first opening achievement of my mysterious nursing home. Archie made an okay gesture. He turned around and found that the king was looking over here, and Earl Crowley was also smiling at this side. After I deal with the members of the Sorrento and the members of the Magic Council recently, I will contact you again. After saying that, Archie suddenly pointed at Louis's knee with a strange expression. Hey, Louis. Today is a banquet. Why did you carry a... Archie made an exaggerated gesture. Why did you carry such a long stick? And put it in that position. Take it out quickly. It will be very rude to the two witches. Cough. And the Witch Queen and His Majesty. Maybe someone will think you want to assassinate someone. Damn it. Damn leaks. Louis quickly bent his waist, put his hand in his pocket, and fiddled with it for a long time. Then he bent down and adjusted his pants. When Louis looked up, he found that Archie was staring at him blankly with his mouth wide open, and the cigar in his hand fell down in shock. After Louis and Archie finished talking, Stuart came over. This guy who used to be the chief steward in the palace, after returning to the kingdom with the princess, was once again pulled by the king. The king did not give him the position of chief steward, but gave him a sinecure. Stuart did not know that the king was his last boss, but he seemed to have a very good impression of Iger, and it was inevitable that he felt a little sad. After he got the position, it was convenient for him to serve the princess. He could enter and leave the palace at any time. However, the king always thought of Stuart first when he had something to do. He often ordered him around. This surprised Stuart a little. After all, he was the princess' personal eunuch. But because of the former mistress, he was still very close to Iger in his heart. When he was running errands for the king, he always had the feeling of running errands for His Majesty Francesco. Louis did not tell Stuart about Francesco. Because of the spell, Louis could know everything about it just like he knew his own shadow. And Stuart was absolutely loyal to Louis. He could not refute any order. But Louis did not intend to tell Stuart about this matter. On the one hand, Louis was happy to watch the fun. On the other hand, Louis thought that the fewer people who knew the secret, the better. Of course, the most important thing was that Louis was also taking care of his lackey emotions. He did not want to make his lackey feel embarrassed in some future things. Although because of the devil decree, he would still do it. But as a boss, you still have to take care of your younger brother emotions. Now, Stuart didn't know that the king was not actually the king, but Queen Francesco, so if he had to send Stuart to trick his mother-in-law in the future, Stuart would be very happy to do it. My lord, Stuart reminded in a low voice. Louis nodded. At this time, Osicris also came over. She took Louis's arm, indicating that they should go to the king. Many princes and nobles were there, chatting with the king with a smile. When they saw the princess and Louis coming, they made way for them, and smiled kindly. What was different from the day was that this time, when everyone looked at the prince of the Cloud Kingdom, whose origins were unknown, there was no more doubt in their eyes, but full of respect. No matter what the identity of this foreigner was, whether the Moon Court bishops were paid to do it, it didn't matter. In other words, this hero who stepped forward and saved the Cape District from disaster and bombardment today is a person that many nobles are willing to ignore all their identities and backgrounds and recognize and respect from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing her daughter walking over with Louis's arm around her, Yig's heart skipped a beat. As a dance partner, it is normal to hold arms. But she had a strange feeling that her daughter seemed to have subconsciously focused on her student. Who did this come from? How come the people of the Isolda family are so indecisive? Do they have to have a backbone to feel safe? Francesco was secretly unhappy. The Witch Queen also looked at Louis a few times. The scene of Louis giving a lecture to the magicians today. Let Delphinia see the knowledge of this foreigner, but she is different from her mother. Based on her knowledge, she never thought that a wizard with low magic power, 90 is low in the eyes of the Witch Queen, could have much strength. Even if he summoned a Gundam. Even if he drove a Gundam. It was just a trick. If his mother hadn't been here today, this kid would have been pulled out of the cockpit by the wizards and whipped. Just like during the day, Louis was introduced in public again. But this time, although the content was the same as what Crowley said during the day, the person who introduced Louis was the princess. The princess and ministers talked about it again. But this time, the discussion was out of curiosity. It was not about how much money the bishop received, but about what kind of king this king of the Nine Dragons Sea was. Because today was a royal banquet. Everyone's booths were a bit messy. Some were drinking. And some just finished dancing and came to the king's side to get close to him. At this time, when there was a topic, the discussion was a bit noisy. Silence. The eunuch steward raised his voice and shouted subconsciously. After shouting, he felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know why he shouted, but he felt that the king seemed to be about to speak. Sure enough, the former master and servant still had a good understanding. After the noise of the crowd around them quieted down, the king smiled slightly and said, "So he is the nephew of the king of the North Sea. How has the king of the North Sea been doing in recent years?" When this was said, the crowd around him was slightly stunned, and then they all started discussing in a low voice. Some ministers suddenly realized that when Queen Francesca was still alive, the king and the queen had gone to sea many times and visited the kingdom of clouds. Presumably, this North Sea king really exists. And he knows the king. Osicris couldn't help but look at Louis in surprise. Louis looked blank. It seems that the man in front of you seems to know the crooked-mouthed dragon king uncle who forced you to be related. The situation seems a bit awkward. It seems that it's a bit hard to fool him. You decide. A. You ask me. Who do you ask? Completion reward. The identity of the faceless man is revealed *1. The union of wizards and muggles *1. The world boss copy seat *1. B. My uncle. He is living a pretty good life. The crooked-mouthed dragon king is arrogant and cool. In the territory, his words are law. No one dares to challenge his authority. And no one has ever made trouble every day. Never has he been sad all day long. Completion reward. The identity of the faceless man is revealed *1. The alliance between wizards and muggles *1. The world boss copy seat *1. Louis directly ignored the 2A and B rubbish suggestions provided by the storybook, made a move of the panda manly Ming. He cupped his hands, and said in the dialect of the Cloud Country, "Your Majesty, I made you laugh during the day, my nephew is outspoken, and said a lot of quick words, please calm down." The people around did not understand these words, and looked at the king and Louis in dismay. But the king pupil shrank fiercely. Is the king of the Sea of Geolong a newly conferred dragon god? What is in charge of? That's serious. Your Majesty, I can't be called the king of the sea. Louis bowed slightly, then put his hands behind his back, raised his head, and said proudly, "I am ordered by my uncle to take care of the Geolong River and the Geolong River customs, the dark swamp of Tahiti, the envoy of wind and rain, the envoy of the sea, and the envoy of the demon," bowing towards the direction of the kingdom of clouds, the direction of the North Sea, although I was given a title and a name by the emperor of the kingdom of clouds. I am not well known, and there are only a few small temples offering incense. The so-called king is nothing but a few words carved on a clay statue in the temple by the people. It is not a king at all. You suddenly triggered option C. I got it wrong? Magic +3. Experience +150. Presence +300. Francesco suddenly nodded strangely. He didn't say anything for a long time. After a while, Francesco looked at Louis with that look. She had been to the Cloud Kingdom with Iger. I have seen such a little god. He also has a clay statue, a gilded clay statue. At that time, he modestly introduced himself and Yaich. Then he waved his hand and cut off the river in front of him. With the level of this Geolong Sea king, his clay statue, maybe it is also gilded. Maybe in some areas over there is also a special festival for this little god, who controls the Geolong River and a sea area. Chapter 153. You are not greedy for my body. Are you? Seeing the king and Louis chatting about the official language of the Cloud Kingdom, Many nobles could not help but discuss. Francesco also fell into deep thought. This little god in front of him must be a relative of the deep-sea god. Of course, it could also be the faceless man. The only one who has that level and has time to stay in Black Corner Alley during that period, except for his teacher Oliver, is this person in front of him. But no matter who he is, he must be related to the king of the North Sea. I wonder why he came here. I heard that these second-generation gods seem to like to travel around as mortals, which is called the experience of the mortal world. Or, Francesco looked at his daughter with a strange expression. It couldn't be that my obedient baby, when summoning with the Book of Destiny, summoned such a prince or dragon, and then signed a contract? Francesco's expression became more and more strange. When I first met Iger, it was a hobby for Iger when he was 14 years old. At that time, this tall and handsome young watchmaker apprentice had just inherited the throne, and had just learned that there was magic in this world. So this curious boy, while reading the ancient books left by King Isolde, asked the court wizards to randomly draw some magic circles to summon demons, and then summoned himself. His family did have the blood of demons. At that time, he was indeed no different from a demon. At first, he thought he was summoned by another world, and he was ecstatic, thinking that he would become a time traveler in this world. Who could have thought that it would be such a misunderstanding? What Francesco never expected was that, after he agreed to fulfill his little wish, the little brat, who had seen his true self, actually said such a cowardly thing to him, while trembling in his wish. Can you marry me? A voice full of admiration and admiration. Francesco was stunned at the time. I naturally rejected him back then, and told him that he had offended the devil, and would never be able to marry in this life. Seeing the little brat about to cry, the big devil was very happy. How could I be your wife? Even your great-grandfather, the wizard King Isolde, tried to please my teacher and pursue me, but I slapped him aside. You little muggle. A little brat who is more than 300 years younger than me. Are you still greedy for my body? Want me to be your wife? You be so happy. It just wishful thinking. C.H. Stewart whispered reminder. Brought Francesco back to his senses. It seems that Prince Nifa has returned from the noble wizards. This matter cannot wait. Francesco glanced at Louis, who was whispering something with Osicris, and the nobles who were talking and laughing around, and signaled Stewart to dismiss the nobles, then nodded slightly to Louis, and asked him to wait for a moment. Louis and Osicris walked aside. What did you just say to my father? Osicris asked. The surrounding court wizards also looked over curiously. Louis fell into deep thought. The reason why wizards all over the world burned books was because they were afraid that there was still forbidden knowledge in this world. If everyone knew that a forbidden scholar had appeared, the consequences could be imagined. Francesco had once been such a world enemy, and she was also labeled as a Dark Lord. This made her face many obstacles in everything she did. And finally she had to erase the name Francesco from the world, thus clearing her name. Francesco had reason to worry, and he did not intend to be a world boss. We are time travelers who come to save the world. How can we carry the stigma of the Dark Lord, the Great Lord, etc.? He mentioned the little god today, and he was planning to clear his identity. But the king of Shanghai is a second-generation rich man, a second-generation official, and a second-generation noble who lives a life of luxury. He came here to experience the world. So how could he mess around with the identity of the faceless man? And how could he be the Great Lord? He just played the faceless man for fun, and wanted to challenge the famous wizard in Black Corner Alley. What other bad intentions could he have? If so, Francesco now knew that he was the forbidden grand scholar. So his first thought was, brother, stay away from me. But the words of the Sea King made people feel more at ease. As for the matter of the Book of Destiny, he was a dragon Outyan summoned by Osicris from the Cloud Kingdom, not a foreign grand scholar. The magic he used was also the spells of the Cloud Country, not the things that the wizards were trying to get rid of. What I know, everyone in the Cloud Country knows. If you have the ability, go and destroy the Cloud Country. After thinking it through, Louis thought it was okay to give Osicris a shot at prevention. He glanced at the court wizards around him. He said to Osicris calmly, "Oh, the king of the North Sea is actually a god, and he can be regarded as a relative of mine in the Cloud Country. Your mother knew the king of the North Sea, and so did your father." Louis raised his voice and told the general situation. Many court wizards opened their mouths wide, looked at each other and understood. The son of the ancient god. No wonder he said, "We were all garbage today." He also said that the Nifa people were little lizards. Everyone's eyes became hot. Damn. We have to get closer in the future. And we can't just let those wild wizards take advantage. Seeing Osikris nodding with a wooden face, Louis leaned over to Osikris' ear and said, "Actually, I am the prince you summoned." "Oh." Osikris nodded expressionlessly. Did this guy eavesdrop on what Helen or Aunt Stia said? He really looks like this today. But what does this guy want to do by pretending to be this person? Louis? Osikris suddenly looked at Louis with such eyes. Are you greedy for my body? Louis frowned, a little unhappy. Hey, your highness, look at what you said. I can have any bad intentions. Louis came forward, wanting to explain. As he did so, Osikris suddenly felt a stick against her leg. She looked down, then looked at Louis with her mouth wide open, and quickly stepped back, looking at her student whom she had grown up with a vigilant look. You really are just after my body. It seems that the truth has been revealed. Louis, I don't know what the Nifa people over there said to the king and queen, but the ministers on the king's side suddenly started to talk. Louis and Osikris were distracted and looked over there, seeing that the little stepmother was also looking at her with a half smile. Osikris' heart skipped a beat. Delphinia laughed secretly in her heart. The Nifa people came on behalf of the entire dragon clan this time, wanting to establish a deeper relationship with humans. This is also the general trend. There are many wizards in the Isolde family, but there has been no dragon knight for hundreds of years. But this Muggle royal princess, when she was young, accidentally got entangled with a dragon, and her fate was entangled, became a dragon knight. The two must be together for life. A ceremony must be held. It must also become a bond between the dragon clan and humans. Osikris is irreplaceable, and she has no right to choose the future. What the use of that kid driving well? No matter how strong the individual is, it is meaningless. Whoever tries to stop this matter will go against the entire Isolde family and the entire Black Dragon clan. Thinking of this, Delphinia couldn't help but look at Prince Nifa and Princess. The new generation of the Black Dragon clan has a noble bloodline. The two princes and the princess are also the most beloved people of this generation of dragons. Especially the princess. No matter what she said, her grandfather nodded. Although some of the conditions of the dragon clan are a little absurd, there is no problem for the dragon knight and the dragon to get married. Right. At this time, I don't know what Prince Nifa said, but the minister suddenly quarreled. Crowley brought a few people with him, and they argued until their faces turned red and their necks became thick. Archbishop Alwyn was so angry that he jumped up and down, and cursed it was absurd, and cursed the bill that Congress had recently issued. But not only were their voices weak, but they were also politically incorrect. On the other hand, the nobles and ministers in Congress were not only numerous, but also held the latest legal bills, and cursed the bishop and Crowley and others for having problems with their values. What era is this? Are there still people saying such things? Laugh your head off. Okay. And the king not only has no heir, he also has a son. What wrong with marrying off his daughter? I don't know what the people from Earl Crowley's side said. Some words seemed to anger the silent Princess Nifa. The Black Dragon Princess Annabelle seemed a little angry. She turned pale with anger and trembled all over. I'm shaking with anger. You are discriminating. Delphinia and Francesco both nodded deeply. Louis blinked his eyes and looked at Annabelle with some doubts, and found that Annabelle was looking at the human King Yige with admiration and worship, and talking loudly, as if trying to attract his attention. Louis opened his mouth, and then nodded suddenly. That right, Francesco has a strong personal charm, and everyone doesn't know that she is a girl, so it is normal for a girl to admire Francesco. After all, opposites attract. Chapter 154. Your knight is still short of a mount. Francesco is gradually getting a headache from the quarrels among the ministers. Today is my mother's birthday. You have to bring up all sorts of issues, don't you? It would be nice to chat about family matters, but you have to bring up this today. Some members of the Congress even started fighting while chatting. Wigs were torn off, shoes, stockings were torn. It was a mess for a while. Next to it is the dance floor. This side is the martial arts pool. Each side was doing their own thing, and it didn't delay anything. Francesco called out several times, but no one responded. He rubbed his forehead, got up and left his seat. He went to his nephew. The funny thing is, even though the real boss had left, the ministers below were still playing. No one cared where the king had gone. Only Crowley followed quietly. Seeing her father coming around with Crowley, Osikris was frightened. She thought her father wanted to talk to her about the Nifa people. She whispered to Louis, "If my father says anything later, you can block it for me." Louis blinked. At this time, His Majesty Iger had come over. Louis bowed slightly. The few of them chatted for a while. Francesco asked Louis about his study abroad experience with some curiosity. O'Sicklys was smart and quickly said a lot, and even hugged Louis's arm. This intimate behavior, Francesco couldn't help but look at Louis with that look again, as if it once again confirmed his guess that this little god was indeed summoned by his daughter. Francesco asked tactfully, "And his words could not help but hint at why you ran so far." Louis pondered for a moment, then bowed slightly to Francesco and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, at this point, I will no longer hide it from you." Louis considered his words and said, "I came here because of the princess." O'Sicklys' heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? I asked you to block it for me. But you won't. You won't propose to me in public. Right?" Louis glanced at O'Sicklys beside him. He said, "You know, because of me. Because I am his dragon knight." O'Sicklys interrupted and hugged Louis's arm, as if she was afraid that he would kneel down on one knee. "A normal dragon knight, father. My mother arranged a knight for me." Louis opened his mouth and was stunned. A normal dragon knight? Could it be that there are dragon knights in this world who are too normal? But what he said is not wrong. I am quite normal. It seemed that Francesco had already understood something, which made Louis feel relieved. He felt that, regardless of whether this dragon knight was serious or not, the purpose of whitewashing was achieved. In the future, even if he pretended to be cool in front of Francesco, everyone would think it was natural. "My nephew. I am honored." Louis bowed slightly. "Hey, don't call me nephew anymore. When I went to sea with the Queen many years ago, I visited the North Sea." At this point, Francesco sighed. "I have been entertained by His Majesty Aoyi. He is my elder. So let's talk about the same generation." Louis opened his mouth, looked at the smiling Earl Crawley and Francesco, and the wooden-faced O'Sicklys, and wanted to say something, but finally turned it into two words. "Okay." The two fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law looked at each other and laughed. O'Sicklys' eyes were a little straight. "My student has become my uncle?" While O'Sicklys was in a mess, her two uncles and father chatted for a while. During the conversation, the mother-in-law looked at her legs in confusion many times, and Louis was extremely embarrassed. "Oh, that my wand," Louis said with a smile. Francesco looked at Louis with such eyes. "Is your wand decent?" Before Louis could explain anything, he saw a trace of blood on his mother-in-law pants. Louis was stunned. The old witch doctor found some special traces. "You have triggered a special task again." "Look," asked, "smell and touch." "There is a puzzle about Her Majesty Queen Francesco. Maybe it is right in front of you." Smell it. Completion reward. Francesco Big Ears *1, O'Sicklys Shock and Big Ears *1, Dumbfounded Earl Crowley *1, Nobles and Wizards Iron Fists *1, Inexplicable World Boss Seat *1, Magic plus 10. Ask, is this yours, or did Her Majesty the Queen accidentally give it to you? Completion reward. What nonsense. Louis. This is of course the Queen. Apologize to His Majesty. *1. Count / O'Sicklys favorability -20. Francesco favorability -50. Experience plus 50. See, touch, Monkey stealing peaches. Completion reward. Mixed doubles of mother-in-law and concubine *1. Running corpse *1. All attributes plus 3. Seeing Louis open his mouth, staring blankly at his pants, Francesco was also stunned. "Oh, it covered with ketchup," Francesco said to Louis. The Count and his daughter with a smile. Louis looked at Francesco with that look. "You ketchup." Before Louis could pass his eyes to him, he saw Francesco narrow his eyes slightly, so he quickly showed a polite smile. I don't know if it was because his little brother was always bending over, or because it was embarrassing to be covered with ketchup. After chatting for a few words, Francesco, who had no interest in staying in the banquet, left with his daughter and Louis. When Princess Nifa, who had won the battle of words in the distance, looked at the people who were leaving the scene with a smug look on her face, her chest felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. Her eyes were already raging with anger and murderous intent. After leaving the banquet, Louis felt his whole body getting hotter and hotter, and his head was getting more and more dizzy. He wanted to go back early to get some antidote or something. But O'Sicklys seemed to have something to say, and she had to drag Louis to her palace. Seeing O'Sicklys like a swan, holding her head high, walking in front with a cat-like step. Louis couldn't help but feel more uncomfortable. Louis said, "Your Highness, let not go to your place. I was slightly injured today, and I took the wrong medicine, so it might be a little inconvenient. I want to go back early to get some antidote or something." Osicles looked at the limping Louis, and suddenly remembered something, and said confidently, "It's not a big deal. I help you check it later. The antidote I prepared is definitely better than yours." Louis fell into deep thought, and then he put on an embarrassed look. Osicles responded with a look of pride. "There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I am your teacher." Louis thought about it carefully and felt that what the teacher said seemed to make sense. So he followed the teacher seriously. After going around in circles, Her Royal Highness the Princess brought Louis to a very serious place in her bedroom. In this hall, there was actually a small throne. However, this throne was obviously different from the king. It was decorated in a fairy tale style, as if it was the kind of throne that the princess dreamed of. It was reasonable for the princess to place a monarch seat in her own duchy. But in the palace, it was a taboo to have a throne for fun. Even if it was just for fun. The king and even the stepmother never said anything about this kind of thing, which showed how much Francesco doted on his daughter. It also shows the many thoughts in Osicles' subconscious mind, from childhood to adulthood. "I am the future queen of the United Kingdom of Sorrento." When Osicles sat there frowning and thinking about things, Louis suddenly understood why Delphinia, Osicles usually likes to hold her head high like a swan, and put on a serious poker face. Delphinia is because she is now the queen of witches, the queen of wizards, the queen of Her Majesty, and the queen of Sorrento. Although she still had an emperor above her, she was eager for the real throne in her heart, and regarded herself as her mother's successor. Therefore, she was like a swan every day. Osicles was educated like this by her mother and father since she was a child. "My son Osicles, the moment you were born, the mountains called your name." Coupled with Francesco indulgence now, these two children, like the children of "I will definitely become president when I grow up," have been flaunting themselves as the future queen of the Sorrento Empire in every move since they were young, and demanding. No matter what he did, he always looked serious, very pretentious. But he looked good when the time came. At least his legs were long. He found that his student was staring at his legs with red eyes. The teacher felt a little unhappy and straightened her skirt. His student was getting more and more outrageous. Not only did he make up so many stories today, but he even wanted to kneel down and propose to him in public. "Louis?" Osicles suddenly raised her head. She felt that the relationship between the two of them had to be discussed. "It was impossible for us. Maybe my prince is actually my student, although he was not summoned by me. It fits the situation. This must be a destined arrangement. The literary young woman has been looking forward to a tragic love, and today's scenes of the knights on the field, and the fact that you suddenly found out that you are her brother-in-law, have satisfied her fantasy of a tragic love between me and the prince that cannot have a result." She was so moved that she was about to cry. "It was impossible for us." She was thinking about it again. "You decided? Hey, stop talking nonsense. My brother-in-law is dying. Let go to the doctor." Completion reward. Osicles shock and disbelief *1, sweating Osicles *1, very serious potion *1, magic +1. B. Change the subject. Skip this embarrassing conversation. For example, "Princess, your dragon knight is still short of a mount." Completion reward. Osicles happy agreement *1, mount +1, experience +50. C. This is all a misunderstanding. Explain it to others properly. Completion reward. Good friend who joined unexpectedly *1, secret *2, weird battle *1, random attribute +1. Chapter 155. I knew you were having an affair behind my back. Thinking of this, Osicles bit her lip. She was a little tangled. It was impossible for her to be with him. But she wanted Louis to follow her, stay by her side, and do things for her, but keep some distance. It was a good decision to make him her knight. A knight with status could act as a notary, witnessing the oath of a new knight. The Lord could also, in the name of the Lord, make Louis a knight. There was no excuse for this. After that, Louis became Yingling husband. But he was still her knight and vassal. After thinking for a long time, Osicles raised her head. Then, Osicles looked at Louis with a serious face, and found that he had knelt on one knee in front of her without knowing when. Osicles felt a little excited, and felt that Louis and she were still very tacitly connected. She quickly stood up and picked up a small scepter next to the seat. and then used the scepter to gesture on Lewis's shoulders and head for a long time with a serious face, and said a lot of words. As she spoke, Osicris felt a little sad. The two of them must keep their distance in the future. She knew his heart, and she felt very sorry. He must be the same, right? But fate is like this. Since you have already been with Yingling, she can't interfere. Of course. Otherwise, the two of them would not be together. While she was thinking about it, Osicris suddenly felt a pair of warm hands stroking her calves. She lowered her head in surprise and saw Lewis touching her calves with red eyes. Osicris was so scared that she quickly took a step back and accidentally sat on the throne. She straightened up and wanted to scold him, but when the words came to her lips, she felt a little sad. He must have a lot of things to say in his heart, right? But he might be a little too excited, and his actions were too abrupt. I don't blame him. I will just pretend that this matter didn't happen, and let him go back quickly and calm down. If he cries in front of me later and says something he shouldn't say, it will be a bit awkward to meet him in the future. Osicris put on a serious look, acting as if we were at a distance. Lewis, now that you have become my knight, you must obey. Speaking of this, Osicris was slightly stunned, remembering that Lewis seemed to have not sworn an oath at all. Forget it, just like that. Lewis, why don't you stand up? The princess knight suddenly raised his head, and in his red eyes, he had already been burning with raging flames in the princess nagging. I can be your knight, Lewis said with a red eye and a gentle smile. But that smile made Osicris feel a little scared. But your highness, do you have to give me something? He really wants to confess to me, right? A trace of entanglement flashed across Osicris' face. She looked at Lewis's fiery eyes, and knew what he was thinking. But it is impossible for us. The princess on the throne raised her head arrogantly. Speak. My knight, what do you want? You must also give me a mount. A mount? Osicris was stunned for a moment, and it seemed reasonable. What kind do you want? What are you doing? Lewis. Before Osicris finished speaking, she found that Lewis was stroking her feet. Check. Check. Lewis kissed her calf gently, and came closer with a smile. Osicris' head buzzed, and she knew nothing at this moment. Seeing Lewis' face slowly approaching, she pushed him away in panic, and shouted angrily with a stern face, How dare you? Please be more respectful. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt herself being pressed down on the seat. Then she felt Lewis pressed against her neck. Don't do that. The hot breath, like the breath of a dragon, sprayed from the night nose on the princess' face. Looking at the handsome face so close, and feeling the hot hands on her body, Osicris was horrified. She knew this guy was so bold, just like in her dream, this scumbag. But this is a love without a result. The hot breath burned Osicris' neck and collarbone. Osicris' breathing gradually became heavy. Don't do this, let me go. We can't be together. There will be no result. Osicris couldn't help turning her head away, heartbrokenly closed her eyes. I know what you want to say, but you have your sweetheart. I must marry someone far away. Forgive me, we can't. A hand lifted Osicris' chin. She opened her eyes, looked at the burning gaze, knew that he must not give up, and wanted to say something. A tear passed through the corner of Osicris' eyes. She closed her eyes, and waited for Lewis's words. It's useless to persuade me. Teacher, thank you for introducing me to a girlfriend. But I still want you to be my concubine. What? What? Osicris opened her eyes wide, and showed an unbelievable look. Concubine? Come on. Brother-in-law loves you. Sister. Brother-in-law? Osicris was stunned. Lewis, you are so obscene. Aren't you ashamed? You promised to treat me a knight. See a doctor? Osicris was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered Lewis's leg pain. She reached out and grabbed it, and her face turned red, and her eyes widened. This obscene bastard. The hot lips kissed Osicris' red lips. Osicris wanted to push Lewis's chest away, but the force was getting more and more like a slow scratch, which made Osicris feel terrified. How should I face Yingling? I'm sorry. After the deep kiss, looking at Lewis's burning gaze, Osicris' face turned red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Then she felt her low-cut evening dress being pulled down all of a sudden. At this moment, the thousands of words that had been buried in her heart for a long time suddenly broke free. At that moment, she forgot all the words. Oh my God! I had an affair with my student after all. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. A tall man in night clothes, with long legs, Walked in drunkenly with a bottle of wine. Accidental joiner +1. Who knows how much alcohol this dragon has drunk tonight? She seems to be in heat. Be careful. This is her first time in heat. She is in great danger now. Emotions far outweigh reason. Louis sobered up a lot at once. He and Osicris looked at each other. And they both turned around in a panic and sorted out their clothes and skirts. Sure enough, I knew you were having an affair behind my back. Annabelle drunkenly took a sip of wine, pointed at Louis, and said with tears in her eyes, "He is not worthy of being your knight. Without the Son of Lant and the magic scroll, he is nothing." Today, I saw Annabelle looking at Iger with such eyes, right? She thought the king was a man. Right? What is she doing here? Angry for her brother? Louis, who was being dressed and straightening his shirt, blinked his eyes, and then heard a bunch of messy confessions. He turned his head woodenly, and saw Annabelle kneeling in front of the embarrassed Osicris, holding her hand, and talking nonsense in the wine. Louis's eyes widened, looking at the two princesses woodenly. You know? Sobbing, you know how much I love you. Chaotic narration, at the beginning, among my 7-year-old dragon-born iron guards. The moment I found you. When I saw you, I knew. I knew it was you. You kissed me and lifted my curse. The black dragon princess burst into tears. I knew it was you. Come with me, Osicris. Your long and beautiful horns, red scales, still haunt me. Ah? Ah? Even when the dragon is in heat, even the stones are broken. But it seems that Annabelle's feelings for Osicris are real. There was a thunder outside the window, and it struck Louis's mind. Suddenly, he remembered the previous argument between Crowley and the others. Louis looked at Osicris and Annabelle with his eyes blank. Fuck. This is too fucking messed up. Your sister became a child bride, and then you showed me the story of Black Dragon's sister and you. What going on in your family? I'm so confused. This is too exciting. Osicris. Osicris, what kind of body do you have? Why are the people around you all like this? Louis pricked up his ears and continued to listen. Annabelle, I only treat you as my best friend. Osicris said with a tangled face. You should marry a prince, not. No. I love you. Sobbing and crying. Why do you do this to me, sobbing? Why do you still do this to me for 7 years? Please, come with me. I am willing to give you everything, sobbing. Come with me to Dragon Nest City. Ignore the worldly gaze. My grandfather has already agreed, sobbing. Fuck. I am so moved that I am crying. Okay. Osicris. Hurry up and agree to her. The Black Dragon Princess was crying and had already pulled Osicris' hand, wanting to kiss her. Osicris pulled her hand out in panic. This made Louis's heart twitch, and he was furious. He stopped doing it all of a sudden, and stared at Osicris. Your Highness. I have to say a few words to you. You are going too far. Can you bear it? Can you bear to hurt someone like this? Osicris? Chapter 156. What have we done? Osicris pulled out her hand, making the Black Dragon Princess somewhat desperate. Is it because of him? The Black Dragon Princess Annabelle raised her hand angrily and pointed at Louis with rage. Is it this boy? You like him? No, no. Osicris looked at Louis in panic and hurriedly denied. I don't like him at all. Annabelle listened to what Osicris said and looked into Osicris' eyes and suddenly realized. A tear fell from Annabelle's eyes. She slowly stood up, took off her leather gloves, and threw them on Louis's chest. Black Dragon Princess Annabelle invites you to a duel. Pick it up. Coward. Osicris quickly winked at Louis. At this moment, it was like a girlfriend winking at her boyfriend, which made Annabelle's heart twitch again. Ahem. Your Highness. Don't be like this. You misunderstood. Louis explained seriously. Actually, I'm just Osicris' male best friend. The serious kind. We can all be friends together. Osicris nodded hurriedly. Yes, we are just best friends. The three of us can be good friends. Stop fighting. Okay. Wait. Are male best friends divided into serious and not serious? Osicris suddenly looked at Louis. What do you mean? Who is your friend? Annabelle's drunken eyes flamed with raging flames. She walked over aggressively and said, Pick it up. You coward. Only one of us can survive today. Osicris quickly winked at Louis again. Big brother, she is in heat this year. Don't mess with her, she has no reason. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. You think I want to mess with her? My legs hurt. With a wow, Annabelle, who had already walked over, suddenly bent over and vomited all over Louis. Sticky potion +1. Louis. Osicris helped her bestie up, patted Annabelle back, and spoke to the small crystal ball on her wrist, seemingly contacting Yingling, Kate and others, asking them to come over quickly. Sweating Osikri's *1. Louis. In the midst of the chaos, Annabelle suddenly grabbed Osikri's hand with a sly smile, kissed it, and then looked at Louis provocatively. Then she vomited all over the floor again. Looking drunk. Louis anger value +10. Louis rubbed his face hard, and he saw Yingling and Kate had pushed the door and walked in. The two looked at Louis with such eyes, as if they had already guessed a rough idea of the plot tonight. Louis cursed inwardly, shaking his head, and walked towards the door. He was seeing the doctor just fine. What the hell? Osikri's little trouble *1. Unexpected joiner +2. Don't go. When passing by Annabelle, she reached out and grabbed Louis's coat tightly, and said viciously, "Fight me for 300 rounds. Louis rage value +20. Blue vein on Louis's forehead +1. Louis's face was dark. He took off his coat, and prepared to leave. I remember your smell. You're dead. I know you're spying on the princess. I'm here, you ugly guy. Don't try to succeed. It seems that if you want to get the princess, you have to defeat the dragon first." Louis rage value +30. Louis forehead veins +2. Amid Annabelle angry curses, Louis walked out of the room with a dark face. It seems that no one can treat him today, and he is burning all over. After returning to the room and taking a cold shower, Louis felt even more uncomfortable, and even a little unconscious. He stood on the balcony and looked at the cool breeze blowing from the sea in the distance, and looked at the scales gradually appearing on his body with red eyes, and his face was extremely strange. On the other side, after Louis left, Annabelle drunkenly pushed Osikri's and others away, and flew away from the balcony. Osikri sighed. Yingling and Kate looked at each other, a little confused. Louis was also confused. He was a little confused now, and vaguely remembered that he was standing on the balcony just now. But suddenly a hurricane blew in the sky, and then he felt as if he was caught by a black shadow and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the sea. Louis raised his head, looking at the huge monster in the sky holding him, the veins on his forehead +3. I said, I remember your smell. The black dragon laughed grimly, and kept flying towards the sea. Looking at the palace getting farther and farther away, Louis's last 10 points of anger finally soared. You were the first to do it, Louis said angrily. His last consciousness was dispelled by his anger. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and there were thunder and lightning. In the following, Louis gradually lost his consciousness. He only knew that in his frenzy and anger, his body seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and was entangled in something. The dragon's struggle was meaningless. She looked at the huge snake in front of her that had tightly entangled her, and felt a fear and disgust from the bottom of her heart. What an ugly and hideous monster! Uglier than a stone. She angrily sprayed dragon breath at the monster, but it only made it more and more fierce. In the midst of angry struggles and roars, the two fell into a small island on the sea together. A large area of forest was destroyed. Such a collision could not cause any harm to the two, but it made Louis a little more sober. He raised his cold pupils, raised his ferocious head, stretched his long neck, and looked at the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon body with copper skin and iron bones became soft and delicate, and the special sulfur smell on her body became particularly pleasant, just like the fragrance, which made him unable to help but kiss her with his tongue. This fragrance. Is this dragon an estrus? Louis' mind suddenly buzzed. Wait! What does this have to do with me? Why do I feel it smells good? Soon Louis's consciousness became more and more confused, and the ferocious dragon in front of him became more and more beautiful. The slender horns, the smooth black scales, the long and charming tail, the full and beautiful wings, made Louis feel extremely intoxicated, and he wanted to hold her tightly in his arms. Louis's mind became more and more confused, and the entanglement became more and more out of tune. Don't touch me, you disgusting thing. I will tear you apart. At first, there was an angry roar in my ears, and then there was the hot dragon breath. The pain caused by this dragon breath made Louis almost regain his sanity. But not long after, the smell of the dragon made Louis more and more crazy. In the friction between the scales, the fight between the drunk dragon and the monster snake became more and more out of tune. At the end, the black dragon princess Annabelle heard the monster snake roaring. The hazy Annabelle heard the power of the volcanic eruption, which made her regain some sanity. She thought she had flown to the volcanic lava of this island again, and she couldn't help cursing herself in her heart. But when she saw the monster in front of her clearly, her eyes showed an unbelievable look. What did I just do? Lewis, who had transformed into a ferocious sea dragon, seemed to have a trace of confusion and disbelief in his eyes. What did I just do? But soon this trace of clarity was replaced by the enthusiasm of the two. It began to rain heavily in the sky. The rain kept dripping into the dragon eyes, and slowly slid down. The proud dragon seemed unable to bear this humiliation, and turned over angrily. It tore the monster snake apart. I'm going to kill you! Wait! You killer! Pieces of forest were broken by these two giants. The drunk dragon and the strange snake in heat were fighting more and more fiercely. When the strange snake was getting tired after fighting several times, the powerful dragon turned over with its terrifying power. It kept rolling in the forest. That night, the drunk dragon and the drunk snake fought for 200 rounds, and Lewis felt tired for the first time. It was also the first time that Annabelle was defeated by a creature of the same age. At the end, both of them seemed to gradually wake up. In the astonishment, they looked at each other, and Lewis' grip on the dragon body loosened. Annabelle, who was lying on the ground panting, was also stunned for a moment. What did I do? What did I do? I'm going to kill you! The dragon turned over. Hey, wait a minute. Can you be serious? Lewis' angry curse angered the black dragon princess. The proud and angry princess rushed over. This time, she finally pressed the strange snake to the ground. After more than 100 rounds, the monster snake and the dragon woke up again. Seeing the monster snake staring at her blankly, Annabelle felt a chill all over her body. She suddenly turned over and broke free, and flew into the sky. The monster snake also flew away with a wooden face. That night, when Annabelle lay drunk on the bed, she was almost awake. She stared at the heavy rain outside the window. I must have had a nightmare. I was? No. I was a dragon. Lewis looked at the heavy rain outside the window. He grabbed his hair fiercely. I must have had a nightmare. Chapter 157. Teacher, your friend is not a serious person. That night, Lewis sent a message to Yingling using the crystal ball. What should I do, Sister Yingling? A friend of mine got drunk and fucked a lizard. He is very panicked now. He smells like sulfur. Will he be dirty? Is there anything to pay attention to? What should I do? Will I get pregnant and give birth to something weird? Waiting online, very urgent. This panicked Lewis. Is she calling me Sister Yingling? The elder Sister Yingling glanced at the crystal ball on her wrist, and secretly rolled her eyes. I knew that the dragon was going to find you. Wash up, foxes are always here. She didn't have time to send more messages to Lewis now. She was busy answering her two best friends. These two scheming girls. Yingling smiled and changed her posture, and sat on Osikri's bed. The three best friends, chatting. On the surface they were in harmony, but secretly they had their own thoughts. The girlfriends are very good at talking and tricks. Soon, in a light-hearted topic, the topic was accidentally transferred to Osikri's students again. The reserved Miss Kate naturally drew a line between herself and Lewis. She just said that she and Lewis were serious pen pals. Yingling looked at Kate with that look. Is there a difference between serious and indecent pen pals? Also, we had a great time chatting at the banquet just now. We agreed to be good friends in the future. Now you are pretending to be pure in front of me again. You are not planning to reveal your true identity in the name of cheating on me later. Your tricks are too damn deep. Osikris also drew a line with Lewis, and said that they just talked about some family matters, and canonized him as her knight. With a look of Yingling. Don't think too much. Miss Vixen nodded suddenly. Are you planning the same as Kate? I understand. You two said in the daytime that you would give me a beautiful hat in 2 days. It turned out to be this kind of hat. Yingling, how did you and my student get together? Osikris felt a pain in her heart, but she asked with a smile on her face. Kate also looked over curiously. Amid the curious questions of her two best friends, Yingling talked about how she and Lewis met, and then she apologized to Osikris. I'm a little sorry for you. This was originally the pretty boy you prepared for yourself. But now he has become my master. But my sister family tradition is very open, and they like to be lively. Osikris said immediately. Don't talk nonsense. I don't like him. Even if he is a prince of the cloud country. A princess, will never have any thoughts about my students. I will not be a princess of a foreign prince with others. So I bless you. Yingling nodded suddenly. Okay. Then I will be blatant. You just keep pretending. little girl. When you hook up with the boss? I see how you explain it to me. So don't believe those rumors. Sister Yingling. I'm Lewis's teacher. It's not good to let others think that Lewis and I have an affair. O'Sicries explained. Yingling rolled her eyes secretly. Just pretend. You cry someday. O'Sicries smiled back and said, I wish you all the best. As a result? That night, O'Sicries cried in her bed. On the other side, Lewis also lay in the arms of elder sister Yingling, crying. The next morning, Earl Crowley and Archie knocked on the door early in the morning. Earl Crowley told Lewis that the king, and the queen would be very busy recently. It seemed that they were discussing things with the envoys of some mysterious kingdom. Hearing this, Lewis glanced at Archie, who responded with a look of you know what I mean. It seems that the king intends to let Crowley and some politicians gradually get to know more about the wizards. Prince Nefo will also lead the king negotiation team. It seems that he came here only to represent the Black Dragon clan and act as a diplomatic ambassador. To put it bluntly, he came here to accompany his sister. Lewis looked blank. I know it now. After the conversation, Lewis went to the long table in the restaurant and happened to sit opposite Annabelle. The two looked up at each other blankly, and then turned their heads away. The disgusting feeling in his heart made this dragon lose the desire to estrus for a month. The great knight sacrificed himself to help Princess O'Sicries temporarily solve the embarrassing dilemma. Strength +3. Lewis covered his face. Soon Yingling, Kate and O'Sicries also walked into the restaurant. O'Sicries and Kate sat opposite. Yingling sat next to Lewis. Lewis blinked and glanced at O'Sicries and Kate opposite. O'Sicries pretended not to see Lewis' eyes and chatted with Annabelle. Kate smiled at Lewis modestly, and Lewis also nodded modestly. Yingling also smiled modestly. She secretly lifted the tablecloth and took a look, and then cursed in her heart. You bitch. Kate. This stinky girl is really fucking tricky. Seeing O'Sicries talking to Kate in a somewhat excited and mysterious way, Lewis looked at Yingling with some doubt. Her Royal Highness invites Miss Annabelle and Kate to visit the Holy Oak Academy together, Yingling said in a low voice. Lewis suddenly realized that it seemed that this gambling incident had a great impact. Although the Holy Oak has always been open, it has been more than 10 years since the secular nobles visited it. The princess has a special identity. She is the princess of muggles and the princess of wizards. It is very appropriate for her to take some nobles to see it. In addition, Lewis heard yesterday that Sorrento and the Black Dragon clan have signed many trade and strategic agreements. As Archie said, the Black Dragon clan lacks supplies because of the suppression of the wizards. A small part of these supplies depends on Archie smuggling, and a large part depends on Sorrento legitimate trade. And Sorrento needs the military support of the Black Dragon. Therefore, the Black Dragon and Sorrento were pushed together under the pressure of the wizards. And this time Annabelle went to the Holy Oak to establish exchanges with the Holy Oak. Later, some dragon descendants of the Black Dragon clan will go to the Holy Oak to study. As the spokesperson of the Holy Oak, O'Sicries will naturally take Annabelle with her. However, Lewis looked at the two girls warily and found that O'Sicries kept a certain distance from Annabelle. It seemed that she could not accept being with a woman. Annabelle also looked depressed and kept avoiding O'Sicries. I am guilty. I am sorry. O'Sicries. I killed a snake last night. I don't know how to face you. It's a sin. Lewis rubbed his face fiercely and changed the subject. Where are Helen and Lilith? Those two damn girls have been having a blast these past few days. Yingling gritted her teeth and said, when they heard that school was about to start, they all ran away. I caught Lilith this morning, and she was tied up in a box. Helen ran to the monastery in the palace, and is probably praying and eating with the maids now. Her sister didn't dare to go to the maids to catch her. Lewis secretly laughed. O'Sicries was afraid of the dragon maids. And Helen, that damn girl, really knew how to find a backer. Yingling continued, I think this is a good idea. Helen is different from Lilith, who is a poor student. She has already learned most of the courses in the Holy Oak. What she lacks now is experience. Do you want to go back? Lewis's eyes accidentally met Annabelle. They were stunned for a moment, and their skin was covered with goosebumps. They turned their heads away with pale faces. Lewis rejected Yingling's proposal to go with him. After breakfast, O'Sicries called Annabelle with a serious face, and then pulled Lewis into the study with a dark face. After entering the house, Annabelle hugged her shoulders and leaned against the windowsill. She looked at Lewis. O'Sicries sat next to Lewis and looked at him for a long time with a stern face. Seeing this, Louis's heart skipped a beat. "Do you know what you did last night?" Sweat dripped down Louis's back. Annabelle cold sweat also dripped down her back. She didn't dare to look at the two of them. How could O'Sicries know? Yes, how could O'Sicries know? Louis was in a state of confusion. "Humph, are you sober?" O'Sicries sneered. "Regret? Are you ashamed?" "I am ashamed. I repent. I deserve to die." Louis rubbed his face and said with great regret, "I took the wrong medicine, I was bewitched, and I am willing to bear all the consequences. Please forgive me." After saying that, Louis looked at Annabelle very sincerely. Annabelle turned her head away with a cold sweat. "Don't look at me." "Humph. I explained it to Annabelle. You should be glad that she didn't take it to heart." O'Sicries lifted her hair and smiled coldly. Louis looked at Annabelle in surprise. Annabelle rubbed her forehead. "Okay. I was wrong too." After a pause, O'Sicries crossed her legs, squinted her eyes and looked at Louis, and said seriously, "But you should understand. If Yingling knew about this, what would be the consequences? As a proud person like her, she will definitely break up with you. I can't even put my face down." Louis rubbed his face in regret. "I was dirty. I had sex with Lizard. And later, she seemed to force me." Louis' face looked a little strange. It's true that O'Sicries can't put her face down. After all, I am her knight and student. So if this matter gets out, I and my teacher will not be able to put my face down. But Yingling, didn't she say last night that she would let her friend wash it well? And then Duo Fox wouldn't say that to O'Sicries. Right? I don't blame you for what happened last night. Seeing Louis' remorse, O'Sicries sighed and said softly, "I've thought a lot and decided not to tell Yingling about your stupid behavior. I give you a chance." Louis was slightly stunned. He felt something was wrong. He looked at Annabelle in surprise. "What did you say to O'Sicries?" Annabelle glared at Louis fiercely. "Brother, don't look at me. I understand. This has nothing to do with me. The princess explained to me this morning what happened between you two last night. Don't talk nonsense, or I will kill you." Louis fell into deep thought. Is this killing serious or not? "But," O'Sicries suddenly said viciously, "if you offend me again, I will tell Yingling what happened last night. Let her know what you did last night, and what kind of person you are." After that, O'Sicries gave Louis a look that said you'd better take care of yourself. Then, O'Sicries snorted coldly, held her head high, and walked away with the dragon that protected her. She also took Annabelle's arm, as if to say, "I have a female bodyguard. If you have any thoughts about me again, be careful of getting beaten." Louis nodded woodenly. "Teacher, your dragon guard doesn't seem to be very serious." Before leaving, Annabelle turned around and glared at Louis fiercely. "What happened last night? If you dare to tell anyone, I will make you pay. Also, don't think that this matter is over." Louis fell into deep thought. "What the hell? Teacher, your friend seems to have set her sights on me. She is not a serious person." Chapter 158 My Dragons and Phoenixes. After O'Sicries went to the Holy Oak, Louis stayed in the palace for a while. On this day, Archie informed Louis that the matter was almost settled. In addition, the king seemed to intend to let Louis serve as the court wizard and be a teacher to O'Sicries and Delphinia. Louis readily agreed to this. "By the way, how is Harold matter going? Has the Ministry of Magic agreed?" Louis asked. Louis planned to get Harold out. This guy could get out at any time. But now is undoubtedly a great opportunity to clean up his name. If he can use the king mouth to get this hostage out, then the so-called wanted order, public enemy and other titles, will all be gone. Look, I forgot that it had already been done. Madame Delphinia specifically mentioned this matter in the negotiation this time, and after some debate, the Ministry of Magic also agreed to this condition. Yesterday, Mr. Harold was acquitted. According to the plan, he should visit His Majesty the King today with the people from the Magicians Association. Louis couldn't help but sigh at Archie's efficiency. This guy must have used money to get a green light all the way. After chatting for a while, Louis put down the phone. He went to the study, ready to check Helen and the little prince's homework. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the lively applause and shouting inside, which was very lively. He looked up and saw a funny fat man wearing a tall hat and a tuxedo. The fat man was performing magic for Helen and the little prince with great enthusiasm. The wonderful performance made Helen and the little prince very excited. The maids around were also stunned. They whispered about the president of the Magicians Association and felt that his level was far better than those court wizards. "Oh, sir. Please introduce yourself." When the president of the Magicians Association saw Lewis coming in, he took off his tall hat, bowed slightly like a gentleman, and said, "I am Harold, the president of the Magicians Association of England City." After that, Mr. Harold politely and reservedly shook hands with Lewis. "I just met with His Majesty the King this morning. I heard that you are the head of the Special Mystery Affairs Office, so I came here to visit you. I heard from Bach and others that the magicians have been very grateful for your care during this period." "You are so polite, Mr. Harold," Lewis said politely and reservedly. "I have heard about you from Mr. Bach and others. I have also wanted to meet the president of the association for a long time. You are really famous. I am really surprised that you can come to visit me today. We will work together in the future. Please take care of me. You are so polite." "I will definitely do it." Harold smiled politely and said softly, gritting his teeth, "Boss, please stop pretending. You must have given Bach and others those books. The word Ross in the author block. You are too lazy to change it. Ahem. Hee hee, please take care of me." Sure, hee hee." After the two guys had a fake chat, Harold invited Lewis to go to the Magicians Association in the afternoon, saying that several of his old friends in the Magicians Association had suddenly returned. He wanted to introduce them to Lewis. They were all powerful. This really surprised Lewis a little. After listening to Harold's story about the 5 people, he was also shocked. Edward, the great blood magician, who had gone to sea with Little Snail and led the team to escape from the hands of the ancient god, was also on the list. This blood clan was already more than 500 years old. The other few people are all human beings, although they are not as old as Edward. Their past deeds are also earth-shaking. They are the real great magicians of Francesco era. Now they have been in the Ministry of Magic for many years under an assumed name. But after they were sent here this time, I still recognize them. One of them is my old president." Lewis was a little surprised after hearing this. These are all his own dragons and phoenixes, and 5 of them came at once. So, Harold is the sleeping dragon, the old president is the phoenix child, and the other 4 are the 4 heavenly kings. Lewis was a little excited. I can expect great things from Chow Chow. I heard that the 5 of them brought more than 30 people with them, all of whom were super elites who had been in the Magician Association. According to Harold, these people are Bach predecessors. These big guys seem to be a little old, with an average age of more than 50 years old, and they are all the kind of guys who are about to retire, because their identities are very special. They belong to the top-secret agents of the last era. It seems that the Ministry of Magic does not dare to use them casually, so they specially arranged a retirement department for them. When the Francesco era came to an end, the Ministry of Magic had replaced the old with the new. The super agents were completely forgotten in history. The retirement department was also completely retired, because almost no one knew about their deeds. So this time, the idiot officials of the Ministry of Magic sent this group of trash to the Magicians Association. This is really a bargain for the Magicians Association. The only imperfection is that these old men and women, for various reasons, seem to have lost their passion and ideals. They seem to be a bit idle. Speaking of this, Harold sighed a little. There is a feeling that things have changed a little, but their experience is valuable. This time when you go to Silent Harbor, they will definitely be able to help. Chapter 159 Director Treves. After sending Harold away, Lewis helped Helen with her homework in the study. Compared to homework, Helen wanted to go out and play more. Lewis also felt that he should take Helen out to play. "When are we going out, Lewis?" Helen said with a pursed mouth. She was a little bored these days. "Maybe in the next few days." Lewis looked at the date. "I take you to the Magician Association in the afternoon. Our mysterious nursing home has moved there. I will be the director in the future. Well, I think about what position to give you later." Hearing this, Helen's eyes lit up. As expected, following Lewis could get promoted. "I also want to be a director." "Ahem. You are still young. Not suitable for being a director." Lewis changed the subject. "When will your sister come back?" Helen's eyes were full of gossip. "I contacted my sister yesterday, and she said she would be back today." Lewis nodded. Not long after, O'Sickeries and the others also came back. The ladies seemed to be having a great time at the Holy Oak. Princess Black Dragon did not come to the study room. I heard that she went to discuss something with her brother. "By the way, Lewis," O'Sickeries said, "the principal office informed me that There is a place for you in this your bachelor application. I asked you to prepare a few papers. I think that no matter what, the honor of being a bachelor of the Holy Oak is a lifelong honor. You should take this matter seriously. Since Lewis' confession last time, Osicris has regained her feeling of being a princess and a teacher. When she was teaching her students, she was very confident. After talking about Lewis, Osicris glared at Helen and said, "Although you and Lewis have officially joined the Ministry of Magic, you have not passed the wizard assessment of the Academy. I have applied to the principal office to allow you to go to the Magicians Association to conduct assessment and certification by sending you to handle mysterious events. You and Lewis should go to the Magicians Association today. By the way, Lewis, it seems that a new director has been appointed there, and he should be the one to arrange the assessment. Be polite to that gentleman. He will be your boss in the future. Don't think you are arrogant just because you have some ability." "Oh," Lewis said indifferently. He happened to go to the Magician Association to take up his post today and pick up his ID. The director that Osicris mentioned should be herself. As for Osicris' current arrogance, she will know who her new teacher is in the court class tomorrow. By the way, have you picked up our luggage in the hotel?" Lewis suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about this matter. So he took Helen out. After Lewis went out, Osicris saw Yingling still chatting with Kate. She couldn't help but pretend to show a puzzled expression, which meant, "Why didn't you go with Lewis?" Yingling looked at Osicris with a smile, and then followed her with a swagger. At this moment, Osicris was unhappy again. On the other side, Helen had just got on the carriage with Lewis, and saw Yingling also got on, with a smile, and hugged Lewis's arm, and couldn't help but open her mouth. "What wrong with the swelling? Isn't Lewis my brother-in-law?" Helen took Lewis's arm very cautiously, and deliberately acted like a spoiled child with Lewis, calling him brother-in-law. She looked at Yingling provocatively. Yingling narrowed her eyes slightly. "You little girl, are you imitating your sister? Grow up first." "You're so good, Helen," Yingling said with a smile. "Your sister Yingling and I, your brother-in-law, will buy you a lollipop later." Helen pouted as if it was her turn, and they all called each other brother-in-law. How could the nerd Lewis get together with this bad woman? He must have been deceived. The two of them started arguing over there. Lewis told the coachman to go to the Magician Association. Then he asked Helen to contact Bach and others with the crystal ball, and asked the magicians to pick a few papers for him. Helen contacted them without knowing why. But Yingling opened her mouth wide. Could Lewis be planning to ask the magicians to send all the papers to the Holy Oak in his name? The boss really dares to do anything. If the magicians pass the Grandmaster rating, that would be interesting. On the way, Yingling told some news she had heard recently. The matter between Sorrento and the Ministry of Magic has basically been settled, and the Magic Parliament has passed several latest bills for this. Under Archie persuasion, the king agreed to give in and no longer allow nobles to study in various colleges, but he reached an agreement with the wizards to allow approved nobles to visit the college. Under Archie persuasion, the wizards felt that it was necessary to establish a branch in England. It was a branch, not just a branch. They found that they knew nothing about muggles, and should have some communication with them. At least, they could understand the situation of muggles in real time. Muggles were unwilling to do this. But the king also made concessions, and put forward the requirement that the branch would be supervised by the Royal Magic Association of Sorrento, and would not interfere in the political affairs of muggles. At the same time, the British branch of the Ministry of Magic should make various reports to the Royal General Association regularly. At this time, the Ministry of Magic compromised. And in order to meet the king's request for wizards to help deal with mysterious things, the Ministry of Magic decided to upgrade the Mysterious Pension Office to the Mysterious Pension Office, and set it up in the British City Magicians Association as required. At present, the main work of Lewis, the new director, is still the matter of the quiet harbor in the Rainbow Country. This is like playing the role of an old witch doctor, treating Francesco heart disease. I heard that this matter is also related to the Red Queen family. Director? So I am the director now? Lewis was a little excited. "It's the deputy director, sir." Yingling exhaled a puff of smoke and said faintly. Lewis was stunned. "Who is the director?" "At this year film festival, Sir Treve, the best director won another Alia Golden Man Luna trophy, which is the greatest honor in the film industry. For many people, if they win this award once in their life, it is worth it. Even if a movie they participated in wins such an award, it is enough to brag about for a lifetime. But Mr. Treve, the legendary director, has been nominated at least once for almost every movie, and he has won countless awards for best special effects. Best Cinematography, Best Art Direction, Best Costume Design, and Best Makeup. He has even won the Best Director award 3 times. As for the leading male and female actors, nominations for supporting roles are almost always given, and those stars who are just one step away from winning, as long as they participate in his movies, will definitely win awards. This year, the White Fox Miss Una, who was praised by director Triff, won the Best Actress award. Today they are the protagonists, the focus of the focus. After the meeting, many big stars, after seeing the director and Miss Una, the White Fox beside him, in the hotel lobby, all gathered around. Whether they knew him or not, they all wanted to chat with him and make themselves familiar. I heard that he is preparing for his next movie Silent Harbor. Chapter 160 movie Silent Harbor. Silent Harbor, this is a legendary place. I heard that he would go there to shoot. Many people wanted to participate. When they heard that Mr. Triff was worried about a few roles, many male and female stars, who were eager for the Alia Award, all became more enthusiastic. But director Triff was not picky, but picky. He felt that every actress was suitable, but he also felt that they should have a proper interview first. Suddenly, director Triff's eyes lit up. Maybe he saw a certain actress. He pushed everyone aside and walked towards the man and 2 women passing by. Suddenly, the focus in the lobby followed director Triff's figure and slowly moved to the man and 2 women. It seemed that the 2 women were pulling the man on the left and right, making the man stagger and rub his forehead. He was indeed tall and handsome. And the 2 women, one big and one small, were also very beautiful. All 3 of them looked like celebrities. Many celebrities felt a little sad. After a careful look, they found that no one knew them. Those who didn't know them were naturally small stars on the 18th line. They were lucky. Miss, please stay. Triff held the little golden man in his hand and ran over. He didn't care whether he knew her or not. He wanted to kiss the tall red-haired woman's hand. No wonder director Triff didn't know many people, but in the film industry, there was no one who didn't know him. So a gentleman kiss on the hand, isn't it too much? And these 2 ladies and gentlemen do look a little familiar. They must be 2nd or 3rd tier stars. Let not talk about the men, these 2 ladies are both gold. Well, forget the younger one, because she is a little weak. The older one is perfect. Such gold must be rubbed well, otherwise how can it turn yellow? However, before director Triff could reach out his hand, it was slapped away by the man. Director Triff didn't care. He didn't even look at the man. He said directly to the fox lady, "You are the goddess Alia in my heart. Please let me introduce myself. My name is Triff Buonarroti. I am the director of Triff Film DreamWorks." Triff looked at them more and more familiarly. He suddenly recognized the 2 people. Then he widened his eyes and looked at the woman's arm. She was holding the man's arm intimately. Did I recognize the wrong person? Director Triff was confused. Misunderstanding. 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 Director Triff wiped his sweat and said, "Isn't this a film festival? I thought you were insiders." The woman didn't even look at him. After saying that, she squinted her eyes and glanced at the White Fox lady, who was the center of attention not far away. Miss White Fox seemed to recognize her at this time. She was so scared that she covered her face and wanted to run away. But she ran to the lady's side in a daze and was pulled by the ear end. Pulled upstairs. Then, under the thousands of eyes in the lobby, director Triff followed with a nod and carefully wiped the sweat off his face while explaining something. Everyone in the lobby opened their mouths slightly and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Which star is this? After arriving at Yingling Suite, Louis listened to director Triff's explanation with a smile and took the script in his hand and took a look at it. It seems that the movie that director Triff is preparing recently is called Silent Harbor, and the background is a free trade port in a small overseas country. A place where no one cares. It is a paradise for pirates. And this small country is called the Rainbow Country. This country has only one city. And it is still in the Middle Ages. The city is on the seashore. And the port of the silent port in the city is a peninsula near the coast. One day, this port suddenly disappeared. And even the entire peninsula disappeared. Occasionally, someone got there by chance, but found that there was no one there. There were white ashes everywhere. After that, all kinds of strange things began to happen in the kingdom. Sometimes, there was a strange fog that enveloped the entire kingdom. Whenever this happened, it was the most terrifying time. The king castle and the cathedral in the city also became a shelter in the strange fog that submerged the kingdom. Fog, Pirates, curses, flickering lighthouses, and terrifying legends. A fleet of arms traders got lost in the quiet port. And the story began here. You dare to go to Silent Harbor. Yingling looked at Triff with a frown. Mr. Triff, you are getting more and more courageous. How many wizards have been to Silent Harbor? Those who came back were either crazy or suddenly disappeared. Director Triff was about to cry. I don't want to. I got promoted inexplicably. And this is the first task the office received. They want me to die. I, an old man, can't stand this kind of thing. I won't go this time. I heard that we have a powerful deputy director. I thought we could just send him to take some of our temporary workers there to do some work and help the crew take the shots. After hearing Director Triff work arrangement for the deputy director, Lewis smiled. Director Triff also smiled to please him. Lewis reached out his hand and touched the pile of medals on Triff's chest. He was a little surprised. Were you a member of the Magician Association before? No wonder those female stars all worship him to death. Lewis would never mistake this medal. It was the medal of the Magicians Association. And Treves was really bold. As a civil servant of the Ministry of Magic, he actually wore this medal on his chest to show off. In order to fool the female stars. He really wanted sex more than his life. Looking closely, Treves had several medals that were very unusual. He remembered that Bach wore one and showed off all day long. It seems that in the last era, there were still some magicians who had received this medal. But in this era, there are only 4 magicians in the whole city of England who have this medal. They are the world-famous legendary magicians like Bach. And on Triff's chest, there are a lot of them. Lewis looked at Triff woodenly. And Triff quickly responded with a flattering smile. I stayed in the Magician Association for 2 years just to gain fame, Triff said with a smile. Lewis put down his hand, and his face became more and more strange. Triff's magic power is not as good as Helen. And he still remembers that. The nude dance video of Triff and other agents of the pension office is still in the hands of the Red Fox Nest. Are you really noobs? Or do you like to dance nude? Is this medal fake? Mr. Triff, I did stay in the Magicians Association. Yingling smoked her cigarette lightly, looked at Director Treve with a smile, and teased, and he is the president. Sir Lewis. In the Wild Wizard Circle, Mr. Treve was very famous. Lewis looked at Treve with a blank face. The former president of the Magicians Association? What a coincidence. Harold also mentioned the former president of the Magicians Association today. Chapter 161 My Mysterious Nursing Home. Are those prostitutes, gamblers, and drug addicts in the mysterious nursing home my dragons and phoenixes? Is it fake? Impossible. These guys even looked down on the little girls under Lilith. Sir Lewis, the old President Treve, was very famous in the Wild Wizard Circle. Yingling smiled and fanned her small fan and teased. I heard that he was on par with the Minister of Magic. Fake, fake, please don't laugh at me. There is no such thing. Don't let outsiders hear it. Director Treve wiped the sweat off his face and smiled. He grabbed the hat in his arms with both hands and explained to Lewis, in order to comply with the policy of His Majesty Francesco. The Ministry of Magic specially selected a group of rubbish. The 5 of us are the leaders of the rubbish. We have low magic power and poor ability. We were originally small clerks in the Ministry of Magic. So we readily agreed to go to the Muggle world. This is considered to be a good life. You know? Director Triff continued cautiously. Wild wizards don't know much magic. So the 5 of us, the best among the dwarfs, stand out from the crowd. Later, we led the wild wizards to help the Muggles with some small things and got a few medals. Yingling whispered in Lewis's ear, Sir, your 5 colleagues are all very bad. They are greedy for money and lustful. And they have all the bad habits of prostitution, gambling, drinking, smoking, and greed. I heard that they had made many mistakes in the past. But they were not fired, but arranged for retirement. They don't have any backing in the Ministry of Magic. But the Magic Council seems to take special care of these old agents, who have made contributions to the Magicians Association. These agents are now arranged in a mysterious nursing home. Because of the rejection of the Ministry of Magic, many people who returned to the Wizarding Circle did not even become an agent, but were just an extra staff contract worker. After Yingling finished speaking, Lewis was able to be sure. He remembered that Stuart had said that the several official agents of the mysterious pension office were the smallest ones, who had carried the flower card too. They were also the most despised. But it seems that this flower card too is still a bit mysterious and special. As for what Triv said, he had done some small things with the wild wizards. I am afraid they were all earth-shaking things. No matter whether these selected wastes were forced to take on this heavy responsibility in that chaotic era, or were reborn after experiencing everything, they did earth-shaking things one after another. These people are the real heroes of the last era. The Ministry of Magic today has long been replaced by new people. The senior officials who know these people are very repulsive to them. The officials who don't know them regard them as idlers who are just waiting to die. And with the end of the Francesco era, people like Treve have long lost their motivation and passion. They have lost their direction and have been buried in the dust of history. Some of them have struggled, like Harold. Some people have given up their past, lost their ideals and goals, and become idlers in everyone's eyes. But since these people have given up their ideals, why do they still stay in the Ministry of Magic? Even if they stay in such a retirement department? Maybe, deep in their hearts, there is still a trace of expectation that they themselves are not even aware of. Looking forward to the blueprint that Francesco once described for them, Louis suddenly felt a little absurd. Yingling has always suspected that there are super bosses, super agents, and great heroes hidden in the Ministry of Magic. But now these bosses are standing in front of her. But she doesn't know. No one knows. Lord Treves. Louis solemnly extended his hand, shook Treves' hand, and said, "Let me introduce you again. Louis, I graduated from the Holy Oak Academy. I just joined the Ministry of Magic and the Magicians Association this year. I'm talking about the deputy director you mentioned who will take office soon. We are colleagues from now on. Please take care of me." Director Treve opened his mouth. His face was a little interesting. Damn it! The mess in Silent Harbor, I can't escape it this time. Louis has come to the Dirty Mud District for the second time, and it is still as dirty and messy. But the Magician Association seems to be much more lively than before, and it seems to have been renovated, and a new sign has been replaced. It seems that the money from Sorrento has been transferred. So now this Magician Monastery, and the buildings next to it are really quite good. It looks like the core building of each adventurer guild. The only thing that is a bit out of place is that in broad daylight, there is a drunk lying at the door. He rolled around like a mud monkey, and his clothes were pulled off by passers-by. Yet there weren't a lot of footprints on his body, and his butt was particularly white. Louis almost stepped on it. With a bang, a bucket of feces and urine from the upstairs was poured down, pouring on the drunkard. The drunkard muttered a few words, scratched his butt, changed into a weird big character shape, and continued to sleep. Louis and others felt a chill, pinching their noses, and stepped over. This dirty mud area is still the same as before. There are really all kinds of people. Director Treve shook his head and looked at the drunkard, saying with some emotion, "However, why does he look a little familiar?" Treve shook his head in confusion, then stepped over the man and followed Louis up the stairs into the hall. Helen saw Yingling hugging Louis's arm, and she rushed over to hug the other arm. Miss White Fox also hurriedly followed behind Yingling Mommy carefully. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a commotion inside, like a pub or a casino, and the smoke was so thick that Louis almost fell backward. If he hadn't seen the nun in front of him sweeping out a pile of cigarette butts, Louis would have thought there was a fire. It was very lively inside, and it seemed that a film crew had come in these days. Some people were filming inside, some were reviewing scripts, some were playing with cameras, playing movies. They were busy and noisy. Many idle people from the neighborhood also gathered here to watch the fun. No wonder it was so crowded. No one was here to do business. Some people from the crew greeted White Fox and Director Treve, and some people trotted over with scripts. Louis looked at the crew members woodenly. He guessed that they were all his colleagues, his new agents from the Special Mystery Office. This is too unprofessional. Isn't this? What happened to the big deal? So they moved the old movie studio to the Magicians Association. They are planning to open a company here in the future. What made Louis's eyelids jump even more was that, in just a few days, these guys have led the magicians astray. Some smoked, some drank, and some even gambled. Basically, they were divided into several groups. One group was discussing various scripts, literature, and they were all smoking marijuana. The leader was an old gentleman named Fox, who was as thin as a monkey. He was smoking and talking about various theories between his great prophecy and literary works. He was full of wild wizard style. The magicians around listened attentively. Some of them were recording their inspirations in a notebook, and some were using the crystal ball to look for inspiration in the prophecy seriously. You know what? These great writers are quite stylish, and cigarette butts are scattered all over the floor. Guilds on the left and right, prostitutes from the tavern gathered here. Even the nuns upstairs came over, with fiery eyes full of admiration, listening to this seriously. Louis was a little numb. He finally knew who the wild wizards learned the habit of talking big from. Chapter 162, The Forgotten Kingdom. The second group of people are fiddling with all kinds of movie props, like the internet celebrities who shoot short videos. Bach and Ron are still holding Thompson submachine guns, posing in various poses. It seems that magicians like this kind of weapon, and the photographers around are also taking all kinds of random photos, with the help of magic, with special effects. Soon Louis noticed the leader of this group, a very beautiful and lovely lady. From her bright red eyes, she seemed to be a vampire. Louis couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and found that this girl not only had a gothic style, but also was very good at makeup. The people who touched her hands looked like they had changed faces. Louis couldn't help but look at Helen next to him, and found that the girl was even cuter than Helen. She just had a little problem. She liked to pinch her fingers. This kind of ruined her image. And her own makeup was very heavy. Like a ghost. It was a waste of such a beautiful and cute girl. Soon Louis was caught by the third gang, who were drinking and gambling. It was a mess, like a tavern or a casino, and it was full of smoke and smog. The most conspicuous was a woman wearing a black witch cheongsam and a pointed hat. Her back was extremely graceful, with a typical wasp waist. But her behavior was not very elegant. She was cheating on the table, and her skills seemed to be very poor. As a wizard, he was caught by the adventurers, who came to draw big cards while cheating. Several Yodel musketeers slammed their hands on the table, and refused to do anything. Then the woman rolled on the ground, crying and screaming heartbreakingly. She looked like an old lady, who was scamming people at the village gate. "You are bullying an old woman. You are killing people." Louis blinked fiercely, and after a closer look, the woman seemed to be an old woman. There were all kinds of pockmarks on her face, and her nose was very long and big, and there were a lot of big warts on the tip of her nose. Louis felt a chill. The old witch shouting made several adventurers feel a little overwhelmed and dumbfounded. It seemed that the old woman was too noisy, and the nearby vampire girl, who was putting makeup on someone, was unhappy, and she pinched her orchid fingers and started to curse. As a result, Louis's face turned pale, as if he was a she-male. While cursing, the she-male man saw Yingling. His eyes suddenly lit up, and ran over with a handkerchief. She shouted in a hoarse voice, "Oh, Sister Yingling, I have been busy on business trips for the past 2 months, and the protection fee has not been paid yet. Why don't you rush to collect the bill? I have prepared the report, and I am waiting to buy cosmetics." Yingling smiled and started to socialize with the transvestite. Louis felt a chill. He looked woodenly at Harold, who was walking towards him not far away. From the way he talked enthusiastically with Director Triff, Louis guessed it. "These are my own dragons and phoenixes. Among the Huang, gambling, alcohol, smoking and greed, except for Treve. The Huang, the rest are my own 4 great kings. Wait for gambling, alcohol, smoking and greed. Gambling is an old woman, smoking is a screenwriter, greed is a she-male. It seems that one person is missing." Louis looked back woodenly at the drunkard sleeping in the mud pit on the street. "Sir, I will introduce you solemnly. I don't know when Harold has come over. He saw the male noble of the Blood clan beside him chatting with Yingling, so he said solemnly, 'This is Mr. Edward. You're so annoying. I'm not much older than you, but you call me sister.'" The cute gothic boy pouted, stretched out his orchid finger tenderly, and slapped Harold with his handkerchief. Louis got goosebumps all over his body, and he wanted to slap him to death. It seemed that the amplitude of the action was a bit too big, and a lot of powder fell off Mr. Edward's face. He quickly took out a small mirror and put on makeup. Seeing that Louis was looking at this side with his mouth open, the cute Mr. Edward responded with a wink. "No, he is not Edward." Louis took a step back seriously, and put some distance between him and Mr. Edward. He looked at Harold solemnly and said, "You have the wrong person." No, sir." Harold hurriedly tried to explain. "No, Harold." Louis stretched out a finger and said, "You have the wrong person. Don't mention Edward in the future. This is disrespectful to Mr. Edward and this lady. They just have the same name. And this lady is not your Mr. Edward. She is your sister Edward. Edward's sister favorability plus max. This guy is handsome, and he speaks well. He will be my boss in the future. Oh my, he's looking at me again. So shy." Louis looked at Edward woodenly, and found that he was shyly flirting with him, while bending over to adjust his skirt. The front of the skirt just stood up. Looking at the delicate and lovely man in the gothic skirt, Helen's eyes showed an extremely vigilant look, and she hugged Louis's arm. "Big sister, don't join in the fun." Louis, who originally planned to chat with everyone after this strange encounter, completely lost the idea of chatting more. And when Mr. Edward insisted on dragging Louis to talk about the book of songs, Louis immediately looked around and went to another place with Harold. "With you here, I feel relieved here," Louis said. "I may have to go on a business trip in 2 days. I will bring you some books. I heard that it is Silent Harbor." "Right?" Harold's eyes became a little serious. If it was a fight with a boss, he would not worry about the boss at all. But Silent Harbor was too weird. It was a true mystery. More than 10 years. Harold sighed. The Rainbow Country has disappeared in the mist for more than 10 years. In Louis' questioning, Harold told the story of Silent Harbor. Once, someone from the Magicians Association had been there. That was the most turbulent era, and also the most prosperous era of the Magician Association. The Rainbow Country is a small country, with only one city, or one port. Its population is only a few 100,000. But this country is famous, because it symbolizes the sea and freedom, and is one of the most important transit stations in the age of exploration. Therefore, everyone prefers to call it Rainbow Port. More than a decade ago, that sea area was suddenly shrouded by a strange fog. At first, it was okay. Occasionally, some people could escape from there. But gradually, the country seemed to no longer exist. Many people even gradually began to forget about it. Even the most knowledgeable wizards and the most experienced sailors almost forgot about that place. But Hobber still remembers it, because it is his hometown, Harold said. Hobber is a magician with ideals. He comes from the Rainbow Country. His name means hope in the common language. He came to the kingdom of Sorrento to study with the hope of his country, and his ideal was to bring magic and knowledge back to his country. After 20 years of traveling abroad, he had almost traveled around the world. But this magician, who was obsessed with academics, was not particularly famous. At that time, a group of ragged people suddenly came to the kingdom of Sorrento to ask for help. The name of the Rainbow Kingdom was too strange. No one remembered it. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sorrento searched a lot of information, but failed to find any records about the Rainbow Kingdom. Everyone once thought these people were liars. They really looked like down-and-out pirates, and also like beggars. Only Herbert suddenly remembered this place. Rainbow Harbor. What a beautiful name. Herbert suddenly remembered that this was his hometown, that his mother was waiting for him at home, that he had not been home for more than 20 years, and that he almost forgot his hometown. Chapter 163, Books That Distort Reality. After Herbert remembered the Rainbow Country, some people gradually remembered this place. But not long after, people forgot this place again. Even the foreign ministers from the Rainbow Country forgot this place. They even forgot what they came for. Only Herbert still remembered his hometown. Remembered the mother, who was still waiting for him to return. Herbert checked a lot of information, and found that the records about the Rainbow Country did not disappear literally, but the meaning of the Rainbow Country seemed to suddenly disappear. When people read the relevant records of the Rainbow Country, they would ignore it. It was almost forgotten at one time. The real past. Forgotten by the world. Huber vowed to save his country. He set out on the road to the Rainbow Country alone. Many people once doubted whether this guy was crazy. They doubted whether he had hysteria. The so-called Rainbow Country was just a place he imagined. Until a few years later, many people suddenly remembered this place slowly. Some people also came out of the Rainbow Kingdom. Those people claimed that it was all because of the fog. It turned the Rainbow Kingdom into a dead island. People found that they had forgotten such a famous place, which caused a great sensation. The Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic even sent many wizards to investigate. But the wizards found that the sea area was getting more and more strange, and the fog there was getting more and more serious. The port, which was once accessible occasionally, has become a place where only entry is allowed but no exit is allowed. Once someone accidentally gets lost in that sea area, they will completely disappear. Only some of the agents of the Ministry of Magic managed to escape. And Hobbs also disappeared completely. Only when some fleets occasionally pass by that sea area can we hear the sad and desolate song of that man, but full of hope. In the fog. Perhaps it is this only song left that makes people remember that place. Lines of narration appeared in front of Louis. Silent Harbor. Introducers: Archie, Treve, Harold, Francesco, After you spank the witch tomorrow, her mother Francesco may talk to you about this matter, and you will get more rewards for it. Inviters. 1. The great magician Hob, who is awake while everyone else is dreaming. You will definitely survive. I will definitely save you. 2. Red Queen Isabella. My cousin has taken people there for a year. Why hasn't he come back yet? 3. The king who catches lice. 4. Desperate rainbow people. Completion rewards. Random attributes plus 5 * 3. Arms investment of hammer of the god of war * 1. Mysterious antique * 1. Basic forbidden apprentice textbook * 8. Advanced forbidden learning the power of the mind. How to distort the real world * 1. Sorrento kingdom reputation plus 300. Magician association presence plus 300. Seeing the book, Lewis's eyes lit up. The best users of the magic of distortion are the gods. The Forbidden Sanctuary is also very keen on studying the magic of the gods. So it is considered to have done a lot of research. Some graduated magic gods are even better than those gods in magic. Generally speaking, only when the magic power reaches a certain level can it distort reality, and the higher the magic power, the stronger the distortion. But if the skill is high enough, a small weight can also beat 1,000 gold. There are theories and conjectures about this kind of magic knowledge. Lewis has a deep impression. When he was training in Osikri's bedroom, Forbidden Sanctuary, he saw a lot of this kind of things. But there are not many things related to magic application, such as spells, etc. Almost all magic that violates physical common sense requires a little distortion of the real world to achieve, such as pulling monkeys, turning spells into cards, and black magic that catches people in the distance into cages. And this kind of magic knowledge can also be used together with rule-based and dimension-based magic, such as turning an area in front of you into an oil painting, or folding a person like paper. Therefore, this knowledge of distorting reality has a weird bonus to almost all magic. I have enough basics now, but I lack the application in this area. If I get this book, many of my magic should be able to break through the 10th level. Lewis has been studying recently how to tear off things far away in the sky like stickers, and then put them in his pocket. But there has been no breakthrough. What is missing is some ability to distort reality. Lewis continued to read. Failure, hemorrhoids * 1, appearance 3, weird tentacle * 1. Note, after you talk with Francesco, you will learn about the Red Queen, and get some special rewards. Teammate, Hopper, Trey Film Studio Crew, Red Queen cousin Bloody Count Philip, Fat Man of Hammer of the God of War Michelin. Usable identities. Magician Lewis brought by Hammer of the God of War, Magician Helen, Trey Film Studio Crew. Damn, the Believe family is simply a magnet. Judging from Herald description, the Rainbow Country incident should not be caused by the ancient god, because the time points do not match. The Rainbow Country incident should be a purely mysterious phenomenon. For some reason, it was rejected by this world. In the words of the storybook, its sense of existence suddenly decreased. So Lewis thought that this incident was not caused by the ancient god, but the antique was probably related to the ancient god. Therefore, it is possible that after the fleet of the Hammer of the God of War arrived at that sea area with the antique, the Rainbow Country was targeted by the ancient god. Lewis took out a small tentacle that looked like a QR code from his sleeve. It moved around, and looked like a dot matrix item in Nintendo. Harold, who was watching, opened his mouth and screamed. There are many ancient gods. In the records of the Forbidden Sanctuary, their types and numbers are countless. Lewis thought about the identification method. Who are you? After Lewis finished speaking, a piece of incomplete information was seen by him. Suddenly, Lewis understood. Oh, it turns out that they are junk collectors. The ancient god that the Believe family encountered reminded him of the scavengers of the Forgotten World mentioned in some books of the Forbidden Sanctuary. They exist in various worlds, specializing in collecting junk and eating garbage. Those forgotten things are their favorite. When certain areas enter the state of silent harbor, for the ancient gods, it is equivalent to a dish being cooked. Now, the scavengers may have discovered Silent Harbor because of the antiques. Thanks to the efforts of the magician Hopper, Silent Harbor still has a little connection with this world. But when Silent Harbor falls into a certain state, the scavengers will come and devour this inner world surrounded by fog. From then on, the Rainbow Kingdom will be completely wiped out from this world. It never existed. It can't be such a coincidence that when I go to Silent Harbor this time, I won't catch up with people who come to collect junk. Right? So I am competing with them for business this time? Chapter 164. Aha. I am the savior. Lewis rubbed his face. To deal with this level of guys, you still need to make some preparations. The rag collectors are the most difficult to deal with, and they are almost immortal. But as an old witch doctor, Lewis still knows some folk remedies for rag collectors. It seems very complicated. Well, there is a very easy and simple way to save the world, the inner world where Silent Harbor is located. Before the ancient gods collect rags, destroy the entire world first. When the ancient god entered the inner world where Silent Harbor was located, and tried to merge with it and then eat, it was the most vulnerable time. If the entire inner world was suddenly destroyed at this time, then he would be finished with this inner world. It may not be a real destruction of the world, but a doomsday explosion of sufficient magnitude would make him drink a pot. Although this kind of thing will not die in the true sense, it will at least sleep for thousands of years. This journey of collecting scraps is a complete loss. Thinking of this, Lewis became excited. There are indeed big demons and bad guys in this world. This time, I should have done something good. Right? I am the savior. Harold, arrange some magicians to go to the observatory to collect astronomical data for me in the next few days. Look at the meteorite belt closest to this planet in this galaxy, or the relevant information about asteroids. Lewis said, then give me the data. Harold didn't know what his boss was going to do. He was staring at the dotted diagram in his boss' hand. After hearing his boss' instructions, he suddenly came to his senses and arranged the matter. Many people in the Magicians Association seemed to be astronomy enthusiasts. After hearing the news, they got busy. Lewis touched his chin and thought. For Harold, although he didn't know much about astronomy, wild wizards like Bach were all very professional scholars. Although astronomy is not yet developed in this era, these astronomical data are better than nothing. With the magic mirror and astrological prediction, the magic mirror should be able to find the walnut you want. Pick a smaller walnut. Don't destroy the whole world by accident. Well, let Michelin prepare some large crystal arrays later. Otherwise my blue may not be able to summon this level of meteorites in the summoning technique. Lewis plans to carry a walnut this time. When the ancient god comes to collect the junk, show him the walnut that flies into the atmosphere at a speed of more than 50 Mach and heads towards Silent Harbor, and he will understand. If he doesn't leave, then smash it on his head. Before the walnut falls to the ground, I can still take some people with me. If he understands, let the walnut fall into the sea far away. However, Silent Harbor will not be flooded by the tsunami. Right? Looking at the map on the table, Lewis fell into deep thought. Well, it shouldn't be. It should be fine if we take some precautions. After explaining some things, the work at the Magician Association today is almost over. This hands-off boss is not responsible enough. He doesn't even plan to hold a meeting. When Lewis came downstairs, he was a little surprised. The Magician Association at this time is very different from when he first came. Although there are still many people playing with various photography equipment there are no people messing around. He saw that Trev and Mr. Edward were standing in the hall, holding several documents in their hands, commanding their subordinates to tidy up the hall. Many magicians were holding wands, commanding various items, cleaning the hall. The old-fashioned big badge on the wall of the association was also repaired and hung up again. Everything looked in good order, and many people changed their clothes, no longer wearing strange clothes, becoming very serious. Even Mr. Drunkard put on his clothes and sat on a sofa. But he was still snoring. As for Mr. Edward, he is no longer wearing the Gothic skirt. He is now wearing the same noble costume of the flak court as many magicians such as Bach. The flak coat with exquisite lace has a long swallowtail on the back, a tricorn hat or a top hat on the head, knee-length breeches on the lower body, and knee-length boots or cotton socks. With a walking stick, he looks elegant and decent. Some people with thin hair also wear a white wig. This kind of clothes is slightly different from the ones popular among the nobles of Sorrento. The nobles also wear this style of clothes, but the hem is very long and the overall decoration is very rich, which makes them look more feminine and complicated. The clothes popular among magicians are more simple and look very capable. Although Mr. Edward still looks a little feminine when wearing it, it is at least not so eye-catching. He was chatting with a magician smoking a pipe at this time. Lewis looked closely and found that the magician seemed to be the one he had seen at the train station. It really a bit unexpected. Yingling came to Lewis with a small fan and said, "You don't know. What kind of clothes did the agents of the nursing home wear when they went to the Ministry of Magic for meetings in the past? And how many troubles they had caused?" Lewis couldn't help but nodded. He showed a solemn look. Indeed, even Edward didn't wear women's clothes anymore. And it seemed that everyone was serious. It seems that compared to the Ministry of Magic, The Magicians Association is the most important place in everyone's mind. Louis coughed, walked up, and was about to say a few words. Okay. Director Treve clapped his hands. Everyone, pay attention. This scene is the Magicians Association. The film Silent Harbor. The camera is in place. After the director finished speaking, the crew members and extras in the hall all took their positions. Helen, wearing Victorian male aristocratic clothing, walked in from the door with Bach and others while walking and chatting. Her serious little face was full of the look of "It is my Helen." The president, Yingling, opened her mouth wide. I wonder if she was amazed at the efficiency of the crew. Louis, who had just walked up to say something, opened his mouth for a long time, but didn't say a word. He turned around and left with Harold. Ahem, sir. Harold said awkwardly, look at it in a positive way. This movie is a positive publicity for magicians, which is still very meaningful. Magicians have disappeared for many years. In the hearts of the public, they have almost no sense of existence. Okay. The word presence is a bit sensitive to Louis now. He currently has no idea about the Silent Harbor incident. If you don't study it carefully, you won't be able to understand this mysterious incident. Louis asked Harold about the documents and certificates related to his position as deputy director and the Four of Hearts, and then asked Yingling to get them. Afterwards, Louis went to the rest area while chatting with Harold and waited. I haven't been here for a while. The rest area has been turned into a screening room by the crew, and someone is doing editing work here. It can be said that Treve Studios has changed the entire film industry in the past decade. Not only color sound movies, but also special effects. Although it is still very retro, it belongs to the level of Waterloo Bridge. But it is very close to the movies Louis remembers. The movie being shown on the screen now is a movie starring Miss White Fox, called Alia 2. This movie won 11 Alia Awards this year. The content is a story about the Moon Court 3,000 years ago. It tells the story of Alia 2, who started as a saint, gradually ascended to the position of Pope, and changed the history of the entire Moon Court. Alia, in the Holy Scripture, when the moon god incarnated as a human in the mortal world, the name Alia was often used, which means the glorious moon. Chapter 165, Are You Swollen? Alia is as common as John and David. Parents like to give their children this name. To this day, there are many priestesses, and even bishops in the Moon Court, who use this name. But Alia too is undoubtedly the most famous one. It is said that she is an orphan without a father or a mother, and is also the first disciple of Saint Anthony. Or, she is the first disciple accepted by Anthony after he destroyed the moon god. In other words, she was Anthony's 13th disciple outside the wizard circle, a closed-door disciple. And this saint was also the first female pope of the Crescent Moon Court. How famous was she? After the Moon Court no longer believed in the moon god, and instead believed in the big moon in the sky, people used Alia too as a prototype to create many angel statues, and paintings. And the customs in the secular world also gradually influenced the Moon Court. Hundreds of years after the death of Alia too, Alia face still appears in the statues and dome paintings of various churches in the Moon Court. Everyone loves beauty. Alia is like Venus among muggles. Miss White Fox is undoubtedly a very good actor. She performed the saint's sacredness and mystery to the fullest. It gives people a sense of sacredness that is untainted by the mundane world, unapproachable, and unprofane. After Yingling got her things back, Louis, Helen and others got in the car and waited. Yingling seemed to be planning to send Miss White Fox back to the Holy Oak to continue studying, and pulled the big star lady into the car. After closing the car door for Louis, Harold asked, Sir, when are you going to leave? I will be ready to leave after I talk to His Majesty the King. Louis said, let Treve and the others prepare in the next few days. And Michelin, the little fat guy, arrange the ship and personnel as soon as possible. The Magician Association will be handed over to you. After driving, Helen excitedly picked up her beautiful little bag and said to Yingling, Sister Yingling, let's go to the movies together when we get home. Yeah. Yingling was also a little excited. After dinner, Louis took a bath and was about to read a book when he heard a knock on the door. After opening the door, he found Helen standing at the door shyly. Why didn't you go to the movies with your sister Yingling? She was called away by her sister. Helen said hesitantly, Lou and I, let's watch a movie together. I don't dare to watch it alone. Louis remembered that Helen seemed to have secretly brought back some equipment and movie tapes from Tribe's office. Maybe she didn't know how to use it, and she was embarrassed. Louis looked at the time. It was just past 6 o'clock. So he wiped his hair, led Helen into the room, and helped her to get it done. When Helen excitedly took out those big things from her small bag, Lewis's jaw dropped. She didn't just bring back some equipment. She almost stole Tribe Private Theater. Although Lewis didn't quite understand. Under the guidance of the magic mirror, he quickly got these things done in the living room. Afterwards, Lewis curiously looked at the videotapes and found that they were all crystal flakes. This surprised him greatly. After studying the videotapes, Helen and Lewis were both a little surprised. And Lewis also found out why Helen said she didn't dare to watch it. Many movies had a message on them saying that young people under 20 years old should watch it accompanied by a guardian. As expected, the more timid a girl is, the more she likes excitement. Helen and Lewis looked at each other, and both of them thought of the legend of Silent Harbor. It seems that this should be a horror movie. Both of them were a little excited. Helen took out macarons, coffee, popcorn and other snacks from her small bag, and watched it with Lewis while eating. "Oh, I'm a little nervous. What is the name of this movie?" "Mamako. Which really reminds me of scary ghosts." "Well, the plot of the movie tells the story of a dragon boy who doesn't believe in ghosts in the world, who accidentally discovers a cursed videotape. But the progress seems a bit fast. The plot is not dragged out either. It is very exciting at the beginning. The wet Mamako crawled out of the well, and then gradually crawled out of the screen. And the most bizarre thing is that she actually crawled out backwards. This frightened the boy who was watching the movie and made him fall off the bed. Helen was so scared that she grabbed Lewis's arm, buried her head in his chest and ate popcorn, and dared not watch it. Seeing the boy trembling and slowly approaching the TV, Lewis felt as if he was there, and he was a little nervous. He ate popcorn while stretching his head to watch, and felt like watching a horror movie when he was a kid. The female ghost in the movie was about to crawl out of the screen. The male protagonist blinked fiercely, and the expression on his face was very shocking. At this moment, the female ghost seemed to be stuck on the screen. The man seemed to realize that this might be his best chance, and he got up and crawled over. "Stupid! You can't get close at this time." Lewis couldn't help but get nervous, and even stopped eating popcorn. Then Lewis saw that the male protagonist held the female ghost down. Then the man and the ghost started to scream. Lewis blinked hard, his face full of disbelief, and the popcorn fell out of his mouth. "Fuck. Is this a movie that you watched with your parents?" Triv is a psychopath. When you were a kid, after your family finished their meal, your parents sat on the sofa with you to watch this? Isn't this family education too avant-garde? Also, for this kind of plot, why do you still use the music from the underworld? It is indeed quite stuck. But why do you make so many terrifying renderings? I am nervous for the female ghost. And can the male lead not have such a ferocious expression? It is human rights to bully female ghosts. I can't stand it anymore. Lou and I, what happened? Helen lay on Lewis's chest, squinting her eyes, and asked with trembling, that Miss Sentenzi, why is she screaming so miserably? Well, it seems a bit tragic. But why are there so many sounds of water? Is it the water from the lady body flowing onto the ground? Faced with the child question, the parent fell into deep thought. Seeing Helen wanted to turn her head, Lewis quickly covered her eyes. Ahem. Should we change to another one? This movie is a bit too cruel. After all, it's about a familiar story. People just saw something scary, so don't let them watch it. At least let them watch it until they defeat the female ghost, otherwise they will be scared and unable to sleep at night. Helen struggled on Lewis's body, trying to push his hand away. Her little butt twisted wildly, and Lewis suddenly pushed her away. Hey, don't sit on my lap. Be quiet. Don't move. I tell you the plot. Lewis planned to change the movie after a few words. That being said, Lewis couldn't help but take a few more glances at this crucial and curious plot. He was so excited when he was telling the story. He is worthy of being a legendary director who won the Alia Award, no matter what he shoots. The plot is also very exciting. Apart from the weird plots, many parts are indeed scary and weird. Lewis ate popcorn like crazy, which made him excited. Helen was trembling with fear while Lewis was telling the story. But she was nervous, scared and curious, and couldn't help but lie on Lewis's shoulder and tremble, listening to the sound with her ears pricked up in fear. But why does it always feel different from what Lewis said? As he was telling the story, Lewis felt that Helen seemed to be limp on him, and her trembling didn't seem like fear, but more like nervousness. It was so quiet that it made my ears red. Lu and I, what are they doing? Ahem, some necessary exorcism procedures. But this exorcism ritual, why? Why is it a little weird? Louis looked back in surprise, and found that Helen was looking at the window with her mouth wide open in disbelief. And on that window, the wonderful clips on the screen were being reflected. Lu and I. What wrong with you? You don't hold me anymore. I'm a little scared. Seeing Louis' hand still around her back, Helen was a little scared. You found that Helen seemed to be really scared. Under her manipulation, the fate line suddenly turned. You decided? Don't be afraid. Come on. Sit on your brother-in-law lap. I watch with you. Completion reward. Slapping little mouth *1. You promise not to bully me, Helen crying *1. The anger and rebuke of the sisters. Random attribute +1. B. Continue the story. Completion reward. Woo woo woo. 1. Miss White Fox astonishment 1. Osikris, Sakura Bell, Miss Kate and others disbelief *1. Louis. You are too obscene. *5. Experience +100. C. Change the movie. Get lost. I'm not that kind of person. Completion reward. A lively living room, study *1, His Majesty Francesco, in disguise, unexpected passing and conversation *1, random attribute +1. Chapter 166 is that friend you're talking about you. You don't hug her, I'm a little scared. Helen's face flushed as she tried to push Louis away, not even daring to look at him. Louis fell into deep thought. Well, okay Helen, go and change 1. C. Magic +1. Just at this moment, there was a sudden surge of magic power coming from the fireplace in the next hall. I go! Louis secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If he changed to someone who was not suitable for children, he would never be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After saying that, Louis got up from the sofa with a grunt and changed the movie at the speed of playing games at home secretly when he was a child. What going on next door? It's so strange. Osikri's voice came from next door. It probably Helen coming over. Louis should be watching a movie with Helen. The voices of Yingling, Osikris, and others came from next door. At this time, Louis had already changed the movie. Seeing that a serious movie was finally shown on it, Louis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then he scratched his head and searched for the videotapes, wanting to destroy the evidence. At this time, a group of people came over from the next door, carrying large and small bags while walking and chatting. It seemed that they heard that Louis was going on a business trip with Helen recently, and the sisters bought some things while shopping. They came over and chatted for a long time. The big star Miss White Fox was chatting, and found that Louis was scratching his head to organize those movie videotapes. She couldn't help but help him organize them with some amusement. And then she was stunned. She looked at Louis with her peach blossom eyes, and then easily picked out all the things that were wrong. Louis was stunned, and he didn't know how she could identify them. Lou and I. Show another scary movie. Let watch it with sister. With more people. Helen was a little excited, and no longer afraid. She looked at Osikris, and others who were chatting not far away, and shouted, Sister. The movie just now was so strange. So scary. The sisters chatted enthusiastically while entertaining Helen. Helen told her the serious plot that Louis had told her. Don't tell your sister. Silly girl. Louis quickly made a shushing gesture. Yes. Is this movie too scary? Helen was stunned for a moment, and nodded somewhat confusedly. Ahem. Yes. What horror movie? Louis? Osikris had already finished discussing shopping, and the excitement had passed, so she couldn't help but look over. Ahem. Nothing. Louis was a little embarrassed, and went to the study to read. The sisters next door were also chatting and watching movies. Later, because Yingling was always smoking, everyone left the door open. The passing maids, eunuchs, and palace maids all came over curiously to smoke, and it was very lively for a while. Louis looked up things about the Rainbow Kingdom in the study. At around 8 o'clock, a group of passing court wizards found that the door was not closed. After hearing the noise inside, they also came over curiously. It seemed that no one had ever seen a movie, so they were a little excited and curious. Osikris was not very familiar with these court wizards. The leader seemed to be called Byron, who was so handsome that Osikris thought he was a witch and called him Ms. Yingling even called him sister affectionately. Mr. Byron did not seem to be unhappy with the word sister. Instead, he was secretly proud of it. However, he still gently told everyone to call him uncle. Osicris was a little confused, thinking that this was a relative of Delphinia, and she couldn't help but be a little cold. But Mr. Byron was very familiar with others. After no one paid attention to him, he just wandered around the house, making the palace like his home, which made Osicris and others unhappy. After seeing Louis reading something in the study next door, this gentleman took the wizards to Louis' place to join in the fun. Louis knew all these court wizards, but Mr. Byron was the first time Louis had seen him. However, he had heard Bach mention this wandering wizard before. He said that Byron often gave lectures to wizards, and was the most knowledgeable person he had ever met. It seemed that Byron was very capable, and the wizards respected him very much. Even those arrogant court wizards would respectfully call him teacher. It was rumored that he suddenly appeared after Osicles ran away from home. After arriving at the palace, he severely punished all the court wizards. No one knew where they had offended him. This aroused Louis's great interest. After all, the witch queen dozens of hands, added together, would probably be enough to make AK busy. As a result, this guy won the in. He easily defeated them all. It is said that after he punished all the court wizards, he became Delphinia teacher and the chief magic advisor to His Majesty the King. Up to now, he has been in the palace for 7 or 8 years. It is rumored that Mr. Byron is like His Majesty Iger, who is addicted to gambling. Some people suspect that His Majesty Iger's gambling habit was infected by Byron. After all, His Majesty Iger was not a gambler at all more than 10 years ago. But Queen Francesco was addicted to gambling. But what interesting is that Mr. Byron and His Majesty Iger rarely appear together, and Mr. Byron rarely shows up, and is basically not seen. But he came here today. Kakaguri Byron. This gentleman claims to be a distant relative of the Arinda family. If this is true, then he is related to Francesco, Arinda family, Delphinia, Arinda family, Helen, Arinda family. Osicris should also call him uncle. Looking at Mr. Byron in front of him, Louis looked a little strange. He couldn't tell what was wrong. A bit like a woman. Could it be that he is too handsome? He is as pretty as a young girl. Louis noticed that Byron's shoes were only size 38, which is suitable for a tall and slender woman, but a bit too small for a man. Could it be a woman? Or is she pretending? If so, that person must be a super face control. As if she doesn't want to pretend to be ugly. Louis took a closer look at Mr. Byron, and didn't see any problem, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Louis didn't say much, and talked to Mr. Byron about Silent Harbor. Obviously, Mr. Byron, with his current status, shouldn't know too much about Silent Harbor. Therefore, the relevant statements were similar to what Harold said. He and Byron talked about the magic conference for a while. And Fermi, in Fermi identity and tone, expressed his feelings. All along, magicians represented by Bach, Ron, and Fermi were unaware of the existence of the wizarding world. In their impression, they always thought that wizards were hermits who lived in the mountains, or those who lived in seclusion in the city, or great scholars like themselves, the wild wizard's self-perception. But with his contact with Louis, he has gradually learned something about the wizard circle. And some time ago, he participated in the meeting as the King Magic Consultant. He finally saw the real wizard world. In the eyes of the wizard world, magicians are wild wizards. Of course, for some things, the magicians still have some differences in their understanding. For example, they all think that the wizards do not represent another world, but a group of magic lords like Yingling who seldom show up and even still live a primitive, closed life. Some of these wizard lords are domestic, some are foreign. Some have their own countries. They also have their own royal family. Her Majesty Delphinia is the queen of this generation of royal family. It turns out that the King of Sorrento and the Queen of the Wizard Kingdom have been married for a long time. Talking about this, Byron and several magicians around him could not help but slightly straighten their chests. Indeed, Byron felt a little proud of the wild wizard group he represented. He also felt a little sad. He was proud that Her Majesty Delphinia was his student. And the reason for the sigh was the same. What was a little funny was that, before the incident in the arena, everyone had never known that she was so powerful. Of course, Her Majesty Delphinia. In that wizard circle, there seemed to be several mysterious teachers. Her strength is directly related to her natural magic power, which is as strong as that of a god. But this is partly due to the reasons of these people. Before this, magicians often doubted themselves, doubted whether their knowledge was valuable, and whether they had been misleading students. but now recalling the serious face of Her Majesty Delphinia when she was listening to the class. The magician suddenly found that the title of magic consultant is worthy of us magicians. It seems that the magic knowledge discovered by the pioneers of the Magicians Association and my generation has always been valuable. And the funny thing is that most of the results of these discoveries are attributed to my student Delphinia. At this point, Byron took out a thick book. This is the magic book that Her Majesty the Queen has been asking us to secretly help her study for the past 10 years. I think it is the top secret magic collected by the Sorrento royal family for generations. I heard that when His Majesty IG was young, he used the knowledge in this book to summon a mysterious demon god. Speaking of this, Byron showed a smile. Before, IG only allowed me to read this book. On the one hand, it was because IG was afraid of being sanctioned by the Magic Council and the 12 great families. On the other hand, it was also related to the fact that royal magic was not passed on to others. I am a relative of Her Majesty Delphinia, and I am a noble wizard of the Erlinda family. Therefore, it is also considered a royal family. However, after this celebration and the magic conference, the situation has changed a little. The Magic Council allows royal magicians to learn real magic, and His Majesty IG and Her Majesty Delphinia also hope that magicians can study more royal magic. So I am responsible for teaching you these things. Lewis flipped through the royal magic book and nodded woodenly. Well, Mr. Byron, a wizard as powerful as you, how could you be willing to stay with the king? Oh, Lewis, Byron smiled and said, you know, no matter how lonely a magician is, he has some friends. One of my friends asked me to fulfill her last wish and stay in Sorrento to help the magic here flourish again. So, this is a request from a friend. Lewis looked at Byron with that look. The friend you are talking about is you, right? Your Majesty Francesco. Chapter 167 Your Majesty. Monkey steals peaches. Lewis took the book, and after flipping through it, he suddenly realized that this was a forbidden book. In this book, the most basic modern magic theory is relatively incomplete, but the other things are very complete. Or in other words, they are two relatively comprehensive magic branch systems. It seems that Anthony should have left all the basic magic and famous books in the Forbidden Sanctuary at the Holy Oak Academy. From this perspective, the wizards of the Holy Oak 3,000 years ago might really be the strongest wizards in the world, because their former library had all the magical knowledge. But the descendants of Anthony's 12 disciples all had rebellious tendencies. They should be the 12 Holy Oak Grand Masters of the year. In order to prevent others from learning these things, they jointly formed the Magic Council, divided all the magic books into 12 parts, and then burned all the books in the library of the Holy Oak Academy. Eventually, the forbidden knowledge became the unique inheritance of the 12 families. However, since only one person in each generation of the 12 families could learn these things, this knowledge had been broken for various reasons in the 3,000 years of inheritance. Eventually, the knowledge became a unique knowledge. The only ones who could access these unique knowledge were the leaders of the 12 families. Not only were the unique knowledge they were exposed to incomplete, but they and their teachers only had a limited understanding of it, and they don't allow smarter people to study it, to help them decipher it. Francesco is the first person to take this step. She is the illegitimate daughter of a poor baron in the 12 great families of Erlinda, Helen family, and was originally not recognized by Erlinda. But Principal Oliver has a keen eye for talent. And after she entered the Holy Oak Academy, she also revealed her extraordinary talent. In the end, she went through hardships and obstacles, and became the new generation of Witch King. As for Xiao Dai, she is also from the Erlinda family, so she was originally a relative of Francesco. Xiao Dai's parents died early, so she was adopted by Francesco. At that time, Francesco had integrated the magic of the Erlinda family, and after she married Iger, she found the lost magic book of the Isolde Witch King family, integrated the magic of the two great families, and thus this book was created. A line of narration suddenly appeared in front of Lewis. At this moment, in his eyes, the book had a note. The Incomplete Forbidden Book, February 12th. It seems that there are many mistakes in this book. Lewis frowned and looked up at Byron. He found that Byron was looking at him with such eyes. You really understand. Lewis couldn't help but want to slap himself. Looking at Byron's strange eyes, Lewis coughed and said, I don't understand foreign magic, but from a logical point of view, some places, I feel a little wrong. You know, magic knowledge is all the same. Byron made a surprised expression. Indeed, Her Majesty Delphinia also thinks so. There are indeed many logical errors in many places, Byron said hesitantly. Lewis was amazed at Mr. Byron's acting skills. If this guy hadn't been obsessed with appearance, I'm afraid he would have fooled himself today. The so-called Her Majesty Delphinia also thinks so. I'm afraid it's Francesco who thinks so. Lewis couldn't help but glance at Byron's pants. He stretched, and the back of his hand accidentally hit her there. Old Witch Dr. Monkey steals peaches. Unfortunately, you didn't steal anything. Magic +3. Lewis focused on reading the book, pretending not to notice. Byron blushed and trembled all over. But when Lewis turned his head to look at her with a puzzled look, she pretended to scratch as if nothing had happened. But she was scratching her stomach. Oh, sorry, Byron. I seem to have touched your belly by accident just now, Lewis said apologetically. Oh, it okay. Byron pretended to change the subject and said, Lewis, the so-called mistakes are just some of our guesses. It seems that this book is very authoritative. Hearing this, Lewis understood why Francesco would ask the wild wizard for advice. This magic knowledge is like the Luban book. In the 3,000 years of inheritance, it has become more and more plausible. No one knows what the original version looks like. So she selected the most outstanding scholars, magicians, in the world to serve as Sorrento Royal Magic consultants to help her study. How many mistakes do you think there are? Byron asked curiously. Ahem. Mr. Byron, you know, academics are a very rigorous thing. You can't judge it by how many mistakes there are. Lewis closed the book and sighed. This book should have been re-edited and integrated many times. But those incomplete parts are all what I thought. But I have to say, their thoughts are indeed correct. Or, the direction is correct. Louise suddenly found that Francesco is really a rare genius in 1,000 years, and Bach and other magicians are indeed the most outstanding, wisest, smartest scholars of the entire era. According to Fran, she used a broken copy of the 9-in manual to turn herself into Jo Giraud. After completing her study, she also made many additions to the 9-in manual, the fragment. Of course, if there were more magic books to refer to, this The Broken Forbidden Book, February 12th, would have become a more complete forbidden book, February 12th. I heard from Archie that there are some forbidden books in Silent Harbor. This time, I will try to bring them back. I wonder if His Majesty the King has time tomorrow. I need to talk to him about this matter. Lewis believes that the one who knows the magic world best is undoubtedly His Majesty Iger. Byron looked at the magicians around him in a pretentious manner and said, Your Majesty, you seem to be a little busy recently. We haven't seen Your Majesty for a while. Obviously, His Majesty Iger doesn't want people to know that she knows the magic world. Lewis suddenly said, Oh, since Your Majesty is busy and not at home, don't blame me for spanking Shao Dai tomorrow. Lewis looked at Byron and asked, Byron, do you have classes tomorrow? Byron's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at the people around him and said, According to the plan, I plan to give a lecture to the princesses tomorrow. But I plan to take people to the observatory tomorrow. So I plan to invite Mr. Harold to come and talk about something. My lord, do you have time tomorrow? I do have time. But you know, it's not easy to teach royal classes. Lewis refused with difficulty. These royal families. You can't say anything. And you can't hit them. I'm a foreigner. Once I say something and get refuted by others, I can't argue with them. I have no authority. Sir, you don't have to worry about this. The royal family has always respected magicians. If anyone messes with you, tell the maids, and they will deal with those naughty guys. Byron, no wonder the students you teach are not good, and they say you are wild wizards behind your back. Lewis said with a smile, Who can be afraid of a teacher without authority? If you have no authority in the classroom, what will happen if you are punished by your parents when you go home? Byron cursed Delphinia in his heart. This child who didn't know how to respect her teacher at all. Maybe she would really make trouble. After thinking for a while, Byron said, I think if you come to class and you hit someone who is disobedient, there should be no criticism in the royal family. Hitting someone's hands? She thought too well. She probably never dreamed that her good nephew, who had become her brother, was a guy who would dare to take the lead as long as he had a chicken feather. Well, there's no need to let Harold come. What can he say? I take your class. Let's talk about something. Ahem. The magic of the Cloud Kingdom. Byron's eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized it. No wonder. Harold's mysterious teacher is probably my cheap nephew. Look at what he said. It seems that Her Majesty Delphinia will definitely be there tomorrow. However, Her Majesty Delphinia doesn't take you seriously. And her besties and confidants are probably the same. Maybe she will disguise herself so that you can't recognize her. It's too embarrassing to listen to your lecture using the identity of a stranger. It will be easier to deal with you. And Francesco probably also thinks that if there is no troublemaker and no provocation to this teacher, he may not really say something true. Then don't blame me for really beating you. If I don't beat your parents out tomorrow, I will take your last name. Chapter 168. Oh, I'm not here for class. After attending the court meeting this morning, Osycris hurried to the place where the class was held today. When passing by a mirror, she stopped and slightly adjusted her clothes and the tricorn hat on her head. Looking at herself in the mirror wearing the clothes of a laughed male noble, as well as Yingling, Helen and Kate, Osycris nodded with satisfaction. Her mother used to love wearing this military uniform. Compared to the Gothic wizard robes of noble wizards, 13th century. The rough collars, white silk that reaches the buttocks, and short skirts, 16th century, of court wizards. Such clothing is closer to the court style of Sorrento. Osycris wanted to distinguish herself from the noble ladies in her dress. Otherwise, when attending court meetings, she would be too eye-catching standing among the nobles in such a big skirt. Of course, she was also a little fed up with the wide princess floor-length skirts. It was already a new era, and such cumbersome noble lady clothes made it difficult to walk. Osycris believed that women in the new era should be more capable. She didn't want the ministers to confuse her with those ladies who were obsessed with banquets, lovers and afternoon tea. After asking her secretary Kate about today's itinerary, Osycris and everyone else rushed to their destination. On the way, she couldn't help but fall into thought. It turned out that her father knew about the wizard world. The death of her mother brought a great change to her father. He seemed to have inherited his mother's ideals and wanted to create a world that his mother dreamed of. Perhaps his father's change was also due to Delphinia. She made his father understand the real wizard world. Osycris had some complicated feelings in her heart. Her sister had been ambitious since she was a child, and she was very bad. When she was young, she often stepped on her, and then complained to her mother. When she was young, she was ignorant, and she was also very willful and simple. Delphinia was 7 or 8 years older than her, thick-skinned and black-hearted. This made her mother think that she was rejecting and bullying her adopted sister, and she became more and more dissatisfied with her. Her mother did not see that the world her sister expected was completely different from the future she imagined. She expected a chaotic world, and she was extremely dangerous. Perhaps after her mother's death, Delphinia had changed a lot. She regarded her mother as her own mother. But it was precisely because of this that after her mother's failure, Delphinia must have become more extreme. Osycris believed that Delphinia was not helping her father wholeheartedly, and she must have her own ideas. A group of people talking in low voices in the distance brought Osycris back to her thoughts. She looked over there, and found that those people were wearing retro Gothic wizard robes that were out of place in the palace. But since the magic meeting, there have been more wizards coming to the palace to do business. I hope some of them will slowly stay in the kingdom of Sorrento. Currently, only 1/10 of all wizards are willing to be loyal to my father. Or, only the Witch Queen and my mother family are willing to be loyal to my father, in order to contribute some strength to my father. A few days ago, Osycris visited Principal Oliver and many professors and deans of the college. I hope that the wizards of the Holy Oak can communicate more with the kingdom of Sorrento. However, because of the influence of the expulsion magic in the mortal world more than 10 years ago, the attitude of the wizards of the Holy Oak towards the Muggle world is a little subtle. However, my father seems to have some results. Recently, I have heard that some wizards, who do not belong to any power, are willing to be loyal to Sauron. They are all infected by the blueprint for the future described by my father. Although the number of these wizards is small, this is a good change. I heard that among these wizards, some seem to be famous wizards, such as Mr. Harold. These wizards have a bad reputation in the wizard circle, but Osycris knows that these wizards, who often work in the Muggle world, have great character, morality and knowledge. The reason why they have a bad reputation is that the Ministry of Magic has only thrown dirty water on these wizards, who are close to Muggles. Given the constraints of the Magic Council and the Ministry of Magic, these wizards can only teach in the Sorrento Palace. My father is a little regretful about this. But no matter what, it is a good start to let the nobles and the royal family understand magic and wizards first. Last night, my father talked to me and said that I must go to listen to today's class. I don't know which great wizard will give the lecture today, But from what my father said, that man is highly respected by Mr. Harold, and even treated him as a teacher. O'Sickery's was a little bit unbelievable. The wizard who can make Harold treat him as a teacher must be able to discuss magic with my mother. What is the name of the teacher? Lewis? No. No. No, impossible. Well, it should be just the same name. O'Sickery's couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of her mouth. It turned out to be the same name as her student. O'Sickery's could not help but feel a strong curiosity about this erudite teacher. At the same time, she was also a little nervous. As the Princess of Sorrento and the Professor of the Holy Oak, it would be embarrassing if she did not get the teacher attention in the first class. Unknowingly, the four of them were almost at their destination. When passing by a small hall with an open door next to the professor, O'Sickery's took a look inside, and then her eyebrows were raised. Lewis is actually playing chess with a very beautiful female magician here. A closer look reveals that it is a strange male magician. I suddenly remembered that this guy is the unruly magician Byron. No wonder he can get together with a guy like Lewis. You go first. O'Sickery's face turned cold, pushed the door open and walked over, folding her arms across her chest, looking down at Lewis coldly. Mr. Byron looked up in surprise, and found that it was his daughter, and his face looked a little strange. What the matter? Lewis moved the chess piece, looked up and asked in surprise. How can you still have the leisure to play chess here? O'Sickery's got angry. No hurry. Lewis looked at the clock on the wall, blinked and said, there are still 10 minutes left. 10 minutes? You know there are only 10 minutes left? Do you know what kind of great scholar came today? O'Sickery's was a little angry. Byron looked up at his daughter in surprise, secretly felt a little funny. If you continue to provoke the teacher like this, be careful to be slapped with Shaudai today. Until now, Francesco still thought it was a slap on the palm. Ms. O'Sickery's, I think you misunderstood. Lewis smiled and said, I am not here to attend the class today. O'Sickery's was slightly stunned, and her face turned red. It turned out that Lewis was not here to attend the class today, which caused a misunderstanding. But she did not give up her teacher style. This guy, everything is serious. I wonder what he is going to do today. Nothing serious. Such a good opportunity, but you didn't even come to listen to the class. Look at you today. O'Sickery's was halfway through her words, when she remembered that she seemed to have no reason to give Lewis homework. And she was secretly doing the homework that Lewis gave Helen. So she simply glared at Lewis, and left with a snort. Chapter 169, the one being attacked is the golden branch and jade leaf. O'Sickery's went out. She did not notice the situation outside the window of the house. While the two were playing chess, the clouds outside the window were like chess pieces, constantly changing. She did not know that Byron, who was addicted to gambling, was betting with him on a board game under Lewis's provocation. Seeing his daughter walking away with her hips twisted, Francesco smiled secretly. You saw it, Mr. Byron. This class is full of naughty children. Xiao Ao is the most obedient. Lewis moved the chess pieces and said, if you hadn't lent me your 4 guardians today, I really don't know what to do today. Francesco shook his head helplessly. In fact, those children were all taught by himself. The most naughty one is undoubtedly his adopted daughter. In fact, the people in this class are all his nieces and nephews. I usually dote on these young ladies too much, making them a little spoiled. Don't worry about this class. Lewis, Madame Hathaway, and the other 4 have watched the king grow up since he was a child. And they were also the etiquette teachers of His Majesty Francesco, and the wet nurses of His Majesty Ossicles and Delphinia. Francesco said, it can be said that in this harem, there is no one they have not beaten. Speaking of this, His Majesty Francesco smiled secretly in his heart. There is a secret about Anne Hathaway and the other 3, even Delphinia doesn't know it. I think no one would have thought that. These 4 people were the Valkyries, who had followed me in battles and challenged Alia together. Thinking of this, Francesco felt a little disappointed. I never thought that. In the 2nd year after Iger summoned me, I actually planned to marry him. It was at that time that Anne Hathaway and the other 4 were secretly arranged by me to the palace to take care of this child husband. Things have changed now. If Anne Hathaway and the others had been there, Iger would not have died in his arms. Francesco was sad. Mr. Byron, I think I won. A half smile brought Francesco back to his senses. Francesco looked at the chessboard in surprise, then smiled slightly, and moved a chess piece. Lewis' face suddenly turned ugly. It seems that he can't beat her today. Draw, it seems that you are really good, I can't beat you today. Francesco glanced at the clouds outside the window, and felt a little regretful. She was addicted to gambling, and she made a bet with Louis today. My cheap nephew is quite interesting. He actually bet with me on a spanking. Of course, she thought Louis meant a spanking. A big hand suddenly slapped her leg. Francesco raised his head woodenly and looked at Louis' smiling face, which looked like he deserved a beating, and almost made Francesco subconsciously slap him. How rude. Your Majesty. Do you really have no time today? Byron, I have to leave tomorrow. Ahem. Francesco took Louis's hand away without leaving a trace, and said, You know, Louis. Your Majesty is very busy, and it is really hard to see him recently. If I hadn't run into him by chance last night, I wouldn't have been able to borrow the maids. Louis nodded in realization. He patted his legs again, and sighed with some regret. By the way, Mr. Louis. Ahem. Francesco took Louis's hand away and changed the subject. What are you going to talk about today? And you prepared so many test papers? As he spoke, Francesco looked at the pile of papers not far away. Louis had said before that he would talk about Francesco magic today, and bet that after Louis finished the class, no one would pass. No one could even guess what this magic was. Francesco felt a little funny about this. The people in the next room were all his students. Francesco believed that the others failed, but she found it funny that no one could tell. Delphinia was so well behaved, studious and excellent. She should be fine. Louis said nothing more. He stretched out his hand and folded up the chessboard in front of him. Then he crumpled the chessboard into a ball like paper. When he opened his hand again, he had a stack of cards in his hand. The cards were shuffled a few times in Louis' skillful hands. And then Mr. Louis, the magician, flicked the cards out of his hands. Slowly, they were piled up on the table to form a house of cards. The whole room suddenly turned gray. Looking at the house of cards and the gray realm in the house, Francesco's eyes twitched fiercely. Realm? This is the realm of God. How did this guy, whose magic power is so low, create this with a pile of cards? He really gave a good lesson today. Everyone next door will be punished if they don't do it well. Louis smiled and ran to the ruler in his sleeve. If you can't handle your magic, haha, don't blame me for asking you to give a lesson today. Teach well, Louis. Francesco nodded solemnly. She waved her hand, and the whole room regained color. Seeing Louis staring at him blankly with a ruler in his hand, Francesco couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. Oh, I'm going to class. Louis's eyes twitched fiercely, and he left with the house of cards. Looking at Louis's back, Francesco shook his head and sighed. If his magic power wasn't strong enough, he could see it directly. Maybe someone will be lost today. This gentleman's understanding of magic has surpassed himself. After seeing the 4 dragonborn maidens, who were more than 2 meters tall, and whose arms were thicker than her waist left, Osicris breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, I was crouching in front of the classroom window, and was almost caught by Madame Hathaway and the others. Her Royal Highness, a princess, did such a disrespectful thing. If the madam saw it, she would definitely be punished. After making sure that the madams had left, Osicles led Helen and others to sneak out from the corner, and then tiptoed and crouched in front of the window. The layout of this small hall is similar to that of a salon. The teacher didn't seem to come yet. I could vaguely see the ladies talking quietly on the sofas and seats. It really looked like a salon. And some people were drinking tea and eating snacks there. If it weren't for Xiao Ao's belief that he would never make such a small mistake, Osicres would have almost doubted whether he had gone to the wrong place. There was no man in this class. Only women. Due to the restrictions of the Ministry of Magic, Sorrento could only teach those with Isolde blood. However, the family with Isolde blood was sparsely populated, with more females than males. There was only one male, Iger, in several generations. In addition, the little prince was still young, and he was taught separately by others. Therefore, the audience of the Royal Magic class are all women. They are all young and beautiful. It is said that they are all excellent people carefully selected by the Witch Queen. Actually, Francesco asked the Witch Queen to select them from various nobles with Isolde blood. They have been studying in the palace for 7 or 8 years. It can be said that they are all the new generation of followers cultivated by the Witch Queen Delphinia for herself. They have potential, and many of them have noble backgrounds. For example, Kate, whose father is an important official in the palace. So they will definitely play an important role in the court in the future. Osicles hasn't been back home for many years. She doesn't know these people, which makes her a little nervous. These women seem to have been here for a while, and now they all seem to be following the lead of a strange lady. Just as she was thinking about who this person was, the strange woman inadvertently glanced towards the window. Osikli's pupils shrank slightly, and she squatted down subconsciously. Helen and others, who were also secretly leaning against the window, not far away, were slightly surprised. Osikri secretly wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She didn't know what happened to her just now. The moment the woman looked at her, she felt a strong palpitation. It was like a rabbit seeing a lion. Osikris couldn't help but think of 4 people. They were famous witches from the Spade Q family, and were also loyal and personal attendants of Her Majesty Delphinia. They were usually very mysterious, and rarely showed up in the court. Like her sister, they were all witches who despised muggles in their hearts. It seems that this strange woman should be the leader of these 4 people. Osikris couldn't help but feel a little serious. It seems that today's teacher is indeed very unusual. Even these 4 witches came to listen to the class. But she was a little confused. Because Delphinia didn't come today. In theory, these 4 people are inseparable from Delphinia. Maybe she has a meeting to attend today. Osikris couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure in her heart. If she wants to achieve her ideal of being a basic mother, she must be good enough among these people. Even better than Delphinia. I hope these people will not be hostile to her because of Delphinia. And my sister should not be so petty as to order her best friends to exclude me. Right? What are you afraid of? Sister. Helen leaned against the window and whispered, they are 4 people. And we are also 4 people. Helen is so tired of fighting now. Don't talk nonsense. Helen. We are not here to fight today. Osikris rolled her eyes in annoyance. Madame Hathaway is staying outside today. Don't mess around. If you make a scene and upset the teacher, we will all be punished. Hearing this, Yingling and the other 2 were secretly a little scared. They had all seen Madame beat people. Kate had been spanked with Osikris when she was little. What are you doing here? A very serious voice sounded behind Osikris, scaring her and Kate so much that they almost jumped up. Osikris showed a stiff smile and turned around, and found that it was Louis. Several ladies couldn't help but pat their chests. Louis, you're still wandering around here. You scared me to death. I thought it was the teacher or the nanny. Go do your thing quickly, don't join in the fun here. Osikris rolled her eyes in annoyance, pushed him away, and straightened her clothes and hair. I can't let Teacher Louis feel that I'm losing face today, and leave a bad first impression on him. Chapter 170. Your Majesty, you really deserve a beating. Seeing Louis still smiling at her, Osikris glared at him fiercely. Tell him to get out of here. At this moment, Helen suddenly said something incongruous with a strange expression. Sister, you said Teacher Louis? Could it be Lou and I? Osikris looked at Louis woodenly. Little Ao, you really like to lie to yourself. Louis shook his head, turned and left. He remembered that he forgot to take the test paper. Looking at Louis's back, Osikris shook her head, feeling a little funny. Let go in. Osikris and Helen and the others looked at each other, secretly encouraging themselves. Then, Osikris took a few deep breaths, showed a textbook smile, and walked into the room with Helen and the others. When they walked into the room, the classmates looked at them one after another. Osikris nodded slightly in good faith, but found that the faces of the classmates were a little strange. She thought for a long time before she figured out what was going on. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no! She went to the Congress meeting this morning and rushed over without changing her clothes. Most of the people wore the cumbersome aristocratic long skirts. Only a few women who were dozing off in the corner wore linen skirts. They seemed to be maids. And she and her friends were dressed like court ministers. In this salon, they looked even more special than the linen skirts. It was really not sociable. Sure enough, after a moment of silence in the salon, the ladies began to discuss in low voices. It's so inappropriate. A lady covered her mouth with a small fan and laughed. She doesn't look like a lady at all. Another lady put down her teacup. Go back and change your clothes. A lady sitting in the center, surrounded by many ladies, pouted and said, she dressed like a wild wizard. Many ladies burst into laughter, and Osikris blushed. She glanced at the strange lady, and sat silently at the back with Helen and others. Soon, another guy dressed in a weird way came in, looking at the young teacher who came in with a textbook, a tall hat, trousers, a shirt, and a black waistcoat. The lady in the middle sneered and said to her girlfriends around her, another wild wizard. The laughter became louder. The teacher walked to the podium, put down the textbook, looked at the lady in the middle, smiled, and said, it seems you deserve a beating. The noise just now suddenly became silent. What did you say? The disguised Delphinia and the noble ladies around were stunned, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. This is the first time. Louis raised a finger to Delphinia, and then he ignored everyone, looking up at the pretty woman sitting at the back, who looked like a goose. He threw a stack of papers in his hand on the table. Said, "Oh, Sicries, Helen, come here and hand out the test papers." "I knew it," Helen shouted with her eyes wide open. She quickly pulled up her sister, who looked wooden, and walked towards the stands with a haughty look. At this time, Delphinia finally reacted, seeing that the little wizard didn't even look at her, and handed the test paper to Sicries and the others arrogantly. Delphinia was so angry that she trembled all over. "I'm not angry. I'm not angry with him. He doesn't know who I am." The queen said this, but the witch beside her, how could she not see the boss mind? His Majesty wanted to teach this kid a lesson. To give a lecture here, you must first check if you have the skills. The three noble witches couldn't hold back any longer. They all thought that it would be better for them to give the lecture today. One witch stood up angrily. "How dare you? What do you think this place is? How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Louis glanced at her, and then looked out the window. 6 burly dragon maidens came in aggressively. Seeing that Anne Hathaway picked up the ruler, the witch was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. A few low-level muggle dragonborns actually wanted to attack her. She narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out her hand, and wanted to use her telekinesis to ignite them and throw them out of the window. But at this moment she found that she could not mobilize any magic power at all, as if she had become an ordinary weak woman. It seemed that this room had long been shrouded by a strange power, but they just discovered it at this time. Before the witch could react, the Nani grabbed the witch hand that she had just stretched out, and slapped it a few times, causing the witch to cry out in pain. Not bad, quite obedient, and knows to reach out. "Since you are a first-time offender, I will give you 3 strokes first." Madame Hathaway put down the witch hand, looked at the tearful witch and said, "Sit down." The witch sat down slowly like a goose, and for a long time she couldn't figure out what was going on. She looked at the little teacher on the stage as if she had seen a ghost. She found that he was on the stage, playing with a small house of cards. In that small house of cards, there were many noble ladies. The entire house of cards was a strange gray inside and out, as if it was another world. Only 4 people had colors. Sicries was handing out test papers woodenly. While handing out test papers, Helen secretly ate snacks and poked her sister, reminding her to watch the fun. And Yingling from the last faction was covering her mouth, laughing like a fox who had just stolen a chicken. And Kate was puffing out her chest, concentrating on holding a pen and a notebook, preparing to take notes. She didn't seem to be disturbed by the excitement at all, and her face was full of "I am a good student." It seems that only the 4 of them can cast spells. Delphinia's eyes twitched fiercely. What kind of magic is this house of cards? The creator of the house of cards, it seems, just used a few cards with spells drawn on them, and pulled this small hall into a strange other world. Could it be a strange thing given to him by his mother? After Teacher Louis showed off this skill a little, Delphinia and her 3 younger brothers were all stunned. The other ladies also showed their curiosity. The hall was very quiet for a while, with only a few people whispering. But unlike Delphinia and others present, the ladies did not feel fear in their hearts. Instead, they all looked at the handsome teacher who was writing various words and patterns on the blackboard with shining eyes. This handsome boy, although not as handsome as Mr. Byron, is full of masculinity. The skill he just showed looks no worse than Mr. Byron. Everyone was looking forward to it. Only Sicries was a little dazed. That was her mother magic, called King Chess. She had told Louis about it. Then he told Helen about it several times. And finally Helen told her several times. She remembered that at that time, Helen swore to heaven that this was Aunt Francesco magic. Sicries said at the time that she would never believe it. And how could she not know what magic my mother used? Until she secretly used the crystal ball and listened to Louis' lessons. Only then did she realize that this was her mother magic. She once remembered her mother saying that the essence of this magic was to pull the real world into an inner world. So it was not limited to the chessboard. When this magic is mastered to the ultimate mystery, or the magic power reaches a certain level, you will be like a god in this chessboard. You can even change the magic rules of the inner world covered by the chessboard. Now, the magic rules in this room have changed. At this time, the test papers have been distributed, and there are still a few papers left. Louis looked at the teacher Sicries, who was trying to leave after handing over the papers, and asked with a smile, "How many papers are left?" "7. 7. Lewis. Sir Lewis. Student O'Sickeries." Lewis suddenly frowned and said, "Please don't call me sir. I hope everyone can be more serious in this class." "Miss, don't you think so?" Lewis looked at Delphinia with a smile and said. Her Majesty Delphinia's eyes twitched imperceptibly, and she was shaking with anger in her heart. But her face was full of smiles. She performed her identity perfectly. Anyway, he didn't know who he was. "Yes, Mr. Lewis." Delphinia bowed slightly and said, "Well, you are so good. If you answer 0 points later, I will give you 1 less stroke of the board." After saying this, Delphinia's face turned red with anger. She secretly recited several spells, but none of them worked. This made her face look dull, as if she had seen a ghost. She couldn't help but look at the house of cards again. But she was not sure if it was that thing that caused the trouble. Could it be something that the mother gave to this kid? It must be. It seemed to be the mother magic. Disobedient child. Lewis slapped his hands with a ruler, glanced at Delphinia, and then looked at O'Sickeries, and asked with a smile, "Miss O'Sickeries, are you an obedient child?" These words made many noble ladies laugh secretly, and they couldn't help but guess the identity of this knight. Could it be that he was the princess' uncle? Just like Byron. But O'Sickeries' face was red as water was about to drip out. She looked at Lewis Ruler, bit her lip, and said in a voice as soft as a hummingbird, "Yes. Yes, Mr. Lewis. Teacher, I am very good." "Yes." Lewis nodded with a smile. "Teacher Lou and I still have 8 rolls of paper left." Helen ran over happily, puffing her chest and waiting to be praised. Lewis took the test paper, slapped Helen little but with a ruler, and drove her and her sister away. After sorting out the test paper, Lewis looked at everyone and said, "Today's test will start after the class. I will explain it in detail. But whoever has the worst score, I will beat him up on behalf of Her Majesty the Witch Queen." As soon as these words came out, the hall couldn't help but get noisy. The ladies fanned themselves one after another, and whispered to each other. Some people asked the teacher with a smile, how many strokes of the stick should be given, and where should they be given. Looking at the house of cards, Delphinia suddenly became interested. "What about my chicken feathers as a token of authority? You are really bold. What about the person who gets full marks?" She raised her eyebrows, and looked at the teacher on the stage with a smile. "The one with the best grades will be the class monitor in the future, and will be responsible for all class affairs." Lewis added in his mind, including strokes of the stick. O'Sickeries, who was far away, heard this, and her chest was straightened. "I came here today to be the class monitor." "Okay. Teacher, you heard wrong," Delphinia said with a smile. "I mean, what if you get full marks?" "You can't get full marks." Hearing this, many young ladies, led by Helen, covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Delphinia nodded very ladylike, but her eyes were burning with fire. "This kid has done this for the 2nd time today. This little wizard does have some tricks, but he is at best a scholar. What the use of a scholar knowledge? With his little magic, the 5 of them together can only be manipulated by me. After I slap him in the face in class later, I will reveal my identity and see what expression this guy has." Delphinia gnashed her teeth secretly, and after Lewis told Delphinia that she couldn't get full marks, he started teaching. Everyone listened attentively, especially Delphinia and O'Sickeries, who both wanted to be the class monitor. From time to time, the 2 of them would look at each other fiercely. I don't know what these 2 guys are fighting for a lousy class monitor. It seemed that even if it was a rubber roping game, he would win first place. At the beginning, Teacher Lewis was very shallow and rhythmic, and it seemed that many noble ladies were intoxicated. But as Teacher Lewis went deeper and the rhythm became faster and faster, many noble ladies gradually stared blankly. More and more people showed blank expressions. At first, it was those noble ladies, then Yingling, and later, the 3 witches around the queen also slowly began to stare blankly like stupid geese. It was like listening to a foreign language. They knew every word the teacher said, but they couldn't understand anything when they put them together. Only Delphinia frowned from time to time, and barely followed Lewis' rhythm. Lewis nodded secretly. Xiao Dai is still working hard. He looked at the last row. His eyes passed over Yingling, who was lying on the table and drooling, and Kate, who was resting her chin on her hands, with a reserved look on her face, but her eyes were always on the teacher. But finally, it fell on O'Sickeries, who looked weird, and Helen, who was secretly eating snacks. Soon, Helen also gave up treatment and focused on eating macarons. Osicris and Delphinia were the only two people left in the whole class, and they were concentrating on taking notes. As expected, the most hardworking student was Xiao, who always acted like a teacher to me, but secretly snatched Helen homework every night. Soon, a big class was over. Louis summarized the problems, and then asked everyone to do the test papers. There was a rustling sound in the room. It seemed that the students in Francesco Harem group were all very good. With 10 minutes left, Louis walked off the stage with a ruler and checked on everyone. After walking half a circle, Louis came behind Delphinia and the other four and looked at them quietly. Seeing the three witch ladies wiping their cold sweats and writing furiously, Louis sighed secretly. Alas, I am afraid that everyone will get low scores. I will not look good. Today's test paper is very simple, but everyone seems to be beaten. Do I have to beat everyone but today? This is not good. Francesco will not think that I did it on purpose. What should I do? His eyes fell on Xiao Dai, who was biting her pen and frowning from time to time, and he felt a little depressed. The scores were higher than those of the three witches. The three witches wanted to secretly copy their boss' homework, but Delphinia covered their hands with a vigilant look. On the other hand, Delphinia was secretly squinting, checking the answers, correcting her own work. Cunning little bitch. Then, he came to the back with some trepidation. He found that the reserved and ladylike Kate was secretly copying Osicris' homework with squinting eyes, while Helen was copying homework openly, and when she saw the boss coming, she even smiled. You stinky girl, if it wasn't you who was going to be beaten today, I would have to clear your score to 0 and spank you in public. You wait until tomorrow to board the ship. After seeing that the three people had good scores, Louis breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave, but then he remembered that he had forgotten someone. Teacher Louis turned his head woodenly, and found Yingling still lying on the table drooling. He was almost so angry that he died. He knocked Yingling's table hard with a ruler. Yingling raised her head, with a confused look on her face, and wiped her saliva. Seeing Louis rubbing the ruler in his hand, and hitting her fiercely, Miss Vixen suddenly stood up and pouted. Write quickly. Louis cursed in a low voice. Seeing Yingling pick up the pen, Louis returned to the podium with a sullen face. Would Yingling get 0 points today? At this time, the time of the magic hourglass was up, and scores appeared automatically on all the test papers. Everyone suddenly found that the answers they copied were not recorded in the scores, and they were dumbfounded. Louis took a look at everyone's scores, and his face was extremely strange. Then he looked at Delphinia and Osicris. Among all the people, only the test papers on their desks had runes jumping out. Many noble ladies looked at the runes in surprise, and found that the translated meaning was that Osicris scored 60 points, and Delphinia's score was the same as Louis had judged before, which was 61 points. It seems that they all thought they had found a way to get a full score, or they didn't see the real thing at all, and they all got 0 points. Of course, if one of them can stop at the brink, then they can keep their points. But if they still want to solve the mystery of the test paper, then the big duck egg will be exposed. Mr. Louis, what will happen if I get a full score? Delphinia turned the pen in her hand, raised her head, and looked at Louis arrogantly. Everyone was shocked, and looked at Delphinia in surprise. Amidst all the attention, her smile became brighter. What a great magician! Mother really misjudged him. I will teach him a lesson today. Louis nodded and smiled. Your Majesty, you are really asking for more and more punishment. Chapter 171. Why are the flowers so red? Teacher, what if I get a perfect score? Teacher, I can also get a perfect score. Seeing the strange lady confidently tell the teacher that she could get a perfect score, Osicles also blushed and puffed out her chest. She saw the score on the strange lady test paper, and she could also see that there seemed to be a punitive spell on this test paper. If there was a mistake in trying to solve the mystery of the test paper, you would be punished. Although she didn't know what kind of punishment this spell was, she fought hard for the sake of the class monitor. Many noble ladies couldn't help but get nervous. Although they didn't know that this was Her Majesty Delphinia, they often went in and out of this classroom, and they had guesses about these 4 mysterious ladies. They might be the mysterious witches invited by Her Majesty the Queen. Very powerful. Especially the witch in the lead, who was almost the most powerful wizard she had ever seen. Was it the princess who was powerful? Or was she powerful? Delphinia stood up, put her hands behind her back, looked at everyone and said, As Mr. Lewis said before, any magic array can be cracked in the magic array. House of Cards is no exception. Its secret is in the paper. Delphinia walked around the hall with her hands behind her back while speaking, with a smug look on her face, which was completely different from the poker face she usually had when she showed her true face. Looking at this strange lady, Osicris felt a little complicated, as if even the Witch Queen followers were better than herself. After a moment of silence, Osicris slowly clapped her hands. After the other ladies pondered over what Lewis had said today, they all suddenly understood. Even Lewis nodded secretly. She did guess right. Suddenly, applause broke out in the hall. At this moment, this class had become the stage for Delphinia one-man show. This lady is indeed right. Miss Osicris seemed to have guessed it too. But I have to remind you that the last puzzle of the test paper is to break the curse of the House of Cards. But if you answer wrong, the paper will be ruined and the score will be reset to 0. Lewis reminded everyone. Everyone was in an uproar. There was a lot of discussion in the hall. Only Osicris' face looked up. She had been fooled by Lewis before, so she hesitated. What good intentions could Lewis have? The punishment would be unforgettable. But if she gave up the treatment directly, she would be far surpassed by the strange lady. But for this answer, she didn't have much confidence. Unlike the strange lady, she was full of confidence. She couldn't help but glance at the dragonborn maidens, who were bending over the window, staring coldly at the inside. After struggling for a while, they finally gave up the treatment. The paper she opened flew into Lewis's hands. Heh. You are a waste indeed. Delphinia sneered and looked at Osicris. Osicris felt a sharp pain in her heart. She pursed her lips and said nothing. She didn't understand what she had done wrong, and why everyone was targeting her like this. She just wanted to do something her mother had always wanted to do. Now it seemed that in the hearts of the princess and the nobles, the only meaning of her existence seemed to be to become a political victim of the kingdom of Sorrento. No one cared about her ability, and no one cared about her efforts. Many noble ladies secretly felt a little regretful. It seemed that Her Royal Highness the princess had lost. Yakura Ling sighed, looked at the pale Osicris, and handed her the small pipe on her finger. Take a couple of puffs? I'm not in the mood. Osicris was a little sad. Perhaps she was not even as good as one of her adopted sister subordinates. Miss, have you thought about it? Lewis kindly reminded her. You have actually won now. Delphinia laughed coldly. What do you think of me? A waste like Osicris? And this arrogant Louis VI? I can come here to deal with him today. If I don't make him understand how to kneel in this palace in the future, my trip will be in vain. Without even looking at Lewis, Xiao Dai casually took out an exquisite magic wand and chanted a spell on the test paper. The House of Cards on the podium began to fall apart and gradually disappeared. Many noble ladies couldn't help but take a deep breath. The three witches also clasped their hands and looked at their queen with admiration. Delphinia lifted her long skirt and saluted slightly. There was warm applause in the hall, and the noble ladies applauded. Osicris looked dejected. Then she was stunned to see a big duck egg on the head of the pair of Delphinia, who were greeting everyone. The ladies in the hall seemed to have noticed it suddenly, and they all stood there in a daze, blinking their eyes fiercely. Okay, ladies. Delphinia raised her head proudly, smiled at Lewis and said, Don't applaud anymore, the teacher will be embarrassed. There was a dead silence in the hall, and someone burst out laughing. This caused a stir, causing a burst of laughter. Delphinia, who had a big duck egg on her head, looked around in confusion, and still didn't understand what was going on. My lady. A witch pointed at the top of Delphinia's head with a pale face. Delphinia looked up, and then she realized what was going on, and she stood there with her mouth wide open. She looked so cute. Many noble ladies couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shut up. Delphinia roared with a livid face. Get this damn thing off my head. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the hall. Many noble ladies looked at the smiling teacher cautiously. This magic can't be faked. If it cracked, it cracked. If it not cracked, it not cracked. Now the one with the lowest score is Her Majesty Delphinia. But Delphinia was even more shocked. She found that the magic of this house of cards was not only not lifted, but she was also under a spell. No matter where she went, it was like being locked in a house of cards. Unable to cast spells, like a muggle. And this seems to be a magic contract. The signer, Party A, is Mr. Lewis, and the signee, Party B, is the person with the lowest score in the whole field. So this is considered that she accepted Lewis' spell voluntarily. This reminds her of her mother devil contract that was specially used to deceive others. If it were someone else, if she found that she had signed a contract without knowing it, she would definitely feel scared. If this contract was not a small prank like this, but a slave contract, it would be too scary. But Delphinia is an extremely arrogant person. Just as her mother said, she is a spoiled brat. She thinks that besides her mother and the Red Queen, she is the best in the world. In her imagination, even if Louis has 10,000 guts, he would not dare to provoke her. According to her imagination, the next plot will definitely be that Mr. Louis apologizes to her in a humorous way. Then the curse will be lifted. But how could just apologizing be enough? I made a fool of myself in public. Look at the reactions of the ladies now. The Queen's previous confidence was in sharp contrast to her current stunned expression, which made the ladies' faces look a little strange. This which looked very fierce, and everyone wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. And Osicles and others who were sitting in the last row, after being stunned for a while, buried their heads on the table and laughed out loud. The hall was in chaos again, and everyone was talking in low voices. Many people couldn't help but cover their faces with their small fans. This made Delphinia's face even uglier, and she couldn't help but get furious. Didn't you hear me? You useless person, quickly remove this damn spell for me. Seeing that Delphinia was really angry, many noble ladies didn't dare to laugh, and they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look. By the way, what wrong with those two? Delphinia suddenly pointed at Yingling and Kate. They both got 0 points. Everyone looked up at the 4 sisters in the back row who were still laughing. Seeing the look that Osicles and the others gave her as if they were idiots, Delphinia was so angry that she laughed. Ladies, you are really shameless. I really don't know what's so funny about this. I just failed once after trying bravely. But you two, you are really 0 points. Delphinia looked at the last row arrogantly. She felt that she had reason to be arrogant, even though she had fallen into a little conspiracy of that little wizard today, and it seemed that she, Yingling and Kate were all reduced to 0 points. But it not shameful. Is it more glorious to be incompetent than to have the courage to try? Or, Her Highness Osicres' friends are all so shameless? As she said this, Delphinia looked at her sister with a smile, as if bullying her sister had already become her instinct. Whenever she saw her sister crying but unable to do anything, this sadist would be very happy. And this time, she deliberately put the focus of shame on her sister. By contrast, her 0 score was worthy of praise, and Osicres, who was the most outstanding today, became the most shameful one. At this time, many noble ladies also reacted. Yes, the teacher seemed to have given special care to his friend today. The few people brought by the princess. It seems that they all got 0 points today. Many noble ladies couldn't help but discuss it. It is rumored that the princess is a professor at a mysterious wizard academy. Those 2 guys with 0 points. They are not her students. Right? I'm sorry. Mississippi teacher Louis looked at Delphinia and said, Your Highness, the total score of the 4 people is twice as high as that of the 4 of you. It is worthy of praise. Miss Yingling is attending the class for the first time today. And Miss Kate has no magic foundation. But her score is not bad. Compared with everyone, it is indeed good. Kate leaned forward slightly and picked up the paper. 6 points. Thank you, Princess, for helping me prepare last night. Many noble ladies were shocked. They all looked at Osicres. They all knew how difficult the test questions were. The princess was really not simple to teach people like this in one night. Then, many noble ladies looked at the bad red-haired woman in the last row who was yawning and smoking. She seemed to have been sleeping before. How could it not be 0 points? Yingling rolled her eyes and picked up her own paper. 46 points. The ladies finally understood that they could sleep only after they finished their papers. But just when everyone was chatting happily, the teacher suddenly tapped the magic wand. And the faces of the ladies who were laughing just now turned pale because they saw that the scores on their papers had gone up. Helen got 59 points. And the 3 witches together only got 70 points. As for the rest of the people, basically all of them got single digits. Many people even scored 1 point, which was not as high as Yingling. No one could laugh at this moment. And the faces of the ladies turned red. A burst of sneers brought everyone back to their senses. The ladies looked at Delphinia and found that she was looking at them coldly. Sure enough, everyone in this class is mentally retarded. Delphinia sneered. And many ladies looked a little ugly. But no one dared to write anything. After that, Delphinia lifted her skirt elegantly, saluted the teacher slightly, and then, like a proud swan, she raised her head and said, Okay, Sir Louis, you won. What is the way to break the spell? Let me think. Maybe a bottle of Cassandra. Or a feather of a polyglot? Take off your pants, teacher. Louis suddenly showed his ferocious face. He. Louis's smile stunned many noble ladies, wondering if this gentle teacher was suddenly possessed by a demon. Osicles and others looked at Louis with such eyes. You really don't have good intentions. Delphinia looked at Louis with wide eyes, wondering if she heard it wrong. You. What did you say? Louis smiled, but didn't look at her. He suddenly frowned, and said to Osicles and others in the last row, Your Highness, the teachers have been very irritating recently, and the order in the classroom has been getting worse and worse. I have learned a lot today, and also learned a lot of Sorrento national curses. Please keep it up in the future. The faces of the several dragon maidens, who were peeking out of the window, couldn't help but look very ugly. After that, Louis winked at Osicles and left. This woman is your stepmother. It is time for you to take revenge. As a gentleman, I will not watch. As for the curse, after you have beaten her 35 times, her curse will be lifted after one night. That being said, the moment this guy walked out of the door, he escaped. In the eyes of everyone, his body was complaining to Matron Hathaway at the door. But that was just his clone. The real him had appeared behind the 4 matrons without anyone noticing, and cast a curse on them, making them think that it would be reasonable to have one more person. Then Louis turned into a mammy and appeared behind Mammy Hathaway. What was particularly offensive was that the mammy he turned into looked not much different from himself. On the other side, Delphinia was still looking at Louis' clone with vicious eyes, who was reporting to the mammies. She didn't know what she would face. It was not until Mammy Louis came in with a smile, followed by Mammy Hathaway and others with a livid face, and pressed Delphinia on the podium, that Delphinia suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Louis with an unbelievable look. It seemed that she couldn't believe that the maids would do such a thing to her. She was beaten when she was young, but she hadn't been beaten for more than 10 years. After becoming the queen, she became the powerful queen of Sorrento, who even the king had to look at the queen face. Naturally, she had long forgotten the pain. Delphinia, who was furious for a moment, had already forgotten her current identity. Her face was ashen, and she was shaking with anger, and she cursed. What are you doing? What are you doing? Delphinia was in disbelief when she saw that everyone came up and pressed her there. Her face was full of disbelief. Before she finished speaking, she felt a chill on her hind legs. Looking back, she found a very pretty young maid, who was clumsily rolling up her skirt. At this time, the other 3 witches also reacted. Although they could not cast spells, they seemed to rely on magic for everything. And now they felt very insecure and very scared. But at this time, they all rushed up one by one. Deliberate mindless provocation, stopping, made the maids angry. If they didn't get beaten with the master today, and still watch the fun here, they would be skinned alive tomorrow. As they wished, the 3 maids picked them up like little chickens, pressed them to Delphinia's side, and blocked their mouths. After being pressed there, the 3 witches gave each other a look at the master. Come on, share the joys and sorrows dry. Then Louis hit them with a stick each, and they started to cry loudly, and their legs kicked wildly, and their high heels flew off. The 3 witches looked at the queen with tears in their eyes. It really hurts. Delphinia was so angry that she almost died, and responded with a look, all the waists are wastes. Looking at the red monkey butts of the 3 witches, Louis almost laughed out loud. At this time, the maids also called the ladies to come up and press them. The ladies all dodged in a flash, and no one caught up. But the maids called out a few names, which made the noble ladies pale, and they had to come up to help press the people. Louis also took the opportunity to call out Osicres' name. Osicres didn't expect that she would have another chance to do it herself. She was in ecstasy and hurried over. How dare you? How dare you? Get out of here. You have no right to touch me. Delphinia looked at Osicres viciously and cursed angrily. This vicious look made Osicles feel dizzy. She believed that this was her sister. No wonder she was targeting her. All of a sudden, all the emotions of being bullied, slandered, and framed by her sister from childhood to adulthood surged out of her heart. She immediately rolled up the complicated skirt behind Delphinia. You are all rebels. You will all be sent to the guillotine. When the maids heard Delphinia scolding them like this, and cursed them with such vicious words, their noses were almost crooked. They heard from His Majesty Francesco last night that the ladies have been too naughty recently and need to be disciplined. Today, they are really infuriating. Huh? Aunt Hathaway, send me to the guillotine? The person who sends me to the guillotine has not been born yet. Aunt Avril, Delphinia. This little girl needs to be disciplined. She will break the roof if she is not punished for 3 days. The elder sister is not serious. She always thinks about bullying her younger sister. There is no reason to beat her normally. But today is the right time to teach her a lesson. Many maids rolled up their sleeves and said to Louis, "This child really needs to be disciplined. Aunt Louise, please ask Her Royal Highness the Princess to discipline this rude princess." After that, the maid started beating the witches. Suddenly, the hall was filled with wailing. The 3 witch ladies, who were so arrogant before, were crying so miserably. Seeing this, many noble ladies were trembling. Even Helen hid her face in Yingling arms. Osycres was holding Delphinia at this time. Because Louis was missing, Delphinia had not been beaten. At this time, Delphinia was also shocked by the spectacular scene in front of her. She had never thought that this scene would happen in front of her. She was pressed by Osycres for a while, and forgot to struggle. Looking at the increasingly red buttocks of the 3 witch ladies, Louis almost laughed out loud. He rolled up his sleeves and came to Delphinia. Delphinia finally realized what was going on. What did that mean? Was it her turn? She struggled violently. If the anger in her eyes could burn, she would definitely burn Louis to ashes. "Let me go! I kill you! Do you know that? Woohoo!" Before she could finish her words, Louis roughly blocked her mouth with a towel. "Your Highness, my name is Louise. This little princess is too arrogant. Let me beat her a few times for you." Osycles handed the board in her hand to the nanny Louise in a very ladylike manner. Delphinia was almost mad at this stupid nanny who had been targeting her. She turned her head fiercely and carefully looked at this young and pretty nanny with delicate skin and tender flesh. Then her head buzzed. How could this nanny be so pretty? Why did she look so much like that little wizard? Could it be that he is acting? Let me go quickly. Do you know who I am? At this moment, Delphinia's heart was trembling. A breeze blew in from the window, and there was a sudden cool feeling on her back. Madame Delphinia was in disbelief, and looked back, and found that Osycres had rolled up her skirt to her waist, revealing her lace skirt and flesh-colored pantyhose. Before she could react, she saw that Osycres had already pulled down her pantyhose. Delphinia's mind buzzed, and her eyes went blank. "Osycres, do you know what you are doing?" Delphinia struggled madly, and yelled viciously at Louis and Osycres in her heart. "Oh!" Louis frowned, lowered his head curiously, and looked at Delphinia carefully, and said in surprise, "You don't want to tell me that you are the queen, right?" After saying that, Louis covered his mouth with a frightened "oh." Osycres quickly gave Louis a look, signaling him not to talk too much. She would beat the queen today. "Madame Louise, don't be afraid of her. I support you." Louis hesitated, staring at Delphinia blankly, as if hesitating whether to lift her skirt down. Delphinia's face turned red, but she couldn't care less now. "Let me go, or I chop off your head. Then I'd be relieved." This was like a thunder in Delphinia's ears. Before she could say anything more, she saw Louis swinging the board, and then she heard a crisp sound, and her buttocks slapped, and a large area of red. One of her high heels flew off. Seeing that it was already red, the pain came over her, and Delphinia's toes were tensed up in pain. It hurt so much. "You? The queen? Her Majesty the Queen may not even know you. Go and complain, my name is Louise," Louis said with a smile. Delphinia looked at Louis in disbelief. Her eyes were full of tears. She remembered this idiot. "You idiot! Still stubborn? Speak. Does Aunt Louise have the right to hit you?" As soon as the words fell, an even heavier board fell down. This time, the other side also turned red. Delphinia's tears flew out directly. She whimpered in pain, kicked her legs wildly, and the other high heel also flew up. Chapter 172 Zhenhai Jing, and before departure. The two crisp sounds scared the noble ladies so much that they almost fainted. Fortunately, I didn't do anything naughty today, otherwise I would be dead. All the ladies present are Francesco nieces and nieces. They have been beaten by the ladies-in-law in normal times. But it is rare to see people beaten in public like this. The last time it was Princess Osycres, this time it was this noble lady. It seems that Her Majesty the Witch Queen is going to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's time to rectify the atmosphere. And today, these witch ladies have run into the gun. Delphinia looked back with tears in her eyes. She didn't cry or make a fuss, nor did she yell in her heart, but raised her head proudly, and was frighteningly quiet. Those angry eyes stared at Louis, as if he wanted to remember the appearance of this Sister Louise completely. But Louis blinked, and suddenly wanted to look at the ground. Her Majesty Delphinia suddenly dropped a book. What even more bizarre is that the style of the book is very much like the Cloud Country. And a line of narration also appeared in front of Louis. Junhai Jing. Did I get the equipment? Louis calmly hooked his finger and hid the book. Then he excitedly raised the ruler again. And then he was disarmed by a big hand. Louis looked back in surprise and found that Madame Hathaway and the others were looking at him with such eyes. Are you really going to kill me? You're too harsh. Aren't you? You've made the little girl unable to sit for a month. Louis coughed awkwardly. He had tried his best to stop. I can see you have no sense of propriety. You're a novice. You've never hit anyone. Go to the side. Madame Hathaway, who was strong and powerful, pushed Louis to the side with her buttocks. She signaled for the princess to come down. The last time, the princess was publicly reprimanded by the queen in front of many maids and princesses. After that, the princess' status in the court took a sharp turn for the worse. Even many maids dared to laugh at the princess in private. Today, I will tell you who is the leader of the harem. In this room, only Princess Osikris is the most qualified. Louis handed the ruler to Osikris and said, Your Highness, teach this rude lady a lesson for the queen. Delphinia on the other side also recovered a little at this time. She was crying out in pain in her heart, and her body was shaking with anger. She almost fainted when she heard this. She looked at the fool-like Sister Louise with a vicious look. In her heart, she persuaded herself secretly, well, forget it. No one knows who I am anyway. She simply closed her eyes, like a maid waiting to be punished. She stopped moving. At the moment when she took the ruler, Osikli showed a trace of gratitude in her eyes. And then she looked at Delphinia, with a raging fire in her eyes. She looked at Delphinia, who was still trembling because of the pain from the previous time, and closed her eyes to pretend that she was not herself. With a grimace on his face, he performed facial expressions, and then leaned over to her ear and said, Didn't you say that I would be beaten every day I was with you? I didn't expect your retribution to come so quickly. My dear sister. Delphinia suddenly opened her eyes, and her face turned pale. She struggled hard, but the ugly Nani's strength was not enough for her to break free. She heard a crisp sound, and then felt waves of pain coming from behind. In the crackling sound, she screamed in pain, with her eyes blazing with fire. She looked at her stepdaughter and sister, but with her mouth blocked, she couldn't even scream. Seeing her sister dare to glare at her, Osiklis rolled up her sleeves and got excited. She used all her strength to beat her hard. The crackling sound made her sister's legs kick wildly in pain. This time, Delphinia didn't turn around to glare at her sister. She was only concerned with the pain, and her tears flew out. Osiklis had completely avenged the humiliation she had suffered today and before, and the long-suppressed anger in her heart was completely relieved. After the last board was hit, Osikris handed the board to Sister Hathaway with both hands. Then she bowed gracefully and walked out the door with the smiling Yingling and others. Ha ha ha. Osikris' wanton laughter came in from outside the door. The Witch Queen 4-member team was wiped out *1. Osikris' revenge +1. Strength +3. The Witch Queen hatred for you +1. Agility +3. I will remember you, Sister Louise. You wait for me. A pair of murderous eyes brought Louis back to his senses. He looked at the red eyes of His Majesty Delphinia, who was still looking at him angrily. He bowed slightly to her and whispered in her ear, Don't fall into my hands again next time. Then he smiled and walked away with Aunt Hathaway and others. Several witches rubbed their buttocks and walked over carefully, trying to help their master up, but were pushed away. Wait for me. Wait for me. In the afternoon, in a king's study in the palace, the woman who sat behind the desk and listened to the nanny quietly looked very dignified and elegant. But strangely, she was wearing a military uniform. But the big blue coat and the tricorn hat on her head seemed very decent on her. And she looked like Katerina too in a navy uniform. Francesco, who had just attended a naval meeting, was a little tired, rubbing his forehead, and did not change his expression. Regarding the 7th Fleet, everyone was still arguing. This gave Francesco a headache. After listening to the reports from Madame Hathaway and others, Francesco felt his headache was even worse. No wonder when he asked Delphinia about her classes at noon, this girl didn't know how to sit or stand properly. She also said that she was not feeling well recently, and needed to rest for a while. It seems that she will have to stay in bed for a while. I did tell Madam last night to pick one of her most disobedient nieces and teach her a lesson in public. But it didn't say that the princess should teach the queen a lesson. Francesco really didn't understand. His two daughters were obviously very well behaved. But why did they quarrel as soon as they met? Louis was not kind either. He didn't persuade them properly, but took sides and let the younger one beat the older one. Forget it. This is good. Delphinia has been too arrogant recently. This time, she should be able to learn a little lesson and know that there are always people better than you in this world. Where Louis? After hearing His Majesty asking about Mr. Louis' situation, Sister Hathaway replied, after finishing his lecture, His Highness Louis went directly to the Royal Library. He will leave tomorrow, perhaps to check the affairs of the Rainbow Kingdom. Well, call him and tell him that I have some time now. After Sister Hathaway left, Francesco waved his hand and chanted a spell, and then the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room began to fluctuate like water ripples, and then the magic mirror was summoned. Judging from the magic patterns and arrays on it, the magic power contained in this seventh magic mirror seems to be dozens of times stronger than the first magic mirror made by Francesco. Soon, the whole room was covered by the magic mirror. The room began to fade, and gradually turned into a gray and white world. She was completely pulled into the world of the magic mirror. Then, she played with a telescope on the table out of boredom. But the direction she was looking at was not the window, but a sand table in the room. When she stood in front of the sand table and began to look at the sand table with the telescope, the sand on the sand table began to change under her terrifying magic, forming pieces of gray land, gray mountains, gray rivers, and finally the scene on the sand table turned into a gray sea. After searching for a while in the sea, Francesco smiled. It was as if he had found a new toy. But in the sky above the sea in the distance, a huge shadow appeared, which covered the sky and the sun. It looked like a great god looking at the sea with a telescope. Or a mirage. The sailors on the ship at sea widened their eyes. The fat goblin on the ship was even more frightened and screamed, Michelin, so you escaped here. The shadow that covered the sky was like a god. It stretched out its hand to the little goblin, and then the fat goblin turned gray and white, and then disappeared. This scene frightened the sailors so much that they knelt on the ground and prayed loudly. They believed that they must have met the legendary ancient god. The god in the sky seemed not to have had enough fun, stretched out his hand, and stirred up the wind and clouds on the sea. Seeing the storm about to form, the sailors showed a look of despair. But at this moment, the sailors suddenly found that the vague giant shadow in the sky put away the telescope in a panic, as if it was almost caught by someone, and suddenly disappeared. Library. Louis withdrew his gaze in a strange way, scratched his head, and continued to look at the documents in front of him. Unlike usual, the library today was particularly noisy. But no one was dissatisfied, because usually the people who come to this royal library are all court scholars, magicians. Today, all the court scholars are either busy reading and discussing various documents of the Rainbow Country, or studying astronomical data. There are also some noble ladies who just came to join in the fun. Following behind Yingling and Kate, standing in front of an oil painting on the wall of the library and marveling. This oil painting has been hanging in the library for decades, and it depicts the grand occasion of the Magicians' Association in those days. But at this time, the people in the painting came back to life. I heard that it was Mr. Harold, the president of the Magicians' Association, and Mr. Stewart, who worked on it for an entire afternoon. At this time, several magicians suddenly walked out of a door in the painting. They talked as they walked, and then came to the frame of the painting, and climbed out of the painting a little clumsily. This scene made several noble ladies stare at them with wide eyes. The fat magician in the lead took off his hat, and bowed slightly to the ladies, and then walked to a long table with the people around him. Louis took the papers from Harold and the others, and after reading them for a while, he said, "They are all good. You can give your papers to Yingling later. Harold, you can give lectures on the courses of the association and the court." Compared to himself, Harold and the others are better at giving lectures, and are more suitable for giving lectures to others. After a pause, Louis said, "If Mr. Byron teaches a class, you should also go and listen carefully. He may talk about some royal magic." "Okay, Mentor," Harold said. In addition, the information on the Rainbow Country and astronomy is still being discussed and sorted. I will ask Stuart to help send it to you later. When do you plan to leave? Louis flipped through the information about the Rainbow Country on the table. shook his head and said, "As soon as possible. Maybe Mr. Treve and Mr. Edward have already boarded the ship tonight." "Right. Yes. The ship of the Hammer of the God of War has docked at the port. But Mr. Michelin has not been able to contact him." "Yeah." Louis cursed Michelin in his heart. He had asked him with the magic mirror before. That guy was almost on the other side of the earth. Well, the people of the Believe family were magnets. If he was taken there, he would definitely meet the unknown god that the little conch had met. After chatting for a while, Louis got up and went to a corner of the library. It was very quiet here. There were only two noble ladies frowning and reading documents here. They were Osicris and Helen. Unlike Yingling and Kate. When Osicris came to the library and saw Louis was there, she hid in a corner. Then she asked Helen to look for various books for her. Indeed, she found a lot of magic books in this library. After the last magic meeting, there were many more magic books in the Royal Library of Sorrento. Some of them were secretly given to the king by the reformist wizards, and some were the royal collection of Sorrento. Some were secretly copied by Osicris from the Holy Oak some time ago. All these things came in handy today. Osicris found that, as a professor, her knowledge of the basics of magic was very weak. It seemed that if she wanted to understand Louis' course, she had to be at least at the level of the Grand Master of the Holy Oak. This made her only have a partial understanding of today's course. A tall and thin figure sat on the seat opposite. From the faint smell of soap on him, Osicris knew that it was Louis. She was a little nervous. She didn't dare to look up. Her student, it seemed that from today on, had the right to slap her hands, which made Osicris very anxious. When Louis came home late every day some time ago, she didn't bother him. Sure enough, Louis reached out and took Osiclis' notebook. Seeing Louis flipping through it with a smile, Osiclis couldn't help but squeeze out an ugly smile and looked at him. After flipping through it, Louis frowned and looked stern, which was exactly the same expression that Osicris usually put on. "Osicris, you have been too lazy in your studies recently. You really have nothing to do. Today, His Majesty specially invited a great magician to give a lecture. But you didn't listen carefully. Look at the homework you did today." No, teacher," Osicris explained in a panic. While Osicris was explaining, Helen covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. What Louis said today was exactly the same as what his sister usually said when she scolded them. Here, they are all wrong." After scolding them, Louis pointed out several mistakes. Then he found that Osicris didn't move. He frowned and raised his head. Then he blinked. He found that Osicris was biting her lips with a tangled look on her face. Louis suddenly remembered that at this time, Osicris would hit her hand. If she got a question wrong, she would hit her. But considering this guy's self-esteem, he probably won't lend a hand even if he dies. Right? Louis' mouth slightly smiled. Never mind. He is not like Helen, who gets beaten every day. He doesn't have so many grudges. He will just ask her to write a self-criticism later. Seeing that Louis seemed to be going to let her sister go, Helen was a little anxious. She rolled her eyes and suddenly shouted, "Lou and I want to be the monitor." Louis's eyebrows raised. He is ambitious. Teachers like such active and positive students. But we might have to go on a business trip tonight. And you don't have time to be a squad leader. Right? What the point of being a squad leader? Delphinia and Osiclis fought for this matter today. One is the queen, and the other is the princess. They are so grown up. I am convinced. Just as Louis shook his head secretly, a hand suddenly reached out to him. Louis looked up woodenly and found that Osiclis was closing her eyes with a red face, biting her lips, and holding out her hand. What this for? If I don't let him hit me, the petty-minded Louis, will he not let me be the monitor? Ah? What did you say? Did I hear you right? You're not going to sell your soul for a monitor, are you? A wooden ruler suddenly came from Helen's hand. Seeing Helen's excited expression, Louis opened his mouth. They are really fake sisters. So your words, "I want to be the monitor," were deliberately said to your sister. Seeing Osicris still with her head down, eyes closed and hands outstretched, Louis's eyes could not help but become serious. "Teacher Osicris, how could you do this? As a student, I have to tell you that this is not right." He decided to teach Teacher Ao a lesson. He held Osicris' soft hand and then rubbed it quietly. Osicris couldn't help but tremble slightly. She closed her eyes tightly, and her face was red as if water was about to drip out. I don't know if it was because of nervousness or fear of pain. My hand started to tremble. A few small boards fell gently, And O'Sicries opened her eyes in surprise, seeing her good student Louis looking at her with a smile. Her face couldn't help but turn red again. Helen covered her mouth and laughed secretly. With the efforts of smart Helen, her elder brother-in-law Lou and I would become her real brother-in-law sooner or later. At this time, a huge shadow enveloped her. O'Sicries looked up and found that it was Anne Hathaway and others with a smile on their faces. She couldn't help but withdraw her hand in a hurry. Louis said to Helen, "Go find Mr. Edward and the others first. Tell them to pack up and go to the port. We will set off tonight." Then, Louis started chatting with the maids. O'Sicries heard that Madame Hathaway seemed to want to summon Louis to his father, and his father seemed to have arranged the ship and was ready to let Louis go tonight. This made O'Sicries a little nervous. Silent Harbor. For more than 10 years. Many wizards have been there, but no one has returned so far, including the Red Queen uncle, Prince Vlad Dracula. But there is a whole kingdom of people waiting for rescue. O'Sicries looked at Louis with a complicated expression. Maybe he should stay for a few more days. At least he should be prepared, right? After sending Mammy and Helen away, Louis got up and went to the king. Louis thought for a while, took out a small mirror inlaid with array crystals, engraved with many runes, and handed it to O'Sicries. "This has my space-time anchor. There is also one on Helen's side, although the Silent Harbor is a little special, but through this, it should be possible to contact." "Oh!" O'Sicries took the small mirror. Her face looked a little disappointed. Louis nodded, turned and left. Wait. Louis turned back in surprise. He saw O'Sicries, suddenly stood up solemnly, then came to him and straightened his collar. Last time she was on a business trip, O'Sicries also did this. And perhaps at this moment, this small action represented a lucky prayer of O'Sicries. She hoped that Louis could go and come back easily like the last time he went to Clark Manor. Time waits for no one. Go earlier and come back earlier. O'Sicries looked at Louis and said. Louis secretly laughed a little. And then he stretched out his hand and pinched her face in the stunned eyes of O'Sicries. "I'm leaving tonight. Be good at home." After O'Sicries was stunned for a long time. Her face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and said yes softly like a mosquito. Chapter 173. Are the Queen and I Tang Monk? When Louis left the library, he stepped directly to the door of the king's study. Looking inside through the door, Louis was a little confused. Just when he was in the library, he felt that something was wrong here, but he couldn't tell where it was wrong. And now he found that he couldn't see the situation in the room. He was like a ghost, secretly sticking his head through the door and taking a look inside the room, and found that Her Majesty the Queen was standing in front of a mirror in a panic, rubbing her face, just like painted skin, which scared Louis. He quickly stuck his head back, waited for a moment, knocked on the door, found no movement inside, and walked in directly. When Louis came in, he found that His Majesty the King was sitting at the desk, frowning and flipping through documents. Louis secretly curled his lips, without any strange intention, sat directly on a sofa, and played with some antiques on the table. A light cough sounded. Louis blinked, looked at the king's desk, and found that Francesco was still there pretending to handle official business, as if he was too focused to notice him coming. The person who coughed was not her, but a fat guy who was as fat as a tire. The little fat man was squatting at Francesco's feet, wiping the cold sweat from his head, and wiping her boots with a horrified face. Michelin believed was one of Louis's patients. Although he had only met him briefly, Michelin was the one who had the greatest influence on him. Whenever Louis thought of him, he would think of a pile of tires that were more than 1 meter high. Estimated height, 120. Weight, 210. Aki also said that this guy had been urging the king to do something recently, and he hadn't eaten tea or slept at night. He hadn't eaten tea at all, after not seeing him for 2 months. This guy has gained weight again. If you ask him why he gained weight, he will definitely say that he gained weight due to stress. After recognizing this unfamiliar guy, Louis was somewhat surprised. Michelin had caused a lot of trouble, and Francesco must be very angry. Maybe Michelin was the one she just caught. When the fat boy Michelin saw Louis staring at him blankly, he could not help but squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying on his fat face, with 2 words written on it, "Boss, help me." Louis couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are we that familiar with each other? If I hadn't used the magic mirror to check who Michelin was this afternoon, I wouldn't have been able to match him up. Thinking of this, Louis got a little angry. Archie had told Louis before that the antique was originally going to return to the kingdom of Sorrento along the normal route, But Michelin had his fleet smuggle a batch of smuggled arms, so the fleet changed its route. Finally, when the fleet passed through the Rainbow Kingdom, it got lost in the fog. Now Francesco gave him a chance, letting him lead the fleet to accompany him to Silent Harbor to make up for his mistake. As a result, this guy has not shown up yet. He only arranged some ships. He still has the nerve to let me save him now? Not to mention that I am not that familiar with him. I haven't settled accounts with him for Silent Harbor. It was because of this damn goblin that the ancient gods noticed the Rainbow Kingdom, making this matter so troublesome. Now I want to hang him up and beat him up with Francesco. Louis pretended not to see it and continued to play with antiques. After a while, the fake king, who was concentrating, and the real queen raised her head in a pretentious manner. Seeing Louis sitting there, Francesco deliberately made a look of surprise. Oh, so Mr. Louis has come here a long time ago. Worthy of being a magician. I didn't even notice it. Francesco complimented enthusiastically. But he cursed in his heart. The brat was too arrogant. And he didn't even walk when he came here. Almost got caught. Louis was enthusiastic and modest. Your Majesty, I knocked on the door 3 times, but I didn't hear your response. I felt something strange in the room, so I was very concerned, and pushed the door open to take a look. Oh, Mr. Byron. He was just demonstrating magic to me. It was really magical. Francesco shook his head and sighed. He just left, and you came right after him. What a coincidence. Louis cursed in his heart for pretending to be so cool. Francesco couldn't help but laugh. At the banquet a few days ago, she said that she was also her elder, so she should be on the same level as Louis. But after she pretended to be Byron and met Louis, she regretted it again and wanted to treat Louis as her cheap nephew, so that she could take advantage of him. But Louis treated her as an elder brother, and didn't call her Your Majesty, but called her Big Brother. This made Francesco's face smile. Louis coughed, and finally changed his tone, calling him His Majesty. Soon, Louis talked about his morning classes, and then talked about the magic he taught. But Francesco's face was blank, full of a look of I am an outsider, who doesn't understand magic very well. Just explain it to me. After several meaningless conversations, Francesco introduced Michelin. He said that Mr. Michelin heard that Louis was going to Silent Harbor, and rushed over overnight. I arrived tonight. Yes, I came here overnight, Michelin said while wiping his sweat. I don't know if it's because of too much fat that he sweats a lot, or because of something else. Louis curled his lips and said nothing more. Your Majesty, I plan to go to Silent Harbor tonight, and Mr. Harold and Mr. Byron will teach the next classes. Okay. Go as soon as possible. Francesco nodded, suddenly feeling a little disappointed. Your Majesty, does the royal family have any information about the Rainbow Country? I heard that the situation there is very complicated. Indeed, there is some. Sorrento has been paying attention to this matter. Byron has also done a lot of research. What surprised me was that he, who has always been proud, had no clue about this. Louis sighed secretly. I have no clue now. I don't know if it can be solved. The ancient gods may be scared away, but the strange things in Silent Harbor cannot be solved by scaring away the ancient gods. If I wasn't sure I could get out after entering, I would definitely not want to get involved in this matter. Next, Francesco told the story of Silent Harbor in the voice of a Sorrento king. The situation was basically the same as the information Harold had given. But at the end, she said something special. The place belonged to the Red Queen Isabella I, also known as Isabella Gudra. It was very different from other wizards. The Red Queen family is the wizard family that has the closest contact with Muggles. They live with Muggles, and it can be said that you are in me and I am in you. They were not one of the 12 wizard families, but a group of Muggles. But more than 1,000 years ago, the Gudra family suddenly received a terrible curse, and had endless life, and began to live on blood. After that, the Red Queen family also entered the wizard circle, and replaced the position of a completely lonely wizard from a large family, and obtained their forbidden inheritance, listed as one of the 12 great wizard families. After that, the Red Queen withdrew from the Muggle royal family, and lived alone in her own castle. But they secretly controlled their former kingdom. The civilization was around the 16th century, and had just entered the age of exploration. The Rainbow Kingdom was a vassal state of the former kingdom of the Red Queen. It was a small country at the outermost edge of the Red Queen family's sphere of influence. Although the Rainbow Kingdom is only a small country, with a population of only a few 100,000, its geographical location is very important. Plus, it is an area governed by the Red Queen family. So the Red Queen family has been trying to solve the problem there. I heard my queen tell me that. 3 years ago. The Red Queen Isabella the First seemed to have sent a group of wizards there. I don't know what the situation is now, but the way the Scarlet Clan solves things may be a bit extreme. Correction. The Red Queen name is Isabella. There was a typo before. It has been corrected. At this point, Francesco shook his head and talked for a breath. After a pause, Francesco's eyes suddenly looked at Louis with some seriousness. Louis, regarding the matter of Silent Harbor, there have been rumors that it was the mistake made by the magician Herbert. They believe that it was everything that the magician Herbert did more than 10 years ago that made the matter more serious. I believe in Herbert, Francesco said. The Kingdom of Sorrento also believes in our magicians. But gossip can only lead to corruption. And this incident has cast a huge stain on the Kingdom of Sorrento. According to Francesco, when this rumor spread, it made all kingdoms believe that magic was extremely dangerous. At that time, noble wizards advocated the withdrawal of magic. So with the instigation of noble wizards, the anti-magic movement in various kingdoms was intensified. The magicians in various kingdoms were expelled and hunted. After that, many kingdoms began to boycott the Kingdom of Sorrento and the magic world advocated by Sorrento. Many kingdoms still do not allow the study of magic, and they have great hostility and hatred towards magicians and wizards. Oh, people in the secular world believe that magicians have angered the gods, while wizards in the wizard world believe that these mistakes come from a forbidden book. You know, the Kingdom of Sorrento has been looking for the forbidden book, and the fleet of the Hammer of the God of War did bring those books found in the archaeological excavation to the Port of Silence. The wizards believe that it was the magician who studied the forbidden book without permission. Whether the problems caused by this knowledge are caused by this knowledge, it is still unclear. But, Louis, I hope that no matter what, you can find out the truth about this matter and bring the book back. Or we can help the magician and the knowledge to clear their wrongful charges. Or, we can destroy the problematic magic book. Francesco said a lot that night. She thought that this matter might be an opportunity for the Kingdom of Sorrento and the Red Queen family to establish diplomatic relations. Before that, Red Queen Isabella had proposed some goodwill to Sorrento at the magic meeting. After the conversation, Louis also saw a line of new narration. It seems that the quest rewards of Silent Harbor have been updated. Talk with Francesco, achieved. Silent Harbor mysterious events added rewards. Red Queen family false olive branch to Sorrento Kingdom *1, Red Queen invitation *1, talking about scriptures to Isabella the First *1. I am Tang Monk? *1. Explanation. No matter what the outcome of Silent Harbor is, it will surely shake the wizarding world. The Red Queen will definitely find a reason to invite Louis, the great wizard of the Kingdom of Sorrento, to give a lecture and celebrate for the younger brother of the King of Sorrento. Be careful, Mr. Tang Sung. Don't answer this invitation. Otherwise, when you are deceived by her, the female fairy will do something outrageous to you. Louis ignored the words in the narration. That afternoon, Louis talked a lot with Francesco. After learning about the urgent situation in Silent Harbor, he decided to set off tonight. Francesco told Louis that the boat might not be ready until the evening. Louis thought about it and felt that there was nothing to do in the palace. So he decided to board the boat early. He said goodbye to Francesco. Then, Your Majesty, I will leave tonight. Go. Come back early. Her Majesty Queen Francesco stood up and adjusted Louis's collar. Then she pretended to be very manly, patted Louis on the shoulder, and said. Louis opened his mouth in surprise, recalling the scene when Osicris adjusted his collar. His face was a little embarrassed. Is this not some kind of family ritual? Should I give some response? Louis stretched out his hand, slowly stretched it towards Francesco, and then, in Francesco's slightly narrowed eyes, he circled his hand slightly above his head, made a noble salute, and withdrew with the fat boy Michelin. After the two left the study, they prepared to go to the port to meet Helen and the crew. However, when passing by a garden, Louis unexpectedly ran into Yingling and Kate. Oh! Principal Oliver has a class in the afternoon today. So Osicris went back to the Holy Oak to attend the class. I thought, since I'd be sleeping anywhere, it better to sleep in bed, Yingling said while fanning herself. Suddenly, her eyes turned slightly, and she said, let's watch a movie together. Mr. Louis, I found some movie tapes and art films in the library. Louis raised his eyebrows and looked at Kate. Kate smiled reservedly, welcoming Mr. Louis to come and discuss literary films. and then everyone could read the book of songs or something. This was like a small literary salon. Louis was unhappy. Look at those ladies. Reading books in the library. You too. Not only did you skip school blatantly, but after I caught you, you still said you wanted to go to the movies? Have a salon? Louis asked the fat boy Michelin to leave first, and he coaxed the two to go to Yingling room, and then watched a few movies with them. Teacher Louis is a strict person, and he always carries a ruler with him. After a scolding, he saw the two bad students realize their mistakes, and they were all crying and pouted there. So he naturally slapped them with a small board. In the end, Yingling and Miss Kate cried bitterly, and they both said that they would change their ways. Louis was finally satisfied. Be good at home. Yes. Yes. Louis pulled up his pants. That night, Louis, Yingling and Miss Kate went to the port. At this time, the ship was almost ready. After everyone got together, they boarded the huge three-masted sailing ship July Flower at the port and set off towards the distance. Chapter 170 for the Seven-Colored Sea. A week later, the July Flower reached the vicinity of that sea area. This speed shocked Michelin and his dragon sailors. Although this beautiful sailing ship has magical powers, its maximum speed is only about the same as those of ordinary steamships, at about 15 knots. Not to mention that there was a storm in the middle. But since the day Louis boarded the ship, after taking all the magicians in the crew to the stern for a magic lesson, the water around the ship became strange, as if it was constantly pushing the ship, as if the ship would run forward even without opening the sails. The storm last night was even more bizarre. The waves on the sea in the distance looked like mountains, but within a few miles around the ship, it was calm. Louis was a little confused about this. He did not expect that the things written in this Shanhai Jing were very suitable for his own use. It seems that this is exactly what our own Sea King uses. Francesco said before that she had visited the North Sea King and had a lot of exchanges. It seems that the mother-in-law and his uncle the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King have a good relationship. And this Shanhai Jing should be the magic book that His Majesty Francesco copied from his uncle the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. These days, Louis has been studying this book, and after a week of familiarity, he has gained a lot. Of course, what makes him most happy is that the middle of his King of the Sea in Jiolong Town in the storybook has been removed. Thank you, Her Majesty Delphinia, for the equipment. In the cabin, Louis sighed for a while, closed the Shanhai Jing that he had already read, and flipped through the astronomical materials on the table. Recently, he has also read a lot of astronomical development history in this world. Wizards still believe that the Earth is flat, square, and at the center of the world. But Muggles, last century, had already marked various comets and asteroids. Even the number of planets in the solar system was recorded. After the advent of His Majesty Francesco in the middle of this century, magicians combined astrology, prophecy, and astronomy, and developed a new astronomy. Although it made the astronomy of this world very strange, it made astronomy more accurate, and greatly enriched various data. During this period, Louis had predicted a meteorite that could destroy the rainbow world through the magic mirror. He also carved the magic positioning array of the space-time anchor on several crystal arrays. Some of them were thrown into the sky above the sea yesterday, and have now reached outside the atmosphere, forming a hexagonal multidimensional magic array. The remaining crystals are all in his sleeves. Subdimensional demons generally like to use this trick. They can use these space-time anchors and magic arrays, open a subdimensional door, cross the plane, and come to a certain world. So now Louis only needs to activate these crystal arrays, and he can open a subdimensional gate in the distant sky, and summon the walnut in the distance directly from the gate. So, if he casts the summoning spell now, the big walnut can appear directly outside the atmosphere, and then hit his head. Or it can fly directly out of his hand. Now the summoning spell can be used at any time. But in order to make the walnut fall faster and have greater kinetic energy, Louis decided to give it a boost. Thinking that he was about to save the world, Louis couldn't help but feel a little excited. He put away the information and came to the deck. On this deck, Helen was arrogantly directing the magicians to carve a magic circle, and 6 prismatic magic crystals, more than 1 person tall, were suspended at the 6 corners of the magic circle under the spell of Triv and others. Some people were still holding cameras and snapping pictures in the distance. Louis followed the direction of the camera and looked into the distance. A few kilometers away, the deep fog was like a mountain thousands of feet high on the sea. It covered the distant horizon. It became a wonder, and also made the original wonder of this sea area no longer exist. The sea area near the rainbow country used to have no fog. Instead, there was a huge rainbow. At that time, whenever you arrived at the sea area, you could see the huge 7-color rainbow in the distance. The rainbow mapped this sea area into 7 colors, and whenever it rained, there would be a spectacular rainbow rain. But now, this rainbow wonder has been replaced by fog. However, at ordinary times, the fog does not look like a mountain. Because when a ship passes nearby, the ship will be slowly wrapped by the fog. The fog will be very light at the beginning. When it is discovered, it has been shrouded by the fog, and the spectacular fog cliffs in the distance cannot be seen. But the storm last night seemed to blow away the fog at the edge of the fog, which made everyone see this wonder. If a small tsunami is set off, then will the shock wave caused by it temporarily drive away the fog? Lewis couldn't help but become curious. Lou and I. The magic circle is ready. Helen on the bow waved her hands and shouted. Triv and other magicians looked at Lewis with expectation. This magic circle took a lot of effort. The magic power contained in these 6 crystal arrays is also terrifying. Many people have seen Lewis's magic and never used spells. So what is going on this time? Lewis coughed, waved his fingers, and looked a little serious. But it always feels like something is missing. After taking a look at the drunkard who was fiddling with the props at the bow, Lewis's eyes lit up slightly, stretched out his hand, and a large magic wand flew over. Then he came to the center of the magic circle, raised the large magic wand, and while waving his sleeves, he recited a long spell. For a moment, the surging magic power affected the surrounding waves. Seeing this scene, Director Triv's eyes lit up. He didn't know what magic Lewis was doing, but this black robe, magic robe, wafted and looked very stylish. But the magic robe on Mr. Lewis seemed a little evil, making him look a little like a villain. But it was harmless. And it could be processed or edited later. The director immediately asked the crew members to film this scene. The crew was busy here. But Mr. Edward's eyelids were twitching. As a bachelor of the Holy Oak, he was well informed. He felt the terrifying power of the spell. It seemed that Director Lewis was summoning something far away from this world, too far away. Edward mistakenly thought it was another world. Edward had seen cultists use similar magic when summoning gods. But it seemed incomparable to Lewis. Because the cultists could not summon gods. But Lewis seemed to be able to. And Edward felt that Lewis seemed to have engraved many spells on the thing. These magic circles and spells made the thing undergo some wonderful changes. It also allowed Lewis to control it from a distance. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Lewis, who never chanted spells, actually chanted the spell for more than an hour this time. At the end, a lot of sweat appeared on Lewis's face. Everyone's eyes became serious. Then, they saw Mr. Lewis throw the big staff to the ground, took Helen's towel, and wiped his sweat. What does it mean? What about magic? What about the terrible spells and summons? Is this the end? Seeing that everyone was staring at him blankly, Lewis blinked. No. It over. Go do what you need to do. Everyone's face was dull. Only Helen suddenly blinked. And she found that the waves from the nearby sea to the distant horizon had become smaller. It seemed that just now, Lewis had not only used one summoning spell, but several spells. Soon, the deck became chaotic again, and everyone was doing what they had to do. However, when Edward used telekinesis to move the magic crystals, he always felt that they seemed to be much lighter. It was as if their mass suddenly disappeared. Edward shook his head. He had never seen the mass of magic crystals decrease. This should be his illusion. After Lewis wiped the sweat off his face, he looked up at the sky. That walnut weighing more than 10,000 tons should have been pushed to 70,000 kilometers per hour by now. This speed is fine. When this kinetic energy explodes, I wonder how many little boys it will be equivalent to. Perhaps this will become the most spectacular starfall ever witnessed by humans in this world. The end of the world is coming. But you are talking nonsense. I am here to save this place. You know, the meteorite will break up in the atmosphere. However, it seems that I did use a little too much force. Big boss ancient god, you have to give it some force. When you see it flying towards your forehead, give it a push. Let it break a few more times in the atmosphere. Otherwise, this tsunami is a bit big, and I don't know how many people can be suppressed. Amid the singing of the sailors, the July flower has already sailed into the fog. Gradually, nothing can be seen clearly around, and the sea surface here, which was originally a bit strange, under the influence of the Dragon Clan sea-suppressing power, is like dead water, and as quiet as a mirror. Bursts of desolate and sad songs are faintly heard from the fog, and there is a faint lighthouse flickering in the distance, guiding the ship towards the port. Chapter 175 Silent Harbor. When the July flower gradually approached the port, Lewis found that there were many large ships in the port. These ships should have been docked here for more than 10 years, but they did not look dilapidated at all, as if someone was maintaining them regularly. But there was no one on the ship, and there was a thick fog in the port. Nothing could be seen. Only some buildings could be vaguely seen. The crew members around were walking back and forth on the deck, busy. The great screenwriter Goethe took the script and loudly narrated the plot. This scene is shot as follows. The great adventurer Helen, while leading the fleet, accidentally broke into the terrifying silent harbor. She thought it was a quiet place of death, but she found it was a prosperous city. Helen posed, and the crew took photos, providing materials for the newspaper, and took photos. The ship gradually approached the shore, and in a hazy fog, a prosperous town gradually appeared. The sailors showed extremely shocked expressions on their faces. The script was right. The crew members did what they were supposed to do, and their faces were calm. It seemed that they were already used to such things. Lewis's eyes showed a look of shock. I didn't predict it. He came to Goethe with a serious face and took a look at Goethe's script. He found that Goethe was actually writing the script, and the plot just now was written by Goethe after he saw the prosperous city in the distance. Shit! Ahem, sir. I can still predict some things, but they are not very accurate, so I have to modify them at any time, Goethe said with a smile while smoking his pipe. Actually, my predictions are still very accurate. Ahem, really? Lewis rolled his eyes. After asking again, Lewis learned that all the scripts of the crew members were synchronized with Goethe's script. As long as Goethe modified the script in his hand, the scripts of others would also change accordingly. So this crew always writes the script and shoots it now. And except for the main character Helen and the male extra Lewis, the entire crew basically has no other actors. They are all found locally, or they are temporarily adapted and filmed according to various sudden situations. At this time, the ship has already docked. The wizards of the Hammer of the God of War have known about this place for a long time, so they are very panicked. They are all trembling with fear, discussing various precautions there, and everyone listens very seriously. Obviously something is wrong here. But the crew members were all silly and acted as if nothing had happened, as if everyone was here for a trip. Edward was bored and secretly putting on makeup with a small mirror. Drunkards were secretly drinking. Gamblers were secretly counting money, seemingly planning to have a good time in town. The faces of the Hammer of War wizards over there were becoming more and more familiar, repeatedly warning everyone not to talk to anyone or take anything. Otherwise, they would become nameless people, heartless people, and wander here forever, etc. The sailors were terrified after hearing this. Some of them were about to wet their pants. Minus signs kept appearing above their heads. Everyone remembered what the wizard said. Never contact people here easily. Hey! Is this Rainbow Harbor? Mr. Edward suddenly waved his handkerchief and shouted to the figure in the foggy harbor. Michelin and the wizards looked at the harbor woodenly, and found that after Edward shouted this, the fog on the harbor immediately faded, and the harbor became crowded with people, and the streets in the distance were even more bustling. They were pulled into the world of Silent Harbor. The workers at the port discovered the ship that suddenly docked, and chatted enthusiastically with the crew on the ship. At the invitation of the people at the port, the crew happily disembarked. The two sides also exchanged a lot of things in a friendly manner, and Helen jumped off the ship excitedly, and under the guidance of the crew, she posed in various ways, and had various conversations with the locals. She stepped on all the mines. Michelin rolled his eyes, and almost fainted. Michelin sand value -90. He is almost finished. Forget it, that it, Michelin, I go down first, you take your people to the harbor to find your fleet. Lewis sighed and said, Sir, don't you find the weirdness here? The little fat man was going crazy. He pointed at the residents under the boat who were watching the crew curiously and said, These people seem to have appeared suddenly. If we didn't notice it because of the heavy fog, that would be an explanation. But the residents here have been locked up here for more than a decade. But they are full of energy and rosy faces. They look like they haven't been here for long. In the past decade, the sea trade here has been cut off, and it is completely closed. What do people in the whole country eat? I'm afraid there is no normal person here. Don't talk nonsense. A drunkard carrying a camera passed by and said drunkenly, Didn't you hear the people at the port say that every new ship that comes here will think there is something wrong here? But the town is just blocked by fog. Hurry, what people say outside are all rumors. Get off the boat quickly, this is a safe haven. After saying that, the drunkard got off the boat with a camera. He was here to film Lewis and Helen. Idiot! Idiot! Michelin regretted coming with these stupid teammates. Okay, don't be afraid. Even if something goes wrong, I can at least take you back. Go find your fleet and antiques, Louis said. Michelin burst into tears, looking like he would never get off the ship. Louis tried to persuade him for a long time, but to no avail. He suddenly looked at the merchant ships in the harbor, and his eyes lit up. Louis said, "There are many merchant ships here, Michelin. The gold, silver, jewelry, silk and porcelain in those ships are all waiting at you." Michelin was stunned and fell into deep thought. Michelin believes sand value plus max. The profiteer Michelin suddenly jumped up and began to deceive his subordinates. All of a sudden, the minus signs on everyone's heads turned into plus signs. Seeing this, Louis felt a little relieved. As long as these people were not afraid, they would not be affected too much for the time being. Seeing Helen waiting at him under the boat, Louis walked over. It seemed that the crew was divided into several groups, and only the drunkard followed the two of them on Louis's side. The drunkard dragging the camera had fallen asleep. Rather than saying that the drunkard was dragging the camera, it was better to say that the camera that could move by itself was dragging the ghost. Soon Louis and Helen forgot about the drunkard. The drunkard seemed to have no sense of existence. The residents of the town also ignored him. On the other side, Triv had already led most of the crew members deep into the town, as if they were going to interview and film in the form of a documentary. These guys were full of energy, like they were here for tourism. During the filming of the crew, the crowd on the street either watched curiously or chatted enthusiastically with the big director, forcing the crew to maintain order so that the filming could proceed normally. Just as the residents said, the whole town was peaceful and harmonious, and the town was also very intact. This made Louis and Helen look a little strange. But there were also many ragged beggars on the street. They lay there in the sun. Their eyes were full of numbness, very silent, and turned a blind eye to everything around them. Even if others threw money and food to them, they would not pay attention. They seemed to have lost hope in life and didn't care about anything anymore. Only when they occasionally looked up at the sky would their eyes occasionally show a hint of life. But soon this hint of life would be replaced by numbness. Helen blinked her eyes. She suddenly saw that there was a beggar who was eating lice. It seemed that there was something strange in the beggar's messy hair. There seemed to be a dirty crown. Before she could look more, she was pulled into a tavern by Louis. As soon as she entered the tavern, the lively atmosphere and cheerful music hit her face. Some people were dancing happily, drinking, and following the music. Some people were drunk and sad. After looking around, Louis took Helen to sit in a local seat and chatted with the local. After a few conversations, the local said something like this: "What the point of dying and living?" The local said drunkenly, "It's terrible. Everything is terrible. Since Sorrento went to war with other countries, wars, droughts and plagues have followed one after another. Everyone has lost their jobs. The war outside may have subsided, but we are trapped here. The whole kingdom is struggling here. Everything is just a facade of prosperity. People have no hope of survival. Everything is getting worse and worse." In the local self-talk, Helen suddenly found that the situation did not seem to be very bad. It was just that everyone was trapped here and could not go out to sea again. The locals looked at the sky outside the window with numbness and suddenly asked, "Foreigner, do you think it will rain today?" Louis and Helen were stunned, wondering what all this had to do with the rain. "Lou and I, let go find the great wizard of the Ministry of Magic. Gerda just changed the script. According to the script, we will meet him here." Helen looked up and said. As soon as Helen finished speaking, Louis and Helen heard a voice behind them. "Anthony Beard. Thank God. The Ministry of Magic finally sent someone." A bearded wizard wearing a wizard hat came over excitedly. "Gerda, this guy seems to be quite capable." Louis and Helen stood up and started communicating with the wizard. After a few words, Louis found that the wizard was indeed the one sent by the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. It has been more than 10 years, and he is the first wizard to come here. There are indeed many rumors about this place outside, but in fact, the main situation here is that it is blocked by fog. The wizard sighed and said, "This makes it only possible to enter but not leave. It is a small country with few people, and the people here rely on the sea for their livelihood. Once they are unable to go out to sea, their livelihood will be cut off. The situation will naturally be very bad, especially for those merchant ships that strayed into this place. For the ship owners, the cargo on the ship is the family wealth. But after being trapped here, the cargo will slowly mold and rot. Alas, if the fog can dissipate sooner, it will be fine. But if they continue to be trapped here, the cargo will be ruined. I don't know how many people will lose their homes and property, and their wives and children will be separated. So everyone is desperate, but they can only worry. At this point, the wizard sighed. Many wizards have come here in recent years, and we have been studying together for a long time. But we have no clue at all. In addition, there have been some rumors spreading doomsday talk recently, which has made some people here panic. Do you know where the people of Hammer of the God of War and Stover are? Lewis asked curiously. Over at the palace. I will take you there. The wizards, who have come here in recent years, are also there. Everyone believes that the Ministry of Magic will send more people. So we, His Majesty the King, the Bishop, and the ministers, are all looking forward to your coming every day. Lewis and Helen stood up and walked out of the tavern with the wizard while chatting. When passing by the largest central square in the entire city, they were surprised to find that the entire square seemed to have been dug out by someone with a huge sinkhole. The surrounding soil had almost piled up into small hills. A man who looked like a beggar was holding a pickaxe, standing in the big pit and laughing crazily, while an old woman was holding his hand and crying. Son, stop now, the mother cried. But the man seemed to be a little mentally unstable. He could not listen to his mother's words at all. Rain! It will definitely rain. Ha ha ha. Wait until I dig out the holy water and kill the terrible evil spirit. You will all be saved. Mother! Believe me, I will definitely save you. This time, you will never die again. The madman cried and laughed, and shouted to the people around him, You are saved. You will be saved soon. The passers-by around him couldn't help but cast strange looks, but no one stopped this man. Many shook their heads, sighed, and left. But more people were watching the joke. Sneered, taunted. It this psychopath again. The wizard shook his head speechlessly. The whole city is in a panic now. There are people doing all kinds of things. It's not surprising. Lewis nodded, looking at the beggars on the street. There seemed to be more beggars here than in other places. They all looked at the madman numbly, but compared to paying attention to the madman, the beggars were more concerned about the rotten food they were eating. There were many abandoned iron pickaxes and other tools on the ground nearby. It seemed that these strange people had dug pits here before, and there were many people at that time. But now there is only this one person left. What is this person digging? Helen asked the wizard curiously. Digging for water. It was the great wizard Herbert who told everyone that, as long as we dig out water, the whole world will be saved. The wizard sighed and said, Mr. Herbert's original intention may be to let everyone find something to do. Now people are in a panic, and they are doing everything. If they are not allowed to do something, they may go crazy. We will be saved if we dig out water? There is no connection between the two. Right? Lewis couldn't help but frown. This is absolutely impossible. The wizard shook his head and said nothing for a long time. After a moment, he suddenly looked up at the sky and asked abruptly, Do you think it will rain today? Lewis looked at the faint mist in the sky with a strange expression and fell into deep thought. He had heard this many times today. The wizard interrupted Lewis's thoughts. Let go. I take you to meet His Majesty the King. Before leaving, Helen couldn't help but take another look at the madman. There were more and more people watching over there. The man hugged his mother and cried loudly, as if he was saying goodbye for the last time. The scene was very sad, and Helen felt a little sorry for it. It was unknown what kind of blow the man had suffered. He seemed to have reached the limit of collapse. In his eyes, Helen could see the incomparable loneliness. The huge pressure made him breathless. He seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. I will save you. Mother! I will save you. I will definitely save you. The crowd looked at him curiously, laughing at his madness. Psycho. A beggar with a crown on his head suddenly cursed weakly. The beggars seemed to be a little annoyed, and some of them could not help but persuade him, Don't dig any more. We have all been deceived. Even if we dig out water. What the point? Hee. Yes, there is no hope. It has been hopeless for a long time. The wizard shook his head and whispered to Lewis and Helen, Those beggars used to dig the soil. Alas, there are some abnormal people among them. Don't pay attention to them. The man's side was getting more and more noisy, and under the thousands of strange eyes and discussions of the onlookers, the man's old mother face flushed red, feeling very ashamed, and also felt sorry for her son. She cried and persuaded, Child, wake up. Wake up. Even if you dig out water. What the use? There is no shortage of water here. Believe me. Mother! Believe me, I will definitely dig out water. The man had completely fallen into madness. He pointed at the big pit and uttered a lot of nonsense. When the time comes, the spring water will gush out. At that time, I will use my unique magic spell that no one can understand. From this big pit, summon a huge 7-colored dragon. It will fly over him and summon a storm tsunami of supreme power. When that day comes, the storm will bring a 7-color rain. It will extinguish the despair of this city. You will no longer die in fires. You will all survive. You will all wake up. I will definitely save you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the man picked up the manuscript, and flames appeared in his eyes, and he turned to the bottom of the pit like crazy. Didn't he just say that he was going to dig out the holy water to kill the evil spirits? Why are you talking about a big fire again? Helen didn't quite understand. Crazy? Oh! The wizard sighed. Completely crazy. After listening to the man nonsense, the people around him shook their heads. The mother looked at her son, who had fallen ill again, knelt on the ground in despair, and cried. Suddenly, a series of heavy bell sounds came from the distance. They were the bronze bells on the Rainbow Cathedral. The bells rang, and passers-by looked up. On that day, at some point, heavy snow had begun to fall. Will it snow in this weather? Helen reached out her hand to grab a snowflake, and was surprised to find that it was actually ash. She suddenly raised her head, and found that the whole world was fading. It was like a color photo, gradually turning into a gray-white photo. Only the sky against the background of the distant city was scarlet, like a burning fire. Immediately, everything was on fire. At this moment, against the background of the deep red sky, the gray-white earth and buildings were burning with a gray-white fire. There was a colorless fire everywhere, and desperate cries everywhere. Let go to His Majesty, the burning wizard said. In the blink of an eye, his throat was burned, but he seemed to be unaware of it. He was still opening his mouth. Soon, the wizard turned into ashes. There were burning corpses everywhere, and burning gray houses. Only the man who was digging a pit while crying was left. Son! Son! Where are you? Where are you? The old mother, whose whole body was burning, suddenly seemed to become deaf and blind. She searched everywhere for her son. Finally, she slowly turned into charred bones while crying. The man wiped his tears, and continued to swing the pickaxe in his hand. Within a few breaths, the whole city was on fire, and then the fire gradually died out, leaving only the burned houses, and the white snow all over the sky. The world turned gray and dead silent. The once bustling street was now empty, leaving only the man and the beggars who were catching lice. What made Helen's scalp swell even more was that the beggars turned a blind eye to all this. As if this was the normal world. The man was still concentrating on throwing dirt, and the beggars were still slowly eating the food they had just dug out of the tavern garbage dump. Their movements had not changed at all from beginning to end. Helen stood on the deserted street, looking at the beggars lying in the sun on the street corners, looking at this faded city. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether the real world just now was the real world, or the real world now. Everything was too real. She suddenly felt a chill, and felt cold all over. Has there been a fire here? Lewis asked the madman. Is this city destroyed by fire? Big fire? The man suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What big fire? What fire? There is no fire at all. That is the despair in people's hearts. It is the fire of despair. The big fire is fake. That world is fake. This world is also fake. The real world has been burned out by despair. No, it won't. I will definitely save you. Believe me, don't give up. I will definitely save you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Look at me summoning the god of storms, calling out the 7-colored rain, extinguishing the flames of despair. Save the world. Ha ha. The man was spitting his manuscript frantically, laughing wildly. Crazy. Crazy. Completely crazy. The beggars shook their heads, and chewed the rotten food in their hands. Wait! The bells are still ringing. Suddenly a beggar stood up, looking at the church in the distance with his eyes full of fear. 12. More than 12. The fog is coming. Go to the shelter. Chapter 176. The Red Queen Old Cousin. All the beggars in the city started to run madly towards the church. The background of the sky gradually turned red. The fog gradually began to cover the lighthouse on the sea surface, flashed continuously. Suddenly, a series of rustling sounds came from the distance. It seemed that there were countless insects crawling in the distance in the city. In the fog covering the city, there gradually appeared deformed monsters twisting their bodies, howling in pain, and constantly crawling towards here. In the distant streets, insect swarms were coming like a tide. And there was a deformed monster with tentacles that looked like a tower rising slowly in the mist. Helen held Lewis's hand tightly. She saw many insects crawling out of the charred corpses. They looked like cockroaches, but the head of the insect was a human face, showing her a weird smile. The beggars had run away, but the man had been digging the soil there for a long time. "Why don't you leave?" Lewis asked. The man looked back at Lewis with lifeless eyes, and continued to dig water. "Rain. The heavy rain that everyone expects will definitely appear." Lewis shook his head, pulled Helen a dozen meters at a time, left the square, and walked towards the church. A desolate and sad song slowly sounded from behind. Helen looked back and saw that in the fog, the man digging the soil was singing loudly, digging the soil, and crying. The dark swarm of insects, like a tide, had already surged towards the man. But the strange thing was that when the swarm of insects came to the man, they all went around him, as if the man was a reef in the sea. They could not be shaken at all. When the great magician Haber returned to his hometown more than a decade ago, he found that the Rainbow Kingdom had been isolated by a strange fog. The entire world in the fog had fallen into the inner world, and was gradually disappearing from the world. As he gradually studied, he found that the more desperate people were, the more serious the situation would be. After reading the book The Power of the Mind, How to Twist a World, he believed that only by awakening the hope in everyone's heart and gathering the power of everyone's heart can the whole world be twisted, freeing the whole world from the shackles of fate and fighting against this doomsday disaster. Hobbes discovered that there would be a storm coming soon, and the Rainbow Kingdom would see a rare seven-color rain spectacle. In order to awaken the hope in everyone's heart, he made up a lie that when the seven-color rain came, the fog would dissipate. Seven-color rain. This will be the greatest magic in my life. The whole world will regain its color. The magician Haber called on people to dig a huge pit in the center of the city and began to act. However, due to the interference of a certain god, the storm did not come as expected. The rainbow country missed the once-in-a-millennium rain, and the magician's words became a lie. The people who had just gotten a glimmer of hope fell into despair. The fog completely enveloped this place, pulling the world into the other world. Maybe there is no seven-color rain at all. Day after day, year after year, the living and the dead are constantly struggling in this desperate world, and have long forgotten the so-called rain. But these people don't know why. They often look at the sky, see if there are seven-colored clouds in the sky. Perhaps, in the deepest part of despair, there is still a trace of hope that even they are not aware of, looking forward to one day, there will really be a seven-colored rain in the sky. The lonely magician, carrying the hope of the whole world, moves forward alone in the fog. The singing penetrates the fog, and the beacon of hope appears and disappears. The world is about to be shrouded in despair, and disappears completely. Water, the rain that everyone expects, will definitely appear. It will paint this faded world with colors. Lewis, if we really dig out the water, will it rain heavily? Will it save the world? This is just a lie he made up. Lie. Helen was a little bit unbelievable. Why did he lie? Because he is crazy. But it will rain today. Lewis raised his head and looked at the red sky, a seven-color heavy rain. The crawling monsters and insects were already rushing towards the two of them. Lewis did not look back. He continued to lead Helen forward. But countless snake shadows spread out from under his robe. Those snake shadows were like thorns spreading on the ground, and they looked hideous and twisted like deformed black blood vessels. At this moment, the drunkard who had been following Lewis saw the thing on the ground, and almost threw away the camera. What was under the boss' feet? It was much darker and more evil than those monsters. In the blink of an eye, those black blood vessels had spread hundreds of meters around. All the monsters that came into contact with the blood vessels would be sucked dry, gradually drying up, and finally turning into powder in the wind. After absorbing nutrients from the monsters, those blood vessels also became thicker and more hideous. After a moment, even the mist turned black. Under this evil power, the despair around became more serious. The monsters were nourished and became more and more numerous. The insects that kept coming from afar became bigger and more numerous. And the new monsters that appeared in the mist also grew bigger. The black swarm of insects was like a tide, endless, and gradually began to devour the territory of the black blood vessels. Louis shook his head, and decided not to waste his magic power anymore. He took Helen and the drunkard and stepped into the door of the church. The monsters behind him had already swallowed up the black snakes like blood vessels, and rushed in like a tide, and finally stopped at the door of the church. Looking at the monsters behind him, Louis fell into deep thought. It seems that those monsters can't be killed at all. And they can't be killed at all. This means that the Rainbow Kingdom is about to be dragged into the abyss. And the Rainbow people who fall into the abyss have endless despair in their hearts. These despairs gave rise to these monsters. And unless the source is cut off, they cannot be eliminated. Hobbes believes that cutting off the source means cutting off the despair in people's hearts, and allowing the city to regain its color. Prince Vlad Dracula believes that there may be a simpler way to cut off all the desperate people. No one knows which method is the most correct. When Helen followed Louis into the only church that was not shrouded in fog, she was stunned to find that the outside world suddenly became hazy, as if the outside world was not real. But those monsters seemed to be real. But they kept wandering in the fog around the church, with no intention of coming in. It seemed that they could only move in the fog. After entering the hall, Helen found that the church was already crowded with beggars. They seemed to be discussing something noisily, as if a special ceremony was being held. And the Red Queen cousin Vlad Dracula, whose clothes were torn, patched, and washed very neatly, was standing in the center of the Luna Cathedral and shouting loudly. On the central altar, a magician was tied up. The magician was in ragged clothes, with unkempt hair and a dirty face. He was motionless, with his eyes tightly closed, and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. He had been sleeping for more than 10 years. But what shocked Helen was that the magician looked exactly like the madman outside. Are they the same person? Helen asked in a low voice in the noisy crowd. It him. Is it really him? Helen was a little confused. Can one person become two people? Then, can Louis also become two people? One is called brother-in-law, the other is called Lou and I. One belongs to sister, the other belongs to Helen. Mr. Dracula said a lot of things, but Helen, who came here for the first time, didn't understand. She couldn't help but flip through the script in her hand. Mr. Goethe seemed to have changed the script again. I don't know what they found. The new things in the script, there are many things about this city. It seems that Goethe is still wandering around the city with Treve and the others. Interviewing. Making a documentary. And who they are interviewing. Maybe they are holding a microphone. Interviewing monsters. Asking them if they have any feelings? Helen's little head was full of doubts. But anyway, after reading the script, she finally understood Herbert's situation. She also understood why there are two Herberts. Lou and I. Herbert seemed to have entered that other world in his sleep. So there is a him in the church in the real world. And there is also a him in the foggy other world outside? Maybe? Louis nodded. Rather than saying that Herbert has entered the dream world, it is better to say that he is the only one in the world who is still dreaming. The noise in the hall became louder and louder. Helen and Louis hid at the back of the crowd and listened to their words. It seemed that everyone was arguing about whether to burn the magician to death. At this time, Helen noticed that in a corner of the hall, there were two disheveled scholars, flipping through various books on the table. They seemed to be students of the magician Herbert, but they turned a blind eye to Herbert's distress. They were just concentrating on looking up various things. Helen didn't know why the two scholars didn't care, but the beggar's discussion made her anxious. What made her even more anxious was that Louis did nothing and just watched everything quietly. Gradually, everyone seemed to have discussed a result. The crowd became quieter and quieter. When Mr. Dracula picked up a torch and ordered others to pour kerosene on Herbert, Helen couldn't bear it anymore. Don't burn him to death. Helen shouted loudly, he is saving the world. The drunkard quickly raised the camera and recorded this scene. Chapter 177. There are quite a lot of extras here. Don't burn him to death. He is saving the world. Helen's voice was so harsh in this quiet and dilapidated hall. Everyone heard the words Haber is saving the world, but no one reacted. It seemed that they all knew what Haber was doing. Prince Dracula glanced over here. From the clothes of Helen and the other two, he recognized that they were newcomers, but there are newcomers every month. Therefore, he was too lazy to look at it, too lazy to explain. But a skinny beggar wearing a crown beside Dracula turned his head lazily. Don't talk nonsense, little girl. The beggar rubbed the mud on his body, bit the rotten chicken leg in his hand, and said, this world has long been hopeless. No one can save it. After eating the chicken bones, the king suddenly sighed. grabbed a few lice and stuffed them into his mouth, and said to Dracula, "But what the little girl said is also right. My cousin, can you take a few days off? Burning every day, someone burns every day, I am tired of watching it, and the one to be burned today is a magician." Everyone in the hall seemed slightly moved. Dracula seemed to care about what these people thought very much, and he spoke. "Humph, ridiculous magician." Dracula sneered and said, "His humble magic power is not much stronger than you muggles. Can he be called a magician?" As he said, Dracula suddenly stretched out his hand. The stone steps outside the hall suddenly cracked. The sky collapsed and the earth split apart. From the cracks in the earth, a raging hellfire emerged. The hellfire spread from the gate to dozens of meters away. The countless insects and monsters visible in the fog were burned to ashes. Even the fog was dispersed a little. Under the raging flames, the area near the church almost turned into a hell. But this power of hell seemed to make the fog even deeper. In the blink of an eye, the fog was like a burning fire, and suddenly enveloped it back. The land that was cracked by Dracula's terrifying magic also slowly recovered after being shrouded by fog. Although the old cousin trick of clearing monsters was a bit like drinking poison to quench thirst, it only treated the symptoms, but not the root cause. But it showed his terrifying magic power. Compared with magicians like Hobber, whose magic power is less than one, he is like a god. It's okay for him to take a look at the 8 forbidden books. But even I don't dare to study the book of distortion, the power of the mind, how to distort a world. Dracula laughed coldly, with a sense of striking while the iron is hot. But look at what that madman Herbert did. He didn't listen to my advice, research the taboos, and touch the taboos of God. The whole world was distorted because of him. It eventually caused this disaster. The church fell silent, and everyone fell into deep thought. Dracula seemed to have some truth in what he said. Dracula looked at the red sky in the distance outside the gate with a complicated look. All scholars who study forbidden things will anger the whole world. We must burn him to death. Dracula emphasized, "Today, maybe this is our last chance. It's still in time." The scene was finally no longer so quiet. The wizard's words made the whole hall sound, and many people looked at the magician differently. Many people have always believed that this disaster had a reason, such as evil gods, such as sin, such as angering the gods. But the magician Hobber kept saying no. Now everything is clear. It turns out that all the mistakes were caused by Hobber. It turns out that Hobber is the source of evil. Everyone was deceived by him. People finally found the life-saving straw at this moment. In order to save this country, in order to save this world, everyone reached a consensus at this moment. It him. The day he came, I felt that he was wrong. Yes, it was his sin that brought the evil demon here. It is because of him that the evil has been watching us. A ragged priest shed tears of repentance and prayed to the moon statue. Someone said, "Damn liar. We were all deceived by him." Someone else said, "I have evidence. Those monsters don't eat him. He must have made a deal with the devil a long time ago." The topic seemed to be a little off-key, and the various evidences given by everyone were irrelevant to what Dracula said. But at this moment, no one cared about it anymore. An old beggar holding a gemstone scepter even picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the magician Heber. "I burned the wrong one before. It seems that the real source of evil is Heber. Moon God, forgive me. I will definitely burn the right one this time." With the actions of the archbishop, more and more people became angry. But the 2 scholars in the corner of the hall had been flipping through books for a long time and turned a blind eye to all this. The king and most other beggars were like this. They still had numb faces, just rubbing mud and scratching lice. There was really nothing to get excited about. In the years when everyone was trapped in this world, there were great wizards and explorers coming here every day. Everyone had heard all kinds of stories and tried all kinds of methods. As for scenes like today, they had seen them too many times. Every new savior was full of confidence at the beginning. But in the end, they were as desperate as themselves and joined the ranks of beggars. But when the night falls, the moment before dawn, everything will return to yesterday. People are trapped in this day forever. Even if someone escapes this day, they will not lose their memory. They are just wandering like beggars in this city. They watch those who have not woken up, doing the same things day after day and year after year. Watching the neighbors greet themselves every morning, saying the same words. Everything remains the same. And it makes no difference what you do. Occasionally, there will be people who wake up, and eventually they can't stand the torture, and choose to sleep, and choose to return to the city to live happily. But there will never be fewer beggars. Because there will always be people who wake up again. They don't know how many times they have woken up. There are always newcomers. And those who want to save this place come to this world. But their arrival only makes people fall into the abyss of greater despair after seeing hope. In the hustle and bustle, the king and his men were scratching their lice, looking at the faded world outside. Looking at the gray and white sky. This world has lost its color, just like the people in this world, who have become completely numb. Saving is torture, everyone has already given up. Give up this world, give up themselves. Except for a madman. Bad guy. The girl roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. The beggars looked at the little girl with tears in her eyes. And the angry crowd also looked over. You are all bad guys. He is saving the world. You don't help him. But you kill him. Helen tore up the script and stepped hard on the script, which told her to burn Hobo. They are all bad guys. And Lewis is also a bad guy. He just watched the fun and didn't care at all. Lou and I. Tell them. As long as it rains heavily, the world will have colors. Helen thinks this is right. The world is without colors. And the 7-color rain will bring colors. You guys should listen to the song in the fog. He is telling you. He has not given up on you. Are you crazy? Someone shouted. You two are crazy just after you arrived. Lewis suddenly spoke. Indeed, heavy rain is not the only solution to save this place. Lewis looked at Dracula. There is a simpler solution. Mr. Dracula seems to have thought of this solution. Lewis's voice penetrated the hall, making the voices in the whole hall gradually quiet down. Don't talk nonsense. Dracula suddenly shouted, his face gloomy. As soon as he said this, the whole hall suddenly became quiet. Many people couldn't help but look at Dracula. After finding that his face was extremely ugly, they were all confused. The silence of the hall made the noisy noise at the door suddenly become very harsh. Everyone turned around and found that the group of idiots who came to make a movie had walked into the hall. Those people were discussing the plot of the script. And some people were holding cameras and shooting all kinds of random shots at the crowd here. Moreover, this group of idiots actually treated everyone here as extras. They stood next to the man named Lewis and praised him for finding extras in a timely manner. This scene was so discordant that everyone was stunned. Even Dracula stuck his head out like a stupid goose. Everyone had seen that group of idiots during the day. But the key point was, how did they get in? There were monsters everywhere outside. How did they get in? Chapter 178, Who is the Savior? As soon as the crew came in, they set up the scene in front of everyone's stunned eyes. The quiet church soon became lively. Even the 2 scholars who had been reading books raised their heads, as if they had seen a ghost, opened their mouths, and looked at those people. Many members of the crew also treated everyone in the hall as extras. They pulled those beggars, who looked like they had seen a ghost, and assigned them tasks. There were also people holding microphones for interviews. Dracula's eyes twitched fiercely, and he slapped the microphone in front of him away, but as soon as he pushed the reporter away, he was pulled by someone to talk about the script again. Dracula was about to get angry, but after hearing the script that person read, his eyes widened. Those plots were exactly the same as what they experienced today, including the fact that he secretly ran naked outside last night. Others were the same after hearing the script. Even where they secretly hid food, it was clearly written. Only they know these things. But they are all written in the script. The crew also treated it as the actor personal biography, so that the extras and supporting actors can familiarize themselves with it. For a moment, you can hear a pin drop in the hall. Say something here. Director Treeve pushed the crowd away with a loudspeaker, and in Dracula wooden eyes, came to the most eye-catching position on the podium. Next to Mr. Dracula. Everyone, pay attention, this scene is, Mr. Dracula found the simplest solution. Kill the magician. And then kill all the desperate people in the other world. To achieve this goal, Mr. Dracula doesn't even dare to kill people randomly. Because pain will bring more despair, making the situation worse. He will never be able to get out of here. Therefore, he will try to make those desperate people think that they are saved before they die. During trib narration, Lewis saw lines of narration. It seems a gambler just interviewed Mr. Huber. Just as described in the book The Power of the Mind, How to Distort a World. Hobbes is trying to gather everyone's spiritual power, let everyone do what they want, and twist the world back without a single person. No one can be left behind. You are simply a lunatic. Don't read the book on that ship. This method won't work at all. Mr. Dracula, who comes from the Red Queen family and has studied the forbidden science, believes in his own method to kill those desperate people. Director Treves summed up the matter in a few words. When all the desperate people die, the remaining people will be people full of hope. This world will be full of hope. There was a moment of silence in the hall, and then many people laughed with ugly faces. What a joke! Who would believe such a mysterious statement? Shut up! Dracula shouted with an ugly face. Seeing Dracula's eyes, everyone was dumbfounded and opened their mouths wide. You are not really going to do this, are you? So, the powerful Dracula did not kill the magician directly, but put on such a show? Then let everyone believe that the evil demon is dead. Let everyone believe that they are saved. Therefore, in essence, he is the same as Herbert. Both are liars. For example, what if killing those desperate people is still useless? Someone suddenly asked tremblingly. Don't listen to their nonsense. Dracula sneered. Herbert is lying to you. But I am not. This is the only solution. Whether you want to survive or not. It all depends on you. I can tell you that most of the people in the other world are actually dead. They have all become vengeful spirits. Those monsters are their incarnations. Haber may not be a demon, but he studied the book. He is the cause of all this. He is the source. If you want to be saved, he and your relatives and friends must die. Dracula knew that there must be a sinner to vent everyone's anger. He decided to sacrifice Haber. The hall suddenly became dead silent. Mr. Dracula, I don't think you need to go to such great lengths. Lewis's voice suddenly rang in the hall. I think as long as you tell the people in the inner world, once they die, the people outside can survive. Then I think they will die with hope, for the hope of their relatives and friends to live. No! No! Helen cried. This is not saving the world at all. What is the meaning of such a world? Dracula sneered. He looked at the survivors in the audience. Lewis also looked at those people, waiting for their decision. But the numb ones are still numb. And the crazy ones are still crazy. The two scholars in the corner were still flipping through the books. Except for the moment when the crew came in. They never looked up too much. Most of the beggars, led by the king, had no reaction from beginning to end. They had no reaction when they saw Herbert digging the soil before. And they still had no reaction when they saw Dracula was going to burn Herbert to death. And now, the numbness in their eyes was the same as before. Without a single ripple, a stone was thrown at Dracula. Dracula looked down woodenly and found that the ragged old man, the archbishop, was tremblingly picking up a stone from the ground. I burned the wrong one before. I saw the real source of evil, that is Dracula. Oh moon goddess, please forgive me, I will definitely burn the right person this time. Damn liar. We were all deceived by him. I have evidence. A few days ago, I saw him secretly drinking rat blood. He must be the devil. Yes, it was his sin that brought the evil demon here. It is because of him that the evil demon has been spying on us. The dozen people who had thrown things at Haber under the instigation of Dracula before, now also threw rotten cabbage at Dracula. Maybe who is right or wrong, or whether everyone can be saved, is meaningless to everyone. Or in the past 10 years, these people have become crazy. Looking at those people, Dracula suddenly sighed dejectedly and squatted on the ground. At this moment, he felt a long-lost sense of powerlessness. He was not angry, nor disappointed. He did not blame those people, because he had guessed it would be like this. Just like those saviors who once gave everyone hope. He was also performing a one-man show. A meaningless one-man show. In fact, he had long been numb. Too many people had given Dracula hope, and too many people had given Dracula despair. He had seen too many scenes like today, but the one standing here to try today was only him. In the past 10 years, there were many capable people who came to Silent Harbor, but in the end, they were helpless. Some people became as numb as the king, some people became as crazy as the bishop, and some people gave up completely, forgot all their past, fell into the other world, and became a forgotten symbol. Dracula had wanted to give up long ago. Dracula suddenly laughed at himself. He still remembered how ridiculous he felt when he saw the madman digging the soil on his first day here. And the arrogant self at that time was just like the newcomer who came here today. But he also remembered how much motivation Haber hopeful back gave him when he was at his wit's end and was about to give up. A madman who had been ignored, a wild wizard, actually gave him hope and motivation to live. Dracula couldn't figure it out. Why it was like this. He didn't know that he, who had already given up, was going to make this last attempt. An attempt that might be meaningless. Perhaps he, like the madman Haber, had become a madman, in the rotten cabbage that the bishops had thrown over with a weak breath. Dracula rubbed the mud off his body and looked up at the sky with lifeless eyes. Why don't you give up? Why don't you give up? The lonely magician, carrying everyone hope, keeps moving forward in the fog. The eyes struggling in the abyss of despair, the last hope buried in people's hearts, keep pushing him forward. Hopper, John, Jack. I want to dig out the spring water in the central square of this city again. Please prepare the materials for the spell. If the heavy rain cannot come, then we will create a heavy rain. Teacher, we have prepared all the potions, and have found a way to put them into the underground water source. But according to the information we have read, if we want these potions and the fountains dug in the future to gush into the sky, then form a 7-color heavy rain that the whole city can see. The drug may need to ferment underground for a long time. The cycle of the square has been broken, but the timeline there is still extremely chaotic. No one knows how many years it will take for the drug to take effect. Maybe 5 years. Maybe 8 years. Maybe more than 10 years. But the situation in the Rainbow Country has become more and more serious. More and more people have given up in despair. And more people have fallen into the other world. It is very likely that within a few weeks, the whole world will become nothingness. Teacher, we may have no hope. No, John, Jack. Don't let your imagination run wild. Since you have nothing to do, I give you a task. Move all the books to the church, so that everyone can see your backs and see you doing something. Such as studying those books. Don't give up. I will definitely save you. Year after year. Day after day. There are constantly strangers who claim to be saviors, coming to the Rainbow Kingdom to bring people hope, and also bring people despair. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Time has passed too long. And the 2 scholars who have moved into the church have forgotten what they came here for. Even Huber himself has forgotten that he is acting. Or, he has gone crazy. But the hope burning in his heart has never been extinguished. The last person in this world who has not given up, like a stubborn anchor, nails this world here, making it impossible for this world to disappear. 7-colored heavy rain. This will be the greatest magic in my life. Hopper was in the center of the city, singing his one-man show. He sang songs of hope. The desolate and sad song condensed the strength in the hearts of the people. It was like the last beacon in the fog, telling everyone that there would be a 7-color rain eventually. When the rain fell on this land, everyone's strength would be gathered together, and they would surely break the shackles of this world and defeat this doomsday. Everything is ready now. Lewis's eyes suddenly moved slightly. He is coming. Lewis looked at a giant shadow gradually appearing in the distance. His wings covered the entire rainbow world. The Savior and the Messenger of Doom finally met. Lewis felt that the Messenger of Doom must be him. How could the ancient god be the Savior? There is no need to ask this question. Right? Chapter 179, Falling Stars. Lewis stared into the distance. He could see that the unknown god was approaching quietly. But the whole world was unaware. Suddenly, a deafening explosion outside suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Hopper succeeded. The fog gradually became a little lighter. Everyone suddenly looked out and saw that the square in the center of the city had been blown to pieces by a terrifying water column gushing out from the ground. And the madman who had been digging the soil crazily there had already turned into dust in this explosion. 7-colored dust. This dust went straight up to the sky with the water column, forming a 7-colored rainbow in the sky. It turned out that the potion that made the 7-colored rain was not just something that the 2 scholars threw into the underground water source. The most critical potions had been hidden in Hopper's body. Everything had been calculated by the magician. He knew that he would be blown to pieces in this eruption. And the potions on his body, along with his body, will turn into dust and fly straight into the sky. This is the peerless magic spell created by the great magician Hopper that no one can understand. He himself is the dragon that is summoned, soaring into the sky, and calling out the 7-colored rain. The 2 scholars stood up in a daze. They remembered everything. But the potion they prepared could not achieve such an effect. At most, it could only make the spring water gush out. But why did a dragon suddenly appear? And why was there a rainbow? They didn't know that the most critical ingredient had always been hidden in the teacher's body. But they suddenly remembered a sentence the teacher had told them. John, Jack, you have followed me for more than 20 years. During these 20 years, the 3 of us have traveled the world, cheating and begging everywhere. You think my title of Sacred Oak Scholar is exaggerated, and that I don't know magic at all, and have no magic power. I am just a wild wizard without magic power in the eyes of wizards. But I can actually use magic. a magic that can be released by wild wizards with incomplete magic power, a unique magic spell that I created and no one knows. Tears flowed in the eyes of the two scholars. Success. Success? The magic spell that the teacher has chanted for more than 10 years. It is that song. That song. Amid the excited and sad roars of the two scholars, the numb eyes of those in the hall all had a faint look. They all came to the door of the church in a self-satisfied manner. They looked at the clouds accumulated in the sky, and the seven-color rainbow in the sky. It seemed that they all remembered something. The eyes that had been numb for a long time gradually became bright. They remembered. Or, the great magician Haber had deceived them in this way. He said he was the most powerful magician in the world, and he knew a unique spell that no one could understand. This spell could dispel the fog and frighten the gods. It could also save the world. But this spell was long and obscure, and it needed to be chanted for many years. When it succeeded, it would be accompanied by a loud noise that would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Soon after, the seven-colored dragon would soar into the sky, and a seven-colored rain would completely dispel the fog. Perhaps this spell was too powerful, so powerful that it had to be paid with his life. The king, Dracula, and everyone gradually looked up at the sky. The rainbow that was looming in the mist was like a door of hope, which gave people who had been desperate and numb for a long time a glimmer of hope. The mad bishop also stared at the sky in a daze. The mist was getting thinner and thinner, and the colorful clouds and rainbow became clearer and clearer. The city that originally seemed to have become a ruin also gradually began to appear in the mist. It seemed that the people in the other world also saw this scene at this moment. In the church, someone suddenly cried out with tears, making the whole church sound. Seven-colored clouds. Seven-colored rain is about to fall. Are we saved? Heavy rain is coming. Heavy rain is coming. We are saved. In the midst of these two cries of grief and shouting, looking at the people outside the door, they suddenly felt that the view in front of them became hazy, and tears fell from their eyes, reflecting seven colors on the rainbow. Helen's eyes were moist. She held a small mirror and said, "Sister, did you see it?" I don't know when. Helen had already secretly started the live broadcast. Ocycles seemed to be in class. Byron, Delphinia, and the magicians were all in front of the floor-length mirror, looking at this side intently. Ocycles wiped her tears and cried loudly. Francesco was very touched. He never thought that a magician without magic power could do something that no one else could do. What a sad and beautiful scene. It was just that someone's movements were not harmonious. Louis didn't know what he was doing. A few minutes ago, he had been gesturing with his hands in the air towards the sky outside the door. It was as if he was directing something, just as the great magician Haber had expected. Under the background of the rainbow, it started to rain heavily. However, the heavy rain was not seven colors, but desperate red. Is it blood? Dracula looked at the heavy rain in the sky, looked at his hands, showed an unbelievable look. How could this happen? Dracula suddenly looked into the distance, and found that the background of the sky was still red, like a burning fire. The monsters in the city did not fade away. They were constantly rejoicing in the scarlet rain. The fog became thinner and thinner. People could see clearly that around the city, there were tall and deformed tentacles, like giant towers, which were constantly swaying in the air. They kept spilling scarlet blood, turning the seven-colored rain into a bloody color. And in the red sky background, there is a huge shadow that covers the sky and the sun. It is his projection. He is as big as a mountain, and very hazy in the fog. It is like a huge mirage. He embraces the whole world in his arms. Suddenly, God opened his eyes, like 24 twinkling stars above the fog. At this moment, a bone-chilling chill suddenly emerged from people's hearts, turning into uncontrollable fear and despair. It seems that the unknown God above the fog has quietly come to this world. He watched all this with a playful look, watching the madman in the center of the city, watching these ridiculous ants. Listening to the stories about their delusion of defeating the doomsday brought him endless joy. But what he could not have imagined was that the magician named Haber, who had no magic power, actually found the real method of seven-color heavy rain. He didn't understand. What was the use of that useless rain? But this seven-color rain that was about to form seemed to really pull the world back to reality. It almost made the extremely delicious fat meat that had been cooked fly away. But all this was meaningless, because he had come. Just a few small tentacles on his body were enough to turn the seven-color rain into a bloody rain of despair. It was also enough to extinguish the last glimmer of hope in people's hearts, making this despair become sweeter and more delicious. A series of voices suddenly rang in everyone's heart. Ignorant, humble, and ridiculous ants, always dreaming of defeating God. The huge shadow that covered the sky and the sun suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. He saw the stars falling in the distant sky. Why did the stars fall? Could it be that a god fell? Its speed was so fast. It was like a star of disaster. It fell towards God's forehead. He watched with his own eyes. When the star of disaster fell into this world, it broke apart in the atmosphere, and an extremely terrifying explosion occurred. Immediately, the sky was illuminated by a strong light. At this moment, it seemed as if there was an extra sun in the sky. Its light made the 24 stars pale in comparison, because it was a star that truly came from the sky. The end of the world is coming. 3 minutes and 57 seconds. Chapter 180. How old are you? The doomsday star entered the atmosphere at a speed of 70,000 kilometers per hour. The friction of the atmosphere caused it to explode in the air at an altitude of 30 kilometers. The sound came over. A series of earth-shattering sounds suddenly came from the sky, and all the glass in the whole city suddenly exploded. The clouds were stirred, and the fog was blown away by the strong wind. People looked up at the sky. They saw that, above that sky, suddenly there was a sun. It emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, the background of the red sky was eclipsed, and the sky was as bright as day. That was the light emitted when it rubbed against the atmosphere. The unknown god Almara blinked fiercely, with an unbelievable look in his eyes, and he quickly waved his arms, pointing at the sky. It seemed that too much power was consumed in this attack. His entire projected body was half the size. But this attack seemed to be extremely powerful, and it actually shattered the star. But the next second, he was stunned to see that the sun suddenly became 8 suns. Almile? Or, this unknown explosion caused it to break into 8. 8 terrifying fragments flew towards here at the same time at a terrifying speed. And the situation became more serious. The sound was about to come over. At the moment when the sun suddenly became 8, people saw the clouds in the distant sky stirring. The shock wave instantly blew the clouds within the field of vision to all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a large cloudless blank area appeared in the sky, as if something had pierced the sky. Immediately, a rumbling sound of earth-shattering explosions came from the horizon again. And this time, because the distance was closer, it seemed that the fog in the city was like a storm, and suddenly a large area was blown away. This is the end of the world, Dracula murmured. He had thought of many doomsday scenes, but he had never thought of this one. It was beyond his imagination. It turned out that this was the great power of the gods. He could make the stars fall. That terrifying and surging power was enough to turn this rainbow world into dust in an instant when it touched the earth. At this time, the fog had been blown away a lot, and the figure of the unknown god, who was dazed like a goose, gradually emerged from the fog. It was a huge angel floating in the air with its eyes closed like the Virgin Mary, and its arms folded. It had 12 black wings of light. The wings were huge, like butterfly wings, covering the world. The huge tentacles in the city were the beautiful and strange tendrils at the end of the wings. The things that were mistaken for eyes were the fake eyes on the butterfly wings. Each wing had 2 fake eyes, like 24 stars. Shit! Edward blinked fiercely, and suddenly cursed. He seemed to recognize him. Is it Almeric? When Edward subconsciously called out this name, the giant figure like the Virgin Mary in the sky suddenly opened his eyes, stared at him intently, and said in ancient divine language in surprise. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a surprised voice echoing in their hearts, just like the sound from the abyss, which began to echo in this world for a long time. Ancient god language, why is it always you? Edward bowed gracefully and responded in the ancient language. Obviously, he is very knowledgeable. Ancient god language, my god, this time it really wasn't me, great Lady Aku, that thing is about to fall, please save the world quickly. Ancient god language, save you asterisk, I'm here to do this. Right? Alpaca. In this conversation between a man and a god, Lewis looked very cute. This big moth looks pretty, but why does he like to curse so much? A girl who likes to swear is not a good girl. She must change. Today, I will teach him. Lewis continued to chant the spell secretly here, but the people in the church listened to the conversation between Edward and God, but they were confused. What are they talking about? Dracula could not help but ask the great screenwriter Gerda beside him woodenly. What are they talking about? Edward, I am praying to God to save the world. Gerda said solemnly, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Gerda's words suddenly gave a glimmer of hope to the desperate people in the whole church. They all shouted loudly, expressing their inner voices to the unknown God, who came here for unknown reasons. Ancient God words, "Please, I can only rely on you." Almala's eyes suddenly became solemn. At this moment, she looked at the weak and pitiful people on the ground. Looking at their expectant eyes, she couldn't help but waver. "Ancient God, but I'm not sure if I can do it." There was some hesitation in the eyes of the ancient God. Everyone responded with a look. "You can do it. We believe in you." At this moment, in these pairs of eyes full of hope, Almara suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of mission and responsibility. He felt that the future and hope of the whole world were on his shoulders. Or, on his forehead. Seeing the 8 stars, under the trend of some power, still falling down towards the top of his head. Ms. Ako felt that the responsibility on her forehead was getting bigger and bigger. She concentrated her mind and stretched her hands to the sky. Almelica's figure became smaller again. It gradually became smaller, becoming a slender human figure more than 2 meters tall. Behind her were 12 pairs of black butterfly wings. Even though she was reduced to this size, the wings were still several dozen meters long, like a fallen angel descending to the earth. And behind her, she seemed to be carrying something that looked a bit like a tattered snakeskin bag. At this moment, Ake had already accumulated enough strength, and then, an unparalleled force suddenly appeared. Then, the whole sky suddenly turned blood red. The blood color gradually suppressed the light of the suns. At this moment, people saw that the 8 extra suns in the sky began to gradually go out. This made Louis very anxious. He no longer chanted the spell secretly, but chanted the spell loudly with sweat on his forehead, trying his best to stop Ms. Aku's behavior. For this world, the two of them fought hard. Louis didn't know how this guy made those suns disappear. He guessed that Aku might have pulled them into another world. A world that belonged to him. Therefore, the sun did not explode in this world, but chose to sacrifice itself and exploded in his world. It was great. Fortunately, I left a backup plan. Don't think you can succeed? Previously, Louis consumed a lot of magic crystals, and the magic circles and spells engraved on the core of the disaster star were suddenly activated by him. Immediately, a sun that was about to go out gradually became bright again. It seemed that Louis had pulled the sun back to this world. Aku also noticed this scene and suddenly wanted to pull the sun back. However, he did not have much power to begin with, and he had to deal with 7 other suns, so he could not pull it back for a while. In the end, the sun was torn apart by the power of Louis and Aku, and a terrifying explosion occurred in the sky. The dim sun suddenly shone. The core of the disaster star received an unknown explosion in midair and broke apart again. The distance is too close. The shock wave is coming. The sun once again produced a dazzling light in the clouds, and the whole sky was bright. The strong shock wave blew away the clouds and fog. The terrifying sound made the whole world silent. At this moment, people saw the sea surface far away from the city. After being hit by the shock wave, it actually stirred up a big wave. When the shock wave reached the land, the deep forest on the edge of the city also fell towards this side, like weed blown by the wind. In this instant, all the bugs and deformed monsters on the ground were blown into the sky, and the city was clean all of a sudden. The people in the room were also blown out more than 10 meters in the strong wind. Helen grabbed Louis's arm tightly, and her mouth was blown so hard that it made her mouth gurgle. Osicles, Francesco and others in the mirror saw this scene, and their mouths widened. Delphina, who had been shouting at Louis, was even more stunned, like a stupid goose. If the sun was in the sky just now, everyone still didn't feel it clearly enough. But now that it exploded in the air under the clouds several kilometers away, everyone really felt how terrifying this power was. It hasn't fallen yet, but no matter what, it seems to have exploded, and the world is still saved by the ancient gods. Just when the people inside and outside the mirror finally breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly found that the sky was still dazzling daylight, rather than a deep red scarlet background. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they found that the huge meteor that was shining with dazzling white light in the sky had split into 2. The small fragment fell into the sea at the distant horizon at a very fast speed. The dazzling light flashed, and it set off a huge tsunami. The big one fell towards the ancient god. "Be careful," Helen shouted nervously. "Run! Give up on us!" The king and others cried and shouted. Chapter 181 7 Color Tsunami Fuck. Looking at the flying object, Almerico who had already transformed into a human form, flew left and right several times, but the meteor seemed to be aimed at him. No matter where he flew, it followed. And the power of his projection was not enough. If it was destroyed at such a close distance, the explosion it produced might also destroy the world. At this moment, Almerico suddenly found herself facing a choice between saving and giving up. He looked at the sun setting over his head, and then at the people behind him, who were crying and shouting at him to leave. He showed a hint of hesitation and struggle in his eyes, and finally decided to leave. "I am sorry?" Before leaving, he was stunned, as if he remembered something. He suddenly looked towards the church in surprise, and found a tall and handsome magician, who was muttering something and pointing his finger at him. You looked into Aka's eyes. Magic +3. Aka blinked fiercely, and suddenly understood. "I curse you to have sores." Aka cursed you. You were prepared, and the curse failed to work. You have dealt with 19 curses, and you are too familiar with him. Hey, bounce back, hey. 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 I can't hit it, it doesn't work. Lewis made a gesture of cursing, and then stuck out his butt, and slapped his butt, while making a face. Lululu, I'm so angry with you, you big moth. Lulu, you interact deeply with Aku. Magic +6. Big moth? Ms. Aku was stunned. She almost fell backwards in anger. Seeing that the Doomsday Star had arrived, she pointed at Lewis and cursed, "Alpaca. You wait for me. Little jerk. I will be back." You were marked by Aku. Aku disappeared. God, give up this world. The end of the world is coming. 7 seconds. I was scared to death. It seems that these days of preparation were not in vain. Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at the falling stars in the sky, and looked at Lewis woodenly. What did you prepare for several days for? Just to die with everyone. I don't want to die. Dracula cried out in tears, which caused a chain reaction, and everyone began to cry. Even Herbert, who was tied in the middle, couldn't help but secretly wiped away a tear. It was all in vain. So desperate. Obviously, Haber is not dead. And what is more obvious is that, in these twists and turns between life and death, the people who were numb to death have been wandering between hope and despair for several times. This time, God has come to save everyone. It seems that there is really hope. So the desire for life, that has been buried in the heart for a long time, has been revived. But now this scene has given people a huge gap, and everyone can't help crying. The bright light blinded people. A dazzling meteor streaked across the spot where Almeric disappeared, and fell towards the church. At this moment, the meteor, which was hundreds of meters away, was like a sun about to fall to the ground, and people were already showing despair. At this moment, a rectangular black door suddenly appeared in the air, and the door was pitch black, like the deepest background of deep space. It accurately caught the meteorite that had been broken several times. Outside the atmosphere, a star gate opened toward the moon, a gaseous planet, and the meteorite flew out of the gate and flew toward the moon, the guardian of this world. At the moment when the meteorite suddenly disappeared, the daytime in the sky suddenly dimmed. Because of the sudden change in brightness, it seemed that the daytime was also like the dark sky. Everyone looked at the doomsday star that suddenly disappeared in the sky. They stared, and did not react for a long time. Could it be that all this was just a dream? Or was he really saved? What is that? Why is there a mountain on the sea? At this moment, Dracula pointed to the distant sea surface woodenly. At this moment, there was a wave on the distant sea surface that looked like a mountain, slowly moving towards this side. It was a tsunami caused by another small meteorite fragment. In this sea of 7 colors, the wave showed 7 colors under the sun. With a burp, the bishop fainted. The king stopped rubbing the mud, and looked over there with his mouth wide open. I was so shocked. What I want to see is a 7-color rain, not a 7-color tsunami. Here it comes. You are really saved this time. Lewis rolled up his sleeves and smiled. At this moment, several hands grabbed Lewis. Sir Lewis. Dracula and others looked at Lewis woodenly and said, "Don't save him. Just leave it at that." Everyone nodded. My friend wanted to see a rain before he died, not a meteor shower. He didn't want to see a tsunami either. It over. I just want to be relieved now. Don't move. That it good. No. Lewis's eyes turned red, and he stood at the door with his neck stiff. I'm here to save you. This time for real. Look, I drove away the ancient gods. Before he finished speaking, everyone rushed towards him, even Triv and the others rushed over with red eyes. But it was useless. At this time, the waves over there were already approaching the island, and everyone had already revealed a look of relief. But at this moment, Louis suddenly uttered a word, Zhen. Suddenly, a large seal character Zhen appeared on the sea surface in the distance. Then, the waves on the distant horizon actually began to shrink gradually. The waves gradually shrank, but the terrifying shock wave formed a terrible storm in the distance, which surpassed the waves in the blink of an eye and blew over. After the ancient god flew away, the fog that was blown away by the meteor shock wave had gradually reappeared and covered the area. But when the storm came, the fog that had just condensed was blown away in an instant. At this moment, Louis suddenly waved his arms, and suddenly the clear sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. In the distance, violent tornadoes were set off on the seven-color sea. The tornadoes continuously rolled the water of the seven-color sea into the sky, gathering into dark clouds. These dark clouds surrounded the entire island, leaving sunlight in the middle. In the blink of an eye, strong winds mixed with heavy rain continued to blow, and a seven-color sun shower appeared. This was a seven-color sun shower with a rainbow. Unconsciously, the crowd had put Louis down and looked at the streets in the heavy rain. Tears flowed from their eyes. They saw that the streets in the city, which had originally turned gray and white in the mist, gradually had a hint of color in the heavy rain. And on the empty streets, many gray and white hazy figures slowly appeared. These figures are the people who were trapped in the other world. They were originally sleeping in the old days, and constantly reincarnating the same day. It seems that they do not exist, and it seems that they have forgotten many things. But at this moment, as the other world is pulled back to reality, they are gradually pulled back to the real world. The body gradually becomes clear, and slowly gets rid of this state. And at the same time remember something. The seven-color rain. The seven-colored rain fell into their eyes, making their gray eyes gradually have colors. Gradually, they remembered the seven-colored rain that Herbert had said, and remembered what Herbert had said. It turned out that the seven-colored rain was not the final salvation before the end of the world, but a rainbow after the end of the world. Louis sighed a little, he looked outside, and suddenly his pupils shrank slightly. He saw in the heavy rain, the fog came back again. The rainbow began to fade, and the heavy rain also began to fade. It seemed that the rain was not enough to paint the whole city and all the people into color. There are too many people in the inner world who are in despair. There are too many abyss forces gathered in the inner world over the years. The inner world cannot pull all people back to the real world. This makes the inner world like a sunken ship being salvaged, and it is gradually sinking into the abyss. People decided. Suddenly, in the gray city in the distance, colorful souls began to fly into the sky, and slowly dissipated, turning into rainbows. These rainbows made the heavy rain, which had already begun to fade, regain its color, and also made the gray city more colorful. Looking at those who turned into rainbows, the beggars shed tears. They knew that their relatives and friends were giving up the chance to live for them. Waves of sobbing slowly appeared in the church, and the people who had been numb for a long time found their former emotions and cried bitterly. Don't go! Don't go! Stay! More colorful souls flew to the sky. Amid the crying and farewells of relatives and friends, these colorful figures made a final farewell, and then flew to the sky without hesitation, and continued to join the rainbow. Let the whole gray world regain its color. Many singing voices appeared in the sky. That was the song of hope that Hopper had sung in the mist. But the difference was that this song was not sad, but full of hope. And gradually, a colorful beam of light appeared in the sky, piercing through the fog and falling into this gray world. Then came the second and third colorful beams of light. The fog gradually dissipated. The real seven-color rain came. In that world, some people left, some people survived. The inner world returned to the real world, and those who were still alive walked to the street. In the midst of crying, they clasped their hands tightly in front of their chests, and said their final goodbyes to their loved ones, who had left in the sky. Louis and Dracula looked up at the sky blankly. A sentence Louis had said before echoed in their ears. Mr. Dracula, I don't think you need to go to such great lengths. If the people in the other world knew that someone had to sacrifice, I think they might agree with your idea. They were all wrong. Dracula suddenly burst into tears. Dracula once said that in this other world, many people have become monsters, no longer human, so they must sacrifice. His words came true. But these people are not monsters, they are heroes. Dracula looked up at the sky, and suddenly felt that maybe he and Isabella, Red Queen, Dracula is her cousin, had done something wrong in the past 1,000 years. True redemption is not like that. Chapter 182. You don't know how awesome you are. Like Dracula, Haber on the central altar of the church was also crying bitterly. He remembered. His mother had died a long time ago. More than a decade ago, the night before the seven-color storm was about to come, a fire suddenly broke out in the city. This fire killed many people, and made people fall into despair the night before dawn. And this despair eventually made the fog suddenly become deeper. The storm also failed to dispel the fog, and people finally failed to see the dawn, and failed to see the once-in-a-millennium rain. Like many people who died in the fire, Haber mother, wife, and children had already died in the fire. They became vengeful spirits and wandered in the other world. Even if the other world was twisted back, his mother could not be saved. At that time, Haber fell into great grief. The whole world lost its color. In order to get rid of his grief as soon as possible and continue to save the people who were still alive in the other world, Haber used a spell to deceive himself. He deceived his mother, wife, and children into thinking they were still alive. This emotion towards his wife, daughter, and mother gave his world a touch of color. This color gave him more hope. And this hope, like a spark in the darkness, ignited a prairie fire and illuminated the entire gray world. The seven-colored rain finally came. With everyone's efforts, the colorful rain that everyone was looking forward to finally came. On the other side, Helen, who had been staring at the sky, suddenly wiped her tears, looked at the sky with a strange expression, and whispered to Louis, "Lou and I, did you notice that just now in the sky, there seemed to be a vague door? They all seemed to have flown there." "Don't talk nonsense." Louis knew what Helen wanted to say was whether it was the moon goddess. But the moon goddess had died long ago. Unless Anthony was tricked by him and released him as his disciple, he would not have appeared at all. Helen pouted, thinking that she was not mistaken. There seemed to be another person inside, wiping her tears and looking down like a thief. Later, she sang with everyone. The rainbow in the sky was her contribution, which helped many more people survive in the inner world. The heavy rain brought the inner world back to the real world, and the whole city returned to normal. In the midst of joy and sorrow, the king ordered people to ring the church bell. People followed the bell and came to the Luna Square in front of the church to listen to the king's speech. And Herbert also came to the door of the church to comfort the people. After everyone learned that Herbert was not dead, the sad and silent atmosphere finally became warmer. People cheered Herbert's name, and also called out the names of their relatives. The dead are gone, and the survivors will take the hope in their hearts and face tomorrow. Maybe it was for memorial service, maybe it was to celebrate the end of the world. The city gradually became noisy. The king ordered people to put all the food on the street and light a bonfire, forget the past, and welcome the dawn. The rain has become lighter, and the sky has darkened. The sporadic raindrops still can't stop the hustle and bustle of the city. This city has been quiet for too long. The streets are full of people crying or laughing, and the bonfires illuminate the sky. The people in the church have already wiped their saliva and went down to eat. Even Dracula ran down after chatting with Herbert for a while. Finally, the crew went down to shoot, and only Louis, Helen, and Trevor were still standing at the door of the church with Herbert, looking down and chatting. At that time, I felt that the atmosphere was here, so I continued to pretend to be dead. Herbert coughed awkwardly. While walking, he said to Louis, "You know, the one digging the soil is me in the dream. I died in the dream, and I woke up." After hearing this, Helen pouted, not knowing what to say. "I cried so sadly before." Louis looked a little strange, and he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was so intense at that time, and he was just moved, so he didn't think about it. "Let go. Sir, let eat something first, and then I take you to see the ships and books." On the way, Louis briefly questioned Haber about his knowledge of magic, then pondered for a moment, and asked a question directly. "Haber, do you have any idea of returning to Sorrento?" His Majesty Francesco Iger inherited the last Witch Queen wish, and hoped to establish a STEAM and magic school. "I think, the people of the Rainbow Country, there should be some real magicians." Saying this, Louis looked at the people celebrating on the street. After more than a decade of strange experiences, the people who survived in the entire city are like being reborn. And because of the influence of the other world and the ancient gods, they also have magic power. Especially the little kid, who has personally experienced this mysterious event, is undoubtedly the best seed of magicians. As the first batch of students in the academy, they will be very suitable. Louis felt that he didn't have time to be the principal. But Herbert was suitable. Louis expressed his thoughts. Hearing that people from the Rainbow Country had the opportunity to study abroad in a real magic school, Herbert was amazed. For so many years, except for the Muggles like them, who caught up with Francesco era and entered a real magic university, no one else had such good luck. A real magic school, a magic school that opened its doors to everyone. This blueprint is too attractive. Herbert really wants to participate in the construction of this magic academy. But when he heard that Louis wanted to recommend him as the principal, he hesitated. Mr. Louis, I am just a wild wizard. It is difficult for me to even cast a complete magic. And I don't know many spells. The Ministry of Magic at that time prohibited the Holy Oak from showing us too many spells. Louis smiled, patted Herbert's shoulder, and said without much, "You will release complete magic. As for the principal, the academy has not been established yet. There is no rush. You can help me and His Majesty sort out the books first." At this point, Herbert was relieved. Louis shook his head, secretly laughing, not knowing what to say. "You have no idea how great you are. In terms of knowledge, although Herbert can only cast a few spells due to his magic power, he has experienced the era of Francesco. He graduated from the Holy Oak and was an outstanding scholar of the same period as Edward Dean's student. Now he has traveled around the world and studied various books from various countries. So his knowledge is at the level of the Dean of the branch of Holy Oak Academy. Now, Heber has studied the Forbidden Book again. During the years of being closed here, he has studied those textbooks again and again, and submitted an answer sheet in the Silent Land. Even according to Louis, it is very amazing. Heber can be called a forbidden apprentice. So in Louis's eyes, Heber is like a rough jade. He not only has smart talent, but also has extremely rare qualities and firm will. Even if Anthony was standing here, he would accept Herbert as one of the 12 disciples. Then he would teach him well. Louis had already planned to accept Herbert as his official disciple. It would be best for Herbert to be the principal of the School of Magic and Steam. He was very suitable to help him organize those books. And the future vice principal Harold would assist him. In addition, after this incident, Sorrento would definitely use Herbert's name to create momentum. Herbert's name would be published in various newspapers. Whether it was wizard newspapers or Muggle newspapers, his name would definitely be included. Shriv has prepared all the materials. So Herbert's reputation is very suitable for the principal. Louis is very optimistic about Herbert. He himself is not interested in the position of Grand Counselor of the Magic Council, but he wants his students to take the position. And the principal of the School of Magic and Steam is undoubtedly a good step. A Muggle, a wild wizard becomes a Grand Counselor of the Magic Council. This must be very interesting, and it will definitely change many things. Louis did not say so much to Herbert, but asked Herbert to help him organize the magic books. "Sir, if it's just for academic research, I'm willing to give it a try," Hobbs said nervously and excitedly. "I think I should learn more and study more magic books. Those forbidden books, although I haven't fully understood them, I can see that they are not just a few simple magic books, but a few books under a complete system. They will definitely open a door to the real magic world for people. But this door is still too incomplete. We need to collect various magic books to complete it. And magic also needs more exploration and research." Louis nodded, patted Herbert's shoulder, and said no more. The door to the magic world will be gradually completed. During the conversation, the two had already arrived at the busy street. What made Louis a little funny was that the people celebrating were all shouting Herbert's name, but they did not recognize Herbert. What made Louis even more funny was that the beggars looked at the celebrating crowd, but did not dare to join in. They were all timid, hiding in the corner, their eyes showing a desire for excitement, but also a look of anxiety. They just huddled in the corner, eating because they were dressed like beggars. After the king and the bishop came down, people did not recognize that they were their own bishop and king. The beggar king, the bishop and others, after seeing Louis, followed Louis and planned to go to the port together. "I don't know how many years it has been." The king ate the roasted chicken leg and said with some emotion, "I can't believe this day is real. It worth dying for." Louis shook his head and ignored the stinky guy. He looked at the long table full of food on the street and was a little confused. He found that in this celebration, it was not only the roasted fish that came with the storm today. At this time, passing by a long table, Louis stopped and picked up a piece of apple. It looked like the fruit farmers had picked it a few days ago. Louis looked a little strange. He looked at Triff, who was curiously picking food, and threw the apple in his hand to him. Triff thanked him and took a bite. He was very hydrated. Looking at Triff eating the apple, Herb looked a little strange. His stomach started to growl. He hesitated and wanted to take an apple, but finally took a grilled fish. Louis and Helen also took a grilled fish. I'm very curious, Herb. Why does the food here look so abundant? Louis looked at Triff, who was eating an apple, and asked with some confusion. Chapter 183 scared the kitten. Hopper shook his head, did not answer Louis's words, but gnawed the grilled fish in his hand like a starving ghost. But the king spoke. Because the days will always stay on one day. The king's eyes revealed incomparable fear. At first, no one noticed that the days would always stay on the same day, because when everyone woke up every morning, everything would return to its original state, including their own memories of that day would disappear. Until one person coincidentally woke up on this day, his memory did not disappear. And he became the only person in the city who knew that everyone was repeating the same day. At first, this guy was ecstatic, thinking that this was the Garden of Eden given by the moon god. Because the citizens of the Rainbow Country have since been freed from birth, old age, sickness, death, and all sorrows. I don't know how I woke up, but I dreamed of the moon god. Archbishop Howard ate the grilled fish while wiping the hair on his beard and said, He told me that the end is coming. Indeed, this is not the Garden of Eden at all. Year after year, day after day, life began to become meaningless. He watched his relatives and friends repeating the same things. And the days kept repeating, no matter where he went. Even if he died, he would wake up from his bed the next day, and then hear the same people greeting him in the same way. That smile made him feel weird and scared. He seemed to be trapped in a happy nightmare, reincarnating over and over again. Maybe it was the second year. The king woke up. The archbishop said with dull eyes. Then it was the third year. Gradually, dozens of people woke up. They were all the most devout believers of the moon god. Then something even more terrifying happened. These people gradually found that it seemed that this was not the first time they woke up. They thought they had escaped from this cycle of reincarnation, and were trying to use various methods to wake up other people, trying to save this closed world. But they were actually going through another reincarnation. The bishop and his men began to try every possible way to escape from this world and seek help. Finally, under the guidance of the moon goddess, several ministers and priests escaped from this world. After the ministers escaped, they met a merchant ship on the nearby sea. Both sides checked the date and time. And the ministers were shocked to find that, from the outside world's perspective, only a moment had passed. But many years had passed in the Rainbow Kingdom. What was even more bizarre was that this merchant ship should have been to Rainbow Harbor many times. And the ministers even knew the captain. But the captain did not recognize the ministers. Nor did he remember the Rainbow Kingdom. The captain even firmly believed that there were no islands in this sea area. This made the ministers feel cold all over. After separating from the merchant ship, the ministers went to the kingdom of Sorrento for help. They asked for help from many people, including many Rainbow Kingdom nobles living in Sorrento. But everyone seemed to have forgotten the Rainbow Kingdom. Until the ministers met Herbert. Herbert's deep memory of his hometown finally touched a chord in the world. And people gradually remembered the land of the Rainbow Kingdom. Herbert began to look up various materials and made preparations. After that, the Ministry of Magic also began to send people to the Rainbow Kingdom. They arrived in the Rainbow Kingdom before Herbert. We thought we were saved, the Archbishop said while gnawing on the fish bones, staring blankly at the port. At that time, Hopper had not come yet, nor had he broken the timeline of the Rainbow Kingdom through singing. So the Rainbow Kingdom was completely isolated from the outside world. One day passed outside, and no one knew how many years and reincarnations had passed inside. The bishop did not know how many times he had woken up and fallen asleep. So the time of the Rainbow Kingdom was completely independent, and it was completely isolated from the outside world. Therefore, the wizards who could successfully enter the Rainbow Kingdom under such circumstances, their level could be said to be extraordinary. The wizard did live up to everyone's expectations. He dispelled the fog and awakened everyone. People regained their memories, and found that they had spent many days here repeatedly. They seemed to have finally broken the reincarnation. We succeeded, and started a celebration like today, and named it Awakening Day. The bishop's eyes revealed extreme fear. Until one day, I suddenly dreamed of the moon god again, and he told me that we are still reincarnating. I suddenly realized that we seemed to have celebrated like this for many days. It turned out that we were still reincarnating the same day. We entered another reincarnation. But in this reincarnation, there was an extra wizard among us. He would arrive at the port from the sea every morning, and then help us dispel the fog and awaken our memories. We would also celebrate every day that we had escaped reincarnation. It turned out that we, the wizard and everyone else, had been trapped in another reincarnation for many years. But we and the wizard were unaware. Everything is the same as at the beginning. Nothing has changed. Under the guidance of the moon goddess, the bishop awakened the king ministers. But they could not wake up the wizard and the others. In order to stop themselves from falling into reincarnation, everyone stopped eating any food in the city. They found that, at the moment before dawn, anything that originally belonged to the city would turn gray and white. Anyone who touched this fated thing on that day would fall into reincarnation again. But the fish in the sea are fine. And the domesticated birds in the church are fine. So we never eat apples. Shriv suddenly dropped the apple in his hand, leaned over the table, and held his throat. A wizard with a big beard passed by here and patted Shriv on the back, as if he had discovered Lewis. The wizard laughed. "Oh, my friend. You are really amazing. Now the people of the Rainbow Country can finally go out to sea without worry. I know that you can save this world and free everyone from reincarnation." Lewis took off his hat with a smile on his face and bowed slightly. After a few words of socializing, the wizard left. This wizard was the dean of a certain college who came first. The bishop looked at the wizard who left and continued, "We beggars have escaped reincarnation. But the wizard cannot escape reincarnation. He keeps dispelling the fog in the city. And the city keeps celebrating every day. I'm tired of this kind of salvation. And I'm beginning to despair." We started telling the wizard every morning that there was nothing wrong here, that it was just blocked by fog, and that the rumors outside were all false. Thank God. His Majesty the King is better at speaking than I am. As long as he convinces the wizard once every morning, those of us who have truly awakened will no longer have to see the city saved and everyone celebrating. At this point, the bishop suddenly cried. The king and several beggars around him also cried. But the second wizard came. People kept bringing hope and kept bringing despair. Everyone was completely numb. Until Haber came. He studied the forbidden book, saved everyone, and the city began to celebrate. That time, the bishop and others finally saw a ray of hope. That day was just like today. The whole city began to celebrate. I was extremely happy, participated in the celebration, and drank a lot of wine. The bishop's eyes became deep. Stop. Stop telling ghost stories. Helen's face turned pale, and she grabbed Lewis's sleeve, saying to the bishop, Helen is scared. The bishop seemed not to hear it, staring blankly at the moon in the sky, and said, the next day, everything will start all over again. Herbert is just like those wizards. No different. People are completely numb. And what makes people feel desperate is that Herbert doesn't listen to advice at all. Everyone tries their best every day to deceive Herbert and say that everything is normal here. But Herbert will stubbornly come to save everyone every time. The bishop and his people were helpless, and could only watch him do the same thing in despair like a madman. He kept giving people hope, and kept making them completely despair. Everything was just another reincarnation. Until one day, Herbert suddenly did something different from yesterday. Hearing what the bishop said, Herbert suddenly smiled, took off his hat, and bowed to Lewis and others. This smile made Shriv, who was almost scared to death, feel much better. Helen's face also turned slightly red. It turns out that Herbert has never fallen into reincarnation. The bishop's eyes sparkled. He has always remembered what happened every day. He is just repeating and experimenting on purpose. That day, Herbert suddenly picked up an iron pickaxe and pushed down the statue in the square. The next day, the statue was not restored. From then on, although the rainbow people could not walk out of the fog, the merchant ships passing by could come in at will. This means that although the reincarnation is still going on inside, the timeline is synchronized with the outside. This is a huge leap. An unprecedented change. Everyone has seen the real dawn. Hubert told everyone everything, and told people that he had a spell that could completely solve this problem. But it would take many days to prepare. He began to call on everyone to dig the soil, and told everyone that when the heavy rain came one day, everything would be broken. So people were expecting a heavy rain. But the heavy rain did not come as expected. Instead, a big fire came, which made the situation worse. Every evening, the sky would turn red, and everywhere were bugs that had grown from the abyss of despair. Haber's so-called salvation became a lie. In this world of reincarnation, there was only one more Haber, and a lie that a heavy rain would come. From that day on, Haber was the only one digging the soil. Day after day, year after year, the people struggling in the cycle of reincarnation almost forgot about Herbert. They looked numbly at the crazy figure in the square, not knowing what he was doing, but vaguely remembered that it seemed to be related to a rain. The king and the bishop also looked at all this numbly. They always had memories, but they had completely given up on salvation. They no longer believed that anyone could save the world. They did not expect to be saved. Herbert had been digging in the square, and had never given up. It was like doing something stupid. This wild wizard always believed that he could save the world, just like he believed that he could perform magic. The heavy rain finally came. At the port, the bishop and others looked at the scattered raindrops in the sky. Looking at the dark horizon in the distance, maybe, we are finally free from all this. The road is greasy. Helen looked at the people celebrating in the city outside the port, looked at the bishop and others, and suddenly became more and more afraid. Will we also awaken people tomorrow? Will it be the same as today? Will we have already saved this place many times? Just like that wizard. Louis looked at the distant horizon and said, "It over. The sun is rising. Yesterday finally passed forever." Louis sighed. In a sense, this kind of phenomenon is a mysterious phenomenon that even God cannot explain, and he has to rely on it for a living. If you ask a Ku, what is going on here, he will probably say, "I don't know. I only know how to eat." Compared to the ancient gods, this kind of thing is much more troublesome. It is really not easy for Herbert to find the right path to lead everyone along the way. Only what Louis did was to help Herbert, and others solve the stumbling blocks, and push them from behind. If it weren't for everyone's efforts before, even if the gods came, they couldn't save them. After so many years, the fog has finally completely dissipated. The bishop looked at the horizon, the gradually rising dawn, and took out the apple that had been hidden for a long time from his pocket. He started chewing. We finally welcomed the dawn. Looking at the sun rising gradually on the horizon, Helen patted her chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. She pouted and said, "The kitten was scared to death." Seeing that Triff's face was still a little pale, Louis patted his shoulder, then took out an apple from his pocket, and began chewing it with a smile under Triff's wooden eyes. Chapter 184. She is so old, I don't know how she usually plays. After arriving at the port, Louis contacted the little fat man Michelin and called him over. The little fat man limped when he walked, and his followers also limped. After seeing Louis, the little fat man cried and ran over to ask for a hug and comfort. Louis quickly pushed him aside, and asked him to stay away from him. "Mr. Michelin?" Helen asked curiously, "Why are your pants wet? It seems to be stained with something." "Oh, you know, it's very muddy here after the rain. I accidentally fell twice." The little fat man looked at his pants and wiped his tears and said, he added, "Once I fell into a puddle, so the front of my pants is a little wet. Another time, I fell into the yellow mud. So my buttocks also have a little yellow." Several wizards also nodded, indicating that they also fell together. Helen felt sorry for Mr. Michelin and the others. They must have fallen badly. And cried. Their clothes were covered with snot and tears. And their eyes were still red. They looked frightened. Several wizards still had their eyes wide open, as if they had not recovered yet. They must have seen a Ku. Seeing the smelly stuff on Michelin, Louis rubbed his face. He asked about the sailors' situation and learned that the sailors were counting their belongings on other ships. He then quickly took Michelin and the others back to the July Flower to change their pants. It seems that the fear that Ms. Ako brought to the Believe family is rooted in their blood. In other words, people like Michelin grew up listening to Ms. Ako ghost stories. It can be said that the only thing that these goblins, who value money over life, are afraid of in this world is Ako, the big moth. When the fat man changed his clothes, Louis glanced at the narration. The fate line triggered by this mysterious incident has appeared. You have obtained 1. Strength +5, Agility +5, Magic +5 and Silent Harbor. 2. Arms investment of Hammer of the God of War, pick a ship. 3. Mysterious Antique *1, Ghost Ship. 4. Basic Forbidden Textbook *8, kept by Harbor. 5. Advanced Forbidden Learning the Power of the Mind, How to Distort the Real World *1, maybe you should ask Dracula, where he is hiding secretly. 6. Sorrento Kingdom Reputation +300, Magician Association Presence +300. Overfulfillment Reward. 1. You met a Ku and faced his eyes directly, Magic +3, Reason -30, Current Reason, Max, you are not affected. 2. You met a Ku and had an in-depth communication with him, Cursing, Slapping, Swearing Magic +6, Reason -100, Current Reason, Max, You are not affected, appearance plus 3. 3. You touched a coup. Fate line snatching food. Running away Lewis and Helen magic plus 10. Basic magic plus 1 for all people who have seen him in the Rainbow Country, Hobber. Who has always been concerned by a coup. Has magic plus 20. 4. The peeping and attention of a certain strange god, magic plus 15. Rainbow Country reputation plus max. 6. The reputation and presence of the Magician Association in the Rainbow Country plus max. 7. The presence of the Rainbow Country in the hearts of people around the world plus max. Need Wallace Daily Newspaper. 8. Red Queen Special Invitation Letter *1. Talk to Dracula. Explanation. Judging from your current reputation, most of the local people in the Rainbow Country are willing to accept your recruitment. These sailors who have survived the other world and faced the ancient gods are extraordinary. Can trigger mysterious event. Sick person Isabella I. Inviters. Michelin, need to talk, Dracula, need to talk, Francesco, need to talk, Wallace, believe, need to talk, Isabella I, need to talk. Expected reward, Yandra Queen? Unknown. Looking at this reward, Lewis felt a chill. He didn't want to have anything to do with the psychotic queen. If this matter had to be done, as long as he didn't talk to everyone, this sick queen shouldn't be triggered to unlock. Lewis put this matter aside for the time being. He looked at the rewards he got from this incident, and then assessed his physical condition. After experiencing this incident, Lewis' magic power has now reached 147. When he came out of Crowley Manor, his magic power was still over 70. Recently, Stuart was about to devour the magic shadow, which increased his magic power to around 90. After a series of events in the arena, Lewis' overall attributes increased by 10. Then he touched the fate of the mother and daughter several times, which brought his magic power to over 120. This time, the Book of Destiny was in Silent Harbor again, and it could gain a lot of magic power. Overall, it was more than 20 points, and finally reached the magic number of 147. As for strength, it has increased by more than 20 points in the past few days, and agility is more than 10 points. The overall attributes have become strength, 66 agility, 38 magic, 147. Compared with the attributes when he wrestled with the Black Dragon Princess Annabelle last time, Lewis's total attributes increased by about 20%. Now Lewis feels that the magic power in his body is much more abundant than before. If he transforms again, it will become bigger. This time the dragon is going to wrestle with me again. Hee. Lewis started to laugh. Michelin changed his clothes quickly, and took Lewis to the port area where the hammer of the god of war was. You don't know woohoo? I was scared to death. Michelin started to cry. The little fat man suffered today. Originally, after Lewis and others got off the ship and entered the port, Michelin and his group were counting the cargo on a certain ship. They were counting happily. The ship was full of gold and silver treasures. The little fat man was counting the money happily. Then, they saw a huge, hazy body outside the window behind them. When Michelin and the wizards came to the window and looked outside in confusion, they saw a body that covered the sky. At that time, Michelin and others were right under her feet. They saw that the whole city was wrapped by a butterfly wings. At that time, Michelin was so scared that he peed all over the floor, and he and the people around him fell into madness and fainted. When he woke up again, he saw the sun in the sky setting towards his head. This time, everyone was so scared that they pooped all over the floor. After finally seeing Lewis slap a butt and drive away the meteor, Michelin and the others hugged each other and cried, feeling like they had survived a disaster. You are indeed the savior of our Bellefeu family. The little fat man wiped his nose and sweat with a handkerchief and said, Fat people are afraid of heat. I told you, only you can deal with him. I've decided. Lewis, I'm going to give you 10 big ships. Ham of War investment in the 7th Fleet *1. 10 large ships? Lewis blinked. How big are they? Lewis, we're rich. Helen pointed excitedly at the beautiful large sailing ships in the harbor. My brother-in-law has a yacht, so why not take Helen along? Helen can finally be the captain. Lewis couldn't help but follow Helen's finger and looked at the huge sailing ships near the harbor. They all looked very expensive. These 10 large ships together wouldn't be as expensive as a small or medium-sized castle? No. I need to correct it. Michelin twisted his handkerchief and said, Not 10 big ships. There are plenty of ships. What I'm giving you is a warship. Lewis couldn't help but open his mouth. Come on. Let go and see my ship. The two walk towards a certain area of the port. It seems that in the past 10 years, there have been many ships docked near the port. Looking around, the docks are connected with ships and sails are flying. Some of the big sailing ships have raised flags, and sailors can be seen climbing up and down the mast to check the ships. After going through so much, they still had the mood to return to the ship to check the ship. These sailors have extraordinary will and courage. Most of them are pirates. Pirates usually account for half of the people who come to Rainbow Harbor. And the entire Rainbow Harbor is also one of the most famous free ports in the world. These pirates have been trapped here for many years. It can be said that they have seen all kinds of storms and waves. They have not been greatly affected by the ancient gods. Soon, Michelin brought Louis to the docking area of the hammer of the god of war ship. The ghost ship was also here. So Louis planned to take a look at what was going on with the ghost ship. When he arrived at the ghost ship, Louis unexpectedly found that Edward was holding a small mirror and applying powder on his face, while directing a group of beggars around him. It seems that Mr. Edward, who used to be a big pirate, is a little restless. After coming out of the church, he pulled a bunch of people with him. These people were inspecting a tattered ship. Louis couldn't help but look at the ship curiously. It looked like it was fished out of the sea. It was tattered. It was full of barnacles and seaweed. This seemed to be the ghost ship, the antique discovered by the Belief family. There seemed to be some colorful butterfly powder on it, and some huge tentacles. It seemed that it should be Ms. Ako toy. It was so long and so big. I don't know how she usually plays with it. But after it was stolen, she seemed very angry. Chapter 185. Antiques from 3,000 years ago. This ghost ship looks big, and although it looks tattered, it is of extraordinary value. After boarding the ship, Louis saw many hidden spells on the ship. This ship was built 3,000 years ago, when Anthony was alive, and led the ancient wizards to build it. Once the scientists of the School of Magic and Steam reverse engineer it, they will obtain many magic technologies. Many of the missing technologies of the Son of Lant will also be made up. As soon as he boarded the ship, Louis felt a faint familiar smell. It seems that this ship had a strong smell of ache before. After it was salvaged, the wizards must have done a lot of processing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to live in it. People would go insane. Only wizards are not affected too much. According to Michelin, there were many gold, silver, jewelry and goods from 3,000 years ago in the ship before, but after the ship docked, these things were kept in the palace by the sailors. So these treasures are not on the ship. But this ship itself has great value, and the most valuable one among them is the heart of this ship. Soon, Louis and Michelin came to the location of the heart, a crystal cabin in the ship. The crystal wall of this cabin looks like it is made up of many Tetris blocks, and it looks convex and concave. This thing seems to be called the magic center, which is the magic engine of the ancient period of the Forbidden Sanctuary. If this compartment is activated and repaired, those Tetris blocks will continue to rise and fall, creating a steady stream of magic. At present, some of Sorrento ironclad battleships, although they have crystal cannons, they can only fire colored water bubbles and shoot birds. It's okay to cause some trouble to those wizards riding brooms, but the dragon can ignore it directly. And that kind of cannon needs to rest for dozens of minutes after firing. So those magic cannons look big, but in fact they are soft and shriveled. It is far from being a magic cannon. But if the magic core is installed, Francesco may be able to install some magic items on the ship that can be used to deal with dragons. And the magic core can also be used on the Son of Lant. After that, the Son of Lant does not need to boil water, but can directly use magic. The previous Son of Lant walked like an old man who had too much prostitution and had epilepsy. After firing 2 shots, he had to breathe heavily, which was just specially used for fraud. Even if Louis forced himself to use his ability and resonated with the magic crystal, he could only use it to swing a hammer, and at most use electromagnetic magic and space magic to make it move. When being beaten, he couldn't use magic to fight back. But with this magic power center, first of all, the energy supply of the Son of Lant is enough, and he doesn't have to be epileptic when walking like an old man who has been whoring too much. Various artillery will also have energy supply, and can be directly propelled by magic, and even loaded with the magic cannon that Sorrento is researching. And the most important thing is, when the magician drives such a Son of Lant, they will be able to directly control the Son of Lant to release magic. The magician driving the car will become a 6-story steel magician. Not only can he swing a hammer and cast magic, but he also has super high physical and magic resistance. The mana value will also become N/N under the continuous supply of the magic center. The significance of a 6-story steel magician is self-evident. So, if the current Son of Land can only be regarded as a pile of scrap metal, then this magic center will make this scrap metal the heart of the real Gundam. This is the real French armor. Okay. Louis's eyes lit up. Wearing this stuff, he dared to fight Aka head-on. The ghost ship will be transported back to Sorrento by the fleet later, becoming the first research project of the future Magic Steam Academy. After picking some interesting ancient gold coins, Louis came to the deck. The beggar sailors were doing maintenance work such as cleaning the deck on the ship, and crabs and other things were thrown down from time to time. Occasionally, some ghosts came out from under the deck, and the beggar sailors took a glance and waved them away. It seemed that the ghosts were attracted from the sea by the ship today. They all looked strange. Helen was frightened and pale. She couldn't help but grab Louis's sleeve. But the beggar sailors didn't seem to be afraid at all. This aroused Louis's curiosity. Although these beggar sailors now have magic power, they don't usually get along with ghosts. After asking Edward, Louis learned that some of these beggars were the people of the hammer of the god of war, who were trapped in the Rainbow Country before. There were also many thin and ferocious beggars, all of whom were pirates trapped in the Rainbow Country before. Having experienced many things, they have developed a big heart that ordinary people don't have. Sir, they have no livelihood now. They all want to follow you. We have more ships than people, and are very short of sailors. So I hired them temporarily to take care of the ship. Edward put down the sunscreen and the small mirror and said, "Boss, do you think you should keep them all? These guys are all good hands." Louis glanced at the lazy beggar sailors. When the sailors saw Louis' eyes, they all stopped being lazy and tried to be more serious. Many people were very polite when they touched their chests, but they couldn't get rid of the indifference. Only when you look directly into their eyes can you see how much they respect Louis in their hearts. No wonder. These people have experienced countless lives and deaths in the other world. They have seen the despair in the deepest part of the abyss and the light of heaven. Now they have been reborn from the fire of desire, and they can look calm even when they see God. Perhaps only Louis and Herbert, the two great magicians who gave them the opportunity to be reborn from the fire of desire, have real respect in their hearts. Louis is very impressed with these people. They are a group of real, fearless adventurers. With Edward's introduction, Louis met the leader of these people, Ironbeard Maru, who used to be a big pirate. Louis invited them, hoping that they would stay. "Mr. Malu, our Magicians Association is currently organizing a maritime caravan. If you can join us, Hopper and I will be very honored," Louis said. "I wonder if you are still willing to go to sea." "Sir, you are too kind. We are all adventurers. Our lives belong to the sea and blood. It is our honor to continue adventures with you and to join the Magicians Association." After talking with Ironbeard Maru, Louis asked him to recruit more sailors in the city. The Magician Association is short of money now, and even the church is in tatters, and the future expenses will be even greater. The magicians have been thinking about how to save money and increase revenue. Someone once proposed to form a trade fleet, which is undoubtedly the most profitable. But this caravan is not so easy to make. Whether it is ships or people, it is a big problem. However, now that we have ships and people, Michelin will send some warships, and there are many empty merchant ships in this port. However, we cannot take all these ships away. The ships that belong to the Kingdom of Sorrento or friendly countries must be returned. After all, everyone came here to represent the Kingdom of Sorrento, and the reputation of the Magician Association is more important than money. Some ships may have lost people, but their families are still there. The goods on this ship are often the assets of a family, or even borrowed. After the loss, the blood in the crotch must be paid. So it has to be returned and people will pay some fees. However, there are still many ownerless pirate ships here, some of which can be left to the Rainbow King, so that he can rebuild the kingdom in his own power. If he loses his position, the relationship will be in vain. And those nobles in other countries, who have the legal system of the Rainbow Kingdom, are all eyeing his throne. The remaining ships, just repaint them, write the words Louis or Kowloon Sea King. According to the law, these ownerless empty ships that have been parked in the harbor for many years, all belong to the Rainbow Kingdom, and this matter can be discussed with the king. Chapter 186 Spoils of War. Louis was unwilling to get involved in such tedious matters. He asked Edward to record them directly. Later, Edward and the fat man Michelin would communicate with the king. The kingdom would give them some ships that they didn't need. And the king would also make some requests. It was a win-win situation. As for the sailors, there were plenty of them here. If Ironbeard Maru mentioned the name of the Magician Association, everyone would be willing to come. In this world, there are probably few places where sailors are better than the sailors here. And they all have magic power. The future magician. There are many good sailors in this world, but not many can be trusted. The people of the Rainbow Country worship Lewis and the Magician Association. It is the most appropriate to recruit them here. These people will join the 7th Fleet and the Magician Trade Fleet. Let the father-in-law lead them to work. Well, the 7th Fleet and the Trade Fleet may be regarded as the same organization. Judging from the current situation, Lewis is undoubtedly the largest shareholder. Francesco had to stand aside. Thinking of this, Lewis and Michelin quickly checked the 10 warships. Or in other words, the spoils of this trip. The father-in-law and mother-in-law were waiting for these ships to work for them. After chatting for a while, Lewis planned to go to see the ships with Michelin. Helen wanted to play on the ghost ship for a while, and Herbert and others also wanted to see the ghost ship. Lewis looked back and found that the king and other beggars had gone somewhere, so he went with Michelin. The two of them wandered around the docks at the port. The little fat man was very happy today. Today he survived a disaster, and the big problem that was weighing on his head was also solved. What surprised the little fat man the most was that, after the sailors counted the cargo of the merchant ship of the Hammer of the God of War, they found that all the cargo was intact, as if the ship had just docked yesterday. Originally, in the little fat man's mind, these merchant ships and warships had been removed from his assets. Now not only did the ship return, but the goods inside were still intact. This made him feel like he had earned a lot of money for nothing. And the most important thing was not these warships, merchant ships, and goods. It was this port and the new waterway. From then on, several fleets of the Belit family could use the Rainbow Country as a springboard to go to more places for trade. The Seven-Colored Sea, as one of the few safe seas in the mysterious sea, was very important. So during the period when the Seven-Colored Sea was impassable, some special areas with huge profits would not be accessible. In some other routes, they have to take a long detour, which consumes a lot of time. On the other hand, it is difficult for the fleet to be supplied and maintained during the journey, which increases the risk many times. The cargo carried will be greatly reduced. So Michelin, which has benefited greatly, is going to take the initiative to bleed this time. On the way, the fat man wiped the sweat from his neck and said to Lewis, "It doesn't matter if you don't like my ship. You can pick any ship in this port. I will buy it for you if you like it." This made Lewis happy. Seeing the boss happy, the little fat man also laughed happily. On the way, the two of them first looked at the ownerless ships. Some of them will become ordinary armed merchant ships of the Magician Association. According to the little fat man, these ships are much worse than the warships of the Hammer of the God of War. But in Lewis's eyes, these ships look very good. Many ships look very similar. But Michelin can recognize which are armed merchant ships, and which are pirate ships at a glance. According to him, the sails of pirate ships are smaller, the masts are longer, and the structure is simpler than merchant ships. And the hull is also narrower and longer. And because pirate ships often carry less commercial goods, they have more cannons. Merchant ships often have only 7 or 8 cannons, or even less. But pirate ships often have a row on each side, and often have more than 10 or 20 cannons. In addition, there are more positions for crossbowmen, archers, and musketeers, more suitable for boarding battles, faster, and more flexible. These ships look very large. They are like small city walls. The warships of the Rainbow Country have a slightly larger displacement, and the average number of guns is about 20 to 30. They are slightly better than the ships of these big pirates. Some wealthy families, family forces, and nobles in some counties often only need 2 or 3 such large sailing ships, which makes them very powerful among the various forces in the counties. The cargo in these 2 or 3 ships is often not the cargo of one company, but the cargo of several companies. Sometimes, in order to purchase goods locally and go out to sea, a large loan is also needed. If there are more ships, they often can't afford it, said the fat man Michelin. Is this big ship so expensive? Lewis was a little curious. The ship is indeed not cheap, but the main cost is not the ship, but the cargo of this ocean-going ship. These goods are often tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of pounds. An ordinary baron can't collect the cargo of this ship in his lifetime. Ordinary nobles can't afford this. Usually they can only follow the big nobles to invest, or several families can pool together to ship goods. Louis opened his mouth wide. This ship is simply full of gold. But the capital chain, maintenance and personnel costs are only one aspect. Sailors who can go out to sea, captains and navigators are another aspect. In other words, there are very few people that the nobles can trust. After all, once you go to the sea, it takes several months to go back and forth. It is not uncommon for sailors to swallow up both the goods and the ship. I've even seen captains secretly sell goods on the high seas, and then sink the ship when they get home, because they're afraid the list doesn't match. In this case, both the goods and the ship are gone. It's like a bamboo shoot. And in this vast and mysterious sea, there are many threatening things. In addition to rampant pirates, the weird weather and sea monsters are also very scary. Therefore, sailing is a business that requires you to be cautious, even if you're lucky enough not to encounter pirates and sea monsters. At sea, at supply points, at ports, at spokesperson/customers, etc. If you're not careful, you may still get into trouble. Even if they reach their destination, the spokesperson may be killed by another hostile force. Or even the kingdom where the client behind the spokesperson lives may experience unrest or a coup. Once this happens, the client becomes the enemy. If the person in charge on the ship does not negotiate with the other party, then these ships and cargoes may all be stolen. Michelin said, therefore, many families often have to take great risks when their fleets go out to sea. There must be some leaders in the family who personally follow the ship. If it succeeds, they will double their money and go home to build a castle. If it fails, their families will be separated. Looking at these ships, Michelin sighed, these ships. Each of them is the hard work of a family. They have been docked here for so many years. And for those families, it is no different from sinking. I don't know how many families have gone bankrupt or even broken up in the past 10 years. Louis was a little speechless, and suddenly understood the importance of the Seventh Fleet, or Stog, the fleet of the hammer of the god of war, to a joint chamber of commerce. Without cannons, it is impossible to do business on this sea. Louis couldn't help but look up at the tall ships that looked like small city walls. These look pretty good, the little fat man suddenly said. These ships can enrich the transport ships and armed merchant ships of the Seventh Fleet. The king and I will count them later. There should be 20 to 30 ownerless ships. Putting them in Sorrento, it can be considered a pretty good chamber of commerce. But these ships alone can't support the Seventh Fleet. It seems that in the eyes of the little fat man, these big ships are not considered warships. I give you some really good ships. Michelin pulled Louis away. He stretched out his fat fingers, pointed to the 50 city walls in the distance that were specially escorted for this archaeological excavation, and said, let go and see our fleet of the hammer of the god of war. Chapter 187 Battleship Queen Francesco. Although Sorrento already has ironclad ships, the large sailing ships are still the mainstream in this era. Compared to the warships of the Rainbow Country, the warships of the arms dealer Michelin are much larger. These large ships have very tall hulls, like walls. The cabin has 3 floors, a main gun at the bow, and 15 guns on each side. There are also some deck guns on the deck, a total of more than 30 guns. Among pirates, except for a few super pirate organizations that dominate certain seas, no one can afford these ships. After coming inside to take a look, Louis found that the cabin inside was much larger than it looked from the outside. The displacement was also much larger than that of ships of the same specifications. This surprised Louis a little. It seemed that they were all magic ships. No wonder Beliv and his people did better business than others. Michelin and his people were the first group of wizards to go to the sea to eat crabs. The time was more than 300 years ago. They combined the ship technology of muggles and wizards, and the technology is very mature. So their fleet has a huge advantage over ordinary caravans. Moreover, Michelin has some wizards who know how to build ships. When they build ships, the cost is much lower. Dozens of wizards who know how to build ships join together. And building ships is like stacking blocks. So Michelin ships are not only better, but also very cheap. After a tour of the ship, Louis found that the living environment of the crew was very good. The space inside was much larger than he imagined. He couldn't help but ask how many sailors it could carry. Michelin said with a smile, a normal large sailing ship of this type has a rated crew of 200. But my ship can accommodate more than 400 people. And even more than 600 people. However, because these ships need to transport goods, and the cost of supply at sea is very high. So usually there are 200 or 300 people. If there are more wizards on board, these ships can be operated with dozens of people. Think about it, this trip, how much more cargo can be loaded than others? How much less supplies can be spent? And said, the fat arms dealer wiped the sweat from his neck, climbed up a box with some difficulty, and came to the window of the cabin. Then he took out a magic wand and knocked on the wooden wall. I saw runes flashing on the wall, and when Michelin knocked, Louis also heard the sound of metal. Although its overall structure makes it not as strong as an ironclad ship, it is not something that can be sunk by ordinary ships. Michelin looked at Louis and smiled. What do you think? I use this ship myself and never sell it to others. Although it has no steam power, its displacement cannot be compared with that of an ironclad ship. But it is incredibly fast. If it goes crazy at a critical moment. Not to mention your Majesty's steam battleship. Even the Kraken cannot catch up in a short period of time. The only drawback is that this type of ship requires the crew to understand magic, which is very demanding for sailors. The ships built by various wizard countries are basically of this type. Their sailors are also civilian wizards. The fat man said, these ships are very suitable as ships for the Magician Association. I think magicians understand technology better than noble wizards. Future magicians can modify these ships based on them. In the future, Sorrento magic ships will definitely be better than those of wizards. Louis and the little fat man went around several ships and found that the little fat man's ships had several models. Although the size of the ships was not much different, their functions were different. Some of them were very fast. Some were blessed by elves, and they were very durable and could repair themselves. When sailors worked on them, they would get the help of elves, and the efficiency would not only be very high, but the firing rate, accuracy and range of the artillery would also be doubled. Some ships are cursed. After being hit, the opposite ship will also be damaged. If the technology of ghost ships is cracked, this kind of ship is very suitable for ghost sailors. At that time, this kind of cursed ship can be pushed by ghosts and set up fog. This is simply an invisible fleet at sea. The ghost ship 3,000 years ago, under the command of the necromancer wizard, is almost invincible in close combat at sea. Because ghost ships can not only sail on the sea surface, but also sail on the seabed. So the ghost ship comes and goes without a trace. And once the ghost on it flies into the enemy ship, then the people in the enemy ship will be silent. Therefore, no matter what kind of ship the other side is, even the ironclad steam battleship of this era, there is no solution to this kind of ghost ship. At present, the best ship of the Belief family can only arrange fog. Because of insufficient magic power, it is impossible to provide too many ghosts to live on the ship. Some specially treated ships can be used like ghost ships, but the manufacturing process is too evil. But even the current ships of this type are already very good. The only ones that can compare with them are battleships. Currently, only our Belief and a few wizard families have these special types of ships, Michelin said proudly. After seeing these ships, Louis understood why Archie boasted that although the ships provided were a bit old compared to Sorrento ironclad ships, they were no worse than the second-tier main fleet in any kingdom. Moreover, these ships have advantages that ordinary ships cannot match. They are more suitable for those strange and changeable sea areas. In such sea areas, they almost come and go without a trace. They fight when they want to fight, and run when they want to run. These ships can indeed be used as the first batch of warships of the 7th Fleet. Even after the transition, they can still be used. Just as Louis and Michelin got off a cursed ship and walked on the port to think about which type of ship to choose, a huge shadow enveloped him. Louis raised his head and saw a huge sea fortress. It didn't have 3 cabins, but 3 decks. Compared with it, the warships that Michelin had boasted about before were like toys. This ferocious behemoth had a row of cannons on each deck. The cannons were divided according to the weight of the projectiles. The bottom layer was heavy cannons. The middle layer was medium cannons. And the top layer was light cannons. The bottom row was larger than the main guns of other ships. It looked densely packed, very spectacular. No matter what kind of magic ship it was, once it entered its range, it would not be so fun. Is this a battleship? Louis's eyes lit up. Poor Michelin didn't know what was going to happen yet, laughed with his face full of fat, and proudly introduced it. He did have reason to be proud. Other arms dealers only sold some guns and ammunition, and those who could sell cannons were already very impressive. But as the arms spokesperson of the Kingdom of Sorrento, Ares Hammer has everything, or whatever Francesco asks them to sell, they have it. On the one hand, the weapons sold, will support those kingdoms that are loyal to Sorrento. On the other hand, Sorrento also needs a lot of money to build ironclad ships. Although the biggest share of the profits goes to Francesco, Michelin only takes a small commission from it, which is enough to make a living. After all, this thing, just the cost of construction, will cost more than £1 million. The Navy has always been a big spender. This ship is equivalent to more than 20 small castles. The shells fired, the gunpowder burned, and the maintenance costs are also not a small amount. With the population and economic strength of wizards, there is no money to make too many of these things. But on the Muggle side, the battleships of the Kingdom of Sorrento alone are hundreds and thousands. So in general, the strength of Muggles and wizards at sea is balanced. Although ironclad ships are gradually appearing, wooden battleships are still the main battleships in various kingdoms. They are divided into 80-gun battleships and 60-gun battleships, which are called first and second-class battleships respectively. Those with less than 3 decks are third-class battleships. Some famous flagships have more than 100 or even 140 guns. The displacement of this ship is not smaller than that of a first-class battleship. According to Michelin, it is enough to be used as a flagship in a cruiser fleet. As for the cannon, because its main function is to deter pirates, and it needs to travel through areas with sirens, the speed is very important, so there are less than 80 cannons installed. Look at its sails. Michelin took out his wand, pointed at the big sail in the distance, recited a spell, and then the sails gradually spread out. You can see that there are faint spell patterns on the huge sails. Its speed is not slower than that of a steam battleship, and a lot of spells have been cast on the hull, so it is very strong. More than a decade ago, when Sorrento went to war with other kingdoms, this ship was requisitioned by Francesco. In that naval battle, it was attacked by many warships, but it sank a ship and then fought its way out unscathed. Just look at the displacement. It more than 6,000 tons. Michelin wiped the sweat from his neck and said happily, "This is more than 2 or 3 times that of many battleships. It can be said that she is a hideous monster in sheep clothing." "What its name?" Louis asked curiously. "It called Queen Francesco." Michelin wiped his sweat, smiled at his beloved and said, in his eyes, "This ship is his wife." Louis secretly cursed himself. Damn it! He still couldn't change his habit of liking other people's wives. This ship was the first magic battleship built by Hammer of the God of War, which was led by Francesco and cooperated with the Kingdom of Sorrento. Hammer of the God of War led wizards and Muggle shipbuilders to build it. It is also the first magic battleship in the world. At that time, Francesco was still the Witch Queen, because of the commemorative significance, and because the beliefs wanted to flatter her. The ship was called Queen Francesco, not Queen Francesco. During Michelin's excited introduction, Louis also looked at Michelin's wife with shining eyes. "The queen is mine." "Huh?" Michelin blinked, and didn't react for a moment. "The queen is mine." "Ah?" Michelin opened his mouth wide, his face was a little green. "Well, I mean, lend it to me for 2 days," Louis said with a smile. "Just 2 days. Really?" "Ah." The little fat man opened his mouth and cried. He understood that Louis wanted those 10 ships, and this big one, Louis probably didn't plan to return it. Chapter 188 The Sick Queen. The fat Michelin did not lend his wife to Louis in the end, but gave her to Louis as an investment. Of course, this wife was not given for nothing. Michelin had a small matter that he needed Louis's help to deal with. Michelin owed his brother Wallace Believe a big favor. After Michelin messed up the antique and forbidden book, if Wallace had not spoken well of Francesco and supported his fat brother in the family, Michelin would have resigned as the CEO of the Hammer of the God of War and entered the prison of the six-sided demon prison. Wallace, this name is a little familiar to Louis. After flipping through the storybook, he remembered the little goblin. It turns out that Wallace is the media tycoon. He is not only the major shareholder of many daily newspapers, but also the founder of the famous Chattering Daily newspaper. This matter of Wallace seems to involve a major event between Francesco and the Red Queen. The current Ministry of Magic is basically controlled by the Red Queen. Francesco has always wanted the Red Queen family to step down and change the term as soon as possible. Wallace is the gun in Francesco's hand. The reporters under this fearless goblin are simply the most powerful intelligence personnel in the wizarding world. Wallace coveted the big cake that Francesco painted for him. So he instructed his secret paparazzi to secretly dig up the dirt on the Red Queen family in order to stir up public opinion in the wizarding world. This matter involves a big secret of the Red Queen family. Once it is really exposed, the Magic Parliament, and other big wizard families will no longer stand on the side of the Red Queen. This is very beneficial to Francesco. And for Wallace, the secret of the Red Queen family has always been the kind of big news that this voyeuristic guy wants to know. So in this cooperation, Francesco and Wallace hit it off. But recently, the Red Queen seemed to have noticed this. First, a female reporter who had been undercover for 20 years by Wallace suddenly disappeared. Then the Red Queen invited Wallace to her Scarlet Castle to have a heart-to-heart talk. This incident scared Wallace half of his life. As for the other half of his life, it was naturally in Francesco's hands. Mr. Wallace, the little sandwich cookie, was now like walking on a tightrope over the abyss. For him, if one of Francesco and the Red Queen was not dead, then he would be dead. Michelin, the little fat man, was also very considerate. For his brother's life, he was willing to bleed. And this big deposit was also not small. But the Red Queen is a leader of the 12 great wizard families. Now that she controls the Ministry of Magic, she can cover the sky with one hand. Even gods have to retreat from her power. The only person who can bring her down in this world, except Jingke, is probably Tang Sang. And if you really want to bring down such a majesty, let alone giving away a magic battleship, even if you give away half of your family wealth, to build a city for Louis, Shen Wansan and others are willing to do so. At this point, Louis finally understood why the storybook predicted triggerable mysterious event, Patient Isabella I. He couldn't help but look up at the storybook. Triggerable mysterious event, Patient Isabella I. Inviter, Michelin, already discussed, Dracula, need to discuss, Francesco, need to discuss, Wallace. Believe, need to discuss, Isabella I, need to discuss. Completion reward, Queen Francesco *1 Yandra Queen? Unknown. It seems that this sickly queen refers to the Red Queen Isabella I. And as long as you chat with all the inviters for a day, the final mysterious reward of this task, the sickly queen, will be triggered. In other words, after chatting with everyone, Louis's fate is intertwined with Isabella. Louis has heard a lot about the Red Queen, and when he thinks of her, Louis can't help but get goosebumps. That woman does look like she is seriously ill. Louis thinks that the sickly queen is not a good reward, and he also feels that he and the Red Queen have nothing to talk about. Isabella, need to talk. As for the mysterious incident of Isabella I, Louis also feels a little bit distant. Although as an old witch doctor, he should face everyone with the attitude of a doctor and a parent, but the key is that not all diseases are suitable for treatment, such as mental illness. Louis thought, Wallace matter is easy to handle. Find the female reporter, and then hand the information in her hands to Francesco and Wallace. This matter is considered to be done. They can handle the rest. But the mysterious incident of the patient may not be that simple. This matter may not solve the Red Queen, but solve a big problem that even the Red Queen cannot solve. Louis suspected that the so-called secret history of the Red Queen family was a mysterious incident. And it was a big problem that the entire Red Queen family had not solved for more than 1,000 years. Louis was a little resistant to this matter. It seemed that the Red Queen family was living happily now. There was no need to change their happy life. He decided to stop this task at the female reporter, even if he had to get involved in this matter in the end. As long as he didn't talk to all 4 inviters, the reward from the sick queen would not be triggered. The psychopath seemed to feel very good about herself now, and it seemed that she didn't need anyone to help her cure her illness. During the conversation, Louis and the little fat man had already got off the boat. When they passed by the ghost ship, they saw Helen, Herbert and others on the ship. Lou and I. Helen waved excitedly from the ghost ship, got off the ghost ship with Herbert and others, and walked over. Lou and I. Let go to the palace to see the treasures on the ghost ship. Helen began to talk. I heard that they are all rare items. Magicians don't have real rare items and amulets yet. By the way, sir, we do have to go to the palace. Herbert said, there are many magic books on the ship and in the palace. After the banquet, let go and see the treasures and books together. Louis nodded and looked at the 2 scholars beside Herbert. The scholars were holding several books in their hands, all of which were forbidden books. But in addition to these books, there were also many magic books and magic notes. These books were all the things of wizards 3,000 years ago. At that time, everyone was learning forbidden arts, so these books are of great value. In addition, there are some books brought by many wizards in these years, which are also placed in the palace. During the years when the Rainbow Kingdom was closed, Wizards and adventurers stayed in the palace to study how to break the fog. So the palace is actually a savior command center. But no one has really accomplished anything. It can be said that the saviors from all over the world and the local scholars and ministers usually stay in the palace. Therefore, the king, ministers, and other beggars usually stay as far away from the palace as possible. Now, because the Rainbow Kingdom's affairs have been completed, the fleet will return home with the July flower. Therefore, many things need to be moved back, including some supplies. So Edward has taken the sailors to the palace. Hearing this, Lewis took everyone with him. When passing the central street in the city, Lewis saw that the city was already bustling, and the streets were full of people. After seeing Lewis and Huber, these people also greeted them enthusiastically. Many of these people are local residents, but more are outsiders. They have been trapped here for too long, and have a psychological trauma towards the Rainbow Country. So everyone is eager to go home. They want to leave here as soon as possible. Now that the sky is bright, everyone is busy arranging various matters, moving various things, purchasing various supplies, and preparing to set off in the near future. These people will spread the good things that the magicians have done here to all corners of the world. On the way, Lewis and Michelin ran into a group of ministers and guards in dishevel. They were putting on their clothes while walking. It seemed that many of them were beggars. Some were sleepers. After seeing Lewis again, the ministers recognized him and bowed to him respectfully. "Sir, I am glad to see you. Have you seen the king?" His Highness Dracula said that the king was with you before. It seems that Prince Dracula is also in the palace now. Chapter 189, The Crooked-Mouthed Son-in-Law. It seems that everyone has been looking for the king for a long time. Now that the kingdom has returned to normal, many ministers, who were originally trapped in the other world, have now awakened and recovered their memories. So after the daybreak, everyone changed their clothes and came to find the king to return to the palace. But now, the king has disappeared, which makes the ministers very anxious. Everyone only knows that the king followed Lewis to the port to join in the fun, but just now everyone has been wandering around the port for a long time, but couldn't find the king. A country cannot be without a king for a day, and there are still many things waiting for the king to decide. There is only one city in the whole Rainbow Kingdom. The king decides all the big and small things, and he is also the judge. Therefore, the king has a lot of things to do, and there are also a lot of messy things. So now the ministers are a little anxious. When Hopper heard this, he took out a set of cards to tell fortunes, and then pointed to the street not far away with a wooden face. There, a beggar was sitting on the steps of the tavern board, eating melon seeds, basking in the sun, hugging his beggar lover, and chatting with the prostitutes and pirates at the door of the tavern. Many ministers glared, rolled up their sleeves, rushed to the king and lifted him up. Then, the king was carried back to the palace by the ministers while screaming, "Don't pull me. I'm working here," I said. "I'm talking to the pirates about business. I'm understanding the people's livelihood. I won't change my clothes. I won't change my clothes. I won't go back. I don't know if this guy is happy being a beggar, or if he still has a shadow on the palace." It estimated that he won't be able to get into the role for a while. Shaking his head, Lewis and the others followed him to the palace. On the way, when Michelin heard Helen reading about the treasures, he suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. In these years, the Ministry of Magic has sent many wizards, and Prince Dracula has seen these things and even played with them every day. Once the news spreads, things will be difficult to deal with. According to the wizarding law, these things must not flow into the hands of muggles. Prince Dracula is an important leader of the Red Queen family and a senior senator of the Magic Council. If he turns a blind eye to this matter, then all the wizards in the Ministry of Magic can be settled by Michelin with money. But if Prince Dracula has objections to this matter, then things will be a bit difficult to deal with. It is not easy to silence this matter. After all, more than 100,000 residents of the Rainbow Country and pirates and merchants from all over the world have seen Dracula and the wizards. If they suddenly disappeared, the Ministry of Magic would know what happened as soon as they investigated. Michelin told Lewis about his worries. After thinking about it, Lewis said to Michelin, "Michelin, too many people know about this matter. Even if the wizards don't tell others, the Ministry of Magic will hear about it. And even if Dracula doesn't tell others, the Red Queen will know about it." Lewis's words pierced Michelin's heart. The Red Queen is now holding a grudge against Sorrento. She now controls the Ministry of Magic. If she hears about this matter, She will tell the Magic Council. When the Magic Council comes with the leaders of the 12 great families, Francesco's head will explode. Beliv and others will also be skinned. Don't panic, Michelin. These things must be taken back anyway. The Magicians Association of Sorrento needs these things. Louis said, you go and deal with those wizards. It one thing for the Ministry of Magic to hear the news, and it another thing for someone to report it to the higher authorities. I will talk to Dracula later to see what he means. Yes, sir, Michelin said with shining eyes. Now we are all friends in need. At most we can give him some. After he returns to the Red Queen, it can be regarded as an explanation. Prince Dracula is very important to the Red Queen, the Ministry of Magic, and the Magic Parliament. If he is willing to help us cover up, things will be easy. Yes. Louis looked at the Isabella the Sick, the Yandra Queen, unknown, and the Inviter Dracula, need to talk. I couldn't help but sigh. We shouldn't talk about this topic suddenly. While chatting, everyone has arrived at the palace. It called the palace, but it doesn't look as big as the Sorrento Royal Hotel. But this seems to be because every inch of land here is worth a lot of money. After entering, Louis found that this place is a bit rough. Although it is very luxurious, it is full of Nordic style. The servants were not wearing Victorian clothes. Women wore linen skirts, and men wore short shirts and long pants. People coming and going in the palace were also in a mess. There were even sailors with yellow and rotten teeth walking back and forth. And the knights wearing mail armor ignored those who entered the palace casually, and even whispered with the sailors under the big column. Louis even saw a pirate directly stuffing a bag of gold coins to the knight. It seems that there is something to ask the king for help. So he bribed the king's close ministers first. Louis didn't pay attention before. But now he sees that the Rainbow Kingdom is still in the 16th century. There is no formal etiquette in the whole palace. The management is also messy. The only thing worth mentioning is that the servants seem to be working in an orderly manner. And many people who enter the palace seem to come to handle various procedures and deal with various matters. It seems that, although the king just came back in the morning, there is a person in charge in the kingdom. When passing by the palace where the throne is, Louis heard a commotion inside, and found that there were many civilians queuing there. So he went in to take a look at the excitement, and found that the king had changed his clothes, and was resting his chin with his eyes blank, listening to the ministers below arguing loudly, and the residents' noisy narration. This is considered to be going to work. The king looked bored. It seemed that being a beggar was more fun. On the contrary, the young and beautiful queen, whom Louis had never seen before, sat seriously on the throne next to the old king. Her face was full of interest, and she seemed very keen on handling government affairs. And this attitude, it can be said, formed a great contrast with the king who sat next to him without any manners. It seemed that the real boss of this kingdom was the boss lady. The king should have ignored government affairs before. After asking, Louis learned that the queen was the head of the Savior Command Center. For so many years, this big leader of the Saviors had used all kinds of tricks when torturing the big guys, the awakened ones headed by the king. So the big guys either stopped bothering her when they saw her, or felt their scalps flare when they saw her, and just wanted to take a detour. When he saw the queen looking in this direction, Herbert felt a chill, and quickly pulled Louis away. Before leaving, Louis looked back and found that in the chaotic hall, the queen on the throne was nodding to him slightly, showing a gentle smile. It seemed that although the queen had never seen Louis, she guessed it was him in the crowd. Louis nodded slightly in response, also showing a faint and gentle smile. Her Majesty Queen Rainbow looked quite polite. Soon, Louis and others followed Herbert, and came to a slightly lively hall. Things here are in a mess. There are many treasure chests on the ground. The sailors are directing beggars to sort out a few boxes of things. Many people dressed as noble gentlemen are there like they are having a salon, holding wine glasses, eating snacks, and pretending to be cool. Everyone looks gentle and elegant, talking about something. It's just that the subconscious action of occasionally wanting to rub mud slightly destroys the elegance. The number one pretender in the whole hall is Prince Dracula. He stood in the shadow, not seeming to be afraid of the sun, but he seemed to hate it. After seeing Louis, Herbert and others come in, Dracula's eyes twitched, pretending not to see it. In addition to the fact that Louis' performance yesterday left a deep impression on him, this guy who was too eager to save face also felt that he was a little embarrassed these 2 days. So he tried not to talk as much as possible now, and didn't want to talk to everyone, to avoid embarrassment. So Prince Dracula continued to pretend to be cool there. Louis also rolled his eyes secretly and cursed in his heart, still pretending to be cool. I still remember the way you rubbed the mud last night. Herbert sighed in his heart. Prince Dracula is indeed worthy of being a nobleman for more than 1,000 years, and he has a sense of elegance in his bones. After going through so many things, when I see the iron pickaxe now, I subconsciously want to take it and swing it a few times. But Prince Dracula quickly regained his gentlemanly demeanor. After thinking about it, Louis felt that he still had to say hello to Prince Dracula. After all, he and Dracula had not officially met each other yet. At this moment, a line of narration appeared in front of him. Prince Vlad Dracula niece Isabella I is more than 1,000 years old and is already an old saint. As a parent, Prince Dracula is very anxious. Since entering the new era, Mr. Dracula has been carrying photos of his niece Isabella. He is now looking for outstanding and highly educated talents, P.S. at least elementary school graduates. Age is not a problem, good-hearted Louis decided. A. Smile with a crooked mouth, show your crooked mouth Dragon King family lineage. Do you have a house and a car? How much is the gift? My Kowloon Sea King is not cheap. Completion reward. Osicles, and other ladies plus sister-in-law Helen Iron Fist *1, Isabella photo +1, son-in-law *1, crooked mouth Kowloon Sea King pretending to be slapped in the face side story *1, perverted psychotic queen story *1/hour, fuck *1/hour, random attribute +1. B. No crooked mouth. Use academic qualifications as a stepping stone, introduce yourself politely and formally, and get to know Prince Dracula again. P.S. Prince Dracula is very curious about your academic qualifications. Don't forget to explain. This will allow you to get enough magic potions, so as not to become fucked. Completion reward. Not bad boy, you are the one I have been looking for. 100,000 vampires came 1, crying and being kidnapped *1, prince title +1, psychopathic queen with special needs *1, strange potion *1/day, strange research work *1. Your Majesty, don't do this, I'm almost done. *1/day, magic power +1. Louis fell into deep thought. Chapter 190. Can vampires give birth to babies? Originally, Louis was going to go up and say hello, but after seeing these asides, his mouth twitched fiercely, turned around and went to the table next to him, and poured himself a glass of water. That guy is simply a psychopath. Are you an old man who dances in the square? When you meet someone, you plan to talk about blind dates. Louis felt a chill in his heart, remembering that person. Also, the older leftover woman in your family, is she too old? Over 1,000 years old. You still dare to call her an old leftover woman? This is an old witch. He didn't plan to introduce himself to Dracula now. According to the storybook, if he chatted with Dracula now, something unexpected might happen, turning his introduction into a job application. This was simply walking into a trap. Helen called Louis at this time, and Louis looked up and found that Herbert and Helen had already approached the ancient gold coins. Louis glanced at the gold coins from a distance, and found that they were different. They all carried a strong ancient god atmosphere. This made him feel a little moved. It seemed that Prince Dracula was chatting happily with others. Louis felt that with Prince Dracula's arrogant personality, if he did not take the initiative to greet him, he should have no reason to talk to him about blind dates. So he treated Dracula and others as heir, came to the gold coins, and listened to Hubert's description of these treasures. Haber has been here for more than 10 years. These gold coins have been studied repeatedly. These gold coins have stories. Their value is not money. They have experienced 3,000 years of history. They have accompanied the coup, and experienced many things in Silent Harbor. They contain many legendary ancient gods. In the eyes of wizards, these are the best raw materials for rare objects. If they are refined well, they will be able to exert very magical power. They will become the first protective items for members of the Magicians Association, Hobbs said with some emotion, holding an ancient gold coin. He was very clear about the magical uses of these gold coins. Not only did he study these gold coins, but Dracula and other great wizards, who were more professional in the field of magical items, also studied these gold coins. They could be said to have played various tricks with these gold coins. Among them, several of the most valuable gold coins were even refined by them into fate coins, in order to break their own fate line in the inner world, so that they could always leave the inner world and never reincarnate. In addition to the most valuable gold coins, the others are also very useful, resisting spells, curses, storing magic, etc. are the most basic functions. Better gold coins can even increase the magic power of magicians. In addition, there are dozens of gold coins sealed in a small box, and no one touches them. Dracula and others saw Louis reaching out and picking up the box and fiddling with it, and their eyes twitched and they stayed away. Louis took a look and understood what was going on. He smelled that the ancient god breath carried by these dozens of gold coins was the strongest. This should be the handful of gold coins that Akko likes the most. So normal people really can't touch it. Louis flipped through the gold coins and was very satisfied with them. "Sir, I know how to deal with these gold coins," Herbert said, "because I can reincarnate every day before. I have studied them a lot." Louis nodded, looked at the gold coins, he closed the box, and after making some seals, he asked Herbert to deal with these gold coins for a while, and when he was free later, he would teach Herbert how to really use them. Haber and Prince Dracula have studied these gold coins for many years, but they have simply exerted the power of the gold coins. This is a bit of a waste. If these things are handled well, magicians can use these gold coins with the help of Akko power to cast some extremely strange magic or curses. Curses like "I curse you to have sores on your PY" are no problem. The best ones can even summon a huge touch of the ancient god. After Louis gave some instructions, Herbert sorted out the things. Louis clapped his hands, pricked up his ears, and eavesdropped on what Dracula, the funny guy, was talking about with the saviors not far away. After listening to a few words, Louis couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Damn! Are you sick? You are talking about literature here? It seems that after seeing you, the saviors led by Dracula are very embarrassed, and they are trying their best to pretend that nothing has happened, and they no longer talk about the fog." Louis is a little speechless. Suddenly, he found that Edward, the frivolous fellow, was also here to join the gentlemen, and it seemed that Edward knew Dracula. Louis guessed that this might be because the two great vampires were both famous, so they hit it off right away. But when he pricked up his ears and eavesdropped on their conversation, he found that the two were relatives, and their relationship was not ordinary. "Dracula, son, I haven't seen you for so many years. You have changed a lot. I didn't recognize her." "Oh, hate it, father." Edward pinched his orchid finger and hit his father unhappily, took out a small mirror and said, "I've told you, you can call me your daughter from now on." The old father Dracula sighed deeply, feeling a little bitter. "Louis?" As for Edward changes, Louis still has some guesses. This guy probably got hurt in the buttocks after he encountered the ancient god, but it didn't leave any root of the disease. But although there was no root of disease left, the touch of the ancient god wearing PY may have activated some things hidden in Edward's heart. Since then, this guy has liked to find a boyfriend. So Louis is not curious about this matter, and does not want to ask. But the fact that Edward is Dracula's son, Louis is really curious. They should be more than 500 years apart, right? When Dracula had Edward, Dracula was already a vampire. And from this point of view, Edward is Dracula's biological son, not the offspring after the first embrace. Can a vampire zombie have a baby? Prince Dracula noticed Louis' strange look, and his face turned a little ugly. He also pricked up his ears, intending to listen to what Louis and Helen were discussing. This made Louis a little embarrassed, as if he was gossiping about other people, which was embarrassing. Although he was extremely curious, Louis still didn't plan to disturb the father and daughter from reminiscing about the past. He planned to take them back to sleep. They went to their own rooms. They hadn't slept all night, and they were all a little sleepy. But he found out that Helen was also eavesdropping on the conversation. "Lou and I," she begged, wanting to secretly listen to more gossip. At this moment, a line of narration appeared in front of Louis. If this matter is not understood, Helen may not be able to sleep. Facing Helen begging you, who are also very curious, decided. A. Can vampires give birth to babies? Ask about this matter clearly, so that you can understand the situation of your blind date. Completion reward. Prince Dracula favorability plus 10, blind date *1, awkward and gossipy Louis *1, happy and gossipy Helen *1, happy and gossipy Herbert *1, random attribute plus 1. Seeing this, Louis couldn't help but glance at Herbert. "You have been eavesdropping too?" Herbert coughed awkwardly. B. Force Helen to go to bed. This child is growing up. As a half-guardian, I can't let her lack sleep. Completion reward. Sleepless and upset Louis *1, sleepless and upset Helen *1, magic power plus 1. Seeing option A, Louis couldn't help but frown. It seems that no matter what he talks about with Dracula, he can't escape this matter. And who is wrong? Asking someone about having a baby in person. He pulled Helen and was about to leave. Don't eavesdrop. It not good. Let go back to sleep. Wait a minute. Mr. Lewis. A hand suddenly patted Lewis's shoulder. Chapter 191. Are you too stubborn? Wait a minute. Mr. Lewis. A hand patted Lewis on the shoulder. Lewis forced a smile, looked at Prince Dracula, not knowing what this guy was going to do. But Dracula looked a little angry, as if he was humiliated. Are you curious about why vampires can have children? Lewis looked confused. Who was curious? Well, I was a little curious, but I just wrote it on my face. I didn't say it. You have too much self-esteem. Don't you? Ahem, Your Highness Dracula. Lewis wanted to explain, but before he finished speaking, Prince Dracula stretched out his hand, making a gesture that you don't need to say more. He explained very seriously, Mr. Lewis, I want to solemnly explain that the wizards of our Red Queen family are not vampire zombies, but just a group of wizards with blood addiction. We are a group of humans who seek to get rid of the curse. Lewis blinked his eyes and exchanged glances with Helen. Blood addiction? Curse? Isn't this a vampire? What are you talking about? Seeing the look between Lewis and Helen, Dracula's face became even uglier. He stepped forward and walked over, even deliberately avoiding a ray of sunlight on the ground. Then he picked up a head of garlic on the table very elegantly, and then opened his fangs and took a big bite. Uh-huh. Did you see that, Mr. Lewis? Prince Dracula said, while trembling all over. His face was twisted in disgust, but he chewed the garlic fiercely and swallowed it into his stomach. Oh, it's normal for me to foam at the mouth, Prince Dracula said with a smile while spitting white foam. I am slightly allergic to garlic. This is a normal reaction. Lewis and Helen nodded woodenly. Hee, I know you still don't believe me. Dracula wiped the white foam that had flowed from his mouth to his chest elegantly, and picked up a silver dagger on the table. The things placed in this room were all high-level wonders used to break the reincarnation cycle. And on this silver dagger, there are not only various spells, but it also looks like the holy relic of the ancient moon court in the ghost ship. It is obvious that Prince Dracula has been trapped for so long, and his mind is a little abnormal, and he is also very stubborn. He picked up the knife and was about to stab it into his chest. Don't. I believe it. No. You don't believe it. Prince Dracula stretched out his hand to stop Lewis from coming over, and then stabbed the dagger into his heart with a serious face. Big brother. What are you doing? Normal people have to die too. Right? Ah? If they don't die, there will be something fishy. Right? Ah? Before Lewis could react, the silver knife stuck in Dracula's chest suddenly swiped, and fire came out. How unbearable. Prince Dracula's mouth was full of white smears, and he couldn't speak clearly. The expensive place where the demons were kept is already shit. Looking at Dracula's hideous appearance, Lewis and Helen nodded woodenly. And you still say you are not a vampire? You're on fire. Are you too stubborn? Ah? Okay. Okay. I believe you. Prince Dracula. Hey. 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 Why are you rolling your eyes? Hey. 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 Someone come quickly. Heal him. Lewis wiped his sweat and called out to the magicians. It was not the first time that Herbert saw Dracula doing this kind of thing. He rushed up and carried out various rescue operations. The scholars in the room also hurriedly looked for blood bags. The room was in chaos for a moment. After the dagger was pulled out of Dracula's chest, and some blood was poured on him, Prince Dracula almost recovered. This life value is not ordinary high. Just as Dracula said, if it was a normal vampire, he would have died long ago. It seems that Dracula is fine, but he seems a little weak. Haber arranged for someone to send him to the next door. It seems that there seems to be something of Dracula next door, which can help him recover. Lewis and others also hurriedly followed. This incident made Lewis feel like he was committing a crime. When he arrived at the next door, Lewis found that the hall was filled with various black magic tools. They were all very evil. It seems that among these saviors, in addition to the wizards of the Ministry of Magic, there are also many famous black wizards. Originally, these guys and the wizards of the Ministry of Magic were absolutely incompatible. But after being trapped here for so many years, everyone finally united under pressure. Now we have shared the hardships. As for the things in this hall, they are all the assets of the dark wizards. They look messy, probably because everyone has tried all kinds of methods and items over the years. And the thing placed in the center of the hall is a huge square wooden coffin, which is full of soil. The evil aura contained in this coffin is stronger than all the black magic supplies in the whole hall combined. I don't know which psychopath brought it here. Who would carry this thing with them when traveling abroad? Just when Louis was puzzled, he saw Herbert and others stuffing Prince Dracula into the coffin. And then Herbert and others picked up the shovel and began to bury Dracula. Louis was confused. It seems that there is no need to ask about what Prince Dracula is. These soils are from Prince Dracula's hometown. They can restore Dracula's strength. And for a vampire of Dracula level, he can be regarded as the ancestor plus super black wizard. As long as there is a vampire in this world, he will not really die. He will be resurrected from the blood of his offspring. Well, sir, we are vampires. Edward came over without knowing when. Edward looked at his father who was being buried, sighed, and said, "But you can't discriminate. Compared with those dark wizards who drink blood and devour souls, we have not done as much evil as them. Nor are we as terrible as them. Many years ago, we were even regarded as magical creatures that should be put on the experimental table by wizards. Just like werewolves." After hearing Edward's words, Louis looked a little strange. Why do I discriminate against you? But after thinking about it, he suddenly understood that in the eyes of muggles, vampires seemed to be extremely terrifying. But in the eyes of wizards, they were indeed so common that they could not be more common. Even in the eyes of noble wizards, vampires and werewolves were once in the contempt chain of monsters. They belonged to a group of persecuted people. Compared with the black wizards, they are really not scary at all. Such as the porcelain doll Ross with cracks all over his body, the stitched corpse Jefferson, the half-ghost half-zombie Bull, and other wizards. In ancient times, they are the kind of terrifying demons that can be recorded in history books. Edward continued, "In ancient times, wizards have always been prejudiced against us and are unwilling to accept us. Only regard us as magical creatures. Until 3,000 years ago, the Blood Clan and the Wolf Clan joined the army of Saint Anthony to resist the Moon Court. The situation changed. But until now, many witch markets are still secretly selling Blood Clan and werewolf teeth, internal organs, fur." Edward, are you really Dracula's biological son? Just after asking, Louis saw the narrator giving a reward. He wanted to slap himself. There are only a small number of ancient vampires in the world, and the rest are not born in our generation. More than 1,000 years ago, they were still normal wizards. But then, he was suddenly cursed to become this kind of thing. As for why my father had me, I don't know. 500 years ago, when my parents had me, my father was still a human. I always thought that my father and mother were dead, died at the hands of the blood demon. I never thought that I could see my father here today. I originally thought that he just looked like my father." Edward looked at his father in the coffin, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Edward now already understood why his mother died, and why his father disappeared. Or rather, Edward had guessed it. It seemed that Edward also remembered his own memories. And in his eyes, a trace of struggle and pain appeared. And lines of narration also appeared in front of Louis. Today, the father and son met, and Dracula's heart was filled with pain and regret. At the moment when he stabbed the dagger into his chest, he was looking forward to liberation and atonement. But he could not free himself. And the curse of eternal life could never free anyone. Edward did not finally tell why his father suddenly turned back into a human 500 years ago. But Louis had seen some of Dracula's past, and some secrets of the Red Queen family from the fate line of the storybook. It turned out that Anthony left a potion formula, which could turn vampires back into humans. But it did not seem to be particularly effective for the Red Queen family. They were cursed by a special kind of curse, especially for a guy like Dracula, who was already a blood demon. The potion could only make him go back a few years, and the time was unknown. Dracula had never tried this kind of potion, and never felt that there was anything wrong with being a vampire, until he met a woman. The woman was an adventurer from a noble family, and she followed the adventurer team and went to kill the demons. She was Prince Dracula. Interestingly, in the end, the woman did not know that the demon they killed was not the real demon king. She also did not know that the real demon king was actually the wandering knight they rescued in the castle. Chapter 192. How old are you still drinking milk? At that time, Prince Dracula was just strolling around in his castle. But he was dragged to fight the big devil. So everyone successfully beat Prince Dracula Butler away. After that, maybe to find some fun in his boring and long life, at least that what Prince Dracula persuaded himself. Dracula finally didn't listen to his niece's advice, tried the magic potion, began to follow the angel in his heart as a human, and joined the adventure group. After many adventures, he became a great hero respected by all people. To this day, there are still stories about this adventure group on the continent. After all, the Knight of Flanders is so powerful. His most famous achievement is to kill the big devil. The time of adventure around the world is the best memory of Dracula. He almost forgot his identity, and finally lived in seclusion in a village with a woman. They gave birth to a child. When Dracula, who was more than 500 years old, saw his son birth, his whole world was filled with sunshine. At one point, he thought he had truly become a human being. But fate was cruel. In another sudden madness, Dracula, who was immersed in the abyss of bloodlust, lost all reason and killed his beloved. His wife's blood restored a trace of reason to Dracula, and also saved the young child. Perhaps in order to let his son live as a human being, the grief-stricken Dracula sent the child to his mother family. He left alone. Perhaps Dracula's occasional madness and loss of control are all related to this painful memory. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. After that, pain has always accompanied Dracula. He has been looking for his own salvation. But this world, there is no place for him at all. He can only struggle in the abyss of desire with his people in the Scarlet Country, full of sins. Louis suddenly understood what the magic potion mentioned in the storybook was. The Dracula family has been looking for excellent wizards in the world to help the family prepare new prescriptions. Of course, they are also looking for medicine guides. For example, the blood of the ancient gods. Sorry, sir. I was distracted. Edward suddenly smiled and said, Sir, I don't know why my father gave birth to me. When I was young, I was just like a normal person. Until I grew up, I seemed to have a strange disease. My father called it blood addiction. I have a slight need for blood. But as long as I am not hurt, nothing will happen. Edward's eyes suddenly showed a trace of pain, as if he had done something that made him extremely regretful. Later I found out that I belonged to the Red Queen family, and the whole family was cursed. Louis didn't say much in silence. Although Edward didn't say much, Louis heard the pain in Edward's heart. He didn't know what to say. After a pause, Edward suddenly smiled and deliberately changed the subject. Maybe it's just blood addiction. Wizards are always accompanied by strange curses. In order to keep myself sane, I occasionally drink a little dragon blood like drinking. Edward looked at his handsome boss with shining eyes, or dragon blood in estrus, to add a little fun. Louis took a step away from Edward with wooden eyes, actually joking. Deliberately said, Edward, I can introduce you to a boyfriend who is a very nice gentleman. Sir, Stuart is normal, don't worry, I have a boyfriend. Louis breathed a sigh of relief, really relieved. After a pause, Louis said to Edward, I will pay attention to the formula of the potion for this kind of illness. Edward showed a trace of gratitude in his eyes. He believed in his boss' ability, but he didn't seem to have high expectations for this matter. He patted his boss on the shoulder and left the room. Louis sighed and glanced at the new narration. Now, you have learned part of the secret history of this family through Edward. Unlock the Sick Queen +1. Louis saw woodenly. Sick Queen? Unknown. Suddenly one was missing. And it became Sick Queen? Unknown. Louis rubbed his face hard. He sighed secretly. I knew it. However, he had already made some decisions in his heart. The Dracula family affairs sounded quite miserable, making him a little reluctant to watch. This was a group of people who had been looking for self-salvation and looking forward to saving themselves from darkness for more than 1,000 years. They were not people who were obsessed with desire and were keen on doing evil. Maybe I should try to help them get rid of some of their pain. On the one hand, it would be to help my younger brother Edward, and on the other hand, the Red Queen family would be less abusive in the future. Let the Muggles ruled by the Scarlet Kingdom suffer less. But if the situation is too serious, then I can only say that I have tried my best. As for the Yandra Queen, there is no reason for me to have a deep conversation with her. Right? There is no need for her to pester me and tell me her secrets. Right? I am not an ancient god. I am not a medicine-induced Tang monk. At least Dracula has not thought that Louis is an ancient god at present. After returning to the room in the afternoon, Louis summoned Stuart from the mirror, intending to let Stuart report the current situation of the Rainbow Kingdom to Queen Francesco, such as asking Osicris to visit with a delegation. After all, the Rainbow people here, after experiencing this weird reincarnation, can be said to have become wizards. hundreds of thousands of wizards. As a result, Stuart told Louis that the king brought a delegation consisting of several Muggle kingdoms and Osicries to visit the Holy Oak. It seems that Francesco intends to use his daughter's name to let the kingdom of Sorrento formally establish diplomatic relations with the Holy Oak. This matter will definitely cause a big sensation in both the Muggle and Wizard worlds. This matter will definitely attract the attention of wizards. And the Rainbow Kingdom will also usher in a rare window period, which will allow Sorrento to deal with the tale here before the Ministry of Magic intervenes. The Rainbow Kingdom has now become a wizard country. According to the regulations of the Magic Council, this place must be enclosed and completely isolated from the outside world. This is no different from being trapped in a fog. Master, your Majesty may not return home for some time. Currently, the Kingdom of Sorrento is ruled by Queen Delphinia. Stuart reminded, do you want to report to the Queen? Given the current situation of the Rainbow Kingdom, it would be more appropriate to talk to the Witch Queen. The residents here are now considered wizards, my lord. Louis was secretly speechless, because with the cabinet, which Queen Delphinia was basically a bodhisattva placed in the palace. So it's still quite free. So this guy won't come here in person. Right? Louis shook his head. He was too lazy to meet this guy. However, he would leave in 2 days, and he probably wouldn't see her annoying poker face. Louis thought he probably wouldn't see it. Report everything. After sending Stuart away, Louis rested. In the evening, he and Helen attended a dinner. This dinner was a great experience for Louis. He originally thought that this kind of dinner party would be very Sorrento or elegant, and a little pretentious. But he didn't expect that. Everyone would really let go at this dinner party. Or be rough enough. In this hall, the king and queen sat directly on the 2 thrones at the top. In the hall below, there were basically a bunch of big tables and a bonfire. Many people didn't even have seats. They just stood around in a mess, or walking around in various seats. As for the wine, it was honey wine directly served in a huge pot. And a few fat maids stood beside the big wine pot, holding wooden water ladles to scoop honey wine for people. Occasionally, when they saw someone coming to get wine, the maids would throw a few seductive eyes, hum a few times, and stick out their big breasts and big buttocks. And those guests wearing male, messy, and other kinds of clothes would also pat the maids' buttocks and tell a few dirty jokes. As for the ball, there was none at all. The main show was a play performed by a troubadour, a dwarf clown, and a string instrument player. The actors performed on the open space below the king and queen. The string instruments played beside them. The troubadour clapped his hands to keep the rhythm while reciting a story he had just written about a magician Louis fighting an ancient god. The clown followed the story and fought with a fat man dressed like a big butterfly. The dwarf clown was Louis. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. He knew that asking a clown to play him was not an insult to him. In a previous performance, the clown played Hobart. So Louis felt a little powerless to complain. This place has not yet gotten rid of the low taste of the Middle Ages. That the culture. It not an insult to anyone. But he really wanted to complain about the actor who played the ancient god. He was an ugly fat man, who was very tall and strong. It was mainly to show that the ancient god was big, which was also direct enough. Not as pretty as it could all. Louis complained in his heart. He sat in his seat for a while, and then found an excuse to go to the bathroom. When he came back, Louis did not sit down. Instead, he stood under a large column not far from the king. It was quiet here. Looking at the turbid mead in the cup, Louis shook his head. This mead was too greasy. The taste was very strange. He couldn't help but envy Helen. That girl, she drank milk. How old is she still drinking milk? Alas. Louis shook his head. It was obviously inappropriate for him to ask others for milk. He was not a child who had not been weaned yet. Louis could not help but glance at the queen holding the child, and then he coughed awkwardly. Louis comforted himself in his heart that he did not go to see the queen on purpose. The king had said before that he wanted to introduce the princess to him, but he refused. But everyone loves beauty, so he could not help but look at her occasionally. And he subconsciously always thought that the princess was sitting on the throne, so sometimes he would look over there. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but look at the last row with some curiosity. The eldest princess was sitting in the last row. She was pretty. She was dressed very simply. She also had a scholarly air. She was chatting happily with Helen. And the two were surrounded by the king's sons and daughters. It seemed that Helen liked this kind of bustle. She had never seen such a messy tavern. The last row was even more messy. There were drunkards lying on the ground and acting crazy. There were also many servants fighting with the wild dogs outside the door for food. Those were bones thrown to the back by the guests. After someone grabbed it, they happily returned to their seats and started to chew it. Although the king's sons and daughters had proper food and seats, they did sit with the servants. Because they were all illegitimate children, they were not qualified to sit in the front. They were all wearing ordinary linen clothes. Over the years, the king had cheated on the queen many times. Since the king woke up, he never returned to the palace. He slept in the church every night, and basically had no reincarnation. This made him look very old. So he had a lot of sons and daughters. Moreover, even the king himself could not remember who gave birth to these sons and daughters. However, although these people were all illegitimate children, if the queen's eldest son, who was not yet weaned, died, a new king might appear among these illegitimate children. Therefore, this made the beautiful queen look a little ugly. Inadvertently, the queen's eyes searched the hall again, and it was unknown who she was secretly observing. She suddenly looked towards the column and found that Louis was secretly looking at her. At the moment when their eyes met, both of them were a little embarrassed. They smiled politely but awkwardly at each other, and then looked away. Damn it! Why do I keep looking at others? The person sitting there is not a princess, but the queen. Louis cursed himself in his heart. At this time, the clowns seemed to have finished their performance, and there was a burst of laughter in the hall. The king laughed and stood up to toast Louis. Everyone toasted Louis, and Louis also toasted with an embarrassed look. Then the king spoke. The king was very happy today, and drank a little too much. And the clothes he wore today were also casual, basically just a big piece of cloth, very similar to the style of ancient Rome. While speaking, the king's clothes fell off, revealing his big belly and bottom. The ministers and knights laughed, and the king was also drunk and laughed, and bent down to put on his clothes again. But he drank too much, and he couldn't put on his clothes. Several knights who were nearby hurried over and helped the king put on his clothes. Seeing the king's ugly appearance, the queen on the throne turned a blind eye. She held her son in her arms, and her eyes showed a hint of disgust towards the king. It seemed that the child was a little hungry, and kept grabbing her collar. The queen wanted to leave to feed the baby, but it seemed a bit inappropriate to leave now. So she handed the child to the wet nurse. Unintentionally, the queen's eyes fell on a corner of the hall again, and Louis, who was drinking water, seemed to have a sense of it. The two of them looked at each other accidentally. The queen smiled very elegantly and nodded politely. Louis in the distance also bowed very gentlemanly. In this kind of banquet, it is normal to occasionally meet someone's eyes. Right? The two said this to themselves in their hearts, but they looked away with some embarrassment in their hearts. Chapter 193 My good son-in-law Louis. The queen has a lot of complaints about the king. No wonder, a strong woman has some complaints about her husband, who doesn't do his job properly. In addition, the age difference between the two is more than 50 years. When the queen was trapped here, she was busy saving the world, so she never stepped out of the palace. Therefore, her age has not changed. She looks more than 20 years old, but she should be 30. It is the prime of her life. The king, however, looked to be in his 70s. When the two got married, they were probably about the same age. But the Rainbow Kingdom had been in the fog for a long time. It had been more than a decade when Hopper came. So the entire kingdom had probably been trapped for decades. So the years the king had spent in the church added up to more than 40 years. That means he hadn't been home for more than 40 years. As a result, when he returned home, he brought back a bunch of daughters and sons. The sons were okay, they were only 7 or 8 years old, but the oldest daughter was already in her 20s, which was unbearable for anyone. Unconsciously, the queen's eyes searched the hall again. Louis just happened to look over at this time. This was a bit of a coincidence. The two of them were a little embarrassed. The beautiful queen nodded and smiled at Louis politely, and Louis also nodded and smiled gentlemanly. It seemed that the king had finished speaking, and there was a wave of celebration in the hall. The drunken king waved his hand, and then several knights came to the back of the throne. There was a large space behind the throne. I don't know what was put there. It looked shiny. But when the knights brought out a big treasure chest, Louis knew what was piled up behind it. It was all gold, silver and jewelry. Reward. Reward our warriors. The king bent down and kept taking out a handful of gold coins the size of a baby fist from the treasure chest, and then threw them into the hall below. Some of the gold coins rolled on the ground, and some rolled on the wooden table. Suddenly, the hall was in chaos. and people started to grab them frantically. In the midst of the noise, the king began to ask the knights to throw the gold coins, to give to the knights, adventurers and wizards, who had not helped much over the years. The big box of gold coins probably had tens of thousands of them, and they were all big gold coins the size of a baby fist. If converted into gold galleons or Sorrento pounds, it should be tens of thousands. He was giving away a small castle. The knights began to throw gold coins into the hall, and the whole hall became lively. The king waved to Louis. He asked Louis to come over and take a look at the good stuff behind the throne. Louis heard from the king that the king was going to give some money to the magicians. He also wanted him to speak. Louis smiled and waved his hand, and asked Herbert to represent the Magicians Association. He didn't plan to steal the limelight from the magicians today, after all. He came to the Rainbow Kingdom as an agent of the Ministry of Magic. Herbert walked over and looked at the gold and silver jewelry behind with the king, and was stunned. It seemed to be spread all over the floor. After that, the whole hall reached a climax. The hall became more and more chaotic. Some people stood on the table and danced with their buttocks naked. There were even knights and maids messing around on the table, the floor, and in the corners. Helen ran over with a red face, saying that she would go back first. Louis nodded, called Stuart out from the shadows, and asked the old man to send the young master back. After Helen left, the hall became even more chaotic. Looking at the messy hall, Louis and a familiar-looking person beside him looked at each other and shook their heads together. It seems that we are not in tune with everyone because we are not stupid enough. Then the two of them blinked together and recognized each other. It turned out to be Prince Dracula. Looking at the scarlet liquid in Dracula's wooden cup, Louis's face became strange. "This is wine," Dracula said. Louis smiled awkwardly. "Okay, Louis, we are indeed vampires. But you can't discriminate, as expected of Edward's biological father." His opening remarks were exactly the same. "Your Highness, you are really worrying too much. In fact, I am not a human either." To avoid embarrassment, Louis pulled up his sleeves and deliberately made many scales appear on his arms. "I am from the North Sea Dragon clan of the Cloud Kingdom, and my uncle is the king of the North Sea." Looking at those golden scales, Dracula showed a look of surprise on his face. He raised his head and looked at Louis solemnly. "North Sea Kingdom. We have heard rumors. Although they also call themselves dragons. But they are all ancient gods. It seems that Louis should be a descendant of the deep sea ancient gods. No wonder he can call the wind and rain, control tsunamis, and summon stars. Maybe Ms. Aku and the king of the 9 Dragon Sea town are acquainted." Dracula thought, if Louis's uncle is the ancient god, maybe he can really provide some help to our family. Dracula was secretly excited, because the crowd around was too noisy. Louis did not read his mind. He didn't know that Dracula had already regarded him as a son-in-law. He just felt that Dracula suddenly became very close to him. He thought to himself, "It seems that my strategy is still very good. Mr. Dracula is quite fragile and sensitive. After I lied that I was not a normal person either, he immediately became closer to me." Louis was very happy and became more enthusiastic. This made Dracula more satisfied and moved. "Edward should have told Louis about our family. Mr. Louis is willing to donate blood. I am so moved." After chatting, the two found that they had a little feeling of familiarity. Indeed, Dracula felt that he had finally found someone. In his joy, Dracula showed Louis a photo of his niece and said a lot of good things about her. Although she is over 1,000 years old, mentally ill, perverted, and bloodthirsty, she is a good girl. The reason why she hasn't found a partner for so long is not because of anything else, but mainly because she has high standards. She doesn't like ordinary people. This excessive enthusiasm made Louis a little embarrassed. Louis thought, maybe Isabella is really a normal and good girl over 1,000 years old? But what does this have to do with me? Oh, I understand. It seems that Mr. Dracula is afraid that I have too much prejudice against the Red Queen family, so he specifically said this. Louis couldn't help but follow Dracula's words, expressed a lot of approval, and praised Her Majesty Isabella. Dracula was overjoyed. The two chatted for a long time, and unexpectedly got along well. And this gentle prince, when he was mentally normal, was indeed very charismatic. Dracula believed in the ability of the son of the ancient god, so he sincerely invited Louis to his castle in a few days, and he was very sincere. To be honest, "Your Highness Louis," Dracula said excitedly, "I do have something to ask for." If you are really willing to sacrifice and provide help, the Red Queen family is willing to give back to you in every possible way. You are too kind. Your Highness Dracula. This is not a sacrifice. Louis smiled gently. Dracula turned his head away, picked up the handkerchief, and wiped his tears secretly. Yandra Queen unlocked +1. Louis looked at the storybook woodenly and found Yandra Queen. Unknown. There is one missing. And Dracula has been discussed. As expected, as long as you chat with Dracula, it will be unlocked. Louis secretly sighed. Since the matter has come to this, it is difficult for him to say anything. He said that he would visit Dracula Castle later. Dracula was overjoyed. I will contact Isabella tonight. I think she will be very happy about your visit. Well, okay, no need to prepare too much. I understand. Keep it simple, Dracula said excitedly. He understood it in his heart. It seems that Mr. Louis is still very shy. That right, it not nice to say son-in-law. And he is a person with the blood of the ancient gods after all. He is noble. After talking about this matter, Louis talked about the ghost ship, and said that he could share a share of the benefits with the Red Queen. But this ship was salvaged by Sorrento, so it should belong to Sorrento. What surprised Louis was that Dracula agreed without hesitation. He also said that he would try his best to keep the ghost ship and the Nexus secret from the Ministry of Magic. Dracula was very sincere. This surprised Louis. The two had a pleasant conversation. And at this time, the king seemed to summon Louis again. Dracula patted Louis on the shoulder and said, Go, Louis. I think His Majesty the King wants to give you a big gift. Ahem. In addition, the king may introduce you to the illegitimate daughters and let them be your students. Ahem, but you know, this may not be appropriate. After all, there is already a woman who loves you. After saying that, Dracula nervously waited for Louis's answer. If you say you are a normal North Sea dragon, I heard that they give birth to many children there. But you are a son-in-law. Ahem, look at what you said. I really don't have any feelings for the Rainbow Princess. I am very family-oriented. This made Louis a little embarrassed. He said in his heart, I already have several wives, I can't bring any more home. Dracula didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. His perverted and bloodthirsty niece was not a devil, but a good girl, and this son-in-law of the Dragon King, who already had several wives, was not a marriage fraud, but a good man who cared about his family. Dracula was relieved. He looked at this son-in-law of his family, and he was more and more satisfied. After chatting with Louis for a few words, he left in a hurry, saying that he would write a letter to communicate with Isabella. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his efforts during the day were not in vain. Although he was involved in the affairs of the Red Queen family, Dracula did not arrange a blind date for him today. Straightening his collar, Louis glanced at the king. Coincidentally, he met the queen's eyes. This made the two of them a little embarrassed. They couldn't help but smile politely. Louis was a little surprised. Why did he keep looking at the queen subconsciously? After thinking about it, Louis understood that it was indeed because of embarrassment. The king always wanted to arrange for his illegitimate children, thinking that no matter who was arranged to his side, it would be equivalent to supporting the illegitimate child. But the queen already has a child, and the prince is still legitimate even if he is still breastfeeding. If you want to ask for a child to hold your thigh, you should ask the prince first. Right? Even if he is 1 year old, you have to show some respect. Even if he is a nominal teacher. So this is simply telling the ministers and queens, King, I don't like my own son. I want to train the illegitimate child. This is simply intolerable. We can't help the evil and bear the stigma of bullying the queen and her son for no reason. It seems that I have to make my attitude clear later and give the queen a big reassurance. We can't let people misunderstand. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but smile at the queen. Don't worry. The queen also smiled slightly. This stinky man, it seems that he is going to ask me for some price. Chapter 194. Excuse me, Your Majesty. After Dracula and Louis finished talking, Dracula left first. After watching Dracula leave, Louis walked through the noisy and chaotic hall and walked to the throne from the side. When passing by the throne, Louis took a look at the gold, silver and jewelry piled behind the throne. There were about 6 or 7 large boxes. The gold, silver and jewelry were scattered on the ground, looking scary, but if you count carefully, it actually only a few 200,000 gold galleons. It is said that this is half of the king's personal wealth. It a lot. Converted to pounds, it equivalent to 1 million or 800,000 pounds. And now the whole kingdom is in ruins, and as a trade transit station, after being closed for so long, the merchant ships that used to come here to do business have already had new routes and free ports. So the kingdom is still very short of money. Now, the king is willing to take out half of his personal property at once, which can be said to be very generous. 10 or 200,000 gold galleons. If this number is thrown into the bottomless pit of the navy, it won't make any splash. Especially the navy in the steam age. But if it is placed in those small kingdoms that are still in the 16th century, and whose main industry is farming, it is an astronomical figure. The territory of Helen Father, Grand Duke Oran, has more than 2 million people. And the land area should be quite large. But if we don't count industries such as maritime trade and magical creatures, the annual rent and agricultural tax together, it is 50,000 gold galleons. The entire Rainbow Kingdom has a population of only a few 100,000. But the king's personal treasury alone is so rich. It seems that the closed kingdom in the agricultural era is very different from the kingdom that has opened its doors and embraced the new era of maritime trade. Compared with the kingdom in the steam era, the difference is even greater. The Magician Association is a big spender. The thousands of pounds subsidized by the Sorrento treasury every year are of no use at all. The entire association is in tatters. Occasionally, the magicians play alchemy and buy a few magic gems. And the finances will be in deficit. In the future, if we refine strange objects and prepare magic potions, the consumption will be very high. The former Magicians Association relied on magicians to solve mysterious incidents in various kingdoms or nobles to raise funds. The entire association has not had a large amount of income for more than 10 years. This money is a super big start. It is enough for the Magicians Association to set up the crystal array and various alchemical tools. The drunken king put his arm around Louis's shoulders and called his sons and daughters over. Introduced to Louis. The king intends to let half of his children go to the future Magician Academy in Sorrento in the future. But the academy has not yet opened, so the king hopes that they can study at the Magician Association now. Louis naturally agreed happily. The tuition fee paid by the king is indeed not small. As for the other half of the children, the king plans to let them study in the Moon Court. The Archbishop of the Rainbow Kingdom is a relative of the king. The king just mentioned the Moon Court casually, but Louis took the initiative to express that he was familiar with the Cardinal of the St. Anthony Cathedral, and could write a letter of recommendation. This made the king very happy. He patted his forehead and suddenly remembered something. Oh, I almost forgot. My eldest daughter is very talented in magic. Where is my eldest daughter? Damn. Where did she go? The king shook his head and explained the situation of the eldest princess, who was also a bastard. However, her mother was the king's cousin. So to some extent, this bastard was also a princess. The king was not shy at all and told Louis about this matter. He also said that he hoped the princess could study with Louis. Louis looked a little embarrassed. He understood the king's thoughts. But this was not a good idea. Look at the queen's face. If he let the princess stay with him, he would be too sorry for the queen. Louis couldn't help but glance at the little prince, who was nursing in the naughty arms not far away. He felt sorry for the child. No matter how old he was the first heir. If he took the princess as his student, it would be a landmine. The Rainbow Kingdom would be in chaos. This king is too unreliable. Louis changed the subject. He did not say that he would accept this student, nor did he directly refuse, but said that he would arrange a good teacher. The king was a little regretful, but overall he was very happy, and said that he would continue to provide financial support to the Magicians Association in the future. The king was very happy, but the queen's face was ugly. Those illegitimate children, half went to learn magic, and the other half went to the Moon Court. When they come back in the future, the positions of bishop and royal court, won't they occupy them all? Then what is my son? What is my queen? Not only did the king ignore his young and beautiful queen, he also asked her to play the harp for the king's eldest daughter, and sing a song for Louis. In her grief, the queen lowered her head, played the small harp in her hand, and sang a sad song. Louis felt a little sorry for her. After that, the king talked to Louis and talked a lot of drunken words. After a few drunken words, the drunk king's tongue was tied. In the end, he fell asleep on the floor amid the noise in the hall and the queen piano. Louis looked a little embarrassed, and he reached out and carried the 200-pound fat man back to the throne. The queen opened her mouth slightly at this scene, and the singing stopped. After putting the king down, Louis took a look at the messy hall and shook his head secretly. There were even drunkards peeing out of the window. and many people who were drunk had already fallen asleep on the fur on the floor. It seems that the people in the hall are like the king, and they are probably planning to sleep here tonight. Helen went back to sleep a long time ago, and Herbert was nowhere to be seen. Louis was also planning to leave. He took a last look at the king, who was already snoring, and then smiled awkwardly at the queen. The queen seemed to be in a bad mood. This strong woman, who was usually eloquent, said very little today. Louis was also quite embarrassed. After a few awkward chats, Louis planned to leave. He remembered that he had been busy all day, and he had not yet read those magic books. He glanced at the hall, and did not see Herbert. So he asked the queen, "Where are the magic books?" Louis thought that the queen should be very familiar with magic books. This savior leader studied those books with wizards every day, and torment the king. But the queen was stunned, hesitated for a long time, and finally seemed to have made a decision, and said the name of a tower. Louis was a little surprised. It seemed that there was no intention of sending a servant to take him there. But the queen didn't seem to say anything more, just coaxing the child. Louis was a little embarrassed, and bowed slightly before leaving. The queen smiled slightly, and watched him leave. After leaving, Louis looked for Herbert, planning to take a few books to read at night. So he whispered Herbert's name a few times, and found out that Herbert was now on a secluded balcony at the corner of a corridor near the hall. Louis turned a few corners, and the road was quiet, with no one. After arriving there, he saw Herbert whispering something with a sad face with the eldest princess. It turned out that the eldest princess, who the king had mentioned before, who had gone away, was the princess mother. The king's cousin died of complications during childbirth. The princess was born in the church and has grown to be in her 20s. After losing his family, Herbert has not completely recovered. Although this nerd is very straight in his emotions, in his eyes, the princess is still a child, his student. But the princess has long admired her teacher. When Herbert came to the Rainbow Kingdom, the princess was just 8 years old. It can be said that the princess grew up under the care of Heber. It was not until the princess was 18 years old that Heber, who was digging the soil, became mentally ill, and the two stopped talking. But the princess was always watching her teacher Heber silently, accompanying this crazy digger secretly. This kind of companionship can also be regarded as a deep confession. Heber was still talking to his student in a few words, but the princess' eyes were full of love and admiration. This made Louis feel a little speechless. A child bride. His good friend finally had a girl to accompany him. Louis didn't want to spoil the fun, so he had to leave quietly. In the wide and dim corridor, Louis walked, while thinking, "I remember Herbert said before, the magic books are all in a secret study. But why is the location the queen told me a high tower?" Louis secretly complained, "This queen is too mean, she didn't send servants to help lead the way. Isn't this deliberately letting me wander around?" He planned to find someone to ask for the location. So he blinked, and his eyes stood up, and then he could see everything with a breath of life in the whole royal court through the wall. But after searching for a long time, he didn't see a suitable guide. It seemed that the servants were busy in the reception hall. Occasionally, he met some people, or the knight who was hiding in the corner hugging the lady. Hearing the humming and groaning along the way, Louis looked embarrassed. It seemed that the culture of the Rainbow Country was still in the Middle Ages, and everyone was a little casual. In the palace of the Rainbow Kingdom, it seems that there is no etiquette. In order to avoid being embarrassed by meeting these people, Louis had to walk to a place with fewer people. It was not until he wandered around to a secluded tower that he finally saw a woman holding a candle and lying on the balcony railing in a daze. Louis was overjoyed and hurried over. "Great, Mississippi. You know the study." Just halfway through the words, Louis suddenly found that the woman was wearing a crown. And when the woman turned around with a surprised look on her face, Louis also suddenly realized that this was the Rainbow Queen. "Sorry, I am a little rude, Your Majesty." Louis bowed slightly, and said with an embarrassed look. He didn't expect the queen to wander around the castle alone. Maybe she felt that the reception hall was too messy, so she came out alone to get some fresh air? That right. Just before leaving, I saw the drunk king hugging a fat maid and kissing her. No need to be polite, Mr. Louis. The queen bowed slightly, picked up the candlestick on the railing, and explained with a smile, "I am rude. I suddenly remembered that you can't enter the study. The door of the study is under a spell. I just planned to get some books. I will consult the court wizard tomorrow. I will take you there on the way." Louis suddenly realized that it seems that this study room, others cannot enter normally, only the queen has the key and spell. So she asked him to wait for her in his high tower, and then go together. But why do you have to wait until the king falls asleep before you come? It already dark. Louis said with a strange look on his face. Then I will trouble you again, your majesty. Let go earlier and come back earlier. Chapter 195. A civilized and polite library. When the queen mentioned the spell in the study, Louis suddenly remembered something. The Rainbow Kingdom is a Muggle kingdom on the territory of the Red Queen family, and the royal family should have frequent exchanges with the Red Queen family. Unlike big countries like Sorrento that are guarded by wizards, the court wizards in these small countries are often real wizards. Okay, Sir Louis, it really getting late. We go early and come back early. The Rainbow Queen lifted her long golden hair in front of her forehead, showing a polite and humble smile. Why bother you again? What book are you going to read? I know a little bit about magic. Louis smiled politely. The two walked and talked. The queen twisted her hips and led the way. Louis politely stepped half a body away. Unlike the nobles of Sorrento, the queen did not wear a skirt that would cover her buttocks, but a very decent and close-fitting long skirt. Although it was in medieval style, the pattern on it was very exquisite. The two of them were now at the top of the tower. There was a door next to them. After passing through the door, there was a suspended stone bridge connected to the tower opposite. After crossing the bridge and entering the tower opposite, they went down 2 floors and found the study. Seeing that the study was so close to where the queen had just been enjoying the breeze, Louis felt a little ashamed. He thought to himself, it seems that I misunderstood Her Majesty the Queen. She must have been waiting for me today. She didn't arrange servants because she was afraid that the servants wouldn't be able to open the door. But why didn't she bring the servants with her and take me to the study? Oh, I understand. This is to avoid suspicion. Now the servants have been sent away, and the king has been settled by the queen, so people can come out boldly without being seen by others, and avoid misunderstandings. Louis suddenly felt that the matter seemed to be getting worse. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. This tower seemed to be where the university scholars often stayed. It was late at night, and there was no one. The entire stone castle was silent. After arriving at the door, Louis noticed that the door to the study was actually a magic door guarded by a statue. The queen smiled and said, You know, although the king and the ministers don't take these books seriously, these magic books that gather the wisdom of wizards still need to be well preserved. After that, the queen inserted the candlestick on the statue, and then recited the spell to open the door. She actually knew some magic. It seems that this queen has been quite busy in these years. She has learned a lot from the saviors. After the spell ended, the statue guard stepped aside and opened the stone door behind him. The room didn't look very big, with only 3 long tables. However, there were many books in it. There were also many books and documents on the table. It seemed that yesterday, the queen had called the saviors here for a meeting and discussion. After entering the room, the queen closed the door. Then the queen lit the candlestick on the table. Seeing Louis checking the bookshelf in confusion, the queen smiled slightly, asked Louis which books he wanted, and then helped Louis to flip through the bookshelf. I remember I put it here. The queen pointed to the top of the bookshelf and said. Louis was going to climb the ladder, but the queen was a skillful person. After pointing her slender fingers upwards, she put the candlestick in Louis's hand, lifted her long skirt, and climbed up the ladder herself. But maybe because the room was a little dim, the queen accidentally lifted her skirt too high, revealing her flesh-colored stockings on her thighs. But she didn't notice it. She was looking for a book and chatting with Louis with a smile. Louis was a little embarrassed. Should I help her put it down? At this moment, the queen turned around and looked at Louis with a book in her hand. Sir Louis, I have also read this book. Seeing that the queen seemed to have not noticed the problem with her skirt, Louis was a little embarrassed, and he did not say much. As they chatted, one of the queen's high heels accidentally fell off, but the queen did not seem to notice it. Louis fell into deep thought. He finally understood a little. In the end, the kind-hearted Louis made a decision. Perhaps because he was afraid that the queen would fall to the ground. The kind-hearted Louis stretched out his big hand, gently grasped the queen's ankle and calf, and chatted with the queen impolitely, while watching her looking for a book. The queen did not pay attention to Louis's thoughtful gesture, but perhaps because they were chatting well, their eyes lit up when they looked at each other. Soon, the queen found a few books, and Louis took them one by one and put them on the desk. However, when she got down the ladder, the queen was a little embarrassed. Perhaps she drank too much today, and she almost missed a step and accidentally stuck to Louis. Fortunately, she grabbed a handle. Otherwise, she would have fallen. The Queen smiled politely. Louis also responded with a polite smile. Louis held the Queen's waist, helped her up, and let her slowly go down the ladder. On the last step, she stopped, lifted a strand of long hair from her face, smiled and turned back to Louis and said, "By the way, Sir Louis, there is another book here. Please use the candlestick to help me light it." Louis moved the candlestick towards the bookshelf, and the room suddenly became a little narrow. His chest was carefully pressed against the Queen's back, but the Queen didn't care, and began to look for the book seriously. Soon she found the magic book and began to read it. "You and the Queen are getting closer, Zero. It seems that the Queen wants to identify the contents inside. But the brightness is not enough." She can't help but turn around and look at Louis with a little reproach. Louis smiled apologetically. One foot stepped on the wooden step where the Queen was standing, slowly pressed against the Queen's body, and the candlestick also illuminated the book. The Queen frowned slightly, and read the words in the book seriously, as if she had also discovered the problem with her skirt. The Queen pulled it up without leaving any trace. Occasionally, she would turn around and ask Louis, asking him to help her answer questions in the book. "Mr. Louis, people say that the Book of Songs has magical powers. I wonder if you have studied the Book of Songs." Louis was slightly speechless. It turned out to be a book of songs. "Oh, some wizards really like to write spells in the form of the Book of Songs," Louis said. In order to see more clearly, Louis moved closer like a gentleman. Then the ladder began to shake. "The distance between you and the Queen has moved closer. The distance between you and the Queen has moved farther. Plus..." The Queen frowned more and more. She did not look back. Although she was shaking a little, it did not affect her reading of the book of poetry. It was as if she did not know that there was a gentleman behind her. Maybe it was to avoid embarrassment. Perhaps because the Book of Songs was so beautiful. The Queen could not help singing the Book of Songs in the book unconsciously. However, later on, perhaps because the ladder was too old, bearing the weight of 1.5 people, it shook a little. So when the Queen recited the poems, she was a little off tune. However, occasionally she would pretend to ask Louis questions deliberately. But later on, perhaps she did not recognize the spells in the Book of Songs, and she basically recited the same syllable. This made her a little embarrassed. Perhaps she felt that this was too rude. She covered her mouth tightly, and in shame, she did not dare to look back, and shed many tears. "Mr. Louis, can you let me down? The ladder is a little too high for me." I nodded and felt a little dizzy. "Woo! Woo! 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 Oh, Your Majesty, I will carry you down right away." Ahem. The ladder stopped shaking, and the Queen breathed a sigh of relief. She politely nodded to Sir Louis behind her and said, "Thank you, Sir Louis. Please carry me down." Louis nodded and picked up the Queen. Because the Queen was not wearing shoes, he was afraid that the ground would be a little dirty, and that the Queen's feet would get dirty. So Louis kindly did not put her down. Instead, he sat on the chair behind Louis with her. For a moment, the situation between the two was a little ambiguous. It looked like the Queen was riding on Louis. The Queen might feel ashamed of her husband if she saw Sir Louis's face. After all, the way they looked now was a little misleading. So the Queen covered her face with a book, separating Louis's face from hers. The chair kept shaking, and the Queen bit her lip and looked at the book in front of her. She tried not to make any noise, so as not to disturb people who might pass by. Halfway through, Louis was a little thirsty, and fortunately the Queen brought a lot of drinks, and she was very sensible, and she lifted the book in front of her slightly. Soon, the last high heel was also thrown away by the Queen. This night, it was like Pan Jinlian met Chao Zhe. The two of them were very pretentious, as if the Queen was just concentrating on reading the book, and Louis was just concentrating on looking at the book cover. Chapter 196. Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen arrives. That night, Queen Rainbow and Louis studied 2 or 3 books together. Because servants occasionally walked outside, they were a little scared. But they felt that the stories in the book became more interesting and exciting. Maybe it was because they hadn't read for a long time. Both of them couldn't help but want to read a few more books. But when they were halfway through studying the last book, a mirror in the study lit up. This frightened Louis so much that he quickly pressed the Queen under the table. After the mirror shook for a while, Stuart and Helen appeared in the mirror. It seemed that the lights on the other side of the mirror were bright, and there were many people. This made Louis's heart beat wildly. "Brother-in-law, you are still reading in the study. Come here quickly. Her Majesty Delphinia has brought people. She wants to summon you." Helen was also not unfamiliar. This Louis had not married her sister yet, but she called her brother-in-law. "I don't know which sister this brother-in-law belongs to." "Well, okay, I go right away." After a few words, the mirror dimmed. Louis and Queen Rainbow both breathed a sigh of relief. The two looked at each other, and in that heated look, both of them couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in their hearts. Louis pressed the Queen on the table. Afterwards, Gentleman Louis and Her Majesty Queen Rainbow, back to back, adjusted their clothes and walked out of the room. When the door of the study was closed again, the two of them exchanged a polite smile. Louis slightly extended his hand forward, letting the Queen walk in front, and he politely stepped back half a body. On the way, Louis remembered something and asked as he walked, "Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, excuse me, I haven't asked for your name yet." "Don't be so reserved, Sir Louis. Just call me Tamilia." Queen Tamilia smiled politely and said. Louis said "oh" and didn't remember. The Rainbow Queen continued, "Recently, I would like to thank Sir Louis for his help to the Rainbow Kingdom. The kingdom is in a state of disrepair, and today we are a little bit underwhelmed. Please forgive me." After hearing this, Louis immediately said politely, "You are too polite, Your Majesty. Your Majesty treats me with such courtesy, and I should do what I should do. If you have any questions in the future, please feel free to ask." "Oh." After hearing this, the Rainbow Queen nodded politely and said, "Then you can be the father of my son." "Ah?" Louis opened his mouth, thinking he had heard wrongly. "Be the father of my son." "Ah?" Simon Lewis's face turned pale with fear, and the green face of the murdered Rainbow King appeared in his mind. The Queen continued to smile and said, "Sir Louis, this is an unwelcome request from me. I hope you can be the godfather of the prince. Little Charlie has not been baptized yet, nor has he been given a Christian name. You are the great magician of the kingdom of Sorrento, and the Templar Knight of St. Anthony Cathedral. At the same time, he is also the great benefactor of the entire Rainbow Kingdom. If you can baptize little Charlie and give him a Christian name, little Charlie's name will surely be in your glory and recorded in the history of the Rainbow Kingdom." According to the Queen, meaning, if there is no baptism, the little prince's name would probably not be recorded in the history books. And Louis also understood that the word father was referring to the godfather. In the belief of the moon god, there is a godfather is a term in the belief of the moon god. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, he understood what was going on. The king had made good arrangements for his illegitimate son, but he had made no arrangements for the legitimate crown prince. This was simply a huge hidden danger for the future of the Rainbow Kingdom. Not to mention the future. After a while, the ministers might be divided into many factions. The kingdom would also be in turmoil. But the unreliable king, who was unwilling to care about government affairs and only wanted to be a carefree rich man, did not take it seriously. This made the real ruler of the kingdom, Her Majesty Queen Rainbow, feel both great pressure and great threat. The incident in Silent Harbor caused a major reshuffle of the entire kingdom. And the entire kingdom is now in chaos. Especially those illegitimate children, who can be said to have been living with beggar ministers for decades. Now some of these illegitimate children will follow the Royal Court Wizards, Magicians Association, to study in the future and live with the Sorrento royal family day and night. The other part will be sent to the Moon Court. In the future, he will become the Archbishop of the Rainbow Kingdom. This is simply telling everyone in the kingdom that the Rainbow Kingdom is going to change. This matter is very troublesome. But it is also very simple. Now the most prestigious people in the entire kingdom are Louis and Louis' younger brother, Herbert. The queen already has a certain power base in the Rainbow Kingdom. She is the kind of queen who has a certain probability of becoming the queen after the king dies. Therefore, as long as Louis helps the queen, and the little prince repositions himself, and expresses his attitude, then the ministers would not have any wild thoughts, and everything would return to normal as before. The kingdom would be stable. Therefore, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. So the queen went to Louis. The queen knew that Herbert was very close to the illegitimate children. But the nerd didn't have any thoughts and listened to the boss. Damn. It not a free ride. That being said, Louis knew that, to put it bluntly, this matter was also his own fault. He had a certain responsibility and felt guilty. Look at the embarrassment he gave to the queen. When the old king introduced the illegitimate children to Louis in front of the queen, he really didn't care about the face and future of the queen and her son. Louis felt quite embarrassed at the time, because he was supporting the illegitimate child in disguise. If he went back to discuss with Francesco, and work together from inside and outside, the whole kingdom would really change. But he couldn't refuse the request of the Rainbow King at that time, which made the ministers misunderstand that Louis really didn't think so. He supported the legitimacy of the Rainbow Kingdom. Now the whole plan that the Queen has thought of is the best of both worlds. She can be a backer for the mother and son, and support the legitimacy of the Rainbow Kingdom. Later, with the Queen's help, everything in the Rainbow Kingdom was back on track. This was not a big deal. In the future Crown Prince of the Rainbow Kingdom, the future King Charles, would have this relationship with him. And the Kingdom of Sorrento and the Rainbow Kingdom would also take a step forward. To put it bluntly, since he had this relationship with the mother, it was only right for him to take care of his godson. Thinking of this, Louis smiled, leaned forward slightly, kissed the back of the Queen's hand, and agreed happily, "Your Majesty, it is my honor to be the godfather of little Charlie." Queen Rainbow was overjoyed, and quickly helped her lover up. "I knew you would not let us down." Speaking of this, the Queen could not help but shed a few tears. Louis could not help but wipe the Queen's tears, and comforted her. This time, when the two walked, they did not walk one in front and one behind, but Louis put his arm around the Queen's waist and walked her out of the tower. Before leaving, the two talked about magic books, and when everyone was used to reading. It seems that the Queen was very concerned about this tall and handsome lover. After agreeing on the time for the next affair, the two checked if there was anything wrong with their bodies. Then, Louis pinched the Queen's buttocks, and the couple went their separate ways. When they arrived at the living area of his sister-in-law Helen, Louis saw that there was a lot of noise in the corridor, and there were many wizards walking around. When they arrived at the living room, Louis found that it had been expanded several times by wizards. Helen was standing in front of a gray-white floor-length mirror, sticking her tongue out at Louis. She quietly pointed to the center of the room with her hand, indicating to Louis that Her Majesty, the Witch Queen Delphinia, was sitting there. It seems that after Stuart reported the matter in the morning, Delphinia made some arrangements and came over. She should come, and it is indeed more appropriate for her to come than her mother Francesco. After all, Francesco, a lover of men's clothing, has been showing off his identity as the King of Muggles. Delphinia is the Queen of Wizards and the Queen of the Kingdom of Sorrento. So it is just right for her to come. After tidying up his clothes, Louis stepped into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Louis couldn't help but secretly exclaimed, "What a grand occasion! These are not just a few wizards, but the entire Black Queen Wizard Kingdom and half of the Palace Cabinet of Sorrento have moved here. Various maids and eunuchs were also there, and even the daily necessities that Queen Delphinia liked were brought here. The wizards and Muggle judges seemed to be discussing wizard law and Muggle international law. Queen Delphinia, with a stern face, sat on the throne in the middle, listening quietly to the dozen wizards talking. Louis knew all the dozen wizards. They were all wizards from the Ministry of Magic who had stayed in the Rainbow Kingdom recently. These people had high status in the Ministry of Magic and were also very famous. But at this time, they were all reporting carefully, not daring to be negligent. It seemed that these wizards had not expected that Her Majesty Xiao Dai would come in person, and they were all a little nervous and uneasy. Their faces were also a little pale. It was no wonder. After all, Xiao Dai was the Supreme Queen of Wizards, and the wizards she brought here today were also very special. They were all great wizards from the Black Queen family that Louis had never seen before. Some of them were senators of the Magic Parliament. This was quite a grand occasion. So Xiao Dai was very confident today, and had a strong aura. After seeing Louis coming in, Her Majesty Xiao Dai raised her finger slightly, and the wizards, who were constantly flattering the Witch Queen, all shut up and quickly bowed their heads and left. Her Majesty Delphinia looked at Louis coldly, with a cold and serious look, which was completely different from the arrogance when she was disguised in class before. Like a noble black swan, Louis bowed slightly, and secretly looked at Xiao Dai. Today, Xiao Dai did not wear the clothes of a Victorian noblewoman, but a close-fitting long skirt in the style of the 16th century. However, although this long skirt is very retro, the exquisite patterns on it are very dignified and elegant. Looking closely, it seems to be embroidered with a black swan, which is the emblem of the Black Queen. Louis noticed that the crown worn by the Black Swan today also had a swan pattern. And Louis remembered that the crown of Francesco was described in the history of wizards. It did not seem to have a swan pattern, but a story about a demon-slaying warrior. As for Isolde, It is the Dragon Knight and the dragon. Now the little witch queen is holding a beautiful scepter with a dragon pattern in her hand. This is the scepter of Queen Sorrento. It seems that she is visiting here today as the Witch Queen plus Queen Sorrento. Louis noticed that there was a house of cards on the seat next to the little Witch Queen Delphinia. This made Louis's eyes move slightly. It seems that she has learned the magic that he taught her half a month ago. It really fast. Louis secretly sighed in his heart. Harold also learned this trick for more than a month, before showing it off in the six-sided magic prison, laying the entire house of cards. In the corridor of the magic prison, the duel with Bull in the 80th chapter. But Delphinia only took 2 weeks to learn it. And it seems that she has mastered it better than Harold. She is indeed the most talented person he has ever seen. Just like the test paper, she scored 1 point more than Osikris. Awesome, it seems that Her Majesty the Queen was not punished in vain. She must have studied hard with the great demon mother during this period. So now she is showing off in front of me? Louis fell into deep thought. She wouldn't deliberately cause trouble for him during this period. Right? Chapter 197, is that ancient god you were talking about yourself? The Black Swan, who was coldly looking at Louis, noticed that Louis's eyes were actually peeking at her. Her pretty face turned cold, and her eyebrows could not help but stand up. Louis was a little embarrassed, and he quickly bowed. Seeing Louis bowing, Delphinia snorted coldly in her heart, raised her head slightly, and asked Louis about the Rainbow Kingdom in a cold voice. Louis explained what happened in the past 2 days, including the current situation in the local area. The wizards, saviors of the Ministry of Magic, seem to have not yet realized that the people of the entire Rainbow Kingdom have magic power. After hearing this, their mouths widened. They suddenly understood why Her Majesty the Witch Queen came here today. It turned out that this place has become a wizard country. This is a big deal. The crowd was in a mess. After a pause, Delphinia asked about the question she was most concerned about: the falling stars, the unknown god, and the 7-color tsunami. As soon as these questions were raised, everyone looked at Louis. The whole hall suddenly fell silent. This question had been on everyone's mind for a long time, but no one dared to ask Louis. At this time, Her Majesty the Queen said it, and everyone could not help but wait for the real answer. Tell me, Sir Louis. Delphinia's tone was very light, but she was a little panicked in her heart. From the scene she saw in the mirror that day, it was like a battle between gods, and the black rectangular object, subdimensional jump warp point, that suddenly appeared at that time. Her Majesty Delphinia still remembers it vividly. Could it be that this guy in front of her is a god? Did he open the gate of the kingdom of God? Miss Black Swan was a little nervous, and Louis was also thinking that if everything is exposed now, it will not be fun in the future. Dracula had hinted at Louis about this issue before, but Louis did not admit it. Louis thought to himself, I have to check with Herbert later. As for Dracula, although he is not easy to fool, he is just guessing, and he should not say too much. Louis doesn't want to show off too much now. Otherwise it will be difficult to show off in front of others in the future. If this incident scares too many people, many things will become troublesome. This matter will definitely be reported to the Ministry of Magic and the Magic Council. No matter what he does in the future, there will probably be countless eyes staring at him. However, for this matter, Louis has already made up a story, and has specially found a lot of information. Your Majesty, I have also studied and discussed with the magicians recently about the strange things that happened in the last moments of the Rainbow Kingdom. Louis slowly began to deceive. And this forbidden scholar, the various statements he gave were also well-founded. At least deceiving these non-professionals, it was as easy as the court scholar deceiving hemorrhoids. He threw out a bunch of historical cases, in the end. To sum up, that is, the sun is the punishment caused by the ancient gods when they devoured the world. And the birth and fall of every kingdom, there are stars and other celestial phenomena accompanying it. When it came to this, many wizards, witch doctors, nod their heads one after another. The inner world represented by the Rainbow Kingdom finally, because Haber gathered the hearts of the people, failed to be successfully swallowed by the ancient gods, and the ancient gods also failed to resist the punishment of heaven. In the end, because the Rainbow Kingdom did not fall, but returned to the right track of the world destiny, the stars representing the Rainbow Kingdom also suddenly disappeared and returned to the sky. In addition, Your Majesty, Louis did not forget to put some of the blame on the guy who seemed to be the moon god. He specifically mentioned, according to the locals, when the tsunami appeared, many people saw the door of the kingdom of God open in the sky. After the report, Many wizards and Delphinia had already understood. It seems that this matter, at its root, was still because of Haber. Many wizards could not help but discuss it. And one wizard also stroked his beard, bowed and walked in front of Her Majesty Delphinia, bowed slightly, and spoke confidently, "Your Majesty. According to many ancient books and documents about gods, when Ms. Aku devours the world, it is necessary to have certain conditions as a prerequisite. The seven-colored rain prevented the Rainbow Kingdom from falling into the critical point of being swallowed, and the ancient god failed to swallow it by force, and finally faced the backlash caused by the world will, and had to choose to leave. In this, there may also be the intervention of another god. Many people have said before that they have dreamed of the moon god. I think it is very likely that an ancient god who is opposed to Ms. A could participate in this matter." After this summary, many wizards couldn't help but feel that it made a lot of sense. Delphinia nodded. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Louis and smiled coldly in her heart. "I'm afraid that with your meager magic power, you can't do such a world-shaking thing." The Witch Queen ignored Louis and discussed with many wizards. But several older wizards, who had followed Francesco, who knew the identity of the Dark Lord, always looked at Louis with that kind of eyes. "The ancient god who opposed Aku that you mentioned, is you?" "Ah? Sure enough. The statements you brought out are same as what His Majesty Francesco said. These former high-ranking Grand Chairmen of the Hermitage are very low-key. They usually don't show off their talents. Everyone thinks they are ordinary great wizards with clean faces. Like Sister Hathaway, except Francesco, no one knows their true identities. When they came here this time, they had already communicated with their boss. The main purpose of coming here this time is, on the one hand, to help Delphinia secretly support the scene, on the other hand, to come here to smooth things over for Louis, and to act as a shill. So no matter what Louis said today, they would not say much. In other words, as long as Louis' words could fool the Ministry of Magic and the Magic Council in the future, they would not interrupt today. As for the other strange wizards, who usually think highly of themselves, after discussing this topic, they, like the Queen Witch, no longer paid much attention to Louis. Everyone discussed the Rainbow Kingdom. The Rainbow Kingdom was originally a small Muggle kingdom on the territory of the Red Queen family that was not paid attention to by wizards. Even though the maritime trade here gradually rose, no wizards paid much attention to it. Only Muggles all over the world regarded the Rainbow Kingdom as a famous free port. The incident of Silent Harbor eventually made wizards all over the world know about this kingdom and discovered its importance to Muggles. When the incident of the Rainbow Kingdom spread, it would definitely shock both wizards and Muggles. Hundreds of thousands of residents suddenly had magic power. This is a wizarding country that suddenly appeared. Her Majesty Shao Dai came here in person this time, to prepare in advance before the incident. This matter is indeed of great importance. After all, in a sense, the Rainbow Kingdom will become the first wizarding kingdom in the world known by all Muggles. According to the usual nature of the Magic Council, the Rainbow Kingdom will definitely be completely closed in the future, and the 12 major families may transfer all the magical people in the entire Rainbow Kingdom to the Wizarding Kingdom of the Red Queen family, making this wealthy and prosperous Rainbow Kingdom a deserted island. As for the migration, Delphinia already had a solution in mind, which could allow the Rainbow people to continue to stay in the Rainbow Kingdom. But as for the closure, she was unsure. It was outrageous that a beautiful kingdom that was originally independent was finally locked up by a group of idiot wizards for some inexplicable reasons. And once the entire kingdom was completely closed, and lost the sea trade with various Muggle kingdoms, how could it support more than 100,000 people? Everyone will die of poverty and starvation. And the beautiful Rainbow Country will eventually become a small fishing village. This is simply a regression of history and civilization. After studying various bills, many wizards present agreed that there is room for easing this matter, judging from the dogmatic nature of the Magic Council to abide by the code. This matter will eventually be brought to the Magic Council for public trial. This time, the Queen of Witches took advantage of the Magic Council failure to react and came in advance to assist the Rainbow Country in making preparations, so that the Rainbow people can have a reason and evidence when they go to the Parliament, and finally help the Rainbow Wizards win independence and autonomy in the Magic Council. In this matter, the main opponent of Shao Dai and the Rainbow Kingdom is not the Red Queen family, but the Red Queen family needs to be united. The support of the Red Queen family is needed. The royal family of the Rainbow Kingdom is a distant relative of the Red Queen family. In the division of the wizarding world, this Muggle kingdom belongs to the jurisdiction of the Red Queen family. So the Red Queen family has a lot of say in this matter. In addition, the Rainbow Kingdom has changed from a small Muggle kingdom without human rights to a wizarding kingdom with human rights. Therefore, the Rainbow people can now speak in Parliament. Therefore, as long as the Rainbow Nation and the Red Queen family strongly oppose the migration and closure, and even make a scene in Parliament, then if everyone fights for it in Parliament, there will be a good chance for this matter. To put it bluntly, this time it is the Queen of Witches Delphinia who helps the Rainbow Nation to fight the lawsuit. The Red Queen family is an important enemy that can be won over. If the Rainbow Nation can still maintain its independence, its significance will be very significant. This means that hundreds of thousands of wizards will join the Muggle society. This is unprecedented. It is an important node and a breakthrough point in the process of making the world magical again with Francesco. As for this lawsuit, Lewis does not plan to participate. If Xiao Dai encounters something she can't handle, she will ask her mother. And if her mother-in-law can't handle it, she will ask me. Lewis sighed secretly. Maybe I will have to wade into this journey to the Scarlet Country and the muddy water of the mysterious incident of the patient. Helen had already dozed off. Lewis stayed there, planning to take Helen away. My sister-in-law is growing up. She can't stay up late every day. As a half-guardian, we have to take good care of her. Lewis asked if there was anything else he needed to stay here, but he asked 3 or 5 times patiently, and Delphinia didn't pay attention to him. It was not until a long time later that Delphinia waved her hand impatiently, telling Lewis to get out. Lewis's mouth twitched, and he felt even more unhappy. It seems that Xiao Dai will be here for a while. Seeing her cold poker face, Lewis felt unhappy. In name, she is the Queen of Wizards, and the Queen of the Kingdom of Sorrento. And this time, she came to give the Rainbow Kingdom a slap. Therefore, he had to give her face in some things and be patient in some things. Lewis thought that he should meet her as little as possible and get angry less. Communicate more with the Rainbow Queen and be happier. Thinking of this, Lewis didn't plan to talk nonsense with this arrogant Miss Black Swan. He bowed slightly and left with Helen. As a result, as soon as Lewis left the house, the little stepmother secretly took a mirror and peeked at Lewis. Chapter 198 Peeper. A few days later, you find that your stepmother has sexually harassed and peeped at you again. You decide, A. Just like yesterday, wipe away your tears secretly, continue to silently endure her harassment. Completion reward, intensified harassment and stalking *1, lost personal belongings +1, strange drugs in the wine *1, random attribute +0, you have triggered it many times. B. Go to the toilet and do a swing dance / continue to perform with Queen Rainbow tonight, in order to make the embarrassed Queen Delphinia give up peeping. Completion reward. The cold Queen Delphinia cursed again, shocked, blushed, heartbeat *1, temporarily stopped peeping *1, your Majesty secretly observed and panted again *1, experience +0. C. Really. Show your skills, scare away the peepers. Completion reward. The cold Queen Black Swan was shocked and frightened *1, Delphinia was studious and read books *1, the trembling Black Swan pretended not to know him *1, flexibility +3. Lewis rubbed his face hard. He looked at Hopper and Helen, who were curiously looking at him at the desk, poured out the water in the cup, coughed and said, "Let continue." Random attribute +0. Seeing that everyone had already flipped through the books, Lewis continued to discuss the magic book in front of him with the magicians. It has been a week since the cold Queen Delphinia came. The fleet of the Hammer of the God of War is almost ready, and will be preparing to leave for home soon. But Her Majesty Xiao Dai did not allow Lewis to leave in the near future. The reason is also very reasonable. No one is allowed to leave the Rainbow Country in a short period of time to prevent more information from leaking out, including Prince Dracula, who was also under house arrest and surveillance. He was very wise, and did not do anything that would cause the Queen Witch and others to misunderstand. He ate and walked with the 4 great wizards sent by the Queen Witch to take care of him every day. He would also often follow the Queen Witch to listen to the political affairs of the Rainbow Kingdom. If someone did not know the inside story, they would think he was the Queen Witch magic advisor. Of course, Prince Dracula would occasionally complain to Lewis about the Queen Witch surveillance, and also side for the Queen Witch political sensitivity. Dracula only realized the importance of the Rainbow Kingdom now. The entire Red Queen family has not been involved in government affairs for many years. Compared with the Witch Queen political literacy and methods, they are indeed much worse. As for Lewis, he basically stays in this study during the day these days. Every night when it is quiet, He often meets the Rainbow Queen in this study unexpectedly. Since Lewis baptized the little prince in the church under the justice of the Archbishop a few days ago, and became the little prince's godfather, the Rainbow Queen basically comes every night to give Lewis, who is reading, some snacks and drinks to eat and drink. Except when eating and drinking, Lewis was really reading seriously. Lewis had already read through the 8 forbidden books and How to Twist a World. Originally, Huber was going to study the contents of these books with this learned wizard. But it turned out that Lewis was interrogating Huber about his homework. As of today, Lewis has roughly told everyone the contents of the 8 forbidden books, or told them the outline, and let them study some basic knowledge first. Then look at these 8 books. For everyone, these 8 ordinary forbidden books are still like heavenly books, but Lewis gave everyone guidance after flipping through them, and even pointed out some mistakes in Huber notes in these 8 books. It was as if Lewis had studied these books before. This incident shocked Huber and the peeping little witch queen, especially Huber, who studied these books more deeply, and had many things he didn't understand and had questions about. But Lewis often answered these questions that had puzzled Herbert for a long time with just a few words. This made Herbert have some guesses about Lewis's true identity. Putting down the book in his hand, Lewis closed the book because he was a little thirsty, and took out the cup he carried with him from his sleeve. After drinking a few sips of water, Lewis stood up and looked at the wizards, who were reading magic books across the table. These wizards, some of them were crew members headed by Edward. He and Gerda had the highest knowledge, and the rest were all great wizards of the Black Queen family. Originally, these guys came to monitor everyone, and at first they treated Lewis, Edward, and others coldly. But now, although these people are still extremely loyal to the Little Witch Queen, they also regard Lewis as a teacher. These 2 points are not contradictory. Now they are all very respectful, obeying Lewis' arrangements, and starting to help Edward and others organize these magic books. Although these magic books are not forbidden books, they are all books left by wizards 3,000 years ago. Normal wizards, without the level of the Grand Master of the Holy Oak, would not be able to understand it. But Edward and his friends were all at the level of Grand Masters. As for the elites among these noble families, they were the best wizards of the entire era. Although they were not as good as Edward and other top scholars, these wizard noble elites had read the forbidden knowledge of their families. After Lewis instructed a few people, Edward and his friends asked Lewis some questions, and then they felt that it was almost time for today. After packing up the books, several people, accompanied by the wizards of the Black Queen family, entered the mirror and went to the Sorrento Library, studying these books with the people from the Magicians Association. They are also studying these books over there. In a blink of an eye, only Herbert, Helen, who was unwilling to leave, and the little witch who was secretly observing this place were left in the room. She had been watching for several days, and felt that something must happen today. She guessed right. Teacher. Herbert hesitated and looked at the book How to Distort a World on Lewis's seat, and asked, "Can you tell me about this book today? I have been studying this book for more than 10 years, maybe we can discuss it." Feeling the prying eyes behind him, Lewis sighed secretly. He came to his seat, picked up the book he had been reading for many days, crossed his legs, said, "Okay, Hobber. Let me see what you have understood so far." Hearing this, Hobber couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "What have I understood? Boss, you should have just started reading. Right? Shouldn't we study it together?" The little witch queen, who was peeping in the magic mirror, couldn't help but sneer. "If you were a nerdy scholar taught by Principal Oliver, who had studied forbidden science, and therefore could understand those 8 books, I could understand that. But this book is something like How to God. Dot Matrix. This is the realm of God." The little witch queen had read this book when Lewis was reading it these 2 days. The theoretical explanation of distortion and the essence of the world in the book was okay, so super scholars, like Huber, who came from the last era, could understand it. In addition, Huber had personally participated in large-scale experiments such as Silent Harbor for more than 10 years, so he could understand it through continuous experiments and practice. But the things behind it are not comprehensible to mortals at all. Because they are not written in words, they are strange and incomplete runes, waves, and graphics. And these seemingly incomplete things, at different times and different places, will also produce irregular changes. Seeing those incomplete runes and graphics, the little witch queen knew what kind of book this was. It is a book that explains the essence. And those seemingly incomplete things are related to the essence of the world. Many great families have lost this kind of book. There are no more than 20 people in the world who have read this kind of book. And there are even fewer who can understand it. Without sufficient knowledge, or reaching the realm of God. It is impossible to understand what those things represent. And if there is someone in the world who can fully understand this book, then he is either a magic god like Anthony. Obviously, there is no magic god in this world anymore. Or, it is the ancient god himself. The knowledge in this book is the knowledge of the ancient god, even the knowledge that belongs to the ancient god, but the ancient god himself does not fully understand it. But if the ancient god takes a look, he can still understand it. Delphinia believes that Lewis is not an ancient god at all, he is pretending, but she knows that Herbert should know something. There are many notes of Herbert on it. This magician has personally experienced the Silent Harbor, and has a very deep understanding of the distorted world. So he had seen some essential things, and his annotations were also priceless. Her Majesty Delphinia was very curious about how Lewis would pretend to explain to Herbert. She guessed that Lewis would basically read those annotations, and pretend to ask Herbert for advice under the pretext of asking questions. Delphinia couldn't put down her face to ask a Muggle magician for advice. But if she could listen to Herbert understanding through Lewis's mouth, it would be good. Delphinia couldn't help but look forward to it. But when she found out that, after Lewis turned to the first half of the book, he not only began to test Hobber, but also corrected and explained after Hobber finished speaking. Her face became very strange. Delphinia couldn't help but look at Hobber's face with a strange look on her face, and found that Hobber was sweating coldly, as if he was listening to a teacher lecture. Lewis threw out one question after another, and one after another. In-depth and simple explanations and corrections came out of Lewis's mouth. Gradually, Delphinia looked at Hobber's reserved, nervous, and embarrassed face, and suddenly realized one thing: Lewis seemed to really understand, and what he said was all right. On her white forehead, a few fine beads of sweat could not help but appear. Delphinia suddenly remembered the ancient god that Lewis mentioned, who happened to come here and was in opposition to Ms. Ako. Chapter 199, The Trembling Black Swan. After hearing Lewis's questions and explanations, Hobber's face was covered with cold sweat, and the little witch queen who was eavesdropping in the magic mirror could not help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. Soon, Lewis had already read through the first half of the book. He nodded and said, "Not bad, Hobber. This book actually requires the foundation of the great star relativity to understand. It is rare that you can understand it to this level in the past 10 years. After saying that, Lewis turned the book to the second half of the page, and after seeing what was written on it, he nodded slightly. Seeing this, Herbert and the little witch queen couldn't help but clench their fists. The former was nervous and excited, and the latter had a hint of fear spreading in her heart. Both of them had some guesses about Lewis. Herbert, he must have come from the magic holy land in the dream, the forbidden sanctuary. Otherwise, how could he have read the great star relativity? This must be another Anthony, another god of magic. Delphinia, the king of the Nine Dragons Sea, the bullshit king of the Nine Dragons Sea, the bullshit son of the ancient god. This kid, could the ancient god he is talking about be himself? Helen. Lewis shook his head and said, "The second half of the content, you won't understand it if I just tell you, you need to see it." Flipping through the book in his hand again, Lewis closed his eyes and thought carefully. His face became a little strange. "You guessed right, you have indeed read this book. The time was 30,000 years ago. It turns out that you have been in the Forbidden Sanctuary for more than 30,000 years. You have read all the magic knowledge recorded in the Forbidden Sanctuary, and finally graduated as a Forbidden Grand Scholar. No wonder many memories are blurred. You really should review more. Unlike the first time you read this book, you have already practiced a lot of magic at this time, and personally experienced a large-scale experiment Silent Harbor. Therefore, in this second in-depth study, you have suddenly understood many of your previous doubts. All magic levels +5. Slowly, Lewis opened his eyes. He picked up the book in his hand, and threw it in the air. Looking at the words in the book, Lewis recited a series of spells loudly. This spell did not belong to any magic spell, and it even sounded like he was talking nonsense. Just like the meaningless syllables that wizards uttered when they imitated the magic beasts before they established a magic system. Soon, Lewis gradually found the feeling and waved his arms randomly, which looked like he was playing the piano randomly. Combined with the nonsense he said, it was like he was dancing. At this moment, Lewis was like a wild wizard who was chanting a unique spell that no one could understand. Herbert and the little witch queen looked confused, but Helen, who was awakened, had bright eyes. When Lewis was on the boat before, he picked a great god and called the stars in the sky. He must be doing something big again. In a subtle way, some strings of the world have changed. You have cleverly combined If a World is Distorted by Ross Curta, The Theory of Relativity of the Great Star Realm by Anthony, Dimensions and Magic Cubes by Lewis, and Worlds and Building Blocks, Building Billions of Planes of the World by Peros. The world opposite to the study has been distorted by you. Lewis, who was sweating profusely, took a breath, and under the wooden eyes of Herbert and the little witch queen, he picked up the handkerchief beside Helen, wiped the sweat from his head, and walked to the window sill. After looking out the window, Lewis nodded, turned around and smiled at Hobbs, saying, "That enough." Hobbs was confused. Nothing changed outside the window. The whole room didn't change. The little witch in the magic mirror also had a strange look on her face for a moment. She looked very seriously for a long time, until she asked the omniscient magic mirror, and suddenly laughed out loud. It was a trick. At this moment, the witch saw Lewis turn around and pick up a drifting bottle on the table, and then put it on the normal window. Then, the window actually fluctuated like the surface of the water, and then a small boat was put into the bottle. Lewis handed the small bottle to Helen with a smile. Helen looked at it curiously, and found that the ship looked a bit like a ghost ship. "Give it a try, Helen, and see what you can fish out." Lewis waved to Helen, signaling her to come over and give it a try. Helen excitedly picked up a bottle on the table and came to the window. She put a cloud in it, and then a lot of sea water in it. Later, she even put in a lot of stars. On the other side, Delphinia, who was in the tower next door, suddenly came to the balcony of her room with her eyes blank. She saw clouds disappearing in the sky. In the distant sea, it seemed as if there was an invisible giant hand, which kept stirring the sea water, raising many huge waves. The little witch queen suddenly raised her head blankly, looking at the sky. It was dusk, and stars appeared on the horizon. Chong Gung's star disappeared. The cold queen could no longer be cold. She suddenly ran back to the magic mirror like crazy, wanting to see what happened in the study, but found that the magic mirror could no longer find the study. "This is impossible." Delphinia screamed, "My magic mirror can see anything in this world, unless it no longer belongs to this world." The study was stripped away from this world. The ghost ship seemed to be taken away from this world by some invisible force. The sunset in the sky and the starlight of Chongqing's star suddenly disappeared. However, outside the seven-colored sea, they seemed to still exist. But perhaps, we can no longer see those stars from the seven-color sea. The sky suddenly dimmed, and the little witch looked up at the window woodenly. At this moment, in the dusk, the moon that gradually appeared suddenly had a gap. A small piece disappeared, and this small piece of figure looked like a small hand of a small bottle with a small sleeve on it. At this moment, Delphinia suddenly felt cold. How similar is this scene to the ancient god swallowing the world? Ancient god Lewis swallowed the stars and the bright moon? Delphinia was suddenly in extreme shock and fear. Damn 9 dragons see king. This is just a story he made up. He is not the son of an ancient god at all. He is an unknown, unnamed ancient god. But if everything just now was done by ancient god Lewis, then it is understandable, but the one who just installed the things, it was obviously Helen. Could it be that all this was just an illusion? Delphinia couldn't understand this magic. It was too strange, and too beyond common sense. The answers to everything were in that study, in that book. She decided to go and have a look secretly tonight, when it was quiet, and no one was around. C.Flexibility +3. Shivering, reading the book seriously, pretending not to know Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen, to be collected, *1. Chapter 200. Is this something a human can do? After seeing those asides, Lewis' face looked a little strange, not quite understanding what it meant. He shook his head and looked at Herbert. At this time, Herbert had already taken the small bottle that Helen handed over. After Herbert looked at it, he found that the small bottle was already filled with a world. Looking at the small bottle at this time, it was like watching something on TV. There was a ship in the bottle, the sea, the clouds, the stars, and a small moon like a bottle. What even more bizarre is that, when Herbert shook the bottle, he could clearly see the sea and the turbulence of the ship in the bottle. And he could also clearly feel something rattling inside the bottle. It was as if the bottle contained a real world. Inadvertently, Herbert shook the mast of the ghost ship and broke it. It was true. Herbert looked at Lewis woodenly. "You still say you are a magic lover? You still say you are not the god of magic? Is this something a human can do? Give it a try, Herbert. The power of distortion should be almost at its limit. Go to the window and scoop out some more water to see what happens. Lewis smiled and fooled his forbidden apprentice, and began to experiment. This was the first time he used magic. Some things needed to be explored. Herbert nodded woodenly, picking up a small wooden cup on his seat, and came to the window. He scooped up the water in the distance, and then felt that the wooden cup in his hand seemed to hit the wall. Nothing was fished out. At this moment, the window in front of him seemed to have become a flat surface. Hobber touched it with his hand, and it felt like he was touching a painting. But when Hobber took a step back, he found that the window had become a normal window again. It seemed that the things seen were different in different positions. Hobber threw the wooden cup in his hand toward the window, and the wooden cup flew out of the window and fell out of the balcony. There was a noise on the table behind him. Hobber suddenly turned his head and found that the wooden cup he had just thrown out actually reappeared on his seat. He suddenly had a bold idea and jumped out of the window. "Hey!" Lewis blinked his eyes. "I didn't expect Herbert to cooperate so well." On the other side, the moment Herbert flew out, everything in front of him turned into a world of error code, just like being in a 3D game. He could vaguely recognize that. He seemed to be still in this room, and seemed to be back to his seat. But everything around him seemed to have turned into paper, and Helen and Lewis seemed to be talking not far away from him, looking like two twisted paper people. Herbert suddenly understood some things in the second half of the book. It described a world like this. Or, it described how the world looked like from another perspective. "Okay, Herbert." Herbert suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder, and everything around him became normal. Teacher Lewis was secretly wiping his cold sweat and standing in front of him. Lewis said in his heart, "It seems that this magic is still very successful." He said to Huber, "This study will be used as a laboratory in the future. I have distorted and stripped the world relative to the study." Lewis's words reminded Huber of something. The great star relativity. Huber suddenly understood that in the eyes of this forbidden university scholar, he could see the essence of the world. Or in other words, an essence from the perspective of the great star relativity. From the perspective of the great star relativity, the essence of the whole world is made up of countless building blocks. And each building block can be an independent world relative to other building blocks. Or an independent plane. If you know how to distort the world, you can distort and separate two opposite worlds. Such as taking the building block of the study room out of the big building block pile of the main world. At the same time, you can also distort the study room and the sea outside across the countless building blocks that were originally separated in the middle directly into one piece. Hobber suddenly asked, "Teacher, so you just distorted everything outside the window onto the window? Therefore, ships and clouds all became small models on the windows. So in this inner world where the study is located, you can use anything to load them? And as long as you load these things in this room, you can take them anywhere and release them?" "Yes." Lewis patted Huber's shoulder. "This is what this book explains." Huber's whole body suddenly trembled. He looked at his teacher, at the god of magic. In theory, if his magic power is strong enough, he can put a kingdom into a bottle and carry it with him. Isn't this the power of God? What this book describes is the power of God. Right? This seems to be something that even a cook can't do. Right? She can only eat. So, if we put aside the premise of magic power, then Teacher Lewis and Ancient God Aiko are completely on the same level. The former knows more, knows the principles and essence. So he knows how to cook. The Ancient God Aiko has more magic power. But he knows the result. But not the reason. So he can only eat raw meat. How similar is this to the ancient times, when wizards learned magic from monsters? So in the eyes of the teacher, the ancient god is just an ordinary monster. The so-called mortals cannot harm the gods. In the eyes of Teacher Lewis, there is no such thing. The ancient god is a monster, and mortals are ants. But the teacher is at the same level as the monster, and is a more terrifying creature. The wizard. Hobber suddenly understood what the wizards mentioned in the forbidden book were. A table was suddenly handed to Hobber. He looked up, and found that his teacher Lewis was looking at him with a smile. Lewis said to Hobber, "This study room now is like a twisted cage for ordinary people. With your current ability, it is a bit difficult to break this twisted world. So you can't enter and exit normally. You can come in at will, but you can't go out." Hearing this, Herbert nodded. He understood that the cage the teacher was talking about could trap some small monsters. Lewis continued, "So I made a medium. When you come here, sign in on this table, so you can stay inside normally. When you leave, sign out, so you can leave normally." Herbert looked at the table and understood that this table was the medium connecting the study room with the outside world. Or, it is a key that can enter and exit the cage. Lewis patted Herbert on the shoulder and said, "The power of knowledge is endless. It can help us climb the ladder and touch the stars. You can do more research in this study in the future. Study hard. You are also a forbidden wizard." After hearing Lewis's words, Herbert looked at Lewis with such eyes. "I am your sister forbidden wizard. Is your forbidden wizard like this? We are not from the same world. Okay. We are not creatures on the same level." Hobbs felt that if anyone who studied forbidden knowledge was a forbidden wizard, then he was indeed a forbidden wizard. Ants and humans are both animals, right? Compared to a little stick figure on paper. He had already crawled out of the paper. But if he wanted to become the kind of wizard who could touch the stars as the teacher said, he, a little ant, would have to step on many books to reach a high enough height. It would probably take tens of thousands of years to finish climbing. Helen was already clamoring for food, and Lewis checked the time and led the two out of the study. At the door, Lewis made some adjustments to the study cage. After that, between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m., anyone who entered the room would enter a normal study as long as they signed in properly. In addition, no matter what time it was, when he and Queen Rainbow opened the door, they would enter a normal study. But if some people do not follow the rules set by Lewis in this study world, and do not ask Lewis or Queen Rainbow to help open the door, then she will walk into a cage and be locked inside. Then in that strange study world, she will tremble with fear and her pretty face will turn pale. Lewis thinks that generally no one will enter this study randomly, and it is reasonable for him to leave a back door for Queen Rainbow. He thought, this is Queen Rainbow Castle, right? He is the owner of this place. So it is natural for him to come in and out of the study at will. Right? So we have to leave a back door for him. Right? Otherwise, if he comes to read tonight, it will be inconvenient. Recently, Queen Rainbow and Her Majesty Delphinia have been very close, and they are together all day. I wonder if I can see Queen Rainbow when I have dinner tonight. I will tell her when I have dinner. They never talk in public, but with a glance, they both understand. The secret code of this couple is quite good. Chapter 201. It seems that His Majesty still likes me very much. When Lewis and the other two came to the restaurant, people had already taken their seats one after another. In the huge restaurant, there were 2 long tables in total, arranged in an inverted L shape. Because it was a daily court meal, there were not many people, and those who were qualified to sit down to eat in total, there were only about 10 people, and the others were standing behind their seats and watching. These 10 people basically sat on the side. There was a window behind them, and they faced the gate opposite. The personnel are mainly Prince Dracula, Lewis, Helen and other important guests who have recently settled in the palace. And there are also several great wizards and hover from the Black Queen family. Ministers, nobles, and lords rarely eat in the palace, and they all go home at this time. As for the long table at the top, there are usually only 2 people sitting there, the king and the queen. There are often several maids playing harps behind the seats. And there are also many noble ladies or maids standing around to chat with the king and queen. Occasionally, some ministers, nobles, or lords who have something to do and have not left the palace will sit next to Lewis and his friends. But most of the time, they would stand beside the king, watching him eat and chatting with him. However, the top table was said to be for the king. But Lewis had eaten here for a week and never saw the king. It was a basic etiquette for a monarch to have a meal with guests and lords. But this king was a bit unrefined. He probably went to a brothel in the city to fool around today. Or maybe he hadn't returned to the palace at all in the past few days. On the contrary, it was the young witch queen, Her Majesty Delphinia, who ate with Queen Rainbow and Lewis every day. And they basically used this place as half a conference hall. The entire Rainbow Kingdom was managed by Queen Rainbow, and ministers and nobles basically listened to Queen Rainbow. So Queen Rainbow had been accompanying Her Majesty Delphinia during this period. Recently, they had been discussing the affairs of the new Wizarding Kingdom. So they basically stayed together all day. Because the Rainbow Kingdom is a wizarding country of moderate size. And because she needs to win over the Rainbow Kingdom, Delphinia still attaches great importance to the new younger brother, the Rainbow Queen, and treats her with courtesy. Otherwise, with this guy arrogant character, she would not even bother to look at the mother monarch of a small country with a population of more than 100,000. Even the wizard monarchs of those small wizarding countries Delphinia did not take them seriously. Perhaps only the great monarch of the QK family, or the wizarding country with an important status such as the Rainbow Kingdom, would be taken seriously by her. Judging from the closeness between the two recently, the Witch Queen has the intention of treating the Rainbow Queen as one of her wizard lords. And the Rainbow Queen has also placed herself in a proper position, treating the Little Witch Queen as a monarch, which shows that the Rainbow Queen has entered the state. It also shows that the two sides have reached a consensus on certain things. The two sides should have found a suitable plan for the future of the Rainbow Kingdom. The rest is to go to the Magic Council to sue. I heard that the Rainbow Kingdom will form a delegation in the next 2 days to visit the Holy Oak. This should be to seek the support of Principal Oliver. The words of this principal are still very important in the Magic Council. Recently, Francesco was also there, bringing a joint delegation from several Muggle kingdoms to visit the Holy Oak. After the Rainbow Kingdom delegation went to the Holy Tree, they were able to meet with the Muggle delegation to discuss the affairs of the Rainbow Kingdom together, so that they could negotiate with all wizards. I don't know when Delphinia plans to send the visiting group from the Rainbow Country over there with the magic mirror, but the Little Witch Queen herself will always be in charge of the Rainbow Country. She does need to stay here for a while, because the people from the Ministry of Magic may come to the Rainbow Country at any time. If they set up a barrier in the Rainbow Country to seal off the country, or move all the Rainbow people to the Red Queen family, then the Rainbow Country will suffer. Not long after, a group of people accompanied the Witch Queen and the Rainbow Queen towards the hall at the gate passage. Delphinia walked in front, and the Rainbow Queen passed by half a body. Seeing the two majesties coming in, Louis and the others stood up quickly and greeted them politely. The Witch Queen glanced at Louis with a cold face. Louis's eyes twitched secretly. Today, he showed his skills. I don't know if Majesty Delphinia saw it or received his warning. It is said that Majesty Delphinia has been tormenting Louis a lot these days. For example, during meals, she always deliberately called Louis over to watch her eat. If you ask her what's wrong with her, she definitely doesn't have any problem. So this is a deliberate humiliation. In front of so many people, Louis couldn't say anything, and could only endure it silently. By the way, sometimes Prince Dracula was called over with Louis. Basically, in this hall, if you ask Delphinia who she hates the most, Louis ranks first, Prince Dracula ranks second, and Chicken Baba ranks third. However, the Witch Queen often talks to Dracula in a friendly manner about the affairs of the Rainbow Kingdom. And on the surface, she still respects Dracula very much. Although Dracula stood by, it was a courtesy to the monarch. It was also a warning from the Little Witch Queen. It was not like calling Louis over, which was purely humiliating. Today, Her Majesty Delphinia seemed to have changed her mood. I don't know if it was because she was in a good mood or for some other reason. She didn't call Louis over. Instead, she called several great wizards over. She asked about wizard law and Muggle law. Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen was still very serious. Seeing Delphinia sitting down and eating with the Rainbow Queen, Louis and Dracula looked at each other, secretly complained a few words, and sat down to eat. While eating, I looked at Queen Rainbow for a few times. Recently, I don't know whether Queen Rainbow is trying to please Louis or Her Majesty Delphinia, but she has started to imitate Delphinia in her dressing. They are both very tall, and both wear crowns. Sometimes, when you look at them from behind, it's hard to tell them apart. But she really killed two birds with one stone. Louis and Delphinia are very happy, especially Louis, who has never remembered her name, and even mispronounced her name twice. While eating, Louis felt someone was looking at him, and he looked up at Queen Rainbow. But he found that Queen Rainbow was talking to the maid behind her, and it was not her who was looking at him. As for Delphinia, she was chatting with the wizard. Her face was as cold as a poker, without any expression, and she looked up like an arrogant black swan. And she didn't even look at Louis. Louis blinked, a little confused, wondering who was peeking at him just now. At this time, Queen Rainbow seemed to feel Louis's gaze, and gave Louis a polite smile. And Louis also smiled slightly. Louis heard Queen Rainbow thoughts. Queen Rainbow, Sir Louis is really handsome. I wonder if he will still read there tonight. But I don't seem to have time tonight. Louis was slightly speechless, and secretly shook his head and thought, forget it. It better to be quiet tonight, and make all the annotations for those books. By the way, I flipped through the book Demon Compendium again. There are a lot of things about curses and potions in it. Study the QR code of Aku, Touch of the Ancient God, the butterfly wing tendrils found in the rainbow country, to see if I can find a way to solve the problem of the vampires. After dinner, Hopper mentioned the ancient gold coin refining. It seems that Hopper has encountered a problem that he can't figure out. So Lewis went to the alchemy room with everyone first. Prince Dracula was free and went with Lewis. After finishing, it was already past 8 o'clock. Edward and his friends just happened to come back from the Sorrento Royal Library. Everyone chatted in the alchemy room for a while. The books Edward and his friends brought to the library today have been copied to the Sorrento Library. After chatting, Lewis saw that it was almost 10 o'clock. He thought about whether he should go to the study or secretly return to the Holy Oak to accompany his real little wife. Recently, Lewis often went to accompany Yingling, Kate and Lilith. As for the little foxes like Xenia, they are not actually considered as such, because they already have boyfriends or engagements. The reason they met was because Lilith, the pimp, was up to no good and cheated on their boyfriends. Therefore, they are in the same situation as the Rainbow Queen. When they met, they pretended not to know each other. Everyone knew what was going on. So Lewis now has 3 real concubines. However, Yingling and Kate seem to have gone to the Holy Oak these 2 days. And Osikri seemed to be there too. If Xiao knew that he actually went home every day, it would be a bit embarrassing. So if he had to go back, it would just be to accompany the female anchor Miss Lilith. However, these 3 ladies were a bit annoyed with Lewis recently. After all, when dragons are in estrus, they often have hundreds or thousands of times each time, while snakes often take 12 hours each time. So everyone's physical constitution is a bit different. And the ladies have things to do during the day. And Lilith also has to go to class during the day. Every time I meet Lewis at night, I can't recover for several days. So everyone just wants to chat with him, not sleep with him. Is Queen Rainbow starting to get annoyed with me? Lewis was a little sad. Just when Lewis was hesitant, Edward mentioned that he was going to the Rainbow Study. Sir, some of these magic books were lent to us by wizards, so they have to be returned to the Rainbow Study. Edward said. Oh, forget it. I take it. Lewis took the book and said he decided to read alone in the study tonight. After putting away the magic books, Lewis said goodbye to everyone and went to the Rainbow Study alone. After opening the door, Lewis unexpectedly found that there was movement in the room. There was a ding-dong sound inside, and a tall and slender figure climbed up the ladder in a panic. In the rush, her skirt scraped on the ladder, but she seemed not to notice. Standing on the ladder, covering her face with a book, she read it seriously. Didn't she say she didn't have time tonight? Why did she come again? Lewis wondered. The light wasn't on. What was she reading? Lewis suddenly understood that he should pretend not to know her. He was a little excited. It seems that Her Majesty Queen Rainbow still likes me very much. Chapter 202, but I really came here today. Seeing that figure, Lewis was slightly speechless. Normally, who reads without turning on the light? She is not a witch with night vision. That is, the Rainbow Queen likes to read with the light off. Didn't you say you didn't have time tonight? Why did you come here again? In any case, it seems that she must have waited for him for a long time. Looking at the exquisite back on the ladder, Lewis's heart was burning, closed the door, and walked in. After closing the door, Lewis put the magic book on the table. And then he looked at the trembling back of the woman standing on the ladder. A little confused. This woman looked extremely frightened. When she climbed the ladder just now, one of her high heels was kicked off, and she didn't even notice that her skirt was hanging on the wooden ladder. Her suspender stockings were exposed. The Rainbow Queen usually does this, but she does it on purpose. Not because she is scared. This study is a bit weird. It is a weird inner world, where you can see many things that you can't see in the normal world. But there was no need for the Rainbow Queen to be afraid, because as soon as she entered the door, the study would not be distorted. So she entered a normal study, and would not be able to see the appearance of the study in the other world. She would not be trapped here. Suddenly, Lewis understood something, and rubbed his face hard. This distorted magic was the first time he used it. He probably made a mistake. It seemed that after the Rainbow Queen came in, the study did not return to its normal state. Not only was she frightened, but she was also trapped in the study for a long time. If a muggle who had never come into contact with magic was suddenly trapped in the study, he would probably think he had a nightmare. But if someone knows some magic, he would feel the fear, because when this room is distorted, all the rules and common sense of magic are subverted. If a person's spiritual perception or magic power is high. There is even a certain probability that he will see the world of the abyss, the distorted timeline, the time fragments that will never happen, etc. Therefore, when trapped in this room, people with magic power are more afraid than ordinary people. The Rainbow Queen knows some magic and has a little magic power. Look at the Rainbow Queen now. She is so scared that she lies on the ladder and dares not move. It is estimated that what she sees now is not what she saw when she came in, but something more terrifying. Thinking of this, Louis felt a strong sense of guilt in his heart. He put the magic book on the table, stroked the woman's smooth ankles and stockings, and said softly, "Sorry, I scared you. Don't be afraid. I'm coming." The moment Louis touched her, she returned to the normal world, but the familiar voice behind her made her even more frightened. As if Louis was scarier than what she had just seen. She was as obedient as a frightened kitten. Or, like a little swan that fell into a hunter trap because of arrogance. And after being scared, saw the hunter coming with a knife. The hunter words "don't be afraid" made her even more frightened. This trap must have been set for her on purpose. I have discovered his secret. Will he kill me? Now Miss Black Swan finally knows what the thing behind her is. For the first time, she feels an unprecedented fear. Needless to say, this is a real ancient god in human skin. The faceless man in the rumored Black Corner Alley is probably him. I have been against him for so long. My mother is far away now. Today is a perfect opportunity for him. Will he do something cruel and terrible to me, and then brainwash me? Or lock me up forever and hide in his sleeves? Black Swan doesn't know what to do in extreme fear. After Louis felt her body trembling more violently, he finally realized something was wrong. Could it be the Rainbow Queen? Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but stretch his head to take a look at the woman's face. But the woman covered her face with a book, as if she was afraid of being recognized. Louis asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Louis thought for a long time, but couldn't remember the name of the Rainbow Queen. He even looked up the storybook. "Is it Tamilia?" the woman murmured him. At this moment, the woman seemed to be calmer, and then she slowly went down the ladder, intending to leave quickly. Feeling the big hands behind her gently supporting her, the woman couldn't help but secretly congratulate herself on the success of her plan. It was difficult to sense the surroundings with magic and spirit in this room, and it was dark, and she and Queen Rainbow were dressed the same, so he probably didn't recognize her. But when she stepped on the last 2 steps, she felt Mr. Gus Hen behind her approaching and hugged her. Miss Black Swan mind buzzed. That right. The relationship between the couple is not normal. What are you reading? Louis put his chin on Miss Black Swan's shoulder and asked softly, looking at the book How to Twist a World in her hand, which was full of ancient god secrets. Louis notes, Miss Black Swan face turned pale, avoided Louis' gaze, and lowered her head even lower. The Queen of Rainbow obviously wouldn't read this book for no reason. If he knew who she was. When she thought of this, Miss Black Swan's forehead was sweating. She lowered her head even lower. Ahem, why are you ignoring me? Ahem, are you still angry with me because I didn't remember your name? Your Majesty? At this point, Louis suddenly felt puzzled and buried his head on the woman's shoulder and said, Did you change your perfume today? It smells really good. Her Majesty Delphinia also uses this perfume. Don't imitate her. I like you. Ahem, really? The woman whispered. Yeah. She heaved a sigh of relief. But she started to complain in her heart. The Rainbow Queen watch was terrible. And this bastard? He liked me. And he had played me before. She had also secretly put herself in his shoes. If she asked how she thought of Louis, the brat, in her heart, she could only say that she was willing to put herself in his shoes. She had even imagined many times that this arrogant boy would kneel at her feet and cry and beg her. In the first assessment, after seeing the pretty boy of Osicris through the crystal ball, she wanted to snatch Osicris' toy into her arms, torture him severely, tear the toy into pieces, and throw it into the dirtiest gutter in the slum. Of course, she also had to take a good look at Osicris' crying face. As Francesco's daughter, how could she fall in love with a useless wizard? It was a disgrace to herself and her mother. At that time, Delphinia remembered the name of this pretty boy who ruined her good deeds. When they met for the second time at the Son of Land, he ruined her good deeds again. And his arrogant attitude, and his provocative words, made Delphinia remember him thoroughly. But the more arrogant he was, the more interesting it was when she tortured him in the end, and the more fun it was when he begged her. And with the ability, appearance, and personality of this pretty boy, Osicris must have treasured him very much. This made Delphina, who always liked her sister things, really notice this pretty little toy. But in the following days, as they met again and again, the label of toy had been torn off unconsciously by Delphina. Louis had transformed himself in her mind into a potential powerful and lucky little wizard. Her Majesty Delphina also began to imagine him kneeling at her feet and submitting to her. Sometimes, she even envied those Sickeries, especially after the incident in Silent Harbor. Delphina's feelings towards Louis changed. Although she didn't believe that Aku was really defeated by him, she once regarded him as a great wizard of JQK level. Although she deliberately ignored Louis on the surface, Delphina had already regarded him as an equal in her heart. This made Delphina have extremely complicated feelings towards this toy that she had always wanted to play with. Whenever she called this handsome little wizard to her side to tease him during meals, she would feel very happy and satisfied. Occasionally, when she saw what happened in the study, she even secretly put herself into the study and imagined that this was a person who was so powerful that she could not resist him. She imagined that facing his harassment, she could only pretend to read a book like the Rainbow Queen who cosplayed herself, and pretend that nothing happened. But I didn't come here for cosplay today. I really came here. And the person in front of me was not a little toy, a little wizard, but a terrible person who made her unable to resist and could only pretend to read a book secretly and pretend that nothing happened. Chapter 203 Sir Louis. Please be respectful. Delphina didn't want to stay in this room for even a second. She didn't know what would happen if Louis recognized her, or if he mistook her for the Rainbow Queen. So when she heard Louis wondering if the Rainbow Queen was angry, Delphina took advantage of the situation and pushed Louis away, pretending to be angry, and then walked away without looking back. But when she pushed Louis away from behind, she found that her skirt seemed to have been scratched on the ladder, and her stockings were also scratched. Suddenly, Miss Black Swan found that her legs were cold all the time, and her face turned red. It turned out that she had been exposing her thighs to Louis. She reached out to take down her skirt, and at this time, a big hand also reached out to her very gentlemanly. Ahem, Your Majesty, I will help you. Miss Black Swan nodded, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Louis should understand what Queen Rainbow meant, and intends to let her go. Today was finally over. As long as he opened the door, everything would be over. But Miss Black Swan found something wrong, because she thought that the normal way to lift the skirt should be to put it down, but Louis seemed to be lifting it up. In the panic, Miss Black Swan could not help but cover her face with a book, pretending to read a book. At the same time, she reached behind her back, grasped the skirt behind her tightly, and tried to move it down. She also hit Louis' hand hard a few times. But Louis didn't seem to understand what she meant, and he moved up more happily. Delphina's mind buzzed, and she suddenly remembered the scene when she was peeping. It turned out that this couple liked this tune. In this entanglement, Delphina felt that her thighs behind were getting colder and colder. She was so anxious that her face turned red. She wanted to shout, Queen Rainbow, it's not convenient today. But the secret would be exposed as soon as she spoke. And if it was inconvenient, what was she doing here today? In this urgent situation, Miss Black Swan felt Louis's foot also stepping on the ladder. Then a burst of heat came from behind, and the two of them pressed tightly together. Then, the ladder shook for a while. Delphina almost screamed, and covered her mouth tightly. She wanted to cry, but had no tears in her heart. And this time she really put herself into it. She grabbed Louis's hand fiercely, and her nails broke Louis's hand. Louis also suddenly felt something was wrong. He was a little surprised and stopped moving slightly. It felt a little painful. Louis could feel it. She must have missed him. And it seemed that she missed him very much. Louis wiped the lubricant that he had accidentally rubbed on her hand. But it didn't feel like the situation that the Rainbow Queen should have. After all, the Rainbow Queen had given birth to a child. Maybe it was because she was scared today? Emotional problems? That why she was particularly nervous. Your Majesty, what book are you reading? Let's read it together. Louis gently hugged the woman in front of him, and leaned his face towards her, but Miss Black Swan turned her face away. Louis was a little confused, guessing that she must have been scared today, and she was indeed a little angry with him for not even remembering her name. So he gently hugged her. He comforted her, and said sweet words. Louis also apologized a few words, meaning that he really only had her in his heart and his words were very fake, and those sincere words were like saying that I especially like your current appearance and perfume. But the Rainbow Queen neck turned red instead. Gradually, the Rainbow Queen whispered him. Louis was overjoyed. He knew that she was really not angry with him. The two of them leaned against each other like a couple reading a book, and leaned closer and closer. Gradually, the two of them swayed their bodies slowly with the breeze outside the window, and rubbed their ears against each other. Occasionally, when the man's face was too close to the woman would deliberately avoid it. She looked like she didn't want to be seen. And the man didn't care. He just spoke softly, as if chatting about family matters. It was like she was reading a book normally. Slowly, the woman, who was a little cold at first, seemed to be no longer cold. She was shaking all over. And her neck was also hot and red. The pages of the book were turning quietly. Her Majesty, the real queen, seemed to be unaware of what was happening, and was concentrating on reading the book. Sometimes, she would reach out and push the man behind her, as if she was reading a book and pretending not to know what was going on. But you have to be more respectful. But the latter was shaking even harder. Really? Her Majesty, the Witch Queen, held Louis close tightly behind her. It seemed that the content of the book was very good. At the end, Her Majesty also covered her mouth and shed tears of excitement. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Is it a bit tiring to read like this? Louis asked kindly. He didn't know what was wrong. Today he felt particularly excited. Usually he didn't talk. The Rainbow Queen seemed a little special today, as if she wanted to bully her. The woman nodded pretentiously. She did not turn around. After feeling Louis's big hand around her, she sat down very cooperatively, or rather, sat on the bench with the gentleman behind her. She continued to look at the book in front of her. In this dim study, the two readers did not separate for a moment, and they were both silent and quiet, in politeness, maintaining the quiet order of the library. It seemed that this warm reading atmosphere touched Her Majesty the Rainbow Queen very much. But she was afraid of disturbing the library, which would be impolite and contrary to the royal style. So she read in a low voice. However, the benches became more and more noisy, which made the library more and more restless, until the two of them were sweating all over. Louis felt a little thirsty, so he decided to look at the book cover for a while. And Her Majesty the real queen, who imagined that she was submissive, also turned around and raised the book in front of her face. At the moment when the tights were untied, Her Majesty the Witch Queen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just like the proud black swan, she raised her head. She let out a long breath, and everything in the whole room, in her surging magic, floated in the air. At this moment, Louis vaguely saw half of the face of the beautiful black swan in the dimness, and his head suddenly buzzed. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at his midnight snack, his head buzzing. The code number was similar, but it was particularly curved, and there was a red hemorrhoid on it that he had seen in the magic mirror. No, it was impossible. It was impossible. Louis was like seeing a ghost, and he stood there like a stupid goose. I felt someone patting me, as if urging me. Louis was stunned. Paused for a second, and then everything went back to normal. An hour later, the two books were finished. Her Majesty seemed to like reading very much. Today was a good day, but she was a little uncomfortable. Louis also felt something was wrong with her. Today reading was over. Afterwards, the two of them were like strangers who met by chance in the library, and they didn't say a word to each other. In silence, they stood in a corner, with their backs to each other, and sorted out their clothes. Afterwards, Louis opened the door and left, and the proud Miss Black Swan also left as if nothing had happened. It was just that when he was walking, something was a little bit wrong. But Louis did not sleep that night, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The Rainbow Queen did not bring any drinks today, and he found blood on his body. The Rainbow Queen was not convenient today, so she told me that she would not come during the day, but changed her mind. So she came? But if it was inconvenient, it stands to reason that he wouldn't have come. With a head full of thoughts and doubts, Louis kept thinking back to the dim study, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Finally, after tossing and turning, he fell asleep. The next day, Louis wanted to ask Queen Rainbow, but he didn't see Queen Rainbow at breakfast in the morning, and Her Majesty the Little Witch Queen Black Swan didn't come either. Although he felt a little strange, Louis rarely met these two people. First of all, he certainly couldn't take the initiative to ask Her Majesty Black Swan to ask. Secondly, the relationship between him and Queen Rainbow was a little special, which made Louis feel guilty. So he did not take the initiative to ask Queen Rainbow about this matter. After dinner, he took Helen and others to the library. That morning, Lewis told Huber and others about the essential structure of this twisted study, and taught them how to escape from a similar cage in theory, if the magic power is sufficient. Even if you don't fully understand this kind of thing, you still have a chance to escape. After all, he didn't make this small cage too complicated at the beginning. Or in other words, when setting it up, Lewis didn't set it up as a cage specifically for imprisonment. He left many back doors. Lewis said, to describe it, "It is not a steel cage specifically for imprisoning wild animals. So, it like a simple small basket for catching birds?" Helen asked at the time. Lewis' face looked a little strange. Could it be that a greedy black swan really got in last night? At around 10 o'clock, several great wizards from the Black Queen family knocked on the door and walked in. They told Lewis that the Queen wanted to use the study. They asked everyone to give up the study. It seemed that His Majesty the Black Swan had just gotten up. This overbearing behavior made many people secretly complain. But Lewis cooperated and gave up his seat. When he went out, he saw the cold-hearted His Majesty the Black Swan, who was standing in the corridor with a group of cabinet wizards from the Black Queen family with a poker face. Today she was no longer wearing the same clothes as the Rainbow Queen, but the kind that the Black Queen of the Black Swan Erlinda family specially wore. A medieval queen long dress with black swan fur. Elegant and luxurious, with mysterious runes under the black surface. On her body, she was like a proud black swan. In her hand, she also wore the scepter of the Wizard Queens. It was already late autumn. Lewis looked a little strange. His Majesty now was not dressed at all like the Rainbow Queen. It seemed to be intentional. She deliberately distinguished herself from the Rainbow Queen. Seeing Helen and the others had already lifted their skirts to show respect, Lewis hurriedly bowed slightly. The Black Swan didn't even look at Lewis. His face was full of contempt. Then, she stepped out her slender legs and walked into the study room in the crowd. However, when she walked, something was a little wrong. Lewis' head buzzed. Several great wizards from the Black Queen family suddenly stopped and invited Helen and Hopper in. This should be the Queen order. Let the two accompany her to read. Only Lewis was left outside the door. Chapter 204 Crystal High Heels. Lewis rubbed his face hard and left here with a blank look on his face. He wandered around the palace with a heavy heart and found that many court ministers and knights were gone. He asked the servants, but the servants knew nothing. Later, Lewis found that many great wizards from the Black Queen family were also missing. After asking again, a great wizard from the Black Queen family hesitantly told Lewis that this matter was confidential and could not be disclosed for the time being. In the afternoon, Lewis simply went to the Sorrento library. Nothing happened that day. Lewis did not go to the study at night. When he had breakfast on the third morning, Lewis only saw Her Majesty Delphinia, and still did not see Queen Rainbow. And when he went to the study, he was once again driven out by the wizards of the Black Queen family. This time, Lewis was alert. He used the magic mirror to quietly pay attention to the situation in the study, and found that Delphinia was very serious in the study, and was studying the progress of the book twisted very quickly. She even taught Helen a lesson with an arrogant look on her face, and scolded her little niece plus cousin. "I was wrong, Aunt." Helen secretly stuck out her tongue and said, "No matter who I marry, I am your cousin. Don't call me Aunt." Delphinia raised her eyebrows and said, "It seems that she has returned to normal today, and she knows how to get angry. She has become arrogant again." She showed her arrogant look. I don't know if it because she found Mr. Ancient God is a good Mr. Ancient God. Anyway, she is not afraid anymore. That day, with the cooperation of Hopper, she had a deep understanding of the study in a distorted state. And Her Majesty the Black Swan did not step out of the study that day, and also had meals in the study. It seems that she plans to stay up late to read tonight. Under normal circumstances, she should be discussing things with Queen Rainbow. She doesn't have much time to study magic. This made Lewis a little suspicious, whether the matter of the Rainbow Kingdom had come to an end. It also made Lewis wonder whether the Rainbow Queen had gone to the Holy Oak a few days ago to meet with the Muggle joint visiting group led by Francesco. Thinking of this, Lewis simply summoned Stuart, who was staying in the Holy Oak. After asking, he learned that the Rainbow Queen had been in the Holy Oak for 3 days. That is to say, on the night of the incident, accompanied by the Black Queen wizards, she went to the Holy Oak and had a secret meeting with the monarch of Sorrento, Francesco. Lewis covered his face and rubbed it hard. After scratching his hair, he waved his hand and drove Stuart away with a wooden face. That afternoon, Lewis found that all the wizards in the study had left the study. It seemed that they were disgusted with the useless people. So Her Majesty the Black Swan drove them all out. After that, she seemed to dislike Helen for being too noisy, and felt that it was against her status to be alone with the magicians in the room. So she drove away even Herbert and others. Originally, her progress was not slow, after all. She had been secretly listening to the class. Now Herbert helped her answer some of her doubts. She also learned about the sign-in and sign-out, which was equivalent to having the key to the study room and being able to enter and exit at any time. Therefore, she seemed to be planning to study magic alone in the quiet study room. She never put down the book in her hand. For some reason, when Louis saw Miss Black Swan reading so attentively, his heart couldn't help but beat nervously. He cursed himself secretly, drank some water, went to the Sorrento library, and helped Hopper and others study the magic book. Everyone was too focused, and they were busy until after 10 o'clock in the evening. And then they realized that it was very late. After returning to the Rainbow Kingdom, Louis sent the sleeping Helen back to her room, and wandered around the castle alone in a restless mood. Unconsciously, Louis found himself at the door of the study. A strange thought came to Louis's mind. Could Miss Black Swan also forget the time in her concentration, and was still reading in the study? Well, I can come and go in the study room at will now, and I don't need to open the door. The person who stayed in the study room today, but really, Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen herself. Well, I should have left long ago. I just came here to read a book. Thinking of this, Louis felt relieved. He felt light all over. With a sense of relief, Louis opened the door. And in that room, a tall woman wearing a crown, dignified and elegant in black velvet, was standing on a wooden ladder, flipping through a magic reference book that she had just found from the bookshelf. She didn't even look at Louis, just like no one came into the room, completely ignoring Louis. She was just reading a book there, with great concentration. Louis could not help but stand there in a daze. You feel the contempt of Her Majesty the Black Swan for you. Obviously. This is definitely not cosplay, but the real Her Majesty the Black Swan. You made a mistake last time. You must not mess around this time. Her Majesty the Queen of the Black Swan Delphinia has always had a grudge against you, and you were even more rebellious a few days ago. Her Majesty chose to suppress this scandal, but this is obviously not a good thing. This may be an opportunity for you to improve your relationship with her. You may become real friends. You should feel honored to be friends with a noble wizard queen. Maybe this is also good. You decide. A. Your Majesty, I'm very sorry. I didn't know you were still here. Completion reward. Ignore *1, Louis who left *1, unfamiliar Louis and Delphinia *1, random attribute +1. B. Apologies and abruptness, you didn't know she was still using this study. Then I asked, if you have any doubts about magic, you can explain it. Completion reward. Louis talks about magic by himself *1, the Black Swan Majesty listens to the magic quietly without saying a word *1, gradually improving, normal, relationship *1, forget everything about that night *1, flexibility +1. C. Ha ha ha. I like girls with contrast the most. Completion reward. The Black Swan Majesty Big Mouth *1, the King Contempt *1, experience +100. Louis fell into deep thought. The storybook is right. The relationship between the two must not continue like this. Now it's awkward. And we can't even meet. He decided to improve it. If he could improve the relationship with this cold-faced Black Swan Queen, and become the kind of friends who are as close as water, it would actually be good. As for what happened that night, forget it. Louis made up his mind. He looked at the Queen of the Black Heavenly King, who was still ignoring him not far away, bowed slightly, bowed his head and said, sorry. Your Majesty, I didn't know you were still here. But, forgive me for being so presumptuous. I heard from Hopper that you still have some doubts about those magics. If you are willing, I can explain them to you. Flexibility +1. Flexibility +1. As a result, Louis talked for a long time, but got no response. It is obvious that Her Majesty does not even want to look at you. She has a very strong opinion of you. As stated in the preface of the story book, if she were to rank who she hates the most, you would be first, Prince Dracula would be second, and the third would be chicken shit. Louis looked up somewhat embarrassedly. He found that Her Majesty Delphinia did not turn her head back, and was reading the book the whole time. At this time, the noble Black Swan Queen seemed to find that the book in her hand was not right. She took a step up, and a black crystal high-heeled shoe accidentally fell on the step and rolled to the ground. It rolled to Lewis's feet. At this moment, Lewis's blood surged all over his body, and his body even trembled slightly. The fate line is getting more and more chaotic. It must be the A+B option, which has caused a situation that the Book of Fate cannot predict. According to the previous fate line, the Book of Fate can be sure that the crystal high-heeled shoe must have been dropped by her accidentally. Be careful. Any of your actions next may lead to unexpected consequences. If you are too abrupt, or mention what happened that night, she may slap you. If this develops, then from the perspective of the future fate, you will definitely become the world boss in the future. It is recommended that you leave, or pick up the black crystal shoe under your feet. Put it back under her feet, and then leave. Reminder, you should pick up the princess crystal shoes, not her stepmother. Chapter 205 The Gradually Improving Relationship. Watching the black crystal high-heeled shoe of Her Majesty fall from his feet and roll to the front of him, for a moment, Lewis's blood rushed to his head. He almost burned all over. Is this deliberately seducing me? But the narration of the storybook poured cold water on Lewis. Yes, this person doesn't even bother to see me. I did such a rude thing 2 days ago. Look at his cold face now. Since I came in, he didn't even look at me. It's obvious that he has something against me in his heart. The high heels should not have fallen off intentionally. How could I think that way? Lewis scolded himself in his heart. He felt that the storybook was right. He must not let his imagination run wild. If he was really abrupt and said something he shouldn't have said, and someone slapped him in the face, it would be too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Lewis made up his mind. After hesitating for a while, he finally bowed slightly on the spot, and then politely picked up the black crystal high heels under his feet. Fortunately, you finally accepted the storybook advice, and you came to the Queen. You looked at Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen standing high up. She still had no reaction, but was just concentrating on reading the book. You politely put down the crystal shoes. You stroked her feet. Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen seemed to find that the book in her hand was not right, and she put the book back on the bookshelf, and slowly went down a few steps, planning to pick a new book to read. During the whole process, as Her Majesty the Black Swan walked down the stairs, the polite Lewis also held her calves and thighs in a gentlemanly manner, and slowly stroked them. Her Majesty the Black Swan trembled slightly, as if she felt a little cold behind her, but she still focused on flipping through the newly found book in her hand. Occasionally, her hand would reach behind her, wanting to lift her skirt down, but it seemed that she was a little embarrassed by the situation. So the Queen did not turn back, but she did not lift it down after a long time, which made Her Majesty, who wanted to pretend not to notice, unable to bear the harassment, and finally turned back angrily and slapped Lewis hard. She showed her position. The Queen angry slap *1. A crisp sound rang out, and the proud black swan raised her head, glaring at the gentleman behind her, with a tone full of warning. Sir Lewis, please be more respectful. Her voice trembled in anger. Sir Lewis bowed slightly, expressing his apology and abruptness. Perhaps because he was too embarrassed, Lewis picked up a book on the bookshelf and silently flipped through it. Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen also revealed this embarrassing scene, turned her head, and continued to read the book in her hand attentively. Lewis looked at the book in his hand, and it began to shake. Her Majesty did not turn back, and continued to read the book, and it also began to shake. The latter began to shake. The two people who came to the library specially today, both read their own books seriously, did not disturb each other, and never took their eyes off the books. Occasionally, they would sit for a while when they were tired of standing, but the latter and the chair shook more and more violently, shivered all night. Afterwards, the two of them packed their clothes, but this time, Lewis personally helped her tie up the troublesome straps. He also picked up the other crystal high-heeled shoe that was thrown away and put it on. Afterwards, the two book friends who met by chance in the library left silently one after another. It seems that the relationship should have improved. Gradually improving, abnormal, relationship *1. Remember everything that night *8. Lewis and Her Majesty Delphinia pretending to be strangers *1. Her Majesty the Black Swan Queen actually is a person who loves reading, and is also very self-disciplined. Although she may not be in the study during the day in the next week, she has always maintained the habit of reading. So basically every night after 10 o'clock, no matter how busy she is, she will come to the study to read for a while. Lewis is the same. Sometimes, Lewis stays in the study during the day, and His Majesty the Black Swan comes over at night, and stands aside to flip through the book quietly. without disturbing Louis. After all, she is here to read. Occasionally, she will disturb Louis. Louis is reading so hard that he really doesn't notice someone coming in. He left her there. At this time, when His Majesty the Black Swan found that Louis did not notice him, he sat on the chair. At that time, Louis looked at the person who suddenly sat on his lap with a surprised face. His mouth opened wide. But after that, he would never forget that she came. Sometimes Louis had something to do during the day, and came later in the evening, and the Queen happened to be here. So they read books together. The two did not talk, nor did they talk. Just reading normally. However, this study is a bit small, but staying in the study all the time will inevitably cause some friction. Sometimes this kind of friction will also appear a little rude, so the Queen will slap Louis. Or Louis will slap her a few times. Both of them know that they are in the wrong, and they are all reasonable people. So after being slapped, they didn't say anything, at most they screamed a few times. Until one day, the ladder, bench, table were all broken. Helen was so curious that she kept asking Louis what was going on. The Witch Queen wizards also tried to fix it several times. Everyone started to discuss this strange thing in a very strange way. Some people said that it was something from the abyss that got into this magical study. Because there were always people who heard someone screaming when they passed by here in the middle of the night. Some people even swore that when they passed by the door of the study, they heard someone inside screaming faintly. "Damn it! It like this again. I'm going to get pregnant." Such words. Louis and His Majesty the Black Swan were almost scared to death. I guess, the two gentlemen and ladies were afraid of encountering ghosts, and they were very self-disciplined, so they rarely came to the study to read. But anyway, the relationship was completely improved, although they still didn't talk much. After that, Delphinia summoned Louis one day. When Louis came here, Louis unexpectedly found that there were many people in the hall, and Stuart, who had followed Francesco, was also there. From Stuart's eyes, Louis knew that Francesco had sent Stuart to find him. Delphinia was holding the 1-year-old child of the Rainbow Queen. It seemed that she had not seen her 5-year-old brother, whom she treated as her own child, for more than half a month. Whenever she saw this child from another family, she would always think of her brother's appearance when he was a child. Helen stood beside Delphinia. Although Her Majesty the Black Swan always had a cold face, she was actually nice to Helen. Helen called Delphinia her cousin. Helen had called Delphinia her aunt before, but was corrected by Delphinia. After all, no matter who Delphinia marries, Helen should call her cousin. It has become just a name from Xiao. Prince Dracula is also here, and is respectfully talking to the little Witch Queen. It seems that the conversation is about to end. "Your Highness Dracula, let's leave it at that for now. I will trouble you again later." "Your Majesty, I am very polite." Prince Dracula bowed respectfully and said, "I will remember your words. After I go back, I will do my best. I have personally experienced the silent incident in the Rainbow Kingdom, and I am deeply touched." Dracula said, "After so many hardships, it finally sees the light of day again. But if it has to be artificially isolated from the outside world for some ridiculous reasons, it would be too ridiculous." After Dracula finished chatting with the little Witch Queen, Prince Dracula planned to leave and return home today. Before leaving, he told Louis that Her Majesty Isabella's birthday would be in a few days, and the Red Queen family would host a banquet for guests from all countries in the Red Palace to discuss the affairs of the Rainbow Kingdom. If Louis is free, Dracula hopes that Louis can come a few days in advance. Louis suddenly understood that it seemed that the matter of the Rainbow Country had a preliminary result. At least Prince Dracula was willing to stand with the Rainbow Country personally. Louis said that he would definitely go in advance. After all, he had to find out what the big trouble of the Red Queen family was. The entire Red Queen family also had to see whether Louis was suitable to be a son-in-law, and whether he could solve the big problems of the family for thousands of years before they could make up their minds to stand with Sorrento and fight against all the great wizard families. After a few words, Prince Dracula took off his tricorn hat, after a slight bow, entered the fireplace and left. It seemed that the fireplace of the Rainbow Kingdom had been unblocked. After Prince Dracula left, Madame Delphinia looked at Louis coldly for a while, and Louis responded with an impatient look. Many witches from the Black Queen family around him looked at this kid coldly. They still believed that Their Majesty the Queen still disliked this kid. Without noticing, the relationship between the two people has actually improved. "Sir Louis, His Majesty IG summoned you at the Holy Oak." Delphinia said, "Go to the Holy Oak, and by the way, meet Principal Oliver." After 2 simple sentences, Louis suddenly understood. It seems that when Francesco was at the Holy Oak, he was also paying attention to the affairs of the Rainbow Kingdom, and he should have talked to the principal. Now, Francesco should have encountered troubles that she is not suitable to solve. In addition to herself, the only person she can trust, who has the ability to solve the troubles that give her a headache, is Louis. Louis guessed that this matter was probably related to the Red Queen family. It seemed that Francesco, need to talk, of the sickly queen would definitely not be able to escape. And as long as he talked with Francesco, Wallace would definitely have to talk. Then the only thing left was Isabella the First, need to talk. Louis rubbed his face, and felt a little headache. He made up his mind. After he finished talking with Francesco and Wallace and mastered the key information, when he went to the Red Palace, he must learn from Miss Black Swan and keep silent like her. Face Isabella in silence. As long as the fate line is not triggered. He will not have to be a Tang monk. He will not have to be a weird son-in-law. Why do I always think about the son-in-law? I am not going on a blind date. Louis shook his head speechlessly. Chapter 206 Welcome Home. After Louis finished chatting with Francesco and Wallace, he planned to go to the Red Palace. So he planned to go to the Holy Tree now. Knowing that Louis was leaving now, Delphinia reminded Louis, saying that His Majesty Iger was free in the evening. Then she twisted her hips and led people away. Sir Stuart, see His Excellency Louis off. When Louis, Stuart and others bowed to greet them, Stuart secretly looked at the boss' eyes. He didn't know about the boss and the little witch, but this roundworm felt that there was something wrong with the two of them. Stuart found his boss glaring at him, and he quickly showed a flattering smile and said, Sir, where are we going? Looking at the floor-length mirror not far away, Louis stroked his chin and thought about a suitable place to stay in the Holy Oak. Go back to the office? I just heard that the crew has gone back. They should all be in the office. But before Louis could speak, Helen shouted, We have a mirror at home too. There is one in my sister's room. It's so big. Helen hugged Louis's arm and said. Louis nodded. Indeed, it seems that he hasn't been home for a while. No one has been here for such a long time. It's time to clean it up. After seeing the boss nod, Stuart's face looked a little strange. He didn't dare to say anything nonsense, reciting a spell to the mirror. After a while, the mirror began to fluctuate like the surface of water. Helen couldn't wait to pull Louis in. After coming out, Louis was a little surprised to find that Teacher O'Sickery's room seemed very clean and tidy, without a speck of dust. There were still a lot of clothes on the bed, which reminded him of the scene when he first entered this room. Just as he was sighing, there was a scream, and 2 bursts of laughter not far away. Louis turned back in surprise, and found that O'Sickery's Yingling and Kate were picking clothes over there. The 3 of them were now wearing tights, and the pile of clothes on the bed were what they had just picked out. At this time, O'Sickery's was covering her chest with a red face, and the straps were just tied halfway. Kate pretended not to see her, stepped on the bed to adjust her suspender stockings, and Yingling was adjusting the straps on her chest, fanning her peach blossom eyes, smiling at him, with a welcome home look on her face. Louis couldn't help but feel a little thirsty. Seeing Louis still staring at the 3 people in a daze, O'Sickery's angrily threw the pillow over. Helen stuck out her tongue. Louis was a little embarrassed, and walked out of the bedroom with the pillow. After arriving at the familiar living room, Louis found that the living room was cleaned very cleanly. The mushroom-shaped shoe rack at the door of the living room was full of high-heeled shoes of the 3 ladies. The washroom was also full of the 3 ladies' things, and the toothbrush and teacup were the same. As for his own room, it was also filled with women belongings. Yingling and Kate clothes seemed to be placed in Louis' closet. Originally, Louis' clothes were all sorted into a small corner, and the large closet was filled with the 2 ladies' clothes. Helen's room should not have room for clothes. Louis smelled the sweet smell on the bed, some of Yingling, and some of Kate. In fact, Louis often used the magic mirror to secretly return to Sorrento to meet Yingling and Kate. So the 3 of them basically met each other frequently. Until the week when the Little Witch Queen came, Louis had been staying in the Rainbow Kingdom. Therefore, he didn't know that they all followed the delegation to the Holy Oak. Louis remembered that Kate should have gone home before, but this time she should have come with her father Crowley. And it seems that the 3 ladies have been living here for some time. The rooms are not divided very finely, and from the smell, Louis can feel that the 3 best friends often sleep at Little Ao Place. Then where should I sleep tonight? On the sofa in the living room? There was a bustling noise coming from the living room behind him. Louis walked out of the bedroom, and found that the four ladies were already sitting on the sofa and chairs. While drinking tea, they curiously pulled Helen to ask about the Rainbow Country. Louis also sat on a chair and had a tea party with everyone. For a while, the whole house was like a small salon. Sakura Ling and Kate deliberately didn't talk to Louis, and teacher Osikri seemed a little embarrassed to say anything more to Louis. She had originally thought, if Louis suddenly appeared in front of her, would she be unable to help but give him a big hug? Or, when Louis took the initiative to hug her, would she be forced to hold him in his arms while refusing? But today was a little too lively. This kind of plot may not happen. In any case, Osikris was extremely happy to see Louis return safely. Even though she usually liked to pretend, she was smiling all the time today. It was almost noon, and Helen was clamoring to eat Magic Cat Pizza. Ling said that this was just right, and suggested that they go to South Street together. Recently, the business of Black Corner Alley has been growing, and the little rich woman has become a big rich woman, plus the consumption desire of the director of the Black Corner Alley Magic Bureau has also risen. So, the four young ladies came to the door in a lively manner, and changed into high heels or small leather boots. They were busy picking and choosing at the shoe rack at the door for more than 10 minutes. And finally made room for Louis. Our house is getting bigger and bigger. Yingling smiled and said intentionally or unintentionally while fanning herself with a small fan, we should build a shoe room, a dressing room, a studio, and a study room. I remember that the Douyu shop in the South District has a magic hut that can expand the room. These words made Osikris blush. But surprisingly she didn't say much. Instead, she deliberately pulled Kate to change the subject. Maybe it's not bad for her best friend and her student to live with her. Right? They are all family. After not seeing each other for a month. Osikris subconsciously regarded Louis as her student again. Soon, the five people went out. On the way, Helen kept holding Louis' brother-in-law arm. Her idea was not to give Yingling, the bad woman, a chance. But her three sisters were always walking in front. Until the five of them walked into the downtown area, the five people who were walking and chatting gathered together. In this bustle, everyone was very happy. From time to time, there were students who carefully greeted Professor Osikris and Professor Yingling. This seemed to make Xiao Ao regain the feeling of being the director of the teaching department. On the way, he habitually instructed Louis to help everyone get some things. This year, there seemed to be a lot more freshmen on the streets of the South District, and most of them were little Yodel, which made Helen feel like a college sister, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited. When she stopped at some magic shops, she told a few timid freshmen a lot of things with a stern face. When she came to her senses, she found that the team seemed to have dispersed. Only Kate and Yingling were left by her side. Where are sister and Lou and I? Helen was a little anxious. Yingling pinched the silly girl and pointed behind her. Helen looked back with some confusion, and found that not far away from the crowd behind her, her sister was choosing winter clothes for Louis with a serious face. Winter was almost here. Helen blinked, feeling relieved. She thought her sister and Louis were lost. It seemed that the clothes looked very good on Louis. A big clothes hanger. Teacher Xiao Ao was very satisfied, and even adjusted Louis's collar. And Louis deliberately showed a nerdy look. Looking at Louis' silly look, Teacher Xiao Ao couldn't help but frowned, seemingly completely forgetting the scene of being spanked by Louis a few days ago, and regaining the feeling of being a teacher. She was very proud. The group walked on the street for a long time. And Osikris changed all the summer clothes on Louis. After tidying up Louis's clothes, Osikris looked at the tall and handsome young man in front of her, who was at her disposal, and suddenly felt that her student had grown up. She couldn't help but hold the arm of her excellent student, and a sense of pride arose in her heart. As they walked, she talked to Louis about what had happened in the past few days. At this time, I suddenly realized that Yingling and the other two had walked to the front and were about to disappear. I had been strolling happily with Louis for a long time, and I was holding Louis's arm. A big hand suddenly and quietly hugged her waist. At this moment, Osikris blushed and her heart beat fast. She looked at Yingling back, shaking her tail in the distance, and suddenly felt a weird feeling. Why did it seem like Mr. Louis and I were having an affair? Osikris looked weird. She quietly waved Louis' hand, but did not open it. The surrounding streets were bustling, and the three people in front could no longer be seen clearly. Louis was in the crowd, hugged Osikris' shoulders, avoided the crowded crowd, and was a little surprised that Xiao Ao was so obedient today. Looking down, he found that Osikris, with a red face, was pretending to be indifferent and watching the excitement in the distance. Lewis couldn't help but laugh secretly in his heart. Compared with the South District where Lewis had been before, there seemed to be many new faces here now. Dragonborn, even the gallant dragons have increased in number. Lewis and Osicris even saw some Nifa people. These guys are similar to the celestial dragons. There are very few of them, but wherever they go, the dragonborn around them are always following them. It seems that these Nifa people should be new. Maybe a diplomatic mission. And their bloodline seems to be particularly pure. Otherwise, the gallant dragons, who live in the Holy Oak, are very down to earth. At least they won't be so ostentatious, so as not to be targeted by the people in Blackhorn Alley. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the security in Black Corner Alley has been getting better recently. Lewis was very curious when he saw these dragons, because he found that the dress of these Nifa people and the wedding dresses like brides had a hint of the Cloud Kingdom. This made him wonder whether the dragons had a deep relationship with the Cloud Kingdom after they were scared by Anthony and migrated overseas 3,000 years ago, and were deeply influenced by the culture of the Cloud Kingdom. It seems that this group of people is indeed an envoy, and they should be attending a special celebration today. Chapter 207 Sister. You have a heavy head. On the street, the Nifa people were very lively, and there were many people watching around. Lewis was very happy to watch the excitement, but Osicris was a little nervous. She seemed to have found someone in the crowd, which made Osicris' face change slightly, and she was scared. She quickly pulled Lewis to pick up something from a stall next to her. She avoided the group of people. Osicris was relieved until the group of people left. She just saw the Black Dragon Princess Annabelle. Osicris could not help but secretly complain in her heart. Ever since the last time everyone was at the banquet in Sorrento, Annabelle, who was drunk, broke into her bedroom and lost her temper. She had not bothered her for a long time. And when she led the team to the Holy Oak the next day, Annabelle apologized to her in front of Yingling and others. She said that she drank too much that night, so she said a lot of wrong things, and hoped that Osicris could forgive her, and then everyone could continue to get along as sisters as before. Be good friends. At that time, Osicris knew that, although Annabelle had some plans to retreat, Annabelle Esther's period should have passed. Annabelle was very normal at this time. She would not do anything reckless. So she brought Annabelle to the Holy Oak. Sure enough, she did not do anything embarrassing. She just treated herself as a best friend. Thinking of this, Osicris felt a little emotional. She and Annabelle have known each other for a long time. When she was a child, she lived in Dragon Nest City, and when she was learning how to transform into a dragon, the two of them often transformed into dragons and played together. Osicris also learned how dragons live through Annabelle. Later, the mother warned Xiao that Annabelle was about to become an adult and would soon be in heat for the first time, so she should stay away from her. Otherwise, if she got into trouble, she would marry Osicris to the dragon clan. This was the mother discovery that Annabelle was bisexual, and she was worried that her daughter's sexual orientation might be problematic. When the mother took Xiao to watch Annabelle rolling in the lava for the first time, Osicris knew that during the 2 years when Annabelle was in heat, she had no rationality, so she tried to stay away from her. At other times, the two sisters can still get along normally. They often discuss the outstanding young male and female knights, or the famous young female and male dragons. Then they blushed. The two sisters thought it was good, and they would not like one person in the future. If the other party has a partner, you grab the boy and I grab the girl. Hee. But the friendship between the two sisters, as Osicris grew up, gradually became a little bit different. After Osicris discovered that Annabelle often looked at her with a strange look, she also began to stay away from her. Little Osicris knew that Annabelle First Estrus was coming. She had to stay away from her. As long as she found a partner with someone else, there would be no problem in the future. But this matter was eventually changed because of the spell that her foster sister secretly studied. Delphinia used Annabelle for experiments. And this little dragon girl was also deceived by the hateful little Daphne because she was too young at the time. Osicris was also deceived. Her foster sister told her that it had to be her kiss. In the end, Annabelle fell into a deep sleep because of the love spell. Osicris had no choice but to kiss her dragon horn. From then on, whenever Annabelle was in heat, she would think of Osicris. Even when Annabelle entered the heat period for the second time, when Osicris was 18 years old, the Black Dragon Princess brought people to propose marriage. Osicris was really scared at that time. During that time, Osicris complained for a long time. There are so many male and female dragons in Dragon Nest City, but you don't like any of them, and you have to find me. We agreed to be just sisters. You like women, but I don't. I still have to wait for my prince." For this question, the little stepmother Delphinia gave an answer. To this day, Osycris still remembers what her sister said to her. "Don't wait for your prince. This curse. If you don't get along with her once, she will always miss you, and won't miss others. If you get along with her, she will only miss you. So my dear sister, in order to prevent the bad things I did from being discovered by the black dragons, and causing Sorrento and the black dragons to become enemies, you have to sacrifice yourself. Oh, by the way, didn't Mother say that she hoped that after you succeed to the throne in the future, you would uphold her ideals and keep peace between humans and dragons? The opportunity has come. My dear sister, now the peace between humans and dragons depends on you." Ha ha ha. What scares Osycris even more is that her stepmother and father really want to send her to Dragon Nest City. Let her be a dragon knight for Annabelle, so that Miss Annabelle can marry the green dragon prince normally in the future, and reproduce offspring, and the future queen of Sorrento, Osycris, will also have the support of the dragons. But Xiao Ao is not willing to do it. What does it mean? Not only did they make me feel wronged, but they also wanted to cuckold me. Or did they want me to marry 2 dragons? Osycris hated her stepmother and father to death. She hid in the holy oak tree while crying. This year was Annabelle's 3rd estrus, and Osycris basically tried to avoid it. However, because Annabelle apologized a few days ago, Osycris always thought that Annabelle's estrus period had passed. But after only a month, Annabelle actually started to send her flowers. This frightened Osycris. It seems that Annabelle's estrus period has not passed. The reason why she has remained normal for more than a month is probably because of some other unknown reasons, which temporarily suppressed the side effects of the estrus period. In the past 2 days, the volcano in the dragon area has erupted several times, probably because of Annabelle. But it seems that this cannot relieve the restlessness in her blood. In addition to the magma, Annabelle seems to only stare at herself, and has no interest in other things. Well, it seems that she also has a lot of opinions about Louis. But no matter what, I will never turn into a dragon and roll in lava with her, so Osycris felt that if she ran into her, it would be a big trouble. If she saw Louis with her, she would definitely go crazy again. After avoiding the group of dragons, it was already noon, and a group of people went to the Magic Cat restaurant. For this restaurant, Osycris rejected it in her heart, because the house was full, and the outside was open air. Fortunately, there was a small semi-open air compartment here. As long as she and Louis sit in the inner seat, the outsiders can't see them. Nice seat. After sitting down, Osycris said to Yingling and the other 2 with a smile. Helen blinked, not knowing why, and happily went to order food. But Yingling and Kate looked at Osycris with such eyes. Osycris blinked, feeling a little surprised. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She couldn't help but follow Yingling's gaze, and looked at herself and Louis, who was sitting next to her. Her face suddenly became a little embarrassed. She quickly asked Louis to sit outside, but found that Louis's face could be seen from the window. So she quickly pulled Louis back and put him next to her. It seemed that Osycris suddenly saw something outside the window, and quickly pressed Louis, who looked confused, on her legs. She covered her face with the menu. Yingling and Kate's faces became a little interesting. Kate was better. After all, she and Louis were just pen pals. Only Yingling knew about her relationship with Louis. However, Yingling, who had already made her relationship with Louis clear, had a rather interesting look on her face. Seeing the look in Yingling's eyes, Osycris coughed awkwardly, quickly covered her face with the menu, and explained to Yingling on the table. Yingling and Kate looked at each other in sudden realization, and then both said "oh," and said no more. Soon, the dishes were served, and everyone was a little hungry, so they started eating while chatting. Occasionally, Osycris would pull Louis closer to her inside. Sakura Ling's eyes twitched several times. Not long after, Sakura Ling suddenly noticed that Osycris trembled all over, and her face turned red. Sakura Ling chatted with Osycris and others without saying a word, while secretly taking out a small makeup mirror, looking under the table, and she almost suffocated when she saw Louis put his hand on Xiao Ao's leg, and Her Royal Highness the Princess was prying Louis's hand apart. She wanted him to take his hand away, but she didn't dare to make a big move. As a result, the 2 of them kept shaking their hands, and finally held their hands together. As if she was afraid that Yingling would know, Osycris was still deliberately chatting with Yingling, so as to distract her attention. Yingling was chatting with her sisters with a smile, and she cursed in her heart. Xiao, what did you say to me before, ah? I said I could be Madame Pompadour of Louis VI, and you could be his wife. In this way, we are still good sisters, a family. If you don't do well in Sorrento in the future, and have to flee to the Kingdom of Clouds, I can still help you manage your harem. We will always be good sisters. Note, Madame Pompadour is the most famous lover among Louis XV's many lovers, and she opened the era of Laroque. What did you say? You said you just made Louis your knight. Don't let me think too much. Let me be the prince and princess of the Kingdom of Clouds, queen. What else did she say? She would never marry into the Kingdom of Clouds, become the queen of the king of the Nine Dragon Sea, and never plan to get along with Louis. So Louis is my boyfriend. You won't borrow him. Ha. So it's not that you don't like to borrow my boyfriend behind my back, but you like to borrow my boyfriend in front of me? Just when Yingling was feeling unhappy, Yingling suddenly felt that Osikris was secretly looking at her, and she was deliberately fiddling with her hat in her hand. There were a few words written on her face. Sister, don't you know yet? You have a hat on your head. Yingling almost fell backwards in anger, glared at Osikris fiercely. You don't have to tell me. I saw it all. Osikris looked back in panic. It not me, Louis is just my male best friend, Lon, and so, we are normal and innocent friends, don't think too much. But look under the table. Yingling was stunned, on the surface. She continued to chat with her two best friends, but she looked under the small mirror again, without saying a word. I found a foot secretly rubbing Louis's leg. I think Louis must have thought it was Yingling, and he smiled at Yingling. Yingling looked at Kate woodenly. What wrong with you? Kate responded with a look. Sister, I saw your boyfriend holding hands with Xiao Ao. Your head feels heavy. Yingling, thank you. In the distance, Annabelle, who had been watching from the corner after smelling the smell, was furious. Chapter 208 Princess. The Black Dragon is here to snatch you away. While chatting and eating, Louis gradually discovered that the faces of his three best friends, although they were all smiling, their expressions were a little strange. It seemed that Osikris and Kate were a little embarrassed, and Yingling's face was a little green. Just when Louis was a little confused, he heard Yingling cough hard, and then the foot that was rubbing her leg under the table was taken away. Louis' face was numb for a while. It turned out that it was not Yingling's foot. I just touched it secretly for a long time. This made Louis a little embarrassed. Osikris saw it just now. It turned out to be Kate's foot. This time, it was too embarrassing. Seeing Yingling's face was a little ugly, Louis returned a look. I was wronged. I didn't know. It was not in front of you. I embarrassed you. Then the little tender hand that Louis was holding was also pulled back by Osikris in a panic. Louis felt a little guilty. At this time, the dishes were all served. After hell and noise, everyone had a way out, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. During the topic, Louis learned that Kate would return home with her father, Earl Crawley, this afternoon. Louis felt a little regretful, but the two could meet at any time. The sisters chatted, discussed what to buy for Kate, and everyone ate happily. Sakura Ling secretly gave Louis a look from time to time. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely do the right thing for you tonight. Louis immediately understood her look, which made his heart beat. Looking at the beautiful and elegant ladies around him, Louis couldn't help but think wildly. This is too scumbag. This is too much. Xiao Ao is a princess. How can I listen to this vixen and do such a thing? My mother-in-law must kill me. Ahem. How about letting Kate leave later? Helen must have slept alone today. And the three of them seemed to like living together. If they all drank too much today, I went into the wrong room at night, it was dark, and the three of them were crowded together. This scumbag couldn't help but imagine Xiao Ao being pressed down by her two best friends, crying and scolding him. Just when Louis was daydreaming, a long sword hit the oak table heavily. Then a person with a cold breath sat down next to Louis. Louis was already a little guilty, and this scared him so much that he almost jumped up. He looked up and found that it was a very tall and slender Nifa, more than 1.9 meters tall. The thighs were much taller than those of the Yo people, and her face was painted with a thick layer of makeup, with a thick layer of white foundation on her heroic face. On her head, there were all kinds of exaggerated pendants, matched with her wide, bright red celebration gown full of the atmosphere of the Cloud Kingdom, making her look like a bride of the Cloud Kingdom. The woman was as cold as ice, causing the temperature of the entire table to drop several degrees. She sat down silently, then lifted up her heavy gown. put one foot on the big chair where Louis was sitting, rolled up her sleeves, and then began to wolf down the sumptuous lunch on the table. This scene surprised everyone in the seats. Who is this? This dragon lady is too unfriendly. Isn't she? Only Osicles covered her face with the menu. She was so scared that she didn't say a word and huddled in the corner pretending to continue eating. When the woman was eating with the plate, she was facing Louis. She was sitting on the chair. After kicking off her boots, one foot stepped on Louis's chair, and the thick lining of her skirt was exposed. But this lady didn't care. Very bold. Louis blinked his eyes and looked at the dragon lady for a long time. He didn't recognize her from the thick makeup. She didn't say anything while eating, but when she occasionally looked up at Louis, he could see the raging anger in her eyes, as if after she finished eating, she would roll up her sleeves and pin the guy in front of her to the ground and kill him 300 times. The murderous aura in the girl's eyes made Louis recognize her. My scalp is a bit tingling. And a line of narration also appeared on the head of Princess Annabelle. A dragon lady who is in heat, and has no reason at all. Jealousy plus max. Reason, 49. Reason -1. Reason -1. Reason -1. It seems that she followed your scent to find you. This is a big deal. I don't know whether it because Princess Annabelle saw you and Osicles being too close, or Osicles being too close to you in short. She is very angry too. I want to kill you 300 times. You have to. A. Kneel down and kiss her white toes, pray for her to let you go. Completion reward. Social death *1, Annabelle with contempt and anger *1. You don't deserve it. 1. Heartbreaking 1, Osicles and others crying *4, running corpse *1, random attribute +2. B. Clothes burst, transformation, face the wind. Little lizard. Completion reward. Osicles and others worries *4, a quarter of the holy oak turned upside down *1, fighting for 300 rounds *1, Osicles with a weird face, Francesco, Principal Oliver and others, all the people in the holy oak *1, social death *1, a film secretly shot by a crew *1, strength +1, magic +1. C. Put her in a bottle and imprison her. Completion reward. Anger of the Black Dragon Clan *1, trial of the Ministry of Magic and compromise of the Holy Oak *1, angry Louis *1, world boss seat *1, experience +100. Note, when Annabelle's sanity is less than 30, she will snatch people in front of you. Looking at these lines of narration, Louis opened his mouth wide. This is simply a scammer. Things are really serious. This dragon is now unreasonable. Is it really going to be a scene of a dragon snatching a princess? So I am now a warrior who protects the princess? But what is this social death? This A is fine, but in this option B, why should I die socially after protecting the princess? Anyway, after seeing this scammer, Louis' face was already sweating profusely without him noticing. When he was considering whether to put Miss Annabelle into a bottle, temporarily get rid of social death, and then think of a way to deal with the troubles later, Louis found that Yingling sneakily took out a small bottle the size of a fingernail, while Annabelle was not paying attention, and secretly put the medicine inside into the food. Obviously, Yingling, who stayed with Osicles all day, had already prepared for it. On the day when Annabelle sent flowers to Osicles, she had communicated with the famous dragon hunter among the 12 black wizards, and this potion was prepared by Ross and others. The simple-minded Miss Dragon didn't know that she was being tricked by the vixen. She ate it happily. She didn't know what the medicine was for. But a few minutes later, Louis saw plus signs popping up on Miss Dragon's head, and her sanity gradually returned to normal, and soon reached more than 50. Yingling, like an older sister, ordered a lot of food. She kept busy preparing food, intending to feed the dragon. Everyone was very considerate and handed Annabelle all kinds of food. After a while, Annabelle seemed to become a little more normal. When she looked at Kate, Yingling and Helen, there was kindness in her eyes. Not long after, she even said thank you to Kate for taking care of her meals. Kate also sat down next to Annabelle, wiped the corners of Miss Annabelle's mouth with a handkerchief, and tidied up the food residue on her collar. It seemed like everyone was familiar with each other. With the comfort and gentle words of the two older sisters, mental age, Miss Dragon's eyes gradually regained clarity, and she chatted with everyone normally. In the end, Osicles also breathed a sigh of relief, put down the menu on her face, and joined the chat softly. Annabelle scratched her head, looking as if she had forgotten what had just happened. It seemed that Annabelle had completely returned to normal, and she completely treated the ladies around her as her besties, including Osikris. While everyone was introducing each other, I got to know Helen. But when I looked at Louis, there was still anger in my eyes. It seems that if I don't kill you, she can't vent this anger. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. In any case, this guy won't snatch people in front of you. Otherwise, if she insists on snatching the princess, the relationship between Sorrento and the Nifa clan will be a bit awkward. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, several ladies had attracted Miss Dragon attention. Louis didn't plan to provoke Miss Dragon anymore. He left his seat, quietly sat next to Yingling, leaned over her ear, and secretly asked about the potion. Annabelle jealousy +1. Anger value +1. Sanity -1. Note: when Miss Annabelle's sanity is less than 30, she will snatch you in front of everyone. Louis? Chapter 209. This. Is it not too much for Isabella to invest in me? Finally, under Yingling eyes, Louis took Kate away first, under the pretext of sending her to the train station. As soon as he went out, Louis hugged Kate's waist, accompanied her to carefully choose some things on the street, and then returned to the dormitory to pack his luggage. This packing took an entire afternoon, and he was almost caught by Brother Crowley, who came to the door. But Brother Crowley finally ran into Louis outside the door. When the two knocked on the door and waited for Kate to open the door, Brother Crowley found that Louis's clothes were a little messy, and his arms seemed to be scratched, jumping out of the window. He helped Louis tidy up his clothes, and Louis secretly wiped the cold sweat. After not seeing each other for many days, Brother Crowley still missed Louis very much. After his daughter opened the door, he asked his daughter to make some tea and took Louis to have a good chat for a while. Kate sat quietly by the side with a ladylike face and listened. This made Brother Crowley secretly dislike his daughter, who was too reserved. With such a good relationship foundation, you two should spend more time together. Unfortunately, the daughter seems to not understand her father's eyes and hints. I wonder what kind of expression Louis will have when he meets Kate at Crowley Manor one day and is caught by Crowley. During the conversation, Louis mentioned the 10 warships of the Hammer of the God of War, 20 armed merchant ships, and the Queen Francesco. This is a huge surprise for Crowley, especially the Queen Francesco, which almost made Crowley unbelievable. Now that we have the ship, Michelin will invest in the weapons, and with the previous loans, it is basically enough. As for the funds for the trade, His Majesty Iger has taken out some from his own treasury, and the Magician Association will also invest in the Chamber of Commerce. Now everything is ready, and we can go out to sea to trade and make money. As for the follow-up matters such as contracts, shares, and sea trade, Louis will not take care of them. Crowley will take care of them. The largest shareholder is undoubtedly Louis, the hands-off boss, and Crowley and Francesco can only be regarded as shareholders. Now, although the fleet is still small, and cannot be called the Royal Seventh Fleet, Captain Crowley is full of vigor and has found the feeling of the past. He believes that with the continuous support of the big money Louis and the small money His Majesty in the future, and with his own management, this fleet will become larger and larger. After the chat, Louis saw that there were changes in the fleet in the storybook. 7th Fleet LV1. Fleet owned shares, 80%. It seems that in the future, in the fleet, he still needs to continue to pay attention to whether there are good things in upgrade. As for the shares, this 80% refers only to the fleet, and has nothing to do with commercial trade. However, what Louis needs is only the force and influence of the fleet, and as for the commercial side, it will be enough to gradually satisfy the Magician Association. In addition, if he does not make additional investments, Francesco mother-in-law will gradually become a major shareholder of the fleet again through investment. Louis is still looking forward to the fleet, he thought in his heart. When I have hundreds of magic battleships in the future, I will slap Queen Francesco in the face with my stocks. Thinking of this, Louis was a little excited. According to the cost price of battleships currently given by Michelin, for a non-magical battleship, the wizard forging cost is 800,000, while the ordinary magic battleship, not as good as the Queen Francesco, is 2 million. He asked Crowley about the profit of trade. After chatting for a while, Louis found that although the profit of maritime trade is huge, the expenditure is also large. And on this piece of fat meat, Sorrento also wants to eat a piece. But even after ignoring the cost of goods, gunpowder and other weapons consumption, manpower, pensions, relationships and fleet maintenance, taxes, sea trade permits and other arrangements, the profit of each trip is not a small number. In addition, the fleet may have to abandon some ships or simply sink some ships when encountering some big pirates, predatory fleets of other kingdoms, storms, sirens, etc. But at the same time, the fleet will also rob others, or hunt valuable sea sirens. So the loss of this duty and the cost are offset. At this point, a new narration appeared in the storybook. Trade shares. 1. The maximum amount of money that can be invested in each trade, £500,000. 2. Based on the current sea trade points, your maximum profit is 1. Armed merchant ship, £10,000 per time, * 20 ships equals £200,000. 2. Magic warship, £5,000 per time, * 10 is equal to £50,000. 3. Queen Francesco, £250,000 per time, * 1 is equal to £250,000. 4. Special route Rainbow Country bonus 10%, special trade point Holyoke bonus 10%. 5. Total profit £600,000. This profit is the profit after various costs are discarded. Calculate, for a round trip of trade, Lewis will earn £600,000, which is equivalent to the productivity of a small kingdom in 1 year. This number shocked Lewis. This round trip, half of a battleship came out. At present, the Magician Association has calculated the money given by the Rainbow Country, adding up to more than £900,000, £500,000 can be invested in sea trade. The total cargo is estimated to occupy about half of the entire fleet. After the investment in the next sea trade, it is possible to earn about £600,000 estimated of money. This number is terrifying, but if you want to slap Francesco in the face with money, it will probably take 100 or 80 years. Of course, Lewis could invest more money in trade through loans. But Francesco would not be willing to do so, because she would not make any money from the 7th Fleet maritime trade. If Lewis was not the boss of the fleet, Francesco would not have been willing to let Lewis invest in the £500,000 of goods. But everyone was making money together, and the fleet not only needed the official support of the Kingdom of Sorrento, but also had to fly Francesco banner when it went abroad. The reason why Lewis can only invest $500,000 at present is mainly due to 2 reasons. One is that the fleet is too small. The other is that there are many dangerous seas, such as Dragon Nest City or Cloud Country. Crowley doesn't dare to go there yet. He needs to wait until the fleet is expanded. Lewis touched his chin. Blood Parrot has hundreds of large ships, but their ships can't go to Dragon Nest City and Cloud Country. They can't withstand the tossing of wild dragons and sea monsters. And these pirates are needed to maintain the Hydra organization. At present, a large part of the expenditure and revenue of Black Corner Alley depends on the pirates. And this line, Lewis intends to bury it as a mine, and then reveal it at the critical moment. So they have to develop well on their own, and they can't suck their blood. Therefore, the 7th Fleet has to find a way on its own. Crowley made a suggestion and said, there are many good trading points near the Scarlet Kingdom, but entering and leaving the waters of the Wizarding Kingdom requires permission. In addition, I heard that the cost of wizards making wooden ships is very low. We can buy warships from Michelin, and for ordinary armed merchant ships, we can consider the Wizard Kingdom. Lewis nodded, in the hope of slapping Queen Francesco pretty face with money later. Lewis kept this matter in mind. He planned to attract some investment without capital when he went to the Scarlet Kingdom this time, and buy some decent big ships. Expand the fleet. When he comes back next time, he will let the fleet go to places like Dragon Nest City for trade. I have helped the Red Queen family solve such a big problem. It is not too much for the Red Queen family to give me some money. After talking with Crowley, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lewis did not let the father and daughter go to the train station again, and directly opened the magic mirror. Seeing the other side of the mirror, it was directly his manor, and the floor-to-ceiling mirror in his daughter's room. Brother Crowley looked at his daughter, with a little doubt on his face. Kate avoided her father's eyes. Lewis secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was so happy that he forgot about this matter. Lewis didn't say much, and hurriedly helped carry the luggage into the room. Seeing Lewis busying around, Crowley was polite, but surprisingly didn't offer a hand to help. He invited Lewis to sit in the manor for a while, before leaving. When Crowley learned that Lewis was going to see His Majesty IG, he said, Lewis, His Majesty IG should also go to Principal Oliver at around 5 o'clock. You can go there to find him. After that, Lewis said goodbye to Crowley and Kate, and returned to the dormitory. When Louis returned to the dormitory, he found Yingling, Xiao, and Helen had returned, and their faces were flushed, as if they had drunk some wine. Then Louis suddenly found Miss Annabelle, also lying on the sofa, drunk. It seemed that the four sisters were at the Magic Cat restaurant, drinking with Annabelle, who loved to drink. And it seemed that Annabelle still had tears in her eyes, and her emotions were probably not stable enough. "How did you get this dragon drunk?" Louis asked, looking at Annabelle on the sofa in disbelief. Yingling fanned the alcohol off her face and said, "There is a 100 wine festival in the North District these 2 days. When we went there in the afternoon, Miss Annabelle volunteered to win the first place in the competition. Is there a wine festival today?" Louis was a little curious. "There wasn't one originally," Yingling said with pain as she counted her money bag. Louis opened his mouth wide and understood a little. It seems that Yingling, the vixen, made special arrangements, and after taking everyone there, she provoked them a little. With Annabelle's straightforward and simple character, she was completely taken advantage of by Yingling. According to Yingling, the potion is mainly to stabilize Annabelle emotions, and it mainly plays an auxiliary role in sleep. So the reason why this evil dragon lady is sleeping is mainly because she is full. She should sleep for a few days, but when she wakes up, her condition should be normal. I was planning to send her back." Yingling touched her slightly red and hot forehead, and said, "But she was clamoring to come over when we were drinking, and I was afraid that she would lose her temper after waking up. So I just brought her back." Louis rubbed his face, and it seemed that Miss Annabelle would have to sleep here for the next 2 days. "I hope she can sleep soundly, and not wake up halfway." Chapter 210. Sir, times have changed. Louis carried Miss Dragon to Helen's room, and then drank tea with the 3 sisters. He saw that it was almost 5 o'clock, so he put on his coat and went out to the principal's office. On the way, Louis found that small snowflakes were floating on the street. Many freshmen from the south were very excited after seeing the snowflakes. The end of the semester will come in 2 months. Thinking about it, I have been here for half a year. There are many new faces in Holy Oak Academy, and these new bloods make the whole academy more active. In the light snow, everyone excitedly discusses the Wizard Cup next year. They also discuss who will eventually defeat the Faceless Man, the new student Tim, the Savior, and other topics. Looking at the new and old students who are walking in groups of 3 or 2, holding newspapers and discussing these topics. Louis' face looks like he has seen a ghost. Faceless? He thought to himself, what the hell? Faceless is a good guy. Bowl has taken on my title of Faceless, and whitewashed this identity. P.S. Bowl is the head of the Hell, the thousand-faced Grim Reaper with a lantern, the special scapegoat before Francesco. Seeing that the car was about to stop, Louis couldn't help but stop and buy a newspaper. After picking up the newspaper with doubts, Louis first saw the back, which contained the content of Tim, the Savior in the rumor. It seems that after he entered school, he has received the blessing of the Holy Oak. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but think of the rumors about the Faceless Man, and his face looked a little ugly. He turned the newspaper over and saw the big words on the headline, "Shock. The Dark Lord is really resurrected." Damn! It's still big news? Louis' face became even more strange. According to the above content, the Faceless Man recently appeared in the Witch Market near the Whitestone Lake and made a big fuss. He looked furious, as if he was seeking revenge. He turned many wizards into paper figures and tore them into pieces. The White Rock Lake is the Dragon Clan Witch Market, and no one dared to cause trouble there. This guy is really brave. This is no small matter. It might cause a war between wizards and dragons. As soon as this incident happened, Bowl became a person who disguised himself as a Faceless Man in order to capture Harold. He became an imposter. So Louis not only cleared himself in vain, but also took the blame. Louis suddenly understood why the storybook had been reminding him recently that if he had a conflict with others in public, he might become the world boss. Who is pretending to be this? How can you be so wicked? And this trick is obviously different from my magic. Right? Why do you put everything on my head? Louis couldn't help but curse in his heart. He felt that Miss Black Swan was not at this level, because she was probably a god-level wizard. Adding the words resurrection, Dark Lord, and revenge, the first thing that flashed in Louis's mind was Francesco's pretty face. But thinking of this, Louis was a little confused. But in the forbidden magic of Isolda and Erlinda family, it seems that there is no magic called Paper Man. What makes Louis feel a little strange is that according to some details in the newspaper, It seems that the faceless man seems to have a very serious mysophobia. Well, but my mother-in-law seems to be a very clean person. I have to ask her indirectly later. See if my mother-in-law is hiding something from me. And then secretly throwing dirty water on me. Louis got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He put down the newspaper and quickened his pace. It was already dark at this time. After entering the tower in front of him, Louis walked towards the principal office on the top floor. It was Louis's first time to come to this tower. Because the layout and spiral staircase here were rather strange, Louis didn't know the way, so he asked for directions several times on the way. What surprised Louis was that he didn't know the professors he met. But they all seemed to know him. And many people took the initiative to greet him on the way. At first, Louis was quite strange. And he was very complacent. It seemed that he had become famous without knowing it. He thought it was because of those papers. Bach and his colleagues wrote very well. Louis even specially guided them to revise some of their papers. But when a strange dean asked Louis if he had any questions about being a physical education teacher or a flight teacher, Louis's face turned dark. It seems that Louis has been in the newspapers a lot these days. Since the first newspaper he was published in was the one about Louis, the god of war. Wheelbarrow and flail, many people have remembered this kid. And the incident of beating Gorin to death in the Stog Arena 2 months ago, it even caused a sensation in the entire Holy Oak. Since then, under the powerful halo of the god of war, everyone has forgotten that Louis VI was a scholar who spent 6 years in the library. Soon, Louis came to the top floor. After passing through the corridor, Louis unexpectedly found that the door of the principal office was open. This large round office was a bit like an observatory. The walls were full of bookshelves and various books. There were also various strange things in the office. The most conspicuous one was a planetarium in the center. This planetarium looked like a big Rubik cube. And it was constantly rotating and twisting. This moving Rubik cube is facing the second floor of the office, which has a large open balcony, and the balcony window opens directly from the second floor to the dome. This makes the whole office look like an open eggshell. Standing at the door, Louis can directly see the starry sky on the dome. But those stars and galaxies are not outside the window, but on the dome directly above the Rubik cube. It looks like a star map. Louis was slightly speechless. From the direction and interest of Principal Oliver research, this naughty old man is very capable. And he seemed to be very accomplished in astrology, space, rules, and magic. At this time, Louis, who was standing at the door, heard voices from inside. He found that the principal and Francesco were talking to 3 little yodels in a corner of the office. The little yodel in the middle immediately caught Louis's attention. He looked weak and wore a pair of glasses. Most importantly, he had a small scar on the corner of his eye. Damn! Audio triangle? Louis blinked hard, and then he saw the weak little yodel with glasses, taking advantage of the principal and Francesco talking without paying attention, secretly picked up a small wooden cannon toy on his waist, jumping to point it at the bird of peace. Bang! 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 Dragon sword. Hello. At this time, the person's face turned around. Louis realized that the person was wearing goggles, and she looked like a punk girl with furry ears. A closer look revealed that she had some flaws in her magic. It should be no more than 10 units. At this time, Louis discovered that the 3 little yodels were dressed a little weirdly. The little boy on the far left wore a wizard hat, hid his face in the high collar, and smiled sinisterly. He looked naughty. The wand in his hand was also very special, bigger than him. Generally speaking, wizards like to use small wands. The big staff is only used by those who are extremely confident in their magic, and whose magic cannot withstand its magic. After all, it is not convenient to carry it with you. As for the little boy on the far right, he has panda eyes, a small round hat on his head, and a telescope on his waist. Louis' face suddenly became a little wooden. A line of narration appeared in front of Louis. You guessed it right. They are the real Iron Triangle. When 3 people appear on the stage to participate in the battle at the same time, there will be more than 80% probability that someone will surrender at the 20th minute. But who is Captain Tim? Who is known as the strongest wizard in the new era? Faced with this prize-guessing game, you think it is already obvious. Louis saw that there was only one option in the narration, and it was the same as he had just guessed. Hi, Tim. Do I need to guess? I knew it must be you. Greet the boy with the panda eyes wearing a small round hat and telescope. Completion reward. Nothing if you typed wrong *1. Seeing this, Louis couldn't help but complain. You call this a prize-winning guessing game? This is called guessing? You call this eliminating an option. Right? But he actually fell into the storybook trap. It seems that he did guess wrong. Tim is not the little panda eye. Louis shook his head, smiled at himself, and looked at the other little yodel. He really looked satisfied. Hey, Tim. I'm so stupid, I must have guessed right this time. Talking to the naughty little boy wearing a wizard hat. Although his magic power is still dormant, it is still terrifying. His magic talent is undoubtedly the strongest among the three. Completion reward, my lord, times have changed. 1. Obviously he is not the strongest wizard one. Nothing reward asterisk 2. Louis looked at the punk girl holding a small wooden cannon toy with his eyes blank. See, hey. Is the barrel in your hand your magic wand? Completion reward, you are so smart. Tim likes you. Asterisk 1. Teach me how to drive a Gundam. I want to be the captain of the Seraph formation. Asterisk 1. I want to be the world's strongest wizard like you. Ace pilot? He is my uncle. Asterisk 1, strength +1, magic +1, agility +1. You created a new option D. Don't talk, I don't want to pay attention to her. Chapter 211 Your Majesty. The Great Demon King, please have some shame. Louis ignored the narration, he stood woodenly at the door, and did not go in to talk to the three people. He waited until the iron triangle bowed respectfully to the principal and Francesco, and walked out of the room, and he did not say a word to the three people. He did not want to talk to them, did not want to talk about this topic anymore. He believed that the storybook must be playing tricks on him. The real Tim should be the little wizard, or the little explorer. But there are always people who bring up things that are not related to the topic. Francesco followed the backs of the three little yodels, and saw Louis standing blankly at the door. He waved to him with a smile. And Principal Oliver suddenly remembered something, and jumped around on his desk, and the assistant desk to find something. Louis ignored the old man who was not serious. Walked in and bowed slightly in front of Francesco. At this time, he realized that there was a third person standing in the whole big room. Byron! Mr. Byron, who was very handsome, bowed very gentlemanly, and Louis was stunned. Louis was not mistaken. This Byron was Francesco. As for the sitting His Majesty Iger, he was also Francesco. Seeing Louis' silly look, Francesco, who was sitting next to Louis, slightly curved his mouth, seeming a little proud. Stupid. Didn't you see it? At this time, a line of narration appeared above the heads of the two Francescos. Francesco I. Francesco too. Louis was confused for a moment. Two Francescos? He soon understood. He could use this magic too. Haber had also used it with the help of the power of the other world. And the Francesco in the past was 8 people. Each magic mirror was one of her. When there were 7 magic mirrors, 7 mirror images could be created. Louis believed that, compared to her in the Francesco era, she should be stronger now, making it difficult for him to distinguish the real from the fake. She really performed this trick to perfection, like the incarnation of a god. If I hadn't studied the magic mirror, I would have been fooled by her today. Louis took out the small drifting bottle with a ghost ship from his pocket and gave it to Francesco. Francesco pretended to be surprised by the other world in the small drifting bottle, as if to say, "It looks so powerful. But I'm not the devil, Francesco. I'm Iger. So I don't understand magic at all." Louis smiled politely. Francesco also smiled politely. "Yes, Louis. It will be the first research project of the School of Steam and Magic. Now, your son of Lant can be upgraded." Francesco nodded, and suddenly remembered something. She had already picked the most suitable driver. Louis. Francesco laughed. "A little proud?" he said to Louis mysteriously. "Next year, after the School of Magic and Steam is established, there will be exchange students from the Holy Oak. And among them is the child in the prophecy. Who is among the 3 people just now? Guess who it is." At this point, Francesco smiled. This fool would never guess who Tim was. After all, when he first found out, he was also very surprised. He thought it was the little wizard hat. "I and you." Before Francesco finished speaking, Louis rolled his eyes and said in a very bored tone, "It the little girl with a magic defect. Strength +1. Agility +1. Magic +1. I will make a bet with you. If you win, I will agree to one of your requests." Ahem. At this time, Louis heard the second half of Francesco's words. He couldn't help blinking his eyes and asked, "Your Majesty, what did you just say?" "Nothing." Francesco was a little disappointed. And his face was not very good. Boring. Lost. Thinking back. I just fooled this kid. Anyway, he didn't mention what wish he wanted. Your Majesty, I have a wish, Louis suddenly said. Obviously he just heard it clearly. Francesco coughed, changed the subject, and talked about something else with Louis. She knew everything about the Rainbow Kingdom, except for the eldest daughter. So she didn't mention or ask about the Rainbow Kingdom, but directly asked Louis what reward he wanted. It seemed that as long as I can make it happen, you can ask for it. Louis's eyes lit up. What should I want? The eldest daughter and the youngest daughter? This must be the most cost-effective. Right. It also comes with a dowry and a wizard kingdom, eldest daughter, and a Sorrento kingdom, youngest daughter. As long as he waits for a few decades, after the beautiful mother-in-law abdicates, he will be able to choose everything. Or to be more direct, or wait for decades for the reward. Ahem, Louis threw away that unrealistic idea. However, this option A and option B are not really all selected. Right? Louis secretly slapped himself. Just as Louis was daydreaming, he saw a line of narration. Don't dream. However, this reward may indeed be better than what Francesco prepared before. After all, if she doesn't pay you for what she just lost in the bet, this guy might not be able to sleep tonight. You decide. A. Make an impolite request. Completion reward. Francesco grabs your collar and slaps you in the face *N. Ah! It hurts, Your Majesty. 1. Secretly cached and low-profile reward 1. Random attribute +1. B. Nothing. Completion reward. Hereditary earldom and fiefdom forced upon you *1. A huge sum of money for building a castle *1. Francesco dissatisfied words of praise *1. Random attribute +1. C. All ears to Your Majesty reward. Completion reward. Hereditary earldom and fiefdom *1. A huge sum of money for building a new castle. Extra reward for betting *1. Francesco satisfied words of praise *1. Experience +100. Looking at these asides, Louis could not help but remain speechless. You have prepared everything for me, and you are still asking me for a reward? Aren't you too overbearing? After secretly complaining in his heart, Louis bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty, to be honest, I really have an unreasonable request. This is my wish since I was a child, but I am afraid it will be difficult to realize. After saying that, Louis thought in his heart, maybe you will slap me. Francesco couldn't help laughing. Is there any wish in this world that I can't realize? But if this kid deliberately makes a request to embarrass me, then don't blame me for punishing you. But it seems that this kid is quite sincere. Maybe it really a dream he has had since childhood. How kind is it to help a child realize his childhood dream? Francesco felt that he should do a good deed. She was also very curious about what Louis would say, and said with a smile, Louis, you can ask it. This time, you not only saved the Rainbow Kingdom, but also cleared the name of Sorrento and the magicians. No matter what your wish is, I will try my best to help you realize it, and I will never break my promise. Seeing Francesco's words, Louis felt that it was enough. He couldn't help but think about it. He thought to himself, what a bullshit count in money. I don't care. It's so boring. If I wanted power and wealth, I would just go with a crooked-mouthed cousin. My little dragon girl cousin is waiting for me there. He planned to get an ambiguous promise from Francesco today, or give him a shot of prevention, in case she suddenly finds out one day that she is having an affair with her 2 daughters. She will kill herself with her own hands. But how can she say that? Say that she wants to marry her daughter? Which daughter? She certainly can't say that. I want both of them. Then if you find out one day, don't kill me, but help me hold a wedding and let me marry both of them. Louis suddenly had an idea. Let's make a pun. When Francesco really finds out that he is the son-in-law *2, he won't be able to say anything. He showed a look of disappointment, and said this in a very sincere and slightly nervous tone. It seemed that he was about to say something unreasonable, which made Francesco's face look strange. Your Majesty, my wish in this life is to have more women. Ahem. I mean, you can definitely do this. I hope Your Majesty can help me be with the most beautiful person in the world. How dare you? Before Louis finished speaking, Francesco was furious. His face flushed. Louis blinked his eyes, not understanding why Francesco was angry, but a line of narration appeared in front of Louis. Getting the favor of the most beautiful woman in the world or spending a night with the most beautiful person in the world. Such rude and unreasonable thoughts. The great devil has heard too many people make wishes in the devil deal. And who is the most beautiful in the world? The magic mirror has given her too many answers. It seems that you have said 3 things. Magic +1, magic +1, experience +100. Louis showed a black question mark face. Chapter 212. The Grand Master of the Holy Oak. Seeing Francesco, who was furious and blushing, Louis wanted to lie down beside her ear and whisper to her, "Your Majesty, you should have some shame." Or to say, "Your Majesty, you actually misunderstood, I don't know who you really are." Louis finally coughed and decided to shut up. Seeing that Louis coughed, then lowered his head and stopped talking, Francesco suddenly felt that his anger was a bit abrupt. But she was very shameless. She took the opportunity to continue to rage. She said angrily, "Louis, do you know what you said?" Louis blinked and thought to himself, "What did I say? It okay to say that Princess Osicris is the most beautiful, right? You have to put it on yourself? And then scold me? You are too unreasonable. Aren't you?" Just as Louis was thinking about it, he saw Francesco looking at the moon in the sky with some anger, making a pious prayer gesture, and confessing a few words. Then she said angrily, "The most beautiful person in the world is the god of love, the moon goddess." At this point, Francesco curled his lips secretly. "Can she compare with me? You are blaspheming." Francesco's eyebrows were raised. Louis's face was wooden for a while. "Well, Your Majesty, I think you misunderstood. The most beautiful person in the world, I said, is not the moon goddess." Francesco thought to himself, "Do you need to say this? That won't work." Francesco pointed his finger at Louis's forehead and said, "Don't ever say that again." She thought to herself, "I slapped you in the face." Louis nodded woodenly, looking at Francesco, whose face was slightly red. Now she wanted to lean over to Francesco's ear again and whisper to her, "Your Majesty, you are thicker than I thought." But Louis finally suppressed this impulse. He confessed his crime, and accompanied Francesco's pretentious confession in a low voice for a while. And then, the matter was finally exposed. Louis also secretly glanced at the narration. He remembered that option A had a low-profile reward that was secretly redeemed *1. But it seemed that because the fate was getting more and more chaotic, it became Her Majesty, while you are sleeping, will help you dream of the moon goddess, January 3rd, *1. There was also a note at the end. Note, when you win the bet with Francesco 3 times, and repeatedly make the same unreasonable request, Francesco, who is willing to accept the loss, may find a way to fulfill some of your bets in disguise to make her feel at ease. Louis was a little confused. How can this be accomplished? How did she dream of the moon goddess secretly? Could she find the moon goddess, and then arrange a blind date with me? Where can she find her? Even if they know each other, they must be sworn enemies. Or did she pretend to be the moon goddess herself, and meet me, and deceive me for a while? You are so shameless. Scumbag. You are cheating on people's feelings. Louis scratched his face, with a strange expression, and was a little confused. At this time, a small figure jumped onto the table with a pile of papers. I haven't seen something so creative in many years. Principal Oliver stroked his beard, and looked at Louis with a beaming face. It a pity that none of them were written by you. Ahem. Louis looked a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that someone would point it out to him in person. Principal, don't tear me down. I'm embarrassed by your behavior. Oliver flipped through it again, and said to Francesco, "You two are both very good teachers." This time it was Francesco's turn to be embarrassed. She coughed, and said, "Byron taught well, and when my queen was alive, she did teach magicians a lot." At this point, Francesco sighed in a pretentious manner. "She is the pride of our Sorrento." Louis looked at Francesco with such eyes. "Your Majesty, you are really thick-skinned. You are even praising yourself in front of everyone." Oliver nodded, without saying much. However, the principal seemed to have seen some of the tricks a long time ago. After all, Francesco was taught by him. As for His Majesty Iger sitting in front of him, and Francesco's cousin standing next to him, Principal Oliver should know what is going on. "Principal Oliver," Louis asked nervously, "do you think these people are qualified to become Grand Masters of the Holy Oak?" Louis was still very confident in the magicians. Many of the things they studied were brand new magic. But he didn't know whether the Holy Oak would be willing to bear the pressure and give them the title of Grand Masters of the Holy Oak. Slap the faces of the noble wizards. 8 people are qualified. Principal Oliver flipped through the papers, took out his pipe and puffed. and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. In recent years, the stuff written by wizards has become worse and worse, with no creativity at all, and it is completely watered down and plagiarized. Occasionally, there are things that are eye-catching, which are the research on ancient magic. It is not new, but magic is gradually blooming among muggles, especially those new spells, and the conjectures or explanations about new magic theories. Oliver was greatly amazed. He could see that these scholars were a little off the beaten path in their research directions and fields, and even had only a vague understanding of many common sense things. But the idea is correct. These people are all true scholars. They are qualified to be called university scholars. The theoretical foundation that Francesco laid for the magicians is indeed very good, but it is a pity that she did not dare to teach more. As for Louis, this little brat is very courageous. But the most important thing is probably the perseverance of the wild wizards. Oliver thought in his heart, those magics are completely new, they are really amazing. Even if the great sage Anthony were alive, he would be a little surprised. It seems that, with the change of the current situation and the emergence of new proposals, these magicians have been gradually released by Francesco to show their brilliance. But what makes Oliver feel a little regretful is that these real talents lack sufficient magic resources for them to study and explore. Or, if they had various resources like the Holy Oak, they would have become real top masters long ago. But after thinking about it, Oliver felt that if they had entered the Holy Oak when they were young, they might have become stupid wizards who were dogmatic. Principal Oliver felt that, perhaps, it was the right decision for the Kingdom of Sorrento to create the School of Magic and Steam. This new school will slowly break the current situation. It will allow wizards to not be constrained by the noble families and the Magic Council, and allow magic to continue to move forward on a new path. Perhaps Mr. Anthony's last wish can really be realized with Francesco efforts. Well, this little nephew who stayed up late seemed to have helped a lot. After chatting for a while, Principal Oliver asked his assistant to take 8 sets of bachelor uniforms and related certificates, etc. He seemed to have prepared these things a long time ago. After handing these things to Louis, Principal Oliver said, according to the agreement in ancient times, whether it is a civilian or aristocratic wizard, as long as they can get the title of St. Oak Grand Master, they will be able to enter and leave St. Oak. St. Oak will welcome their visits, and the library and laboratory of St. Oak will always be open to them. At this point, Grand Senate President Oliver smiled mischievously. This agreement is still written on the oath wall of the Magic Council, so I am not violating the regulations of the Council. Many of the agreements established by the Magic Council in the Anthony era are still preserved, but now under the deliberate obstruction of the great wizard families, they have become somewhat meaningless. If a muggle cannot enter school, cannot be exposed to any magic, how can they become a Grand Maester of the Holy Oak? But what the 12 great families did not expect was that such obstruction instead made the wild wizards create a different path of magic from the wizards. During the chat, Principal Oliver had finished talking to Louis. Most of it was nonsense of praise and encouragement. The principal knew many things, but just like Oliver's attitude towards Francesco, he pretended not to know these things. Only at the end of the chat, he told Louis that this is the principal office. Louis can come to it any time in the future. There are some forbidden books here, although they are incomplete. But the value of many books is not inferior to the twisted world. If it were other wizards, Oliver would be very interested in telling them about it. But now Louis has stood on the side of the muggles, so his identity is a bit sensitive. After Oliver learned about the Rainbow Country, he felt that he didn't need to teach Louis these lessons. After the chat, Oliver started chatting with Francesco, and Louis sat aside alone and took a look at the certificates and clothes. He found that one of them was his own. He is now a Grand Master of the Holy Oak. It seems that Osicris has also applied for the Grand Master this year, and is preparing the materials recently. After flipping through it, Louis found another letter of appointment from the Holy Oak professor, and it was named Louis. It is affiliated with the Yodel Tower branch, and the principal did not ask if he was willing, and directly arranged it for him. The principal had not mentioned to him before that he would take on apprentices, or lead a class. I think he should know that he is very busy. This professor should be a title. In a sense, this is a kind of protection of St. Oak. I am a professor of St. Oak. The monthly salary is 80 gold and dragons. It is not bad. Strictly speaking, I should be called Professor Louis or Teacher Louis now. I have become a colleague of Osicris. Osicris is the director of the teaching department. So I am doing a slacker job under her now? So she is my female boss and roommate now? Louis couldn't help wanting to go home early. He should flatter his female boss. Seeing Francesco still chatting with Principal Oliver, Louis was about to leave. But Byron stopped Louis with a smile, and asked him to sit quietly for a while. He also said that we should find a quiet place together later, and chat about some small things. Looking at Francesco, who was talking to him through Byron incarnation, he looked angry. Louis opened his mouth. What does this mean? Are you telling me that if you have the guts, don't leave after school? You are too petty. Aren't you holding a grudge? I really didn't tease you. What if my pretty mother-in-law finds a secluded place without any explanation, and then uses her two bodies to press me to the ground, and slaps my own little mouth? What should I do? It's not easy for me to fight back. Or did she find out what happened between Xiaodai and me? Louis panicked. Chapter 213, You are such an unfaithful woman. Louis was sweating and tiptoeing. He was feeling uneasy. On the other side, Francesco had almost finished talking with Oliver. Principal Oliver. This time, Scholar Louis went to the Rainbow Country and brought back the ancient magic books I mentioned earlier to the Kingdom of Sorrento. We are willing to share these magic books with various wizard academies, including the Forbidden Book. Oliver nodded, knowing what Francesco meant by this matter. Francesco hoped to exchange magic books, so that the STEAM and Magic Academy had more books. At the same time, I also hope to use these ancient magic books and forbidden books as a stepping stone to get all the colleges to support the Rainbow Country. Seeing Francesco carefully waiting for his words, Oliver sighed secretly and finally nodded. These books will give each college a reason to support the STEAM and Magic College in book sharing and education. After a pause, Oliver sighed and said, As for the Rainbow Country, I think that after the colleges receive copies of these magic books, they will consider this matter. I will communicate with the major magic colleges. Try to convince them, so that they can support the Rainbow Country in the Parliament. But what will be the final outcome of this matter? It will take the final meeting to decide. You still need to discuss it with little Isabella. These words made Francesco's expression a little solemn. With the support of the academic school, there will be great progress in the affairs of the Rainbow Country, but it is still not enough. After all, the power of the 12 major families is too strong. But if the Red Queen family, a big weight, can lean on their side, then with the exchange and compromise of interests such as those forbidden books, ancient magic books, the affairs of the Rainbow Country can be accomplished. But if the Red Queen family stood on the other side in this matter, or even neutral, then the Rainbow Country would be finished. Louis and Francesco did not bother Principal Oliver for too long. At around 7 o'clock, Francesco and her clone, pretending to be two people, sandwiched Louis in the middle, and left the principal office together. Louis followed the queen out with trepidation, and walked out of the tower. On the other side, a group of people had been waiting at the door, outside the tower for a while. They are all like Sister Hathaway, bigwigs who once followed Francesco. Some of them are former directors of the Ministry of Magic, bigwigs of Hanajay, current deputy directors, or members of the Magic Council. In addition, there are several tall female knights wearing armor and dragon masks. This is a lineup for fighting boss. The leader among them is Bull, the thousand-faced death god. If Bull is not a liar, but really has the strength as rumored, then this lineup plus Francesco can make the moon goddess turn around and leave after seeing it. The wizards who came and went in the holy oak tree all knew them. After seeing this group of real big shots, some people who originally planned to come to the principal tower to do business turned around and covered their faces and left after seeing them. There must be something tainted on them. The rest of the people watched from afar. Some of the vice presidents, who asked Louis whether he would be a physical education teacher during the day, were still chatting with these big wizards at the door. It seemed that he found that the crowd around him was getting bigger and bigger. Bull glanced at the crowd in the distance. The crowd he saw seemed to have seen the god of the underworld. They all dispersed at once. The corners of the eyes of several deans twitched, and they asked the professors and night watchmen around to maintain order. Recently, all those who had followed Her Majesty Queen Francesco were brought by His Majesty IG. It seems that these wizards all support Sorrento. His Majesty IG is indeed very charismatic. And Her Majesty Queen Delphinia is also very resourceful. And she actually brought all these people together again. Especially the wizard named Byron, Francesco himself. I heard that there were several great wizards, who had many objections to being loyal to a Muggle king. As a result, after Mr. Byron talked with them, they all behaved well. It is rumored that Byron is Francesco's cousin, and has inherited all of Francesco's heritage. It seems to be true. Now these wizards have pledged allegiance to His Majesty IG, just like they treated Queen Francesco in the past. They regard this Muggle king as their own monarch. It seems that the kingdom of Sorrento will gradually become the 14th power in the magic world. Wizards believe that the 13th is the Moon Court. At this time, everyone saw His Majesty the King. Byron and Lewis walked out while chatting. Bull, who had been looking around arrogantly, had his eyelids twitched, and hurriedly got into the crowd. And when Lewis walked out, he saw a large group of great wizards in high-level black magic robes in front of him, all bowing to His Majesty Iger. Then they all looked at Lewis with a smile. Amidst the many gazes, Lewis couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Your Majesty? Lewis looked at the people blocking him at the school gate, coughed, and looked at Francesco. Let talk, Queen Francesco said to Lewis with a smile, and then tried to pretend that I'm not a woman in a man clothing. I'm Iger, so I'm a man, and put my arm around Lewis's shoulders, but found that their heights were not suitable. The two had to face each other in the middle to find the right position. Seeing Lewis looking at him with a strange expression, Francesco withdrew his hand a little embarrassedly, and rubbed his fingers. This handsome boy. It seems to be quite flexible. Another advantage. Happy. For this advantage, Lewis glanced at Francesco, but he didn't dare to say anything because he felt guilty, so he had to endure it silently. Then, Francesco led Lewis in front, and the wizards followed behind. They walked towards the hot spring garden in the Dragon District. After looking at the scenery on the road for a while, there were no people around, so Francesco opened his heart. He talked about some business with Lewis. After listening, Lewis rolled his eyes vigorously. So you have something to ask me? I thought you were going to steal my eggs. I was shocked. After all, what is making Francesco feel a little tricky now is the matter of the Red Queen family. At noon today, Prince Dracula replied to Delphinia. Overall, Dracula has made great efforts. Lewis. In fact, Red Queen Isabella and the entire Red Queen family regard the Rainbow Kingdom as their private property. In addition, they have a bad relationship with us now. They will never give in on the affairs of the Rainbow Kingdom. It can be said that they are our biggest obstacle. At this point, Francesco's face turned strange, but I don't know what Prince Dracula talked to Isabella about. She seemed to have changed her mind, and was looking forward to meeting us next. Thinking of the time when he used Byron identity as a magic consultant to communicate with Isabella in the crystal ball. Isabella's face was so excited that she was trembling all over. Francesco felt very strange. It was like a leftover woman over 1,000 years old was finally getting married. Lewis was also very curious about what Dracula said to the good girl, Miss Isabella. But he thought he knew. Your Majesty, I promised Dracula before that I would help them. In addition, Prince Dracula was trapped in the Rainbow Kingdom before, so when Dracula told Isabella about the situation, Miss Isabella must have been moved. Francesco nodded. It seemed that Prince Dracula was quite moved, but Isabella seemed to be moved too. Or rather, very excited. His eyes sparkled, like a wolf that had been hungry for more than 1,000 years. Shaking his head, Francesco said, in any case, before the wizard meeting about the Rainbow Country, we must make sure that the Red Queen family has completely turned to us. The Red Queen hopes that on her birthday, you can go and talk to her. I think it is reasonable for you, as the person involved, to go. But she seems to have asked you to go alone. And the birthday party that was supposed to be held was also cancelled by her. Francesco's face turned strange, because it sounded like Miss Isabella was planning to let Lewis celebrate her birthday alone, and have a happy party at the same time. Let me go alone. Your Majesty? Lewis's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. What does that mean? So this negotiation sounds like kidnapping? Do I need to bring some ransom? No, after all. You are the ransom. Lewis's face suddenly turned a little livid. This is not good. Your Majesty. A man and a woman alone. Lewis felt a little cold all over. I always feel that she seems to have bad intentions. Francesco gave Lewis a look. I think you guessed right. Lewis, you still have to go for this matter, Francesco said, and when you get there, you can't fight with the Red Queen. Otherwise it will intensify the conflict between us and the entire Red Queen family. You know, in this matter, we need their full support. Lewis's face turned grim after hearing this. He complained in his heart. What do you mean? According to what you mean, then at that time, if she does something outrageous to me, I can't resist. I can only silently bear the pressure she puts on me. You can't do this. Right? I am your son-in-law after all. Right? Son-in-law asterisk 2. Okay. Aren't you sending me into the tiger den? And Louis found that Francesco had been taking him to a secluded place. Suddenly, Louis saw the 2 or 3 meter tall burly female knights among the wizards behind him. It seemed that because it was too hot, they lifted their visors and looked very ferocious. They were the 4 fat female warriors of Hathaway, who had piked with Francesco against the gods. Louis suddenly felt something was wrong. These 4 tanks were brought here. Is this the lineup for fighting the boss? What does it mean? You are not going to tie me up today. You unfaithful woman. Chapter 214 Your Majesty, why don't you recruit? At this time, Louis saw that people finally appeared around them. They were now at the hot spring area. It seemed that there was a group of repeaters having a party in the hot spring not far away. Louis quickly stopped and said he would not leave no matter what. Your Majesty, don't pull my sleeve. Hey, don't be nervous, Louis, you are leaving soon. We will have dinner together tonight. I will see you off. Francesco's smile became more and more gentle and kind. Let go to a quiet place. Many wizards smiled more and more kindly. Louis also smiled more and more politely. Oh Louis, I think you misunderstood. Francesco patted his white forehead. He asked those wizards to move away. Seeing those wizards move away a little, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Francesco continued to explain. Don't worry, I have been prepared for the matter of the Red Queen. Francesco smiled confidently. She said to Louis with confidence, Wallace told me before that. He has mastered the key information. This matter involves the big secret of the Red Queen family. And now, this secret is in Wallace's hands. Therefore, the Red Queen family will eventually compromise. After that, I just need to release some information. And they will not dare to do anything to you. Ahem. Your Majesty. I also heard about Wallace's incident from Michelin. Louis said with a somewhat ugly face. But Michelin didn't say that. He said Wallace is dead this time. He said you will definitely kill him. Francesco was slightly stunned. And then his face became ugly. He cursed from his white teeth. These damn goblins. Your Majesty, I will talk to Wallace tomorrow. There should be room for maneuver in this matter. Now it is mainly a female reporter who has been undercover for 20 years under Wallace, who was found by the Red Queen. Through the prophecy, I can be sure that she is not dead for the time being, and I think it will not be difficult to find her if she is not in the Red Palace. I hope she has enough information in her hands. Louis is still very concerned about this matter. If there is no information in the hands of the female reporter to back him up, when he arrives at the Red Palace, if he cannot reach an agreement with the Red Queen, there will be no room for recovery. Could it be that at that time, I will have to marry the Red Queen? What will I become then? A son-in-law of a marriage alliance? Bah! Moreover, the information in the hands of the female reporter may be related to the curse of the Red Queen family. After understanding it clearly, I can prescribe the right medicine. Cure Miss Isabella's illness. Well, I guess it impossible to cure her mentally. But for her physically, there is still some chance. But no matter what, when we get to the Scarlet Country, we have to find the female reporter. This is not difficult. Call Wallace later. Ask him about the situation. And he will be able to predict where she is. Okay. Louis. I know that female reporter. Wallace mentioned her to me. Her name is Nani. I thought she had come back. Francesco sighed. She said she would communicate with Wallace. Prepare the information of the female reporter. And let Louis ask Wallace later. Mr. Stewart would help Louis predict with the magic mirror. As for Francesco, he will be returning home tomorrow. The topic is almost over here. But Francesco seems to be asking Louis to have dinner today. Louis, you will be leaving tomorrow. I have to see you off tonight. What Louis doesn't know is that Francesco actually has a little trick up his sleeve today. This brat has been getting more and more rude recently. He even set his sights on me today. No. I must let him know that I have caught him and make him behave. She decided to expose your past today and give you a beating. Otherwise you will go to the Red Queen and betray her. Which will not be fun. You decide. A. Your Majesty. I will be lenient if I confess. Kneeling at Francesco's feet with tears in his eyes, kissing her feet. Completion reward, I let you go. +1, mother-in-law -1, Your Majesty +1, Francesco will never meet you in his true form *1, opportunity of favor in the dream of the moon goddess -1, magic +1. B. Refuse to reveal your secret, and take the initiative. Completion reward, Francesco heartache *1, fierce battle *1. It you? 1, shitpot 1, loss of the right to become a son-in-law *2, random attribute +1. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. He vaguely guessed what Francesco wanted to do. He now has a handle. He coughed, looked at the St. Oak scholars, who were trembling, and having a party surrounded by many great wizards not far away. These young wizards, who just received their scholar degrees this year, will all be witnesses. Louis was slightly relieved. He bowed slightly to Francesco, and said, "Your Majesty, you don't have to eat dinner. There is something I want to talk to you about." Francesco raised his eyebrows, thinking, "I haven't talked to you yet. But you talked to me first?" However, Francesco was still a little curious about what Louis wanted to talk to her about. She nodded, signaling Louis to talk here. But Louis came over very rudely and whispered to her ear, just as Francesco raised his eyebrows and wanted to push him away. A very magical voice came into Francesco's ears. "Your Majesty, just confess and you will be lenient. I know everything. You are the faceless man. Isn't that right? B. Strike first. Magic +1, blank, blank. A. Confess and you will be lenient. Magic +1, blank plus blank." Francesco rolled her eyes vigorously. She pushed Louis away and cursed in a panic. "Don't talk nonsense about such things. I have been staying in the palace all these days. I have never been to the White Stone Garden." She cursed in her heart. "I haven't even talked to you about this, and you're putting the blame on me? I finally cleared my identity. Why would I go to Black Corner Alley to do something? Especially what you did in the White Stone Garden a few days ago. It all in the newspapers. Now everyone thinks that the Dark Lord has been resurrected. I wish I could strangle you to death now. You're still putting the blame on me. You're really brave. Why go to the White Stone Garden of the Dragon Clan to cause trouble? The entire dragon nest is now watching for news about the faceless man." On the other side, although Louis did not hear Francesco's inner voice, he said, "Oh," after hearing the words "don't talk nonsense," and then looked at Her Majesty the Queen in front of him with a smile. "What are you pretending to be with me? From the first time we met, you didn't look like a king in front of me. You were a pretty witch in men's clothes. I also have a magic mirror, and the disguise created by your magic mirror has no effect in front of me." And slapped me. And, can the king be afraid of being blamed by the faceless man? Can the king be afraid of others saying he is the Dark Lord? What, you got caught up in a hurry today, so you are exposed. Right? You finally confessed. Right? Who are you? Everyone knows it clearly. Why are you pretending to me that I am a Muggle king? Now you know I am the faceless man, and I also know you are Francesco/the Dark Lord. If you want to use my identity to attack me in the future, don't blame me for exposing you. Anyway, no one is a good person. Thinking of this, a line of narration appeared in front of Louis. B. Strike first and get the upper hand. Put the blame on Francesco *1. No fierce battle *1. Everyone knows the strength of the other party, so they won't reveal the secret *2. Retain son-in-law rights +2. Magic +1. On the other side, Francesco saw Louis' expression of stop pretending, and was almost out of breath, feeling a little hurt. Louis, this brat, harassed her all the time. So she had long suspected that Louis had guessed her identity. When he whispered in her ear just now, she couldn't help but panic. She was distracted by him, and fell into his trap. Although she was only slightly affected, she still said the wrong thing. Your Majesty, please don't blame me for your good deeds. Now the whole world knows that you have been resurrected again. This made Francesco so angry that he was like the moon god, the god of law. And it was all your fault. If things go wrong, we will both be exposed. Seeing that Louis was about to come closer, Francesco pushed Louis away. He waved his sleeves and pointed at Louis and said angrily, "What nonsense! I didn't play the faceless man at all. Don't think I don't know what you did in Black Corner Alley. Bull. That idiot is still trying to hide it from me. Do you think I need to ask more questions? A. Mother-in-law +1, I will definitely meet you in my true form +1, Her Majesty +1, the possibility of the moon goddess favoring me +1. Speaking of this, Francesco pointed to a man not far away with shifty eyes, who kept covering his face, and turned into the crowd. The man was wearing a tattered gray magic robe, tall and thin, and looked like an IG skeleton. It was Pole. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. When he first established contact with Pole, how could he have known that Francesco was still alive? She really didn't need to ask Paul more. After they met, Francesco knew everything in a few words. Louis, tell me, did you do the White Stone Garden incident? Don't talk nonsense. Louis looked at the witnesses, who were having a party in the distance, and secretly looked over here. He was so scared that he wanted to cover Francesco's mouth with his hand. Francesco slapped Louis's hand aside. I suspect that person is you. At this point, Francesco's eyes widened. How is it possible? I finally cleared my name by using Bull identity. Louis shouted in a low voice. Look at my magic. The magic of the man in White Stone Garden must be different from mine. Louis rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his hand, planning to show a few tricks to prove his innocence. Francesco thought it was unnecessary, after all. She had never seen the magic of the faceless man in White Stone Garden, but she had heard that those killed by him were torn into pieces like paper, so she suspected Louis. Now what Louis said made sense. Francesco already suspected that it was not Louis. She thought that the faceless man should be a woman, and had mysophobia, and a strong desire for revenge. She had already guessed someone. But Louis seemed a little stubborn. Your Majesty. Look! Just as Francesco was thinking, Francesco saw a flying fire dragon under the background of the distant starry sky. Louis stretched out his hand and tore it off like a sticker. Then, Louis had a two-dimensional paper dragon in his hand. The paper dragon was still squeaking stupidly in Louis's hand, angrily spewing paper fire. It lacked intelligence and had no idea what was happening. Then, Louis tore off the fire that spewed out of the mouth of the paper dragon in his hand like paper. And then, he took the fire paper and pasted it on the distant starry sky like a sticker. Then, a dragon breath appeared in the sky several kilometers away. After that, Louis pasted the paper dragon onto the clouds on the other side of the starry sky like a sticker. And then a silly fire dragon appeared in the clouds. Louis wiped the sweat from his head due to excessive consumption of magic power. He happily looked at Francesco, who was as dumb as a goose, and said, You see it. Francesco glanced at Louis, turned around and left. Louis? Hey! Your Majesty. Why don't we take a hot spring bath together before leaving? You still say you're not? Are you still talking nonsense to me? Is it Louis? Or someone else? It seems we have to wait and see. Trust this guy for now. I go check on that person in secret. Obviously, although what you tore off was not paper, it doesn't look like this. The more you explain, the worse it gets. +1. Louis? Louis. Chapter 215. The Great Blood Magician Right Chasing the Light. After Francesco turned and left, the many wizards who were watching the excitement at the hot springs retracted their gazes towards the distant starry sky, and their eyes twitched. They all followed their boss. When passing by Louis, they all twitched their lips and bowed slightly. The moves Louis had shown before were very concealed, and the casting distance was too far, so the people around him could not feel it. But those young wizards did not see what happened in the sky, but how could these great wizards not see it? Seeing the strange looks from the great wizards, Louis opened his mouth and stretched out his hand to explain something. But no one paid any attention to him. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They bowed slightly and left. They all seemed to want to draw a line between themselves and the Dark Lord Faceless. You should take the blame. Don't expose us and His Majesty when the time comes. Ahem. Sir. Don't worry. A voice came from the side of Louis. Louis turned around and saw that it was Bull who was forcing a smile. Bull bowed respectfully to Louis and said, Some of us have already checked the scene. Although the faceless man has been deliberately imitating the magic of you and your Majesty. If you pay close attention, you can still see some differences. Okay. Louis rubbed his face. He cursed in his heart. Who is so wicked? Deliberately putting the blame on me? Besides, my lord, I am really not a traitor. What traitor? Louis blinked, and didn't react to what Bull meant. But he saw that Paul winked at him, and there were a few words written on his face. You know, it seems that I am actually lurking under Francesco's command, and I am your spy. Seeing Paul look, Louis almost fell over in anger. You are really a traitor. Right? Paul looked back and said, I am not. I am loyal to you. Louis looked back and said, Did you say the same thing to Francesco? Paul looked back and Louis saw a few words in it. You guessed it right. Louis returned a look and said, Get lost before I kill you. After Bull got lost, Louis looked at the time and found that it was already past 9 o'clock. He walked towards the hot spring, intending to go home from another path. He couldn't help but take a look when he passed the swimming pool. He remembered that in the past 2 months, many wizards who passed the certification of the Holy Oak Scholars were planning to leave school. Many people would hold a party in the Dragon District. They would get together with their alumni for the last time. It looks like there are a lot of people here. The people who were having a party at the hot springs were originally looking at Louis carefully, but when they saw Louis' eyes, they all turned their heads away and continued to have a party. For a moment, it was lively. Everyone was sweating and pretending to chat about something they didn't know what they were talking about. But an acquaintance waved at Louis. When Louis saw that person, he covered his eyes tightly and wanted to avoid him, but several human race, gentlemen and ladies from Fox, ran over enthusiastically and held him. Oh my! Louis, I didn't expect it to be you. Under everyone's warm greetings, he still went over. Louis couldn't help but think of the scene when he secretly returned to the Holy Oak some time ago. During those days, he was on the ship to Rainbow Harbor, and occasionally returned to the office of the Holy Oak to help Treve and others get some things, or meet with Miss Lilith. One day, he accidentally ran into the little internet celebrity Zinnia and others, and saw the engagement rings on their fingers. And Louis congratulated them, and a little guilty. Although this kind of aristocratic marriage all comes first for profit, this is an ironclad family relationship. And these lovers grew up in the academy, and they are childhood sweethearts. Louis's congratulations are still sincere after all. Everyone is a good friend. The little foxes are also very happy, saying that although they are getting married and leaving school, they should keep in touch. After chatting, the ladies mentioned the matter of the Stog Arena, which they seemed to have seen in the newspaper before, so they were very curious. So Louis politely invited everyone to the office for a cup of tea and chatted with them. If he hadn't met Daniel and others today, he would have forgotten what they talked about that day. After all, he couldn't remember the names of the little foxes. He remembered that when he was sitting on the sofa and invited Miss Kenya and others to sit over and chat, they said this. My fiancé? Daniel. He thinks you like me, and thinks that as long as I find you, things will end smoothly. So he cried to me, begging me to express his apologies for offending you before, and he hopes to be friends with you. As she spoke, Kenya wiped away her tears, and took a few deep breaths, and then she calmed down. I really didn't expect him to say such a thing. Louis thought for a long time before he remembered who Daniel was. The fiancé who had been with Kenya for 6 years in the academy. And the so-called offense to him was that Daniel took the lead in pulling Fox and others to cast a spell on him. Well, Miss Zinnia, what did you say to him? I felt humiliated, and in my shame and anger, I slapped her in the face. Well done, sister. How can Daniel be so shameless? Another little fox helped Miss Zinnia up from the sofa, lifted her skirt, sat on the sofa next to Louis, and turned to say to everyone, Andrew is the same. But he is much better than Daniel. He just asked me to talk to you. Another little fox shouted, why are the nobles in France all like this? After listening to this, Louis was a little speechless. Those gentlemen seemed to have their own ideas. They were also very open-minded. But he was a serious person. This is too embarrassing. It will make people misunderstand. You should not let everyone know that you have been here. Right? Louis pushed away the ladies who were chatting, and stood up from the sofa, wanting to send them out. Seeing the looks of the ladies, Louis pulled up his pants in panic. Young ladies, I was wrong. I can't afford this kind of thing. Can you pretend that you didn't see me today? Just pretend that we have never met. Well, you know that my medical skills are extremely advanced. I can repair injuries from a few months ago. Bullshit. Several young ladies held up their skirts and pantyhose, and cursed. It agreed. Afterwards, at the Ministry of Magic, you have to say hello to Director Yingling. She has been giving us a lot of punishments these days. Many of the family businesses are going to fail. Many young ladies pushed Louis back onto the sofa. Recalling this, Louis covered his eyes fiercely. So, do you think of me as a friend? Louis finally smiled and went over, looking at Louis' smiling face. Daniel sighed in his heart. Back then in the Fox Lounge, this guy teased Zinnia and others, and asked them to wipe their shoes. Daniel still remembers it vividly. When he saw the newspaper of the Stover Dragon Arena, his wonderful mood was still fresh in his mind. Today, when seeing many directors, counselors, and other people being respectful and polite to Louis, Daniel could not help but sigh at his foresight. Zinnia should have talked to Louis. For Helen's sake, this matter should be over. The gap between the two was too big. He just wanted to become friends with Mr. Louis, who he had never met before. At least, he could keep things quiet. Louis thought so too. And he did not take it too seriously. Besides, His girlfriend had talked to him about it before. He glanced at the engagement ring in Zinnia's hand, and Louis coughed awkwardly. Zinnia and a few little foxes not far away also hurriedly avoided Louis's eyes, pretending that they had never met before and that they did not know each other, although they took the initiative to talk to him and apologize. He did a bad thing after all. So when Louis saw Daniel and others, he felt a little guilty. They were all in the era of family marriage. Many people were engaged before they were 10 years old. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but feel more guilty. He chatted with Daniel for a few words, saying that Helen and Kinia and others had a good relationship, so he and Daniel and others should also get along well. It seemed like there was no friendship without fighting, and we would all be friends in the future. After hearing the words of being friends, Daniel's smile became even brighter. Several little foxes that Louis was not familiar with, and the leaders of the new generation, gentlemen, ruffians, also came over at this time, accompanied Daniel, and socialized with Louis with a smile on their faces. For a while, the scene was full of joy, and everyone was chatting happily. After chatting for a while, Louis asked a few questions that he was confused about. Later, he learned from Daniel that there was indeed a curse in the Red Queen family, but only the purest blood group were vampires. The ancestor of Daniel family was once Isabella Knight and a duke. P.S. The title and the knight are not in conflict. Many of the knights around the king are great nobles. He is more than 1,000 years old. When the Dracula family was cursed, he, who was loyal to the Dracula family, also became a vampire. But because his last name was not Dracula, his descendants were not affected by the curse. He had descendants before the curse. This knight is considered the ancestor of the Daniel family. His name comes from the ancient Byronic language, which is pronounced as lighter, which means someone who seeks light in the darkness. This is the name he changed later. Even Daniel doesn't know what his original name was. When he heard the name Lighter, Louis's face showed a bit of strangeness, because when Bob told Louis the story of the magician, he seemed to have heard the name of the magician Lighter. I didn't expect him to be a vampire duke. This ancestor rarely contacts the Daniel family and is almost an outsider. No wonder, the family he knew has been dead for more than 1,000 years, and now he can be said to be alone. But because of this relationship, the Daniel family has been loyal to Dracula, the surname of the Red Queen family, for generations, and is considered a distant relative of the Dracula family, or a noble vassal of the Red Queen family. They manage an overseas enclave of the Dracula family, and Isabella is the queen to whom the Daniel family is loyal. From some fragments, Louis could understand that the common people in the Scarlet Kingdom lived a normal life, but the nobles lived a life of debauchery. It was a typical ancient medieval kingdom with extreme luxury. As for Isabella, she did not seem to participate in politics and lived in seclusion in the kingdom. However, the monarchs of the Muddle kingdoms ruled by the Red Queen family were all loyal to her, just like worshipping a god. As Francesco said before, the Red Queen family was a special group of wizards. They lived with the Muggles, and they were one in each other. In addition, Louis also heard a word: blood tax. However, blood tax seems to be a topic that is not suitable for much discussion. Even though Daniel is very respectful to Louis, he dare not say much about it. So as they chatted, everyone changed the topic. After hearing about Daniel and others' plans for their future, Louis said that he could help and asked someone to take care of it. Don't worry, Andrew, a burly fox wizard with a pockmarked face. I will talk to Miss Yingling. Besides Daniel, I am also familiar with Prince Dracula. After I meet him, I will mention the matter of your family to him. Daniel and others were overjoyed. In the past, he definitely thought that this guy was bragging, but now he believes that Louis is definitely not lying. It seems that the man is Louis. Daniel heard that this matter is a secret, but within the upper echelons of the Red Queen family, this matter has spread. That's Louis VI. He's the one chosen by Queen Isabella, the future prince. He even said that he would go to the harem soon, which means he's preparing to hold a ceremony. It's settled. The prince thing is settled. The blood tax for this year has been settled. Daniel couldn't help but become more enthusiastic in his heart, and other people who either needed something from Louis or had offended him also became more enthusiastic about Louis for their own reasons. At the end of the topic, Daniel mentioned that he would return to his hometown in a while to attend an elder's wedding. Not Isabella's. This elder was the ancestor of Daniel's family, the vampire who was more than 1,000 years old. After attending this wedding, he would attend the wedding of Miss Isabella and Louis with the Duke. But Daniel didn't say anything about it. After all, it was a secret. Miss Isabella was still quite shy about this matter. But the content was to invite Louis to attend the Duke wedding. It was on the way anyway. Maybe they would be held in the same place. And give Louis a surprise. Louis was not interested in the Duke wedding. And was a little surprised why Daniel invited him. But in front of him was a narration about the Duke. The ancestor, the Duke of Light, had not contacted Daniel family for a long time. This time, the family actually received a letter from Lord Light. Get married. The Daniel family can see Lord Light joy from the letter. He seems to have finally found his light. Miss Nanny made him see the real light in the desperate darkness. I'm getting married. This letter made the whole Daniel family feel incredible and excited. According to rumors, the 4 knights around the mysterious Queen Isabella represent justice, mercy, bravery, and loyalty. They were once the kings of 4 Muggle kingdoms, possessing unimaginable wealth and power. More than 1,000 years later, their stories are still circulating in many kingdoms, and Muggles regard these 4 knights as gods. How much wealth did he accumulate? This is probably a mystery. But he seems to be very stingy, because for so many years, Wright has never contacted his family descendants, which also prevented the family from enjoying his influence. This time, he actually sent a letter to the family because of a wedding. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity for the family to re-establish contact with the ancestors. Although Lord Wright only informed them so that his only relative, although not very familiar, could share his joy. It seems that Lord Wright did not want them to go. But Daniel family still decided to send Daniel, the heir of the family, to disturb Lord Wright and attend this grand wedding. Daniel has not returned to his hometown for a long time. He only heard from his father that it was a beautiful place, a paradise, which made Daniel yearn for it happily. Louis was indifferent to this wedding. But when he heard the name of Lord Wright's fiancée, his pupils shrank slightly. Nani. Francesco mentioned before that the female reporter was also called Nanny. What going on? Louis couldn't help but wonder. It should be just a coincidence. Right, Sir Louis. I will actually leave tomorrow to attend this wedding. I will treat it as my first trip after becoming a scholar. And today you are here to see me off. Daniel hugged Zinnia and said with a happy smile, after I come back, we will also get married. If you have time, I hope you can attend our wedding. It seems that this childhood sweetheart is finally going to get married. And it sounds like Daniel and several human male gentlemen, fox nobles, will hold their wedding on the same day. Seeing that the little foxes, such as Xenia, all nodded and smiled at him, Louis felt a little guilty. He nodded awkwardly, saying that he would definitely attend if he had time. But he laughed in his heart, saying that he would definitely not go. He looked at the time, and found an excuse to say goodbye to many ladies and gentlemen, and went home. Chapter 216, The Little Sailboat of Friendship. The snow outside was getting a bit heavy. Louis rushed back home in the light snow. After entering the house, it was almost 10 o'clock. The house was full of strong smell of alcohol. Louis could not help but fan his nose. After taking a look at the living room, Louis found that Helen was washing in the bathroom, and Osicris, who had just finished her bath, was combing her hair in the living room in her lace nightgown, and chatting with Yingling. As for Yingling, she was wearing the same style of pajamas as Osicris, and was chatting with Osicris while lying on the table to settle accounts. Judging from the frowning and distressed look, the wine party arranged by Yingling today must have cost a lot of money, and most of the wine should have gone into Annabelle's stomach. Louis scratched his head, took off his coat, walked around the house, and found that there were several more rooms. The shoe room and dressing room that Yingling mentioned during the day were expanded in the house by several sisters. There was also a small study room, and a telephone was installed. Although this study room was prepared for Helen, Louis was still very satisfied. He planned to go back to his room to sort out his things and put some of his things in the study. As soon as he opened the door, he found Annabelle lying on the bed in his bedroom, sleeping soundly with her pillow in her arms. Louis quickly closed the door, as if he had seen a ghost. After sitting on the sofa in the living room, Louis found that the sofa was already covered with bedding, and his pajamas were also placed on the sofa. Louis looked at Osicris and Yingling with a confused look on his face. Osicris seemed a little drunk. She was combing her hair and forgot how Annabelle got to Louis's room. So she looked at Yingling. Yingling put away the small account book on the table, smiled, and said, Her Highness Annabelle was originally sleeping in Helen's room, but she just woke up and vomited, And then she crawled into your room. I think this is a good thing. Otherwise Helen's bed would be dirty. I don't know how much wine is in this dragon two-dimensional stomach. But it seems that after she vomited some, she should have followed your smell and crawled to your room drunkenly. Louis opened his mouth. Sure enough. She will wake up. Right? Seeing Louis still standing there stupidly, Yingling gave Louis a wink, deliberately stepped on the chair to adjust her suspender stockings, and said, Baby, you can sleep on the sofa today. Don't come over. This is not a secret signal. Secret signal? Osikris blinked. She was a little drunk and didn't understand what it meant. So Yingling patted her butt and pulled her up. Back to the room. It seems that the two good girlfriends will sleep together tonight. Louis was going to sleep on the sofa. Could it really be a secret code? Louis coughed and couldn't help but glance at the big light bulb in his room and the small light bulb in the bathroom. If someone got up in the middle of the night and found something, it would be too embarrassing. It seems it's not a secret code. After looking at the pajamas on the sofa, Louis took off his coat, planning to wait for Helen to come out to take a shower, change clothes and go to bed. When Louis was tidying up the quilt on the sofa, Helen also came out. She put her hands behind her back, curiously looked at the sofa that was slightly smaller than Louis, blinked and said, Lou and I. Why are you sleeping outside? Yeah, Louis fell into deep thought, not knowing how to answer. It's snowing today. It will be cold. Take a shower and squeeze in with me. Helen pointed to her room and said, My bed is big. With a clang, the comb in Osikli's room fell to the ground in shock. These days, didn't Louis do something weird to Helen? This shameless scumbag. There were noises coming from Osikri's room. The drunk Osikri seemed to be a little impulsive and wanted to go out to question, but was stopped by Yingling. Louis opened his mouth slightly, looking at Helen. She is indeed my good sister-in-law. I really love you for a good reason. But I sleep alone tonight. At this time, Osikris had a dark face, opened the door and called Helen over. Helen blinked in confusion and went to her sister's room. It seems that the three ladies are going to sleep together. It's like they are on guard against someone. Louis secretly complained, went to take a shower, then changed into pajamas, turned off the lights, and lay on the sofa. Osikri's room was noisy all the time. It seems that the three ladies were still drunk and were going crazy, making a big noise in the room for a long time. Louis couldn't sleep because of the noise. It was not until after 11 o'clock that the three tired ladies finally fell into a deep sleep. The room next door gradually became quiet, and Louis was too sleepy. The fireplace was burning brightly, and in his hazy dreams, Louis could always smell the sweet scent of the ladies. This made him feel uncomfortable. In his dream, he was thinking about whether he should go to the bathroom, and go to the wrong room. He then cursed himself in his heart. He kicked the quilt a little, and felt much looser and more comfortable. He gradually fell asleep. I don't know who got up in the middle of the night, and they tossed around in the bathroom for a long time. Louis was too lazy to pay attention, scratched his legs, and slept with his legs spread out. It was very indecent. Gradually, he had a dream, in which the moon goddess quietly came to his bed in the middle of the night, and was very dishonest. In the haze, Louis hugged her. Her face was very hazy. Sometimes it was Xiaoyou. Sometimes it was Yingling. Sometimes it was drunk Annabelle. And even Helen's naughty little face appeared. At the end, Louis's mind was full of the suspender stockings of Yingling, the bad boy, and her tail and ears, which made him a little restless. Damn the slutty vixen. She flirted with him before leaving. The fragrance on her body was very familiar to him, and he couldn't tell who she was. She felt smooth like silk, and her long and thin tail swayed, and the quilt was completely removed. She swayed again, and woke Louis up. In Louis' haziness, he felt that there was a hazy figure on his body, and he felt that his body was sometimes light and sometimes heavy. In that half asleep, Louis dreamed of a small sailboat, bobbing up and down on the sea, with its bottom hitting the water. The sail creaked in the salty sea breeze. Louis woke up a little. It turned out that there was a woman sitting on the sofa, but there was Louis between them. But this did not prevent her from sitting on the sofa. The creaking sound of the sail that he had just dreamed of also came from the sofa. The woman was nervous and uneasy, and kept looking at the doors around her. I don't know if she was afraid of waking Louis, or afraid that the rooms nearby would hear her. She wiped her tears from time to time, as if she was repenting for what she was doing. How could she be so strong? Could it be that I was sleepwalking? And then I entered the next room? Or did Yingling sneak over in the middle of the night? Louis slowly opened his eyes. At this time, she suddenly found that Louis had woken up and lowered her head in excitement. Louis was completely awakened by the kiss in a daze. A strong smell of alcohol came into Louis's mouth. He suddenly blinked his eyes and looked at the drunk woman facing him. Her eyes were full of confusion, but they were burning with raging flames. The horns on her head were like a demon. Louis almost screamed out in fear. Fuck. Chapter 217. Louis, you are so rude. Louis was almost scared to scream, and then Annabelle held his mouth tightly with her hand. Don't make a sound. Miss Dragon's eyes were filled with tears, and a strong smell of alcohol was sprayed out. She roared in a low voice and threatened, if Osicris knows about this, I will kill you. Obviously, it was this drunkard who was tossing in the bathroom in the middle of the night. And it seems that all the potions have been vomited out by Miss Dragon. Extreme repression is extreme rebound. She regrets what she is doing now, feeling sorry for Osicris. Originally, because Osicris talked to her a lot during the day, she thought she should talk to you. So she sat over here, and this is her explanation. How did it turn out like this? Now, this female gangster can only explain it all by saying that she was drunk. Just like last time. It's your fault for sleeping in the living room, and having bad sleeping habits. Maybe this is retribution. I advise you to be honest, and pretend you know nothing. After all, this dragon is angry now, and he can do anything. Looking at the narration in front of him, Louis's ears were buzzing. A few words flashed in his mind. I was fooled by this dragon again. Be quiet. You don't want anyone to hear it, right? The drunken dragon lady, her eyes were filled with tears of guilt, but she threatened viciously. Louis's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy is really not a decent person. Right? Look at what she said. I am a man with a family, and my wife is next door. If someone hears this, or someone gets up in the middle of the night, it will be seen. But it all over. He wanted to stand up and end this farce. But the moment Miss Dragon lifted her shirt, Louis' head was buzzing. Ahem, okay. Louis stretched out his hands. At this moment, Miss Dragon held her head high and exhaled a breath of foul air in a low voice. The princess warrior, facing the ferocious dragon, finally had to withstand the pressure and silently endured the dragon wrath. Seeing Mr. Louis so sensible, Miss Dragon was very satisfied, and in her drunken, fiery gaze, Louis also felt a surge of heat in his heart. But at this moment, Annabelle suddenly felt dizzy, as if everything had turned upside down. In panic, Miss Dragon stared with fear, and almost screamed. But a big hand held her mouth. Don't make a sound, Louis said with a burning look. That night, the snow outside was getting heavier. Afterwards, Miss Dragon covered her eyes, and lay there sobbing faintly. It seemed that she had completely sobered up. When she looked at Osicris' door, tears were streaming down her face. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely, yawned, and said, Okay, let go to bed. Well, it all settled. I just pretend nothing happened tonight. Don't tell Osicris. Haha. Louis patted her, found no movement, and kicked her off the sofa, and covered himself with a blanket. I hate you. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Osicris and Yingling, who got up early to clean the house, found Louis sleeping naked on the sofa in the living room, and quickly covered him with a quilt. Standing beside the sofa with their hands on their hips, they woke up the lazy guy and said angrily, There were so many ladies in the house, and Miss Annabelle stayed here last night, which was really rude. And it seemed to smell like heather. What did this kid do secretly last night? Did you treat the living room as your bedroom? This is so rude. Louis, who felt guilty, accepted all the criticisms from the ladies. To show his sincerity, he took on the job of washing clothes. Soon Helen, who had been sleeping late, also came out in slippers. Seeing that the two sisters were making breakfast, Louis was washing clothes. The little girl ran to Annabelle's room curiously and took a sneak peek, only to find that she was awake. She was curled up in bed, looking out the window in a daze, with tears in her eyes. She told this quietly to her two sisters. The two sisters looked a little strange. Osicris, did you say something too harsh to her yesterday? Yingling said in a low voice. Osicris looked a little guilty. She and Yingling knocked on Annabelle's door, invited her to have breakfast, and sat on the bed and chatted with her for a while. Annabelle looked at Osicris' gentle smile, and finally there was a trace of happiness on her pale face. But Osicris felt that she was forcing a smile. Miss Annabelle apologized for yesterday's abruptness. Asa cries. Her best friend since childhood felt something was wrong, as if Annabelle was hiding something from her. It seemed that Annabelle felt that she had indeed done something wrong, but she felt very wronged. The morning conversation ended with the three sisters comforting each other, and everyone had a happy breakfast. But after Louis finished washing the clothes and sat lazily in the seat after washing, the atmosphere became a little strange. This guy sat directly between Osicris and Annabelle, and rolled his eyes at Annabelle from time to time. But the strange thing was that Miss Annabelle, who was easily irritated, did not get angry, but avoided Louis' gaze. This made Yingling and Osicris look strange. During breakfast, Louis learned that Osicris planned not to follow her father back to the country for the time being, and would stay in the academy for a while. She knew about the magician becoming a university scholar earlier than Louis. Several magicians will come to the Holy Oak in the near future. Osicris has arranged some things. She will stay in the academy, acting as a bridge between magicians and wizards, introducing professors, friends, and arranging various matters. As for today, she will write some materials at home. Yingling said she would go out today. She needed to communicate with Crowley about the trade between the Kingdom of Sorrento and the wizards. Yingling has many ways, and will provide many channels for the fleet. Helen, do you want to go out with your sister? Yingling asked with a smile. Helen was overjoyed, and said she wanted to go out with Yingling. Ahem. She was going to do something. Seeing that the little light bulb would be taken away by Yingling today, Louis was secretly happy. Although he was leaving soon, it seemed that he could still spend some time alone with Xiaoyou. Seeing Louis' beaming face, Princess Osicris suddenly felt a little scared and got up to wash the dishes. Annabelle smiled coldly, ate bread and milk slowly, and said nothing. After finishing her meal in the morning, Annabelle wiped her mouth and left. Yingling and Helen also packed up their things, planning to go out for a walk. Seeing that Teacher Xiao had gone back to her room to write materials, Louis smiled secretly, went to Helen's study first, and contacted Wallace with the crystal ball. Chapter 218 Flattery. Soon Mustache Wallace appeared in the crystal ball. He rubbed his hands flatteringly, and started to flirt with Louis. From the frightened look in the eyes of this mustachioed goblin, he must have been severely beaten up by Francesco yesterday. Louis couldn't help but feel a little relieved. He interrupted the nonsense of Mustache Wallace and asked about the Red Queen family and the female reporter. Louis, you know, the Red Queen family is very special. There are not too many people in their family. They are scattered in several Muggle kingdoms. These kingdoms were originally part of one kingdom, the Rose Dynasty. More than 1,000 years ago, Isabella I was the last queen of the Rose Dynasty. When Isabella ascended the throne at the age of 8, it was the most turbulent time for the entire kingdom. The kingdom was invaded by foreign enemies, and when the queen was 22 years old, the entire kingdom was forced to fall apart. These kingdoms were not too large, and were generally in the Middle Ages. The royal families of the kingdoms were all descendants of Isabella I's vassals, or simply her distant relatives. Wallace's narration reminded Louis of Isabella IV Knights. Daniel Ancestor, the Duke of Wright, was once the monarch of 4 of the many Muggle kingdoms. Because these kingdoms are very close, like an alliance, the flags are all related to the 4-leaf flower, so Muggles like to call them the 4-flower kingdoms. But wizards call them the Scarlet Kingdom, because these 4 kingdoms are actually secretly controlled by vampires. Those blood-sucking zombies have been living together with Muggles. They are cannibals. What good can they do? We have always suspected that there must be something dirty going on. We even suspected that the Red Queen family was secretly enslaving the Muggle kingdom and raising blood slaves. This is absolutely forbidden by the Magic Council. What even more outrageous is that those Muggle kingdoms secretly ruled by the Red Queen family are rumored to have many dark creatures hidden in them, and many cults are prevalent, and most of these cults are related to blood. The Red Queen family has been openly tracking down these cults and dealing with dark creatures. But I suspect that these cults and dark creatures were created by themselves. The reason is that those cults and dark creatures have been worshipping Isabella I as a god for more than 1,000 years. This makes us have to believe that the Red Queen is delusional about becoming a god. I believe that Isabella must have turned herself into an ugly vampire more than 1,000 years ago because she wanted to become a god. She greedily devoured the blood of the ancient gods. Want to become the god of blood? If they secretly induce humans to worship the Red Queen family as gods, it is unimaginable. This almost tramples on the last words left by Saint Anthony and the prohibitions upheld by the ancient Magic Council to this day. The evil things they have done in these Muggle kingdoms, once exposed, Wizards will no longer support the Red Queen family. And the Red Queen family will also face the trial of the Magic Council. The truth is the duty of every media person. These things must be made clear, and those ugly things must be uncovered from the darkness, the king of rumors. The big boss behind Chatter actually said such a thing. Lewis thought it was good to just listen to it. The real situation depends on what the female reporter says. Lewis interrupted Wallace Chatter. Stop talking nonsense, Wallace. Tell me about the female reporter. Lewis said. It like this. Lewis. My team has been undercover for many years to get information about the Red Queen family. The most critical reporter has been undercover for 20 years. She has become Isabella's best friend and has mastered many of Isabella's secrets. Hearing this, Lewis was a little speechless. He originally thought that the female reporter was an informant sold by Wallace for a large sum of money. But only now did he know that this was a reporter who had been undercover for 20 years for news. What a great faith this is. What a gossipy soul. If there is no faith, who can waste their youth in a medieval place full of all kinds of monsters and ghosts, living with vampires, and being a blood slave? Wallace probably did it for political interests, but this female reporter, I'm afraid she really wants the truth? The mustache Wallace in the crystal ball continued. She has enough information. I have received some of these things, but the most crucial evidence is still in her hands. Originally, she was going to personally send the information back, but she dragged it out for a long time. At this point, Wallace in the crystal ball started to curse. I trusted her so much. I regarded her as my successor. Damn it! Wallace cried and cursed, but she did it for a man. She quit. She told me that she was going to retire and get married. She said that after the wedding, she would consider whether to give me those things. Such a big thing. She stood me up just for a wedding. Ah! Moon goddess. Wallace was about to go crazy when I heard her say that. I was stunned. Lewis was also stunned. He asked, then what? Then she disappeared without a trace. Wallace, do you know when your female reporter is getting married? Lewis asked with a strange look on his face. I don't know. She doesn't seem to plan to invite anyone to attend. I don't even know what her fiancé does. I only know his name is Light. Lewis' face became more and more strange. Light? Daniel's ancestor? The Duke of Light, who had not been in touch with the family for more than 1,000 years, and finally wrote a letter because of a wedding, to share his happiness with a group of distant relatives who had nothing to do with him. It was as if he was happy and wanted to share the greatest joy of his life with the whole world. Lewis could not help but fall into deep thought. The people of the Red Queen family seemed to like getting married. Yesterday, I heard Francesco say that Isabella seems to be preparing for a wedding recently. I don't know who the groom is. After talking to this point, the sick Isabella I has become completely clear. All the invitees, except Isabella, have basically been talked about. Lewis suddenly understood why the storybook led him. Francesco and Wallace, the two most important people, talk. Maybe it was in that fate that he wanted to know about the wedding between Wright and the female reporter. Perhaps the real truth was in this happiest wedding in the world. Neither of them invited anyone, but Lewis decided to attend. After he got the information, he went to have a good talk with the Red Queen. After covering the crystal ball, Lewis summoned the magic mirror in front of the mirror, predicted where Wright and the female reporter were, and his face became a little strange. Lewis found out that their wedding was not held in the Red Palace, but near the Red Palace, which was different from what Daniel said. Anyway, it was on the way. After noting the place name, Lewis contacted Edward and asked him to select a few magicians to prepare for departure. Then, Lewis contacted Francesco again and reported his plan. He might leave tonight. Francesco said that she would also leave tonight and asked Lewis to stay for a while. He planned to have dinner with Lewis. Lewis refused. At this time, Yingling knocked on the door and came in. She seemed to be going out for a walk with Helen in a while, so she came over to say hello to Lewis. The two secretly made out for a while, and then Lewis sent Yingling and Helen out. They would go to the Half-Fleet with Crowley today, and would stay at Crowley Manor with Kate at night, so they would come back tomorrow. After closing the door, Lewis looked back at Osikri's room, and found that Xiao Ao seemed to be writing materials in the room. Probably something to prepare for the bachelor degree. She seems to have applied this year. Lewis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He decided to help his female boss Xiao Ao clean the house. So, he went to the bathroom to take a shower first. After making himself smell good, Lewis changed into a new set of clothes, picked up a broom and other things, and planned to clean the house for his female boss. Help her clean the room before going on a business trip. You still have to flatter your female boss, clean the room. And as a subordinate and roommate, I also have the obligation to take good care of her, right? Louis convinced himself. Louis didn't even knock on the door, but pushed it open and went in. He found his female boss Xiao Ao sitting at the desk, writing materials seriously. This made Louis's heart burn. He glanced at the long legs under the desk of the female boss, and lowered his head to pretend to sweep the floor. Oh no, what if the broom falls under the desk of the female boss? What should I do? It not good to disturb the female boss while she is writing materials? I just pick it up myself. The scene of Shi Minqing picking up chopsticks suddenly flashed in Louis's mind. He couldn't help but secretly curse himself. It was just a normal way of picking up things. How could he think like that? He swept in that direction. Hey, why are there so many melon seed shells on the ground? You've never bought melon seeds at home, right? The sound of someone eating melon seeds and laughing coldly, Louis swept the melon seed shells together, but just after he finished sweeping, there were several more melon seed pieces on the ground. He was busy for a long time, and he was a little impatient. I simply ignored the melon seed shells and walked to the desk of my female boss, Xiao Ao. I threw the melon seed shells under her desk, bent down, and planned to help my female boss sweep her calves. Hey, Sir Louis, there no need to do that. There no need to sweep here. It very clean. Teacher Osikri shrank her legs, and there was some embarrassment in her words. It okay. Director Osikri's. Oh, it seems that some melon seed shells fell at your feet. Let me pick them up for you. The male subordinate, Mr. Louis, had his eyes brightened, and was about to bend down to pick up the melon seed shells. But he found that Osikri's was looking at the opposite side with some embarrassment. He couldn't help but look in that direction. Then he saw a woman sitting on the bed opposite the table. The woman had a slender and hot figure, and was more than 1.9 meters tall. She was wearing a tight black leather jacket. It seemed that she had specially changed into a sea monster leather jacket when she just returned. And it was obvious that she was deliberately mocking Louis. It just that she didn't know that Louis was not a mermaid. At this time, she was sitting with her long legs crossed, standing on tiptoe, cracking melon seeds, and looking at Louis with a sneer. Annabelle? Louis opened his mouth wide, and angrily yelled, Why are you still here? Hee. Annabelle smiled coldly, and said nothing. She threw the melon seeds in her hand onto her leather boots again. Sweep. Louis's face darkened. Chapter 219. Okay, come in, I believe you. Sweep. Annabelle threw the melon seed shells at her feet, and smiled coldly at Louis. After that, Annabelle took out a large bag of melon seeds from her small waist bag. She placed it beside the bed. Seeing this scene, Louis's nose was almost crooked by anger. He turned around and wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he came back. Letting this female hooligan and Osikri's be alone in a room, what good would that do? Louis continued to sweep the floor in a pretentious manner, acting as if he was saying, Director Osikri's, I am a gentleman, I won't argue with her. And Annabelle was there, cracking melon seeds with a sneer, acting as if he was saying, Don't think I don't know what good things you, a scumbag, want to do. Let's see how long you can take me. One of them was sweeping the floor in a pretentious manner in the room, while the other was cracking melon seeds with a sneer in the room. Occasionally, the two looked at each other, with anger and lightning in their eyes. The female boss Osikri's rubbed her forehead for a while. She left the bedroom on some pretext. As soon as Osikri's left, Louis rushed to the bedside, threw the big bag of melon seeds next to Annabelle out of the window, and asked viciously, What are you doing? Go home quickly. Your mother asked you to go home for dinner. Annabelle sneered, Humph. Don't think I don't know what bad intentions you have for my fiancé. Fiancé? Dream on. I ruined your marriage proposal a long time ago. She is my fiancé now. Her mother, her father have agreed to our marriage. Louis started to make up stories. When Annabelle heard Louis mention the ruined marriage, she got even angrier, but she suppressed her anger and suddenly laughed happily. Don't dream, Louis. The Black Dragon clan has an engagement with Isolde. His Majesty Iger will never marry his daughter to you. Miss Dragon sneered and lifted her long hair, staring at Louis with a half smile, and said, Aren't you going on a business trip? Hurry up and leave. When you leave, I will take the princess back to Dragon Nest, and then sleep with the princess and my treasure every day. Annabelle Estra's period seems to have passed. She is just deliberately irritating you. After all, if she has a little bit of reason, she will not dare to snatch the princess in the Holy Oak or Sorrento. But you are right about one thing. As long as I am here, don't even think about being with the princess. Louis was so angry that he wanted to strangle this guy to death right now. You damn girl. Do you really want me to lock you up? Louis said viciously. Come on. I promise this will be in the newspaper the next day. Annabelle smiled coldly, looking fearless. Apparently, when she went home just now, she had already thought about the backup plan, and she was determined to ruin Louis' business today. This scammer almost made Louis die of anger. And after what happened last night, this guy looked like he got something for nothing, but he felt guilty inside and didn't want to attack Annabelle. Seeing Louis like this, Annabelle couldn't help but feel proud. She lifted her hair and said, Tell me, Louis, how much money do you want? I can give you all the wealth I inherited. It a real treasure. At this moment, there was a light cough outside the door, and Osicris came in with a few books with a strange look on her face. Louis hurriedly pretended to sweep the floor again, and Annabelle took out a bag of melon seeds from her waist bag. After a while, Osicris simply took the things to the small study, and Louis pretended to follow him to the study, flipping through the books on the bookshelf. And Annabelle sat on the sofa in the study and cracked melon seeds. Louis went to the toilet halfway and secretly contacted Archie. The two of them were staring at each other. One was planning to eat some melon seeds here. The other was thinking about how to get rid of that guy. Occasionally, they would discuss things secretly, but they would end up cursing each other. Osicles was organizing the information seriously. Her mind was full of the affairs of the Grand Master and the magicians. Occasionally, she looked up at the two idlers with full vigilance. Wouldn't these two guys secretly discuss with each other, and then kidnap her together? Otherwise, I go back home with my father today. This weird atmosphere lasted until lunch. Annabelle suddenly received a letter flying in from the window. She looked strange and tangled. Finally, she left in a hurry. Osicris looked at Louis, who was grinning. She looked a little strange, but she was relieved anyway. She cleaned up the dishes and went back to her room. Louis picked up the letter and read it, then laughed secretly. Just like the communication in the toilet, Archie is really efficient. Annabelle is here to do diplomacy this time. She has always wanted to reach some agreements with Brock Hall, the leader of the dragon clan of the Holy Oak lineage. Before, Archie Stoggs colluded with the old dragon to hold on to some things for their own interests, so Annabelle has not made any progress. Now that they have loosened up, we must have a good talk. Annabelle will not be able to come back for a while, so we will deal with this guy later. Should I seal the door and everything? But then he thought, His Majesty hasn't left yet. If he comes to say hello to his daughter later and finds that he has sealed the room, it will be embarrassing. And he can't just run to Osicris' room and seal the window in front of her. Right? It would make him look like a thief. Louis washed the dishes calmly, and then knocked on the door of his female boss Osicris' room. And he unexpectedly found that Osicris had cast a spell on the door. Who do you think I am? I secretly listened at the door again, and found that there was rustling inside. Little Ao seemed to be changing clothes. He knocked again. Mr. Louis, what the matter? Osicris asked through the door. It seemed that she didn't want to open the door for Louis. Oh, your highness, it like this, you know. I'm leaving soon. The magicians have come to the Holy Oak these days. They are unfamiliar with the place. There are some things I want to communicate with you. Louis started to talk seriously in front of the door. The person inside hesitated for a moment. She guessed that Louis was trying to find an excuse to come in. But Louis was leaving today. Simple Osicles heard her father say a few days ago that no matter where Louis was, he seemed to be able to come back often. But? Maybe he just wanted to talk to me. How could I think that? Sir Louis is my knight. It seems that Osicles really wants to talk to you. But you acted a little scary today. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to trust you again. Louis is not drunk today. He shouldn't do something weird to me like he did that day. Osicles, who originally planned to go back to the country with her father, put on her witch robe, arranged her high socks, and opened the door. After opening the door, Louis saw Osicris' outfit, and his eyes lit up slightly. This was the work clothes of the witches of the Holy Oak. But Louis couldn't help but recall the scene he saw when he first lay under the bed. Half a year has passed, and I have become a professor. And Osicris has become my female boss. Thinking of this, Louis felt that Osicris seemed to have become more beautiful. Seeing Louis looking at him like that, Osicris at the door hesitated a little, but finally opened the door, politely made way, and invited Louis to come in. Seeing Louis come in, O'Sicries asked, "Are you leaving tonight?" Before she finished speaking, O'Sicries saw Louis smiling and closing the door. Mr. Louis, why are you closing the door?" O'Sicries suddenly became nervous. She should have known that this guy had bad intentions. From the day she knighted him, he said he was greedy for his body. "Look at what you said, Director O'Sicries. There will be no draft if the door is not closed." Louis said unhappily, "Who do you think I am?" O'Sicries nodded, and responded to Louis with a look. "Okay, I will trust you again." Chapter 220, I knit a sweater for you, you only think about. After Louis finished speaking, he went to add firewood to the fireplace, seemingly preparing to make some tea. O'Sicries felt guilty in her heart. It seems that she thought too much. The last time Louis drank too much at the party, it was indeed a bit abrupt. But later he apologized, and so sincerely. He looked ashamed to death. In fact, Sir Louis was still very gentlemanly, exactly the same as the knight in her mind. Moreover, as the king of Zhuolongzhenhai of Beihai Kingdom, he is very cultured and has a high self-esteem. I just questioned him face to face, which was a bit hurtful. Thinking of this, O'Sicries secretly blamed herself again. At this time, the window seemed to be closed by Louis, and the snowflakes were locked outside the window, and the room became a little warmer. O'Sicries suddenly remembered that she had prepared some things for Louis, and turned around to search under the bed. Soon she found a scarf and a sweater in a secret small box. Holding the scarf and sweater quietly in her arms, O'Sicries blushed slightly. These were all knitted secretly for Louis. Helen's sweater was only half knitted. The weather was cold. Sir Louis didn't seem to take care of himself at all. He was still wearing such a thin summer dress when he came back yesterday. But if I give it to him, he won't think too much. Right? He is my knight. I gave him some things. It nothing. Tell him I bought it. It seems that there is no place to sell sweaters. Then tell him that it was knitted by Aunt Staya. Then Aunt Staya gave it to me. One for Helen and one for Louis. With a swish, the curtains were drawn. The room was slightly dark. O'Sicries blinked and looked at Louis in confusion. "I have to fix this window gap for you later. It leaking." Louis shook his head and put a pot of water on the fireplace. Then he walked towards O'Sicries. Seeing Louis coming over, O'Sicries quickly stuffed the things into the wizard hat, pretending to make the bed, feeling a little nervous and a little entangled. "It just snowed yesterday. It a bit cold. You have to take care of yourself." Louis came over, looked at the thin stockings on O'Sicries' legs, and shook his head. O'Sicries blushed slightly. As a member of the Isolde family, she was not very sensitive to cold or heat. It just snowed yesterday, and she asked Louis to wear more clothes. But she was still wearing this witch costume. Yeah. Feeling that Louis had come behind her, O'Sicries hesitated for a moment, but still bent down and took out the scarf and sweater from the wizard hat. "Ahem. Mr. Louis. Aunt Staya?" Before she could finish her words, O'Sicries suddenly felt Louis hugging her. She turned her head woodenly with a surprised look on her face, and saw the burning eyes in Louis's eyes, which were exactly the same as when she canonized him that day. "Director O'Sicries, you will feel cold if you do this. As a subordinate, you can't look at me like this." Mr. Louis looked at his female boss in his arms, and his voice was a little serious. O'Sicries widened her eyes. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether Mr. Louis was kind or deliberately taking advantage of her. "But even if I was cold, you can't do this. Right?" But he was so serious and earnest, and didn't look like a scumbag at all. Then she felt Louis sucking her hair deeply, and then she felt the magic wand in Louis's trouser pocket on her waist. "Hurry up and change, Miss O'Sicries. I like the black lace high socks with spelled letters on the lace you wore before." O'Sicries looked back at Louis' smiling eyes, and opened her mouth in disbelief. "You are really a scumbag. I knitted a sweater for you, and you wanted to change my clothes? Don't do that, Sir Louis. You will make me look down on you." O'Sicries struggled in panic, and to her surprise, Louis actually let her go. But Her Royal Highness was already a little angry, and she turned around and wanted to slap him. But in the end, she pushed him away slightly. Looking up at the tall and handsome knight facing her, O'Sicries blushed slightly, and said angrily, "What on earth did you come here for today? Did you just tell me to change clothes?" "There is indeed one thing, Your Highness. Last night, I talked to your mother and His Majesty Iger about our affairs." Louis started to talk nonsense. "Me? Our affairs?" Osicris suddenly felt a little flustered. Yes, I told His Majesty my greatest wish in life. I hope to be with the most beautiful person in the world. He tacitly approved our relationship. After I come back, I will be engaged to you. Louis lied. But Osicris was struck by lightning. Suddenly, her ears were buzzing, and her mind was blank. I know it a bit abrupt for me to sit like this, without asking your opinion. Osicris, I am very selfish. Louis suddenly became a little sad. He continued, but you know, I don't know if I can come back this time. Her Majesty Isabella asked me to go alone. And maybe this trip will be a farewell forever. I don't want to leave such regrets in my life. So after talking to His Majesty about the Red Queen family yesterday, I expressed my thoughts to His Majesty. The scum continued to trick him, and his words became more and more affectionate. At this moment, Osicris looked at the knight in front of her, whom she had admired for a long time, and unconsciously clenched the scarf in her hand. Just before the assessment half a year ago, she had imagined many times who the knight in her heart was. But she never thought that this person would be Louis, who held up a long sword in the arena. She also thought about how he would confess to her one day in the future. But she never thought of such a scene. She didn't know what to do. Sir Louis was not perfect. His private life was the same as those nobles. He had lovers, and 2 of them. But the prince she had imagined was loyal to her. Just like Annabelle. She had also thought, whether there was no knight of her own in this world, whether she would be like her distant cousins in the future, because of politics and a helpless noble, complete a luxurious but boring wedding, and after a night of mechanical and boring wedding, each looking for his own lover. She didn't want to be like this. She always believed that there was a knight waiting for her. But one day, a knight who seemed to be in her imagination, suddenly appeared in front of her, but she hesitated. Your Highness, I thought a lot last night. I think I was too selfish. After all, I may never come back. I feel very guilty. I didn't sleep well all night. I think I should ask you what you think. But when the time comes, I suddenly feel that maybe no matter what the result is, it doesn't matter. Maybe I just want to say before we say goodbye forever. Sorry. I was too abrupt. Louis suddenly pursed his lips, turned around and left. Take care. Osicris. At this moment, Annabelle, who was eavesdropping outside the door, covered her mouth, and was about to cry. She spat out some melon seeds, and cursed in her heart. You coward. Not neat at all. Just like me. Tell her loudly. Say you love her. Osicris. Hurry up and hold him back. He going to the battlefield. Okay. This may be a farewell forever. Do you really want to leave regrets? Hurry up and tell her. Hurry up and hold him back. He going out and will run into me. A hand suddenly grabbed Louis. Louis turned his head, with a surprised look on his face, and found that Osicris was biting her lips tightly, and tears were streaming down her face. Don't go. Louis's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he carried Osicris to the bed. Louis, ha ha ha. As expected, Xiao Ao is the most susceptible to literary routines. I didn't read so many night novels in the study today in vain. Wait for me to make it a fait accompli today. I don't think your mother-in-law can marry you anywhere else. Slurp. Looking at the affectionate, swallowing saliva, knight in front of her, the flustered Osicris finally turned her head away and closed her eyes. The knight hurriedly untied his belt while kissing the princess all over. Don't do this, Sir Louis. I go wash first. Or change clothes. No. This dress is fine. I like black. Slurp, how do I untie this lace? Forget it, just like this. I like the way you wear clothes. Hearing such a conversation inside the door, Annabelle, who was crawling through the crack of the door, widened her eyes. You are really a scumbag. Right? Wait. What am I here for? Annabelle suddenly felt something was wrong. She spat out the melon seed shells and frowned. She thought for a long time. Suddenly, a raging anger suddenly burned in Annabelle's heart. Her lungs were about to explode. This shameless scumbag. Miss Dragon wanted to kick the door open. But then her eyes rolled and she knocked on the door angrily.